Chapter 1. Boss, they'll have 2 Ruji ammo, and please add extra meat. In front of the Ruji ammo stall, Qin Han expressed his anticipation, his mouth watering. Rest assured, I've been making Ruji ammo for 20 years, and I have never skimped on the portions. They are always generous, replied the stall owner, a man in his 50s, with a broad smile. However, we only have one ready at the moment. You'll have to wait a few minutes for the other. That's fine, but please hurry. I'm not sure we'll be able to eat it, Qin Han replied, glancing at his phone. He swiftly grabbed the ready Ruji ammo and devoured it eagerly right there at the stall. As he savored each bite, he washed it down with a citrus-flavored soda, the delightful sensation causing his eyes to narrow in bliss. Once finished, he patted his belly and exclaimed joyfully, "It's been so many years since I've tasted the delicacies of my hometown. This is truly satisfying. If only I could remain in my hometown for a lifetime." Unfortunately, time waits for no one. Even if I were to return, who knows when that would be. Curious, the stall owner glanced at him while working. "Young man, how is it that you express such sentiments at your age? Are you perhaps a long-term international student?" Qin Han was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. "If I had gone abroad, it would be a different story. I could return whenever I wished. However, some places, once you leave, it may be a lifetime before you can come back." The stall owner looked intrigued. What place could be so extraordinary that returning would be so difficult? In response, Qin Han pointed to the azure sky above. Upon hearing this, the stall owner seemed to grasp something, and his expression shifted to one of sorrow. His gaze upon Qin Han became cautious, as if fearing that a careless remark might dampen the spirit of this young man. He stuffed the remaining Ruji ammo with an ample portion of meat and solemnly handed it to Qin Han. When Qin Han reached for his wallet, the owner quickly withdrew the payment code, his aged face adorned with a kind smile. "Child, there are certain matters that I cannot assist you with, but you must be strong. Believe that everything will eventually turn around. Consider this meal as a treat for me. If you ever return, I shall treat you to Ruji ammo again." Qin Han understood that the uncle had misunderstood him, yet he refrained from clarifying, instead responding with a bright smile. "Uncle, I will remember your words. Rest assured, I will return." The stall owner beamed with warmth. "Good child, I will await your return." Expressing his gratitude with a polite nod, Qin Han settled into a nearby lounge chair, unwrapping the last Ruji ammo and savoring it bite by bite. At that moment, the once azure sky darkened with swirling clouds, and a golden scroll suddenly unfurled in the heavens. It bore an imposing line of text that radiated supreme brilliance. "By decree of the supreme existence, the eternal game of life begins." The golden scroll lingered in the air for merely a few seconds before exploding into an infinite cascade of golden particles. These particles seemed almost alive, scattering downwards, with one strikingly landing upon Qin Han's forehead. Suddenly, the golden particles projected a screen before Qin Han's eyes, displaying a bold proclamation, accompanied by a thunderous voice. "You have been chosen to represent your tribe in battle." Simultaneously, across the streets and the entire world, apart from the elderly, the disabled, children, and pregnant women, nearly everyone bore a single golden speck upon their foreheads. At this moment, a grand countdown appeared in the heavens, beginning at 50 and continuously diminishing. Faced with this spectacle, people either fled in panic or stood frozen in shock, while Qin Han continued to leisurely enjoy his Ruji ammo, his expression unfazed. As a once formidable warrior who had tread upon the ultimate battlefield, he comprehended the significance of the events unfolding before him. The cosmic-level eternal game encompassed the vast expanse of the universe, countless realms, and endless races. The number of participants in this game was measured in trillions. Even the sands of the Ganges would be insufficient to account for them. This game turned the world into a chessboard, with all beings as pawns. Whether divine kingdoms or pinnacle powers, or ordinary civilizations and humble folk, all would be swept into this grand contest. The victors would attain eternal life. The vanquished would plummet into oblivion. Yet, the peak races were inherently powerful at the game's inception. Some of their mightiest had already been assigned to the ultimate battlefield, towering like deities over the masses. In contrast, humanity was but a speck of dust, compelled to commence from the lowest tier, gradually battling and eliminating one another, traversing a treacherous path. Through maximal effort and extraordinary fortune, he had ascended to the ultimate battlefield in his past life. However, when confronted with those apex powers, the ancient titans of the cosmos, he still found the journey fraught with challenges. In the ultimate contest for the supreme divine position, he had narrowly lost, burdened with endless resentment, and had met his end in bitterness. This was an utterly unequal contest. Humanity was merely a backdrop in the arena of the game. Yet now, he had been reborn, reborn with the wealth of experience from having once reached the ultimate battlefield. He had returned to the moment just before the game began, and upon realizing this fact, he understood that this universe was on the verge of his era's arrival. Regrettably, he had returned too hastily. Otherwise, he could have indulged in more of his hometown's delicacies and savored the beauty of his homeland spring. Seated in the lounge chair, Qin Han meticulously finished the Rujiamo, even taking the time to toss the waste into the nearby trash bin. At this moment, the countdown approached its conclusion. 10, 9, 8, 7. Qin Han stood in the street, observing the bewildered Rujiamo stall owner, the familiar streets, and the hometown that encapsulated his youthful memories, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. I will return. As the countdown reached its end, a blinding white light flashed across the street, transforming the once bustling thoroughfare into a desolate expanse. Above, a chilling line of text reappeared. Those chosen shall fight for your tribes. When the last among you perishes, your tribe shall be eradicated. Moments later, the text vanished, and the sky returned to a pristine blue, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Yet, gazing at the empty street, it felt as though the entire world had suddenly aged into twilight. At the Rujiamo stall, the elderly owner stared blankly at the azure sky, his weathered face etched with solemnity. In the cosmic eternal game, in Novice Village number 688, centered around a square adorned with a Tai Chi pattern, a burst of white light suddenly appeared, transporting 5,000 individuals clad in novice attire. Before anyone could react, a small screen materialized before them. World announcement. Welcome to the eternal game. You will contend against countless races across the universe and battle endless beasts. Here lies the opportunity for eternal life. Yet also infinite peril, risks, and opportunities coexist. Remember, life is singular and death is the end. May you enjoy your game. After a brief silence, the square erupted into a cacophony. What a joke. This is serious business. I thought I'd stumbled upon some legendary virtual game. Yet this is on a cosmic scale, sweeping across realms. How terrifying. Indeed, just considering our observable universe's diameter of 93 billion light-years, it's clear that civilizations abound within like grains of sand, and humanity is likely at the bottom of the hierarchy. Listening to you, I feel we might not stand a chance against others. What's there to fear? In life, I've merely been a screw-turner, existing at the lowest rung. This game presents an opportunity, a chance to change my fate. Brother, that makes sense. We have nothing to lose since there's an opportunity to rise. Let's give it a shot. Without further ado, let's explore the game. Many people rubbed their hands together, scattering in various directions. Yet, others were at a loss, their once affluent lives having dulled their survival instincts, and some fragile souls had even crouched down, weeping. I want to go home. I want to find my mother. Baby, where are you? I don't want to play this game. Meanwhile, Qin Han had already dashed southward in the village, recalling that in his previous life, several unique treasures had been acquired within the first day of the game's commencement. Each treasure possessed the power to alter destiny. Those who obtained them often rose to prominence across the realms. However, acquiring such treasures was impossible without top-tier strength and luck. Yet, one particular treasure was located in a somewhat obscure area, and even with Qin Han's current weak, zero-level status, he still had a chance to obtain it. If he could acquire it, his future path would be much smoother. Hurrying over now might just allow him to make it in time. Beyond the village, a gentle stream meanders, shaded by verdant trees, leading to a vast expanse of grassland. On this prairie, scattered about, dark-hued wild buffalo leisurely graze on the lush grass. Two nimble players, almost in sync with Qin Han, sprint toward the grassland. However, upon spotting a solitary wild buffalo, they quickly encircle it, raising their fists to strike. In an instant, a loud thud resounds as the furious buffalo retaliates with a powerful toss, toppling both players. Oh no, I think my leg's broken. One exclaims. I believe my ribs are fractured as well, the other replies. Fortunately, the buffalo refrains from launching another attack, merely casting a disdainful glance at them before returning to its grazing. They look to Qin Han for assistance. Brother, please help us. At this moment, Qin Han's gaze is inscrutable, his steps unwavering as he strides deeper into the prairie, not even bothering to glance back. He has pressing matters at hand and cannot afford to be distracted by trifles. Starting the game with nothing but a novice's tunic and devoid of any equipment, these wild buffalo, though classified as level 1 creatures and relatively docile, are not to be trifled with by mere unarmed mortals. The game, Eternal Life, intertwines real-world elements with gameplay, and without proper weaponry, they would likely struggle to even pierce the buffalo's hide. The wilderness is not a place to tread carelessly. Even seasoned players like Qin Han must proceed with utmost caution. Fortunately, this area is merely inhabited by wild buffalo, and with the arrival of other players, the two may yet find salvation. Had they ventured into a more perilous zone, they would likely have been torn to shreds by now. Nonetheless, with the cautionary tale of these two in mind, Qin Han steels himself and ventures further into the wild. The buffalo prairie stretches vast, extending several miles in depth. After an hour of relentless movement, Qin Han finally reaches the boundary of the buffalo prairie. He finds a large rock to sit upon. Catching his breath, the vigorous exertion has nearly pushed his body to its limits, and with greater challenges ahead, he must rest to regain his strength. Meanwhile, after an hour of gameplay, the players in the 688 novice village have undergone notable transformations. The basic weapons such as long swords, long knives, and bows available from quests have all been claimed. Most players, aside from those still engaged in tasks, have donned their weapons and surged into the wilderness to hunt monsters and level up. On the buffalo prairie, a robust man wielding a long knife exhibits remarkable agility as he stealthily approaches a wild buffalo from behind. With a swift motion, the blade glistens and plunges deep into the buffalo's jugular, followed by a sharp twist and pull. With a resounding thud, the buffalo collapses and a beam of white light instantly emanates from its body, flowing into the man. Simultaneously, a village-wide announcement suddenly appears. Congratulations to player Lu Kuang for being the first to reach level 1, earning 1 to Constitution, unlocking village chat functionality, and initiating the ranking system. The newly activated public chat area erupts with excitement. Has it only been a little over an hour? Someone has already leveled up. Incredible. Of course it's impressive. I ventured out with a friend to tackle those wild buffalo, and we almost got crushed. Truly, the disparity in skill is demoralizing. Who could argue with that? We teamed up to hunt buffalo, and after all this time, we've only managed to take down 3 with experience points to be shared. Leveling up seems a distant dream. Lu Kuang, oh mighty one, could you share your secrets to leveling up? Lu Kuang, thank you, brothers, but I humbly do not consider myself a master. I used to work in a slaughterhouse, so I am well acquainted with the buffalo's vulnerabilities. That's how I managed to dispatch it swiftly. Who would have thought I'd level up in the process? Wow, Lu Kuang has spoken. Look at me. Imli Hao, please remember my name. Great one. What does it feel like to level up? Lu Kuang, it feels fantastic. I gained 10 points in Constitution, and an additional point as a reward. My body feels twice as strong as before. As he speaks, Lu Kuang shares a screenshot of his attributes in the public chat group. Lu Kuang, level 1, Constitution 22 points. Qin Han, taking a moment to rest, glances over and smiles faintly. In the game, the only initial attribute is Constitution. As one's Constitution increases, so too do agility, reflexes, strength, endurance, and health. Each aspect rises in harmonious balance. Typically, a player's starting Constitution hovers around 10 points. Lu Kuang's 22 points, accounting for the 10 from leveling and the 1 from the reward, indicates an initial Constitution of 11 points. This suggests that in real life, this individual possesses commendable physical attributes. Oh dear, Lu Kuang is already formidable. Being the first to level up grants him an extra point in Constitution. If this continues, the strong will only grow stronger, and we may forever lag behind the footsteps of the great ones. It's foreseeable that Lu Kuang will become the dominant force in the novice village. What will we do then, when he decides to prey upon us? Lu Kuang, brothers, rest assured, I am a man of integrity. Once I attain a higher level, I shall take good care of everyone. Hearing such words from a respected figure instantly reassured my heart. Esteemed one, please expedite your leveling up and solidify your advantages. Very well, my brother. I shall embark on slaying monsters to gain experience. With a bitter smile, Qin Han shook his head. Lu Kuang, it was evident, had lost himself amidst the cacophony of powerful figures. Coupled with the meager enhancement to his physique post-upgrade, his confidence had soared. However, the Eternal Life game was far from a mere matter of slaying monsters to level up. The innate strengths of the myriad races across the realms varied significantly. On Blue Star, the average initial strength hovered around 10 points of physique. In the low martial world, the initial strength was approximately 20 points, with the exceptional individuals reaching 100 or 200 points. Conversely, some races perched at the pinnacle of the universe boasted a staggering initial strength exceeding 5,000 points, with elite members even achieving the astonishing figures of 7,000 or 8,000 points in physique. What does this imply? A physique of 20 points equates to double that of an ordinary Blue Star inhabitant. This means that even the most abysmal, Ordinary individual in the low martial world possesses a combat strength that could rival a world-class fighting champion on Blue Star. When it comes to those elite races, the disparity is even more profound. Even the most mediocre player from a peak race, with a mere 5,000 points of physique, could effortlessly annihilate all players from Blue Star and the low martial world. The chasm in power cannot be rationalized. This game is inherently inequitable. The strong begin with an outrageous advantage, while the weak are akin to ants from the outset. All races gain a fixed 10 points of physique with each level. At level 1, with 10 points of physique, the maximum level for novices is 20. Upon reaching level 20, even with optimal effort, one would only attain around 200 points of physique. Thus, with Liu Kuang's approach of simple leveling, reaching the pinnacle would still render him far beneath the initial physique of the top-tier races. Such a level of strength would likely struggle to survive the early stages of the game. Fortunately, during the initial phase, strong faced off against strong and weak against weak, allowing humanity to avoid confronting those apex races. It would only be at the ultimate battleground that beings from across the heavens would converge. Therefore, the game offers the weaker races a chance for growth and development. Whether one can seize that opportunity, however, depends on individual fortune. Moreover, while the initial strengths in the game may not be equitable, there still exists the potential for ordinary races to surpass their limitations. The game is replete with various means to enhance strength and transcend class boundaries, albeit with exceedingly low probabilities of acquisition, so low that it can be utterly disheartening. Having swiftly completed his preparations, Qin Han pressed forward once more. Ahead lay the dense underbrush of the secondary wilderness, where he could discern numerous fierce, well-groomed wolves prowling the area. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Beyond the bison grassland, the wild creatures would actively assault individuals with their zero-level strength. Once confronted with a formidable high-level beast, the consequences could be dire. With a calm demeanor, he cautiously evaded the gaze of the lurking wolves, continuing his journey forward. As time flowed slowly, he exited the secondary wilderness and took a shortcut through the mountains, significantly reducing the time needed to reach his destination. As time continued to pass, he found himself in an ancient forest where towering trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sun. The atmosphere was eerie, with a faint mist swirling through the air, creating an unsettling ambience that instilled fear in the heart of any passerby. Behind a tree that required 3 men to encircle, Qin Han stood rigid, his back pressed firmly against the trunk, holding his breath. On the other side, a massive python, nearly 10 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, adorned with green patterns reminiscent of a watermelon, flicked its crimson tongue while its bulbous eyes scanned the surroundings. Even from behind the tree, Qin Han could detect the pungent odor emanating from the creature. This was the forest python, a level 10 beast and the sovereign of this woodland realm. With Qin Han's current capabilities, he was no match for it. Should he be discovered, it would spell certain doom. Silence enveloped the surroundings, creating an eerie tranquility where even the sound of a falling pin could be heard. There were no buzzing insects or chirping birds, no rustling leaves in the wind, only the faint rhythm of Qin Han's racing heart. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Minutes stretched before him as if they were an eternity. In the distance, a rooster crowed, prompting the python to turn its head, its tongue flicking as it surveyed the area before it slithered toward the source of the sound. Hearing the python's movements recede, Qin Han swiftly emerged from behind the tree and sprinted desperately up the mountainside. Atop the flattened peak, there lay an archery training ground enclosed by a fence, sparsely furnished with a few targets and a bow rack. Near the edge of the cliff stood a solitary, welcoming pine tree. Under the blazing sun, a man clad in leather armor, cradling an ancient longbow, leaned against the welcoming pine, eyes closed in a semblance of repose. Qin Han rested his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, his back already soaked with sweat. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the man wielding a bow and arrow, as if he had just spotted a long-lost relative. After a day of relentless travel, he had finally arrived safely. After a minute of recuperation, feeling significantly rejuvenated, Qin Han hurried over. This man was the novice archery training instructor, one of the fixed NPCs in the boundless novice village. Not only could he impart archery skills, but upon passing the archery assessment, he would also reward players with bow and arrow equipment based on their performance. Those achieving excellence could even earn a rare opportunity for a class change, while players attaining a perfect score would be granted the highest level class transfer qualifications. The first player to achieve a perfect score would not only receive a prestigious class token, but also a unique treasure. This location was far from the novice village. nestled deep within a dense forest, making it exceptionally remote. At present, it was likely that no one else from the village could find their way here. In fact, it was improbable that anyone from the nearly 100 million novice villages of Blue Star civilization could reach this place. However, Qin Han sought to surpass everyone in the infinite cosmos in the countless novice villages. Although, in the early stages of the game, for the sake of fairness, the strength of monsters in each novice village was dynamically enhanced. For instance, the difficulty faced by ordinary Blue Star inhabitants battling wild bulls was comparable to that faced by the elite of advanced civilizations. Nevertheless, champions of combat on Blue Star were individuals like Lu Kuang, possessed physical attributes superior to the average person, granting them an advantage at the onset of the game. In contrast, in martial arts civilizations, the disparities between individuals would be even more pronounced. For example, in a rudimentary martial arts civilization, the average physique in the novice village ranged from 20 to 200. The game would enhance monsters solely based on the weakest player's strength. Thus, those with a physique of 200 were inherently 20 levels stronger than others. Such individuals could explore further at the game's outset, even if they were unaware of their surroundings. Given the overwhelming probability, it was likely that tens or even hundreds of billions of players in the infinite novice villages had already discovered this place. Moreover, archery was a fundamental skill for many martial artists. The exceptional archers exhibited precision and accuracy. This indicated that the majority among them could pass the archery assessment. However, as a representative of the weakest civilization, Qin Han dared to compete against billions of formidable players, and he certainly had his own advantages. Suppressing his excitement, he rushed to the NPC's side and stated decisively, "Instructor, I wish to undertake the archery assessment." The archery instructor, taken aback by his words, had not anticipated that someone could find him hidden away in such a secluded location. It seemed that fate was inescapable. "Child, since our paths have crossed, I can offer you a chance for a class change. However, I see you possess no foundational skills in archery. I recommend you first learn the basics before attempting the assessment, for you are allowed only one opportunity." "No need," Qin Han replied confidently. "I have already mastered the basics. I am ready to begin the assessment now." Qin Han interrupted his mentor directly. The novice archery training tutorial was a lengthy process that would require at least half an hour, a luxury he could not afford. "Since you insist on this," he conceded, "I have no choice but to comply." The archery instructor shrugged, gestured towards the nearby rack of bows, and said, "Take up a bow and arrows. Let us commence with the first assessment immediately." Qin Han promptly complied, and soon the two arrived at the designated targets in the training ground. The archery instructor pointed towards the array of targets ahead and stated with utmost seriousness, "Before you lie 5 targets, positioned at distances of 50, 60, 80, 100, and 120 meters respectively. You are required to release 5 arrows within a span of 10 seconds. A perfect score is 50 points. An excellent score is 40 points, a good score is 30 points, and a passing score is 20 points. Only by achieving perfection will you be permitted to advance to the next assessment. Remember, this is your sole opportunity, so cherish it." Qin Han nodded, grasping the training bow and drawing it back twice to reacquaint himself with its feel. As a seasoned player who had reached the ultimate battleground, his experience was akin to that of a veteran, having dabbled in nearly every game skill available. When it came to archery, a skill indispensable to nearly every player, he had honed his craft to near perfection. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han declared, "Let us begin." In the next moment, a countdown timer materialized in the air before him. 10, 9, 8, 7, the numbers raced by. And Qin Han's gaze sharpened as he knocked an arrow, fixing his eyes on the target. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, and even the digits above appeared to halt their relentless march. Holding his breath, he released his fingers, and the training wooden arrow shot forth with a swift whoosh. Before the first arrow struck the target, Qin Han had already knocked a second arrow, releasing it with another swift release. The sound of arrows flying through the air echoed, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moments later, Qin Han lowered his bow, and the dull thuds of arrows striking the target rang out in succession. When he glanced up, he was met with the sight of 5 wooden arrows, all striking the bullseye. From the other side, the voice of the archery instructor rang out in astonishment. 50 points. Perfect. Your talent for archery astounds me. Given time, you shall undoubtedly become an exceptional marksman. Within the testing arena, the archery instructor continued, "Child, the upcoming challenges will be significantly more arduous. Do you wish to proceed with the assessment? Should you choose to withdraw, I will present you with an exquisite hunting bow as a gift. However, should you opt to continue, know that failure will yield no rewards. Without hesitation, Qin Han declared, "Let us proceed with the assessment." The first evaluation yielded a perfect blue hunting bow as a reward. While its attributes were commendable, it was destined to become commonplace in no time, and thus, he chose not to accept it. Very well, you are a child of unwavering conviction. Now, we shall commence the second evaluation. As the archery training instructor concluded his statement, the target ahead suddenly sprang to life, moving left and right with surprising agility. A glance at it was enough to bewilder the senses. The rules remained unchanged from the previous attempt, within 10 seconds. Achieving a score of 50 rings would be deemed perfect. Qin Han's expression was relaxed. This moving target maintained a constant speed, and with a mere adjustment in lead, hitting it became effortless. For any proficient archer, the challenge of striking such a moving target was nearly equivalent to that of a stationary one. Holding his breath, he drew the bow and knocked the arrow, executing the motion seamlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. Unsurprisingly, all 5 arrows struck the bullseye. Your progress is truly remarkable, came the voice of the archery instructor once more. Child, should you choose to abandon this pursuit now, I will offer you a certificate for the novice archer class. With this, you may proceed to the novice village's promotion altar for a change of profession. Once you transition, unexpected benefits will await you. However, the upcoming assessments will only become increasingly arduous. Should you decide to persevere, the outcome may very well be fruitless. Qin Han's lips curled slightly as he contemplated the significance of class changing, a pivotal milestone for every player at the onset of their gaming journey. It represents one of the few avenues through which weaker races can surpass their mightier counterparts. The novice archer, being the most rudimentary of professions, offers players a substantial growth value of 1.5 times per level, regardless of their initial capabilities. Ordinary players can only acquire 10 points of stamina for each level they ascend during the novice phase. In stark contrast, the novice archer enjoys a growth multiplier, earning 15 points of stamina with each level gained. Thus, advancing 2 levels as a novice archer equates to an ordinary player reaching 3 levels. Progressing 10 levels corresponds to an ordinary player achieving the equivalent of 15 levels. Over time, this disparity will only widen. Class changing imposes no level restrictions, allowing players to transition even from level 0, with earlier changes yielding greater benefits. After all, levels are irrevocable. Should a player delay their transition until level 5, they forfeit the growth bonuses accrued during their prior ascents, resulting in significant losses. Of paramount importance is the fact that class change slots within the Eternal Life game are limited. All players across the myriad realms vie for these fixed opportunities, with a first-come, first-served basis. The slots for novice archers exceed trillions at the mentors, which may sound substantial. However, when distributed across the endless novice villages, this figure becomes mere drops in the ocean. In his previous life, Qin Han recalled that by the end, fewer than 10 individuals in his novice zone had acquired a profession. The 1.5 times advantage of a novice class, when contrasted with those without a profession, ensures a decisive superiority in one-on-one encounters. Even in a 3-on-1 scenario, victory would be within reach. Nevertheless, the limitations of the novice class confine one to being merely a small master within the novice village, and dominating there proves challenging, let alone contending with the formidable beings of the boundless cosmos, which is nothing short of a farce. Given his rebirth, Qin Han was resolute in his ambition to become the unrivaled champion across all realms. Even if offered the novice class for free, he would not spare it a glance. Qin Han gently shook his head and said, "Mentor, I wish to proceed with the assessment." This time, the mentor refrained from further discussion and began to arrange the necessary resources for the evaluation. A minute later, he announced, "All is ready. We may commence the next assessment." As Qin Han lifted his gaze, he beheld 5 targets gracefully soaring through the sky like wild geese. His focus sharpened, and he commanded, "Commence the assessment." Time trickled by, and within the archery training ground, Qin Han repeatedly passed the evaluations. At last, he stood on the brink of completing the advanced vocational assessment. At that moment, the archery instructor wore a look of astonishment and remarked, "My dear child, it has been a long time since anyone has exhibited such excellence as you. Among all the young talents I have encountered throughout my career, you would undoubtedly rank among the finest. Should you successfully conclude this assessment, I shall award you a prestigious vocational transfer token and present you with an exceptional longbow as a reward. However, if you choose to pursue further evaluations, be forewarned, they will be exceedingly challenging, with a substantial risk of failure. Should you falter, all your previous efforts would be rendered futile. Moreover, prior to the assessment, you must fulfill a preliminary task I have assigned to validate your qualifications. You must contemplate this carefully. Qin Han nodded thoughtfully and continued, Mentor, I choose to proceed with the next assessment. The mentor informed him that there was a prerequisite task, which not only did not trouble him, but rather filled him with joy. After all, as previously mentioned, among all players in the universe, the number who could reach this point must exceed 10 billion, and those capable of completing the qualifications for advanced professions would likely number at least 5 billion. If he could accomplish the archery assessment in one go, the final professional slots would have likely been snatched away by others, leaving him with no opportunity. This prerequisite task was, in fact, the key to his ability to obtain the top-tier archer profession token ahead of all other players. The archery mentor nodded in response, saying, You are indeed a remarkably courageous child, and I hope you fare even better in the upcoming evaluations. To prove your eligibility to inherit the top-tier profession, you must hunt down 500 forest pythons, 500 leopards, and 500 gray eagles within a single day. Once you have completed this task, you may return to continue with the final assessment. Even though Qin Han was aware of this prerequisite task, hearing it directly made his scalp tingle. The forest python, a level 10 monster, favored solitary existence, although they were numerous in the forest, even with sufficient strength. It would take a considerable amount of time to locate and eliminate these fearsome creatures. Not to mention the level 11 leopards and level 12 gray eagles. Completing the hunt for all these creatures would require a significant portion of the day, even for the most elite races. However, it was precisely because of this prerequisite task that no one had been able to obtain the top-tier archer profession token for an extended period. Qin Han dared to approach because he knew of a way to circumvent the task. In the later stages of the game, a cosmic-level forum would be opened, where many would share past gaming strategies. Previously, someone had revealed that they found a book titled Tears of the Archer on a shelf in the bandit leader's study within the novice village of Heyanzhai. The book narrated a love story between an exceptional archer and a woman. Anyone who had read its contents could discuss it with the archery mentor to elevate their favorability to friendly. At that point, they could request to skip the prerequisite task. In the assessment area, Qin Han quickly said, Mentor, by sheer chance, I came across a book titled Tears of the Archer, authored by a woman named Hong Ling. Upon hearing this, the archery mentor's expression changed dramatically, and she anxiously asked, Hong Ling, did you just say the author's name is Hong Ling? Her breathing became noticeably strained, a stark contrast to her previous composure. What did she write in that book? Qin Han, she mentioned that in her youth, she encountered a man known as the Muffled Gourd, and together they embarked on various adventures. Upon hearing this, the mentor's lips trembled. The name Muffled Gourd is a secret known only to the two of us. It is our intimate appellation. Furthermore, what else did she inscribe within? Did she write about the reasons for her departure from me all those years ago? Qin Han nodded slowly. Later, Hong Ling encountered the curse of aging, her days numbered. Fearing that Dun Hulu would witness her at her most unappealing, she quietly departed. In her final moments, she chronicled the myriad memories shared between them in this book. Though this sentence is brief and might elude the empathy of the common folk, it struck the archer mentor profoundly. His body trembled, and tears welled in his keen eyes, revealing that she had left him because of this very matter. She had feared causing him sorrow. Little did she know the depths of his despair in her absence, for she was his dearest. No matter how unappealing she became, his heart would remain steadfast, accompanying her to the very end. Observing the tears left behind by the archer mentor, Qin Han suddenly realized, no wonder this book is titled The Archer's Tears. It all makes sense now. It seems this woman named Hong Ling truly understood you, dear mentor. She must have anticipated that upon hearing this story, you would inevitably weep. The bond you share is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary beings. At her words, the archer mentor regained a semblance of composure, and his gaze towards Qin Han softened considerably. Child, who would have thought we are so destined? I am delighted that you shared this with me. Feel free to voice any requests. I shall fulfill them to the best of my ability. System, Archer Mentor's favorability increased by 60. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han felt a profound sense of reassurance. He promptly declared, Mentor, I wish to bypass the preliminary tasks and commence directly with the final assessment. The mentor, Taken aback by his words, pondered momentarily and responded, "Child, are you truly aware of my genuine capabilities? This promise I offer is exceedingly rare. To forsake it for a mere preliminary task is, indeed, not worth the sacrifice." Qin Han shook his head, expressing his urgency to bypass this task. He was well aware of the archer mentor's true capabilities. As the game progressed, once the novice village was abolished, this mentor would transform into a free NPC, encountered by players later on. Although he was not a deity, his prowess was such that even the supreme gods found him formidable. If utilized at a critical juncture or in the later stages, this promise would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Yet, when juxtaposed with the premier class token and the singular treasures, it was evident that seizing the opportunity now was the most advantageous choice. Upon hearing this, the archer mentor ceased his insistence, stating, "Very well. I shall acquiesce to your request. Child, let us commence the final assessment." A minute later, having set the stage, the mentor revealed 20 targets soaring through the air in an erratic pattern before Qin Han. He was required to strike them all within 10 seconds, each arrow needing to find its mark at the bullseye. The difficulty was staggering, even for a master like Qin Han, who had reached the ultimate battlefield. He recalled that in his previous life, the first individual to attain the Premier Archer class token did so around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, however, it was nearly 12:50, leaving him with little time. One moment's inattention could lead him to miss out on the precious treasure. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han's expression turned remarkably solemn. Commenced the assessment. Simultaneously, in the Y520131 novice village of the Myriad Realms, within the same archery assessment arena, a tall and slender woman, her skin as smooth as jade and clad in garments whiter than snow, gracefully held a longbow. With her crimson lips parting slightly, she declared, "Mentor, I have completed the prerequisite tasks. I wish to initiate the final challenge." In the archery assessment arena, Qin Han focused intently, inhaling deeply. His vision sharpened to its utmost, capturing every trajectory of the targets that danced about. Their seemingly random movements appeared to him as orderly as a meticulously arranged formation. At that precise moment, he drew the bowstring, nocking an arrow. He pushed his physical potential to its limits, the motion of drawing the arrow creating an afterimage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air filled the space. The arrows descended like a torrential rain upon the targets. Thud, 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 thud. A cacophony of sound erupted. In the next moment, the mentor's mouth fell agape, disbelief etched across his face. "Child, you have succeeded. You have passed the ultimate archery assessment. You have achieved an unprecedented feat. In light of your impeccable performance, I shall bestow upon you the Premier Archer Class Transfer Certificate, along with a bow unlike any other in existence. May it aid you on your forthcoming journey." A flash of white light emanated from the hands of the archery mentor, revealing a hunting bow that gleamed with a crimson hue, its surface adorned with intricate carvings steeped in antiquity. The mentor extended the bow to Qin Han, subsequently producing a golden token, one side inscribed with the character for arrow, while the reverse bore elaborate floral patterns. "I truly did not anticipate that our fates were so profoundly intertwined. With you receiving the most formidable item I possess, my heart swells with joy for you. With the class transfer token in your possession, you may proceed to the village altar to undergo your vocational transition. My dear child, the sooner you embark on this journey, the greater the advantages you shall reap. I implore you, upon receiving the token, refrain from any distractions and hasten directly to the novice village altar for your transition." At that moment, Qin Han appeared pale, drenched in sweat, barely able to stand, an evident testament to his physical limits. Yet, his face radiated exhilaration. He had finally triumphed. He had become the first to conquer the challenge ahead of all the masters in the multiverse. His arduous journey, spanning half a day, was not in vain. With trembling hands, he accepted the items from his mentor. Simultaneously, a message appeared in the world announcement section. "Congratulations to player Qin Han for acquiring the unique treasure, earning 1 point of heavenly Dao value. As Qin Han is the first player in this game to obtain a unique item, he receives an additional 10 points of heavenly Dao value." With this proclamation, Qin Han's name resonated throughout the vast universe, capturing the attention of all players for the first time. At that moment, in Novice Village Y520131, the mentor beamed with pride, saying, "Child, congratulations on completing the assessment for a top-tier profession. You shall receive a prestigious vocational token and an exceptional bow." A stunning woman clad in white, resembling freshly fallen snow. Accepted the prestigious vocational token and the dark gold longbow, gazing thoughtfully at the world announcement. Despite her arduous efforts to acquire the prestigious token and the dark gold longbow, she had not received a world announcement. This unique treasure appears to be extraordinary, hidden within the vast cosmos, where dragons lie concealed. Even as a being of the pinnacle race, I must persevere. I cannot afford to lag behind. At this very moment, in Novice Village 688, within the chat section, someone expressed uncertainty. Brothers, I've stumbled upon a significant event. While perusing the level rankings, I discovered a player named Qin Han. Could it be that the treasure has fallen into his hands? This jest seems rather far-fetched, does it not? In this boundless universe, with countless novice villages and an uncountable number of players, how could such a unique treasure be bestowed upon one from our humble village? It feels as though I am dreaming. Brother, are you out of your mind? Just because the names are the same, does that mean it's him? Consider the vastness of the universe. There must be countless individuals named Qin Han, enough to circle Blue Star 1,000,000 times. Do you truly believe our village possesses such fortune? You have a point. In our lifetime, we haven't even won the lottery, let alone the odds of this event, which must be 1,000 times more improbable. I find this matter quite dubious. Is it a yes or a no? Why not just ask through private messages? It makes sense, my brother. Let's join forces. In the next moment, countless private messages flooded towards Qin Han like snowflakes. However, as expected, these messages fell into silence. What should we do, brothers? No one is responding. I believe the lack of replies must indicate some hidden agenda they don't want us to know. It must be him. Not necessarily. I think he is certainly not the one. I agree. If he were truly a formidable figure, how could he still be at level 0? That defies logic. Indeed, how could a level 0 player possess such capabilities? Consequently, the vast majority of players from our village believed such fortune was beyond their reach. At the same time, a new announcement captured everyone's attention. Congratulations to our village player Lu Kuang for being the first to reach level 2, rewarded with an increase in constitution by 1. The chat bar immediately shifted its focus of discussion. Wow, I haven't even leveled up once, and Lu Kuang has already reached level 2. Exactly. That leveling speed is astonishingly rapid. Alas, being the first to level up and gain an increase in constitution means that for every 10 levels Lu Kuang gains, he will surpass us by 1 level in attributes. The strong only grow stronger. The distance between us and him will only widen as he explores further. Indeed, I foresee that Lu Kuang will inevitably become the overlord of the novice village. It seems that prophecy will soon come to fruition, and that day will arrive swiftly. All is dictated by fate, and not a speck is left to chance. I just reached level 1, and I initially intended to catch up to Lu Kuang. But seeing him attain level 2 and claim his reward has deflated my spirits. Forget it, I won't pursue him any longer. In the past, Liu Bang, a rogue from Peixian, became an emperor. Later, Liu Xiao, a farmer from Nanyang, became the restorer of the Han dynasty, and then Liu Bei, a mat weaver and sandal seller, divided the world into 3 parts, claiming one. Now, Lu Kuang, a butcher of pigs and cattle, has boundless potential ahead. Who would have thought that from the Han dynasty to the present day, the Liu clan's legacy continues unabated, ready to flourish once more? Lu Kuang, peering at the screen, felt a surge of excitement. He couldn't help but wonder, am I truly that impressive? Yet, as he listened to the enthusiastic discussions around him, it seemed this matter might indeed hold truth. Could it be that he had previously underestimated his own strength? Perhaps the next goal should be set on treasures. Lu Kuang fervently continued his journey deeper into the wild bull prairie, where the experience required to advance from level 2 to 3 would exponentially multiply. He could already sense the arduousness of leveling up, but the deeper he ventured, the more numerous the wild bulls became. With renewed determination, he thought perhaps he could reach level 3 today and gain additional attributes. He hurried along, feeling as though a beautiful life was beckoning him. After a lifetime of butchering cattle, the days of hardship were finally coming to an end. Previously, people said that when one stands at the wind's edge, even pigs can fly. Lu Kuang had not believed it, but now he did. Why could the butcher Zhang Fei become a great general, and the beggar Zhu Yuanzhang achieve imperial greatness? Was it not all due to fortune? Now, fortune was favoring Lu Kuang. In the archery training ground, Qin Han gazed at the world announcement and promptly concealed his name displayed above his head. A bitter smile adorned his face. In the eternal life game, competition is encouraged, and players who acquire significant treasures are publicly acknowledged, aiming to incite rivalry among them. Currently, he remains quite feeble. Should news of his possession of valuable artifacts reach the ears of formidable beings from higher races, he would undoubtedly become the target of numerous conspiracies, complicating matters considerably. Fortunately, the game announcement reveals only names, omitting specific starter village details. Furthermore, in the myriad realms, the name Qin Han is likely as abundant as fish crossing a river. As long as he refrains from acknowledging it, no one will focus their attention on him for the time being. Seizing this moment of obscurity, he must swiftly rise to power, at the very least, to acquire the ability to safeguard himself. Moreover, by concealing his name, it becomes exceedingly difficult for others to discern his identity, thus alleviating many potential troubles. Calming his mind, Qin Han directed his gaze toward the 11 points of heavenly Dao value. A cautious smile unconsciously emerged on his face. As an experienced player, he understood better than anyone that heavenly Dao value is one of the most precious resources within this game, often determining success or failure in the ultimate battleground. The benefits of heavenly Dao value are boundless. One notable use is that, should one accumulate enough, they could directly exchange it for the divine essence of the supreme deity, ascending to become one of the most powerful beings in the entire universe. In his previous life, he toiled endlessly, ultimately acquiring only 1 point of heavenly Dao value. Yet, upon his rebirth, he had already secured 11 points. This immense sense of happiness invigorated him greatly. With excitement coursing through him, he turned his gaze to the token for the top-tier archer class. Top-tier archer class token, growth rate, 5-fold. Class aura, increases bow and arrow damage by 70%. Increases speed by 70%. Increases firing rate by 70%. Increases arrow sharpness by 70%. With 4 passive abilities and 1 growth rate. Items that enhance attributes by percentage are exceedingly rare in the Eternal Life game. This token not only significantly boosts attributes but also occupies no equipment slots, making it immensely valuable throughout all stages of the game. In the game, the initial class token offers a growth rate of 1.5 times, the intermediate 2 times, the advanced 3 times, and the top tier 5 times. This means that possessing a top-tier class token equates to leveling up 5 times for an ordinary player. As the game progresses, leveling becomes increasingly challenging, and the value of class tokens can expand infinitely. What does this imply? When an ordinary player reaches the pinnacle of the novice village at level 20, they will see an increase of 200 points to their constitution. In contrast, a player with a top-tier class will experience an increase of 1,000 points to their constitution at level 20. The disparity of 5-fold, coupled with the passive aura of a professional, resembles a contest between a special forces operative and a kindergarten child, an unequivocal domination in one-on-one encounters, an overwhelming superiority in 1 against 10, and the same relentless victory even in a 1 against 50 scenario. For those ordinary players in low martial arts realms, their initial strength barely reaches a mere 20 points, rendering such a gap insurmountable for the average denizen of Blue Star. However, to elite professional players, this disparity is akin to a gentle drizzle. With merely a single level, they can effortlessly surpass their counterparts. Even those ordinary players from peak races can be equaled by elite professionals who merely need to ascend to over 100 levels, with the aid of professional passives. Overcoming them becomes a trivial task. Most crucially, within the game, numerous dungeons and secret realms offer rewards for attributes such as physical constitution. Moreover, the dynamics of personal dungeons enhance strength in real time. The stronger the constitution, the more challenging the dungeon becomes. This effectively levels the playing field, as professionals possess their unique auras. In scenarios of equivalent difficulty, individuals endowed with a professional aura are akin to those adorned in formidable gear, naturally traversing farther than their non-professional peers and reaping richer rewards. In time, this can further narrow the physical gap with peak races. To speak candidly, while the initial 5,000 points of constitution for peak races may appear daunting in later stages, any top-tier professional can easily overpower those from peak races devoid of a profession. Yet, when one casts their gaze upon the myriad realms, the top-tier professional tokens lose their significance. The cumulative total of all top-tier professional tokens across the game likely exceeds 100 million. As the game progresses and the weak are eliminated, the battlefield may eventually consist solely of top-tier professionals. At that juncture, being at the top becomes merely ordinary. Presently, transitioning to a profession may only lead one down the well-trodden path of their predecessors. Furthermore, among those from peak races, Their combat acumen is far superior to that of individuals from typical worlds. Should they acquire a top-tier professional token, the formidable synergy could yield terrifying strength. His ambition is to surpass everyone across the cosmos. Yet, relying solely on this foundation is far from sufficient. Of course, top-tier professions are not the apex of professional ranks. There exists an even higher echelon. The combination of two top-tier professional tokens can lead to a transition into a saint-level profession. Achieving a saint-level profession will propel him further, marking a pivotal goal for his forthcoming endeavors. Qin Han took a moment to compose himself, placing the prestigious Archer's class transfer token into his pocket, his gaze shifting toward the God-slaying bow. The God-slaying bow, a treasure of exceptional growth potential. Its attack power stands at 100, disregarding all forms of defense. The damage will increase in tandem with the wielder's progression. There exists a 1 in a billion chance for an instant kill. No reloading required. Further abilities will be unveiled as it develops. Truly, the God-slaying bow lives up to its name, boasting a 1 in a billion chance for a lethal strike. Although the odds may seem slim, this attribute alone bestows upon it the possibility of slaying even the highest of deities. Moreover, as the God-slaying bow continues to evolve, this probability will only augment. One day, it shall indeed be capable of vanquishing a god with a single shot. Ignoring defenses is akin to inflicting true damage. This is a divine passive ability that, in my previous life, even the top-tier archers scarcely possessed. Furthermore, the lack of need for reloading is a coveted trait that all archers dream of but seldom attain. With this attribute, worries about arrows will be a thing of the past. Bind. The binding of the god-slaying bow was successful. It became non-transferable and indestructible. Should the wielder perish, the god-slaying bow would dissipate alongside them. In that fleeting moment, a profound bond of bloodline connection was forged between Qin Han and the god-slaying bow. Retrieve. With a mere thought, the bow vanished from his hands instantly. Manifest. In the next heartbeat, the god-slaying bow reappeared in his grasp. The treasure possessed a spirit, once bound. It could be summoned and retracted at will. Drawing the bowstring elicited a silky sensation that was utterly intoxicating. Master, I must take my leave. Clutching the god-slaying bow, Qin Han made to depart, yet his feet remained rooted to the spot. For within this archery training ground lay another invaluable treasure he was determined to acquire. Child, wait a moment. The archery training instructor called out to Qin Han, astonished that he had so swiftly gained the bow's recognition. He must have been favored by the god of archery. By the grace of the archery god, I have one more assessment for you. Should you succeed, an unexpected reward awaits you. With a smile, Qin Han acknowledged the arrival of the hidden task. He said, Mentor, please initiate the new assessment. I am fully prepared. Oh, my dear child, you are indeed quite eager, much like myself, chuckled the archery mentor. Raising his index finger to his lips, he suddenly blew sharply. And with a piercing whistle, a magnificent steed materialized, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, its eyes gleaming with a crimson glow. Child. This is a creature from another realm, known as nightmares, possessing extraordinary abilities and has never acknowledged a master. With a flourish of his hand, the mentor conjured 50 targets, moving erratically in the sky. He continued, if you can tame nightmares within a minute and strike all the targets while riding it, I shall bestow nightmares upon you as a reward. I'll share a secret with you. Nightmares is the proudest horse in existence, and conventional taming methods may prove futile. While failure in this assessment incurs no punishment, this will be your sole opportunity to claim nightmares. Qin Han nodded, a grave expression crossing his face. He had perused the strategy guide, which indicated that the prerequisite for acquiring the nightmarish steed was to possess the Godslayer bow. In the previous life, as the game approached its later stages, the multiversal form would emerge, allowing players to share their experiences. If the game determined a player's account to be accurate, the more views it garnered, the greater the rewards. The benefits that could be obtained were irresistible to countless formidable players. Thus, when the multiversal forum opened, innumerable players recounted their enigmatic experiences within the game. The quest for the nightmarish steed was shared by a former possessor of the Godslayer bow. This individual had undertaken the task but ultimately failed. They had previously shared their conjectures regarding the taming of the nightmarish steed. A steed as proud as this one would not tolerate anyone approaching it from behind to tame it, nor would it ever submit to a weakling. To tame it, one must be even prouder, demonstrating an aura that transcends the gods and shatters the heavens. Qin Han meticulously pondered her words, finding them in harmony with the insights of his training mentor. With her approach, success was almost assured. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Han immediately commenced his quest. He stood tall and proud, fixing his gaze upon the crimson-eyed nightmare steed. With an air of superiority, he proclaimed, "I, with aspirations soaring to the heavens, shall ride only the finest steed in existence. Are you worthy?" His eyes scrutinized, radiating authority and challenge. The nightmare steed appeared to comprehend his words. As it reared back on its hind legs, its head held high, and the crimson glow in its eyes intensified, as if to declare that, aside from itself, all other horses in the world are mere trifles. The aura of Qin Han, forged through a lifetime of battles, surged forth as he stepped closer and declared, "The path I tread is destined to be fraught with thorns and laden with hardships. Should you choose to accompany me, will you falter?" The eyes of the nightmarish steed flickered, emanating a crimson light that burst forth like a tempest, seemingly indifferent to the myriad challenges of the world. With a determined step forward, Qin Han inquired, "Would you be willing to become my companion in conquering the realms, sharing both glory and disgrace, life and death?" At that moment, the nightmarish steed reared its front hooves, emitting a joyful neigh. Gradually, it approached Qin Han, bowing its head to nuzzle against his chest. "My dear brother, let us fight together for the future." With those words, Qin Han mounted the steed and urged it to gallop swiftly across the training grounds. Although the training instructor had not mandated that archery be performed while mounted, he believed in embracing the challenge of riding and shooting. In the realm of gaming, the most arduous tasks often yield the highest rewards. Summoning the Godslayer bow, he drew back the string, and a translucent white energy arrow materialized, soaring forth with his release. In a seamless motion, Qin Han struck all 50 targets with precision. "Excellent. Remarkable. Young one, you have completed the task with the utmost excellence. In recognition of your outstanding performance, I bestow upon you a set of dark gold saddlebags." As the instructor concluded his words, a brand new black saddle appeared on the nightmarish steed, its fine leather glimmering subtly, adding an air of mystery to the already dark creature. Qin Han beamed with joy as he promptly bonded with the nightmare horse. The bonding was a success. The nightmare horse is a singularly evolving steed of unparalleled majesty. This noble creature, the most solitary of its kind, recognizes only one master throughout its life. Upon the master's demise, it willingly self-destructs in loyalty. Its base movement speed increases in tandem with its master-esque progression, boasting a speed enhancement of 100. It possesses boundless energy and the ability to traverse water. It can only perish through self-destruction. Additional capabilities will be unveiled as it matures. Equipped with the Gray Eagle saddle set, an item of dark gold grade, it doubles the horse's carrying capacity and augments its movement speed by 30%. The saddlebag offers a storage space of 1,000, allowing for effortless access within 50 meters of the steed through mere thought. Qin Han was overjoyed. Indeed, it was something extraordinary. Even in its most rudimentary state, it could easily surpass a multitude of fine steeds. If it were to grow in the future, how remarkable would it become? The Black Eagle saddle was quite impressive as well, particularly with its 1,000 space storage, which perfectly alleviated his immediate concerns. Meanwhile, the world announcement echoed once more. Congratulations to player Qin Han for acquiring a unique treasure, rewarding him with a point of heavenly Dao value. Gazing at the global notice, people across the realms were left bewildered. Hadn't he just entered the game for less than half a day? Many were still wandering the novice square like curious children, admiring the flowers and grass. Others had already obtained 2 unique treasures, and with the world announcement, it was surely something formidable. At this rate, who could possibly contend with such a person? Would it render the game unplayable? Perhaps everyone should simply lie down and await their fate. What was the point of continuing to play? In an instant, Qin Han became the object of envy and resentment for all in the myriad worlds. In the Y520131 novice village, a stunning woman halted her steps, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. If one instance could be attributed to luck, then consecutive occurrences must be due to skill. This Qin Han would undoubtedly carve out his place in the future among the realms and deserved close attention. In the 688 novice village, the chatter erupted anew. Another unique treasure, another Qin Han. Most likely the same individual. Was he perhaps a favored child of the heavens? So favored by fate? This was a world-class announcement. Even in the ordinary online games I had played, those who triggered server-wide notifications were always among the elite. Now, in this vast universe, to receive such an announcement, I dare say it must pertain to an entity of unimaginable stature. a being of the highest caliber of civilization. Please, do not speak thus. I still hold a glimmer of hope that our Qin Han from 688 is indeed the one. Your words shatter my dreams. Our village? Let us be realistic. I checked, and this Qin Han is still at level 0. It seems he is merely wandering the village, still grappling with the game. At such a critical juncture, neglecting to level up. Could such a person have any future? Look at the great Lu Kuang. He is the true powerhouse. I just heard someone mention that Lu Kuang skipped lunch, still tirelessly hunting monsters. That is the model we should aspire to, deep within the novice grassland. En route to the more abundant buffalo territory, Lu Kuang casually opened the chat window. Seeing others discuss him, he smiled with pride but chose not to speak. Those world-class announcements were of little concern to him. He had no interest in who Qin Han was. His focus lay solely in establishing dominance within this novice village. As the saying goes, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. What lies far away is unattainable and thus not truly one's own. Only what can be grasped is of real value. The initial upgrade, granting even a slight boost to physical attributes, was the tangible benefit he sought. Archer training ground. After reaping all the benefits, Qin Han no longer lingered. Farewell, Minner. Mounting his steed, Qin Han galloped a few paces before abruptly reining in his horse. Turning back to say, I almost forgot something. Minter, if circumstances allow, once I have gained sufficient strength, perhaps I could assist you in reclaiming your beloved. Upon hearing this, the archer Minter trembled once more, exclaiming, Are you implying that Hong Ling is still alive? Qin Han, although death is an irreversible fate, the essence of a person's soul is destined to wander to a mysterious realm. Hong Ling possesses strength that rivals your own. Perhaps her soul lingers in some distant corner of the universe. Upon hearing this, the archery Minter trembled uncontrollably, his gaze resolute for the first time. If you can assist me in retrieving Hong Ling, I vow upon my life to pledge my eternal loyalty to you. System, archery Minter's affinity increased by 20. Epic quest, the redemption of the lonely soul. Please venture into the spirit realm to locate Hong Ling's soul, lift the curse that binds her, and facilitate her reunion with the archery Minter. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han was instantly filled with joy. This was indeed an epic quest. Throughout the entirety of the game, such quests were exceedingly rare. Moreover, epic quests were unique in nature. Completing one would yield at least a modicum of heavenly Dao points. And there was even a chance of acquiring a legendary treasure. Not to mention, this particular task promised the guidance of a formidable figure like the archer Minter. His earlier remarks were merely a fleeting recollection of a vast game world in the later stages, the spirit realm, a sanctuary for the powerful within the universe. Those who attained a certain level of strength would have their souls ascend to this ethereal domain upon death. To think that merely by uttering a few words, he would be bestowed with an epic quest was nothing short of a delightful surprise. Farewell, Minter. After respectfully clasping his fists in gratitude towards the Minter, Qin Han turned his steed and galloped away. He rode the nightmare, charging down the mountainside. Upon his arrival, he had possessed nothing but a tattered garment, avoiding even the slightest of formidable creatures. Now, emboldened by the speed of the nightmare, he dared to traverse the novice village's monster zone with reckless abandon. The descent was fraught with rugged terrain, yet beneath the iron hooves of the nightmare, it felt as smooth as a well-trodden path. The earth beneath him whizzed by, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Han found himself amidst the dense forest. Hiss hiss, a familiar sound echoed. The departing forest python had returned, its demeanor exceedingly ferocious, blocking the path like a bandit lying in wait. Upon spotting Qin Han, its eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty gleam. Ah, a visitor. That means a meal is at hand. Tonight's dinner is secured. Humans must taste delightful. Without hesitation, it opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Qin Han with lightning speed, its vicious fangs intent on tearing him asunder. However, the tides had turned. The once fearful Qin Han now felt no trepidation before the serpent. Nightmare, maneuver. Qin Han's expression was relaxed as he swiftly issued commands. The nightmarish beast, truly a remarkable creature, displayed remarkable intelligence. Upon hearing Qin Han's directive, it abruptly stomped the ground, enabling him to evade the fierce strike from Sun Mang with ease, and it created a sufficient distance between them. Seizing the moment while Sun Mang turned, Qin Han summoned the God Layer Bow and released an arrow. The energy arrow, disregarding all defenses, pierced through Sun Mang's body. Simultaneously, the name of the creature became visible, adorned with a crimson suffix and a red skull emblem. The monster, 5 levels higher than the player, was marked with a red name. The crimson skull symbol indicated that this Sin Mang was merely an ordinary monster. Soon after, a damage notification of -101 floated up prominently. With a faint smile, Qin Han understood that his physique was directly linked to all attributes. With a physique of 10, he possessed a mere point of attack and 30 health points. His initial attributes amounted to a modest 10 points, translating to a single point of attack. The God-slaying bow boasted an impressive attack power of 100, bringing his total to 101 points. Furthermore, the bow's ability to ignore defenses rendered his damage akin to true damage. The forest python had approximately 3,000 health points. Inflicting 101 points of damage with each arrow, it would take roughly 30 arrows to vanquish the creature, a remarkably efficient endeavor. Yet, there was potential for greater efficiency. Drawing his bow, Qin Han meticulously aimed, anticipating the trajectory of the forest python. With a swift release, an arrow soared and struck true, piercing the creature's vital spot. A yellow damage indicator materialized, -1,010 critical damage, a tenfold strike. Such formidable damage indicated that merely 2 more arrows would suffice to eliminate the forest python. In that moment of agonizing pain, the forest python twisted its massive body and sought refuge in the dense forest, maneuvering behind towering trees in an attempt to escape. Alas, it faced a seasoned veteran player. The art of prediction was second nature to him. Regardless of the python's evasive maneuvers, Qin Han unleashed another arrow, which found its mark as the creature passed between 2 trees, once again striking its vital spot. -1,010 yellow damage appeared once more. The overwhelming damage inflicted grievous wounds upon the forest python, causing it to writhe on the ground. Without delay, Qin Han released another arrow, dealing -1,010 damage yet again. In the blink of an eye, the colossal creature collapsed. From its lifeless body, a small orb of white light emerged and entered Qin Han, signaling his victory over the forest python and awarding him 500 experience points. Your experience is sufficient. Would you like to level up? Declining the offer for now, Qin Han chose to decline. If the player opts not to upgrade, the experience will reset to 0. Confirm. Without hesitation, Qin Han decided against upgrading. For a seasoned player like him, experience points held little value. They were readily obtainable and of no concern to him. Moreover, leveling up at this stage would be akin to exhausting resources without a solid foundation, which he refused to do. With a mere thought, he stored the corpse of the forest python in his spatial pouch. Although this level 10 forest python was merely a common creature with unpalatable meat, its skin was excellent material for crafting leather armor, and the tailor shop in the novice village would gladly accept it. While its worth may be modest, as an experienced player, he had grown accustomed to seizing even the slightest advantage. Furthermore, the spatial pouch could accommodate up to 99 identical items without consuming significant space. With a saddlebag offering 1,000 slots, such trifles were inconsequential. Nightmare, let us depart. Qin Han gently patted the neck of his steed, preparing to move to the next location. However, at that moment, the nightmare steed's eyes glowed with a fierce crimson light, its gaze fixated on the leftward forest. Following the direction of its gaze, Qin Han smiled upon spotting a cluster of verdant grass not far away, where a bright red, plump fruit was growing, the crimson serpent apple. This low-grade spirit fruit, when consumed, could temporarily increase one's health by 1,000 points, with a restoration of 10 health points per second for a duration of 1 minute. I had almost forgotten that this forest is abundant in crimson serpent apples. If I could gather a few more, my journey to the next destination would become considerably easier. Without hesitation, Qin Han dismounted and swiftly ventured into the forest, diligently searching for the spirit fruits. Such fruits are plentiful during the initial stages of exploration, yet once harvested, their respawn time is quite prolonged. After a while, Qin Han had gathered a satisfactory amount of crimson serpent apples and felt content. Glancing at the sky, he noted the sun was high. So he mounted his nightmare steed and hastened toward his next destination. This time, riding such a magnificent creature as the nightmare, his speed was nearly a blur. He traversed through various wild zones with remarkable swiftness, the pursuing monsters unable to even graze the tip of his tail. Since his rebirth, he finally experienced the exhilarating freedom of galloping across the plains. The fatigue of a day's travel had taken its toll. To the north of the novice village, the Huangshe plain lay ahead, with a lush, primitive jungle rising before him, vast and boundless. Qin Han urged his horse into the thicket, skillfully dodging various monsters as he pressed onward. After an indeterminate time, he arrived at a peculiar location where the trees stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a perfect square, akin to a meticulously arranged row of pencils. Only in the central area was there a pathway wide enough for three to walk abreast. As Qin Han rode his nightmare to the entrance, he instinctively tightened the reins. What appeared to be an innocuous entrance to others loomed before him like a treacherous abyss. A sea of blood and wailing spirits, instilling a sense of dread. The Maze Forest, a level 10 wild zone, is among the most mysterious places in the novice village. In his previous life, throughout the entire novice phase, players who ventured into the Maze Forest met with one of two fates. An astounding 99.9999% simply wandered in circles before retreating. The remaining players, once they entered, never returned. Those who did not emerge were invariably removed from the game, signifying their deaths. No one knew what those players endured in their final moments. Nor did anyone comprehend what lay deep within the Maze Forest. It wasn't until the final battleground that the veil of mystery surrounding the Maze Forest was lifted. Within dwelled a unique boss, the ancient Witch Queen. Initially, the Witch Queen's strength was not formidable, yet she possessed a truly terrifying ability: infinite slaughter enhancement. In the boundless world, should any avatar of the Witch Queen slay a player, the abilities of all her incarnations would simultaneously be enhanced. Most novice players lack strength, and wandering into the misty woods is tantamount to delivering oneself to slaughter. Despite the labyrinthine complexity of the misty woods, which ranks among the most challenging mazes in existence, the sheer volume of players, an astronomical number of novices, overwhelms the landscape. The lives of these players serve as sustenance, nurturing the emergence of an unspeakably terrifying and unparalleled monstrosity. On the final battlefield, the Witch Queen engaged in combat with the supreme deity without yielding an inch, ultimately driven by her ambition to devour the universe, which prompted several supreme gods to unite and vanquish her. Upon her demise, her autobiographical writings revealed this harrowing secret history. Most notably, the Witch Queen possessed a singular treasure, the coveted witch poison pearl, a gem that countless beings yearned for. Had it not been for the necessity of acquiring the witch poison pearl after Qin Han's rebirth, he would not have ventured here. Casting a glance at the entrance, Qin Han steeled himself and spurred his horse forward. Although this area is merely a level 10 wilderness, its entrance is shrouded deep within an impenetrable forest. Few can even locate the entrance, let alone navigate the hellishly difficult maze that lies beyond. Moreover, with the game having only progressed half a day, the number of players who have successfully found their way here is considerably low, further diminished by the complexity of entrance requirements. He could only hope that the Witch Queen's power had not escalated to terrifying heights. At this juncture, he possessed the singular opportunity to confront her. Should he miss this chance, even if he ascended to the status of a supreme god in the future, he would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with her. Tightening his grip on the god-slaying bow, Qin Han felt a slight sense of reassurance. Although the Witch Queen was formidable, he wielded the nightmare and the god-slaying bow, which provided him with a fighting chance. As time trickled away, the interior of the Misty Woods proved to be exceedingly convoluted. Even the most skilled puzzle solvers would struggle to unravel its mysteries. However, as one reborn and well-versed in the Witch Queen's exploits, Qin Han understood the correct method to navigate the maze. Nevertheless, it took him nearly half an hour to reach the central area of the labyrinth. There lay a vast clearing, at the center of which stood a small wooden cottage with tendrils of smoke curling from its chimney. Before he could approach, a woman in her 40s appeared at the entrance. With a gentle countenance, she wore an apron cinched at her waist, her hands dusted with flour. Anyone witnessing this scene would assume she was a harmless and good-natured matron. Yet, an inexplicable tension gripped Qin Han's heart. It was evident that the Witch Queen's power had escalated more swiftly than he had anticipated. He recalled from her autobiography that the original Witch Queen had been a frail old crone, unsteady, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. With her power surging, her visage had continually transformed to a more youthful form. Given her current appearance, it was clear she had dispatched numerous players. The seemingly endless tide of players now contained far more successful entrants than he had envisioned. At the entrance, the Witch Queen did not step beyond the threshold. Instead, she leaned against the door, her countenance benevolent as she gazed upon Qin Han. Finally, someone has arrived. I thought I would never see a living soul in this lifetime. How wonderful. Child, come here quickly. I have matters in need of your assistance. Were an ordinary player present, they might have genuinely believed they had stumbled upon an NPC quest. Qin Han deftly maneuvered his horse, remaining unfold. The Witch Queen. Possessing unparalleled skills in both sorcery and poison would surely bring misfortune to anyone foolish enough to venture within. To act recklessly would likely lead one into a perilous predicament. Qin Han remarked, "The horse is too tall to enter the house. Perhaps you should come over instead." The Witch Queen was taken aback, not expecting this young man to be so astute. Had she encountered him at his weakest, she might have had to exert considerable effort. However, now that she had regained much of her strength, she no longer regarded this seemingly feeble, level 0 individual as a mere pawn. Suddenly, the Witch Queen's eyes glowed a deep crimson, and she spoke slowly. "Child, you seem weary. Come down from your horse and rest inside. The bed within is exceedingly comfortable." In an instant, Qin Han's gaze became vacant, devoid of focus, and an inexplicable urge to obey her command washed over him, compelling him to dismount and enter the house. Yet, the experiences of his past life rendered him unusually vigilant. His body jolted, and he immediately regained his senses. "Ah, how intriguing. You have managed to break free from my hypnotic spell," she mused. "Indeed, the flesh of one with such a resolute will as yours should prove to be quite delectable." At that moment, the Witch Queen cast aside her disguise, her expression transforming into one of malevolence as she surged forth from the house with a swiftness that belied her middle-aged appearance. It was in this very instant Qin Han's heart surged with excitement. If the Witch Queen had remained indoors, it would have been a daunting task to eliminate her. However, now that she had emerged, the situation had become considerably more manageable. "Nightmare, intercept her. Ensure that she does not cast her spells, and under no circumstances allow her to retreat indoors." With a commanding shout, Qin Han dismounted swiftly, creating distance between himself and the Witch Queen, raising the god-slaying bow to take aim from afar. Nightmare, true to its divine nature, immediately understood the command and charged at the Witch Queen. "How dare this mere steed obstruct me?" she scoffed, as if lost in a fantasy. With a flourish, she conjured a sphere of toxic mist and hurled it towards the charging horse's head. On the open ground, the poisonous vapor was poised to strike Nightmare. Yet, the steed's swiftness surpassed that of the Witch Queen. It reared back and, with a powerful kick, sent the Witch Queen staggering, interrupting her incantation. As she staggered back, she attempted to continue her spellcasting, only to be thwarted once more by Nightmare. "What manner of horse is this, so fearless of my power?" she exclaimed, impressed. "Well done, Nightmare." Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Han was filled with immense joy. Although the nightmarish attribute possessed a relatively low attack power, almost negligible, its remarkable traits of infinite life and boundless stamina enabled it to incessantly interrupt the actions of the ancient witch, leaving her with no opportunity to attend to other matters. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Han focused intently, waiting for the perfect moment, and then released an arrow with a swift motion. With a soft thud, the arrow struck the shoulder of the ancient witch, and a vivid red number -101 floated into view. Simultaneously, the name of the ancient witch was revealed, adorned with a resplendent golden skull emblem as a suffix. With a focused gaze, Qin Han observed that the red skull symbolized ordinary monsters, the silver skull denoted elite monsters, and the golden skull represented the formidable leader-tier monsters. An ordinary level 10 monster possessed a health pool of 300 points, while elite monsters boasted a staggering 20-fold increase in health, approximately 66,000 points. In contrast, leader-tier monsters surpassed elite monsters by an astonishing 50 times, reaching a terrifying 3 million health points. High health typically signifies substantial offensive and defensive capabilities. A standard level 10 player would likely struggle to breach the defenses of a level 10 leader, let alone achieve a kill. Fortunately, the god-slaying bow possessed a unique attribute that allowed it to bypass defenses, granting Qin Han a glimmer of hope for victory. With a calm demeanor, he persisted, unleashing a barrage of white energy arrows that fell like rain, targeting the head, throat, and heart. Each arrow struck the Witch Queen's vital points, resulting in a flurry of -1010 yellow numbers that appeared in succession. The Witch Queen, racked with pain, found her movements hindered. A mix of shock and fury surged within her as she yearned to tear apart Qin Han, who lurked behind the nightmare, launching cold arrows. Yet, the nightmare's speed afforded her no opportunity for retaliation, leaving her to endure the onslaught passively. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Han unleashed a flurry of 3 arrows in a heartbeat, each one striking with deadly precision. The Witch Queen's health visibly diminished with each shot, plummeting before the eyes. 10 minutes later, a chilling scream pierced the air as the Witch Queen collapsed, seemingly lifeless. Yet, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. as if a terrifying entity were on the verge of emerging from the depths. Nightmares, return swiftly. Qin Han swiftly summoned his steed, vaulting onto its back. Positioned 10 meters away from the Witch Queen, fully alert and vigilant. The Witch Queen, now at half her health, had transitioned into her second form. Allowing the nightmare to engage further would prove futile at this juncture. After a mere 10 seconds, a dense green luminescence began to emanate from the Witch Queen, her form undergoing a continuous metamorphosis. Vines sprouted from her body, some burrowing into the earth while others danced in the wind. From the swaying vines, fleshy buds unfurled, blossoming into delicate pink flowers within the blink of an eye. As the vines swirled, a cloud of pink pollen dispersed into the air, transforming the entire space into a rosy hue. At that moment, Qin Han felt a surge of dread. His constitution had dwindled to a mere 10 points, translating to only 30 points of health. The toxicity of the pollen was inescapable, inflicting a relentless loss of 50 health points per second. One fleeting moment could spell his demise. Fortunately, upon entering, he had consumed a red serpent fruit, which had granted him a significant boost of 1,000 health points, along with a healing effect of 10 points per second for a duration of 1 minute. With an ample supply of red serpent fruits still in his possession, he harbored no fear of such minor depletions. Cursed be it, you have forced me into this dire state. I shall rend your body to pieces and imprison your soul, condemning you to eternal torment. The cruel voice of the transformed Witch Queen echoed, as she commanded the vines to surge forth towards Qin Han with the swiftness of the wind. Simultaneously, the ground trembled as the subterranean vines broke through the surface, their tendrils morphing into gaping maws, lunging to bite at Qin Han. Fortunately, the nightmare possessed an acute sense of awareness and deftly evaded the onslaught with its extraordinary speed. Qin Han felt a slight sense of relief as he raised the god-slaying bow, launching a relentless barrage of arrows. The damage numbers flickered continuously, -1,000, and 10-1,000, and 10-101. The Witch Queen's health steadily diminished once more. The open space in the center was ample, and the vines were ultimately finite, even in her rage. No matter how swiftly she attacked, it was nearly impossible for her to lay a finger on Qin Han. As time passed, the Witch Queen's health dwindled to a mere 10th, and victory was within reach. Yet, at that moment, ominous clouds drifted in from the horizon, plunging the sky into darkness. A tempest swept through the forest, sending leaves and dust swirling, obstructing visibility. What is a nightmare? In darkness, one can naturally perceive their surroundings, but Qin Han, being at level 0, found it difficult to see clearly in such an environment. The silhouette of the Witch Queen became exceedingly vague, forcing him to shoot with only a rough outline to guide him. His successive attacks struggled to land critical hits, and his effectiveness diminished tenfold. Fortunately, the Witch Queen's health was nearly depleted. Relying on the indistinct shadow and his acute sense of hearing, he continued to fire. Occasionally, he managed to strike vital points by sheer chance. After 15 minutes, a despairing scream echoed, signaling the imminent demise of the Witch Queen. I never anticipated that I would ultimately lose, especially to an ordinary human. However, even in death, you shall not escape your fate. With those words, the Witch Queen's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. A surge of green light radiated from her center, illuminating the entire arena as if it were day. Above the green luminescence, anguished spirits manifested as skeletal forms, seemingly intent on claiming Qin Han's life. Qin Han furrowed his brow in concern. The green light emanated a deadly poison, a venom invoked by the Witch Queen at the cost of her own life. A mere touch could render one incapable of recovery. These malevolent spirits were undoubtedly the players slain by the Witch Queen, now transformed into her final means of assault. Nightmare, rush into the house, swiftly. He commanded Nightmare, propelling it at breakneck speed towards the nearby cottage, with the vengeful spirits and the toxic green light in relentless pursuit. Within the dwelling, at the very center of the altar, lay a bead radiating an ominous blend of red and green luminescence. Ignoring all else, Qin Han swiftly grasped the gem in his hand. At that very moment, the malevolent spirits and the virulent poison enveloped him. You have been poisoned, health -200. You have been attacked by a malevolent spirit, health -50. Even more terrifying was the relentless nature of the poison, with numerous spirits attacking at a high frequency. His health diminished just as swiftly as the poisonous effect. Observing his rapidly declining health, Qin Han promptly declared, "Bind the voodoo gem." Binding successful. Voodoo gem, a unique treasure. It feeds on voodoo, the nemesis of all voodoo in the world. Simultaneously, The voodoo gem emitted a radiant aura that shielded Qin Han, halting the descent of his health. Detecting the poison, the voodoo gem automatically began to absorb it. Detecting the sorcery, the voodoo gem automatically began to absorb it. The toxic essence in the room surged into the voodoo gem like fledglings returning to the nest. The malevolent spirits, too, shrieked in agony as they were drawn toward the gem. In a mere 10 seconds, all fell silent. The properties of the voodoo gem astonishingly transformed once again. Voodoo gem, a unique treasure. It feeds on voodoo, the nemesis of all voodoo in the world. Attacks now inflict 200 points of poison damage per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Skill, Soul Harvest, Sorcery, absorbs the resentful thoughts of slain beings, which can be unleashed during attacks. Meanwhile, a global announcement was issued once more. Congratulations to player Qin Han for achieving the first kill of the special boss, the Ancient Voodoo Queen, earning 2 points of Heavenly Dao value. Congratulations to player Qin Han for acquiring a unique treasure, earning 2 points of Heavenly Dao value. In the myriad realms, the inhabitants of every novice village fell into despair. Even those diligently battling monsters to level up felt utterly disheartened. How can one continue to play? I toil endlessly to level up, yet not a single piece of equipment drops, while he, on the other hand, continuously acquires treasures. I'm done. I'm returning to the village to sleep. Who exactly is Qin Han? Why does fortune always favor him? Is he perhaps the favored son of the creator god? In the novice village of Y520131, the stunning beauty gasped in astonishment, exclaiming to herself, Qin Han is even more formidable than I imagined. I truly wish to see what this extraordinary individual who continuously acquires treasures looks like. Inside the wooden cabin, Qin Han was filled with immense joy. Indeed, it was a treasure, and his desperate efforts had not been in vain. Furthermore, this singular voodoo pearl alone was sufficient to reward him with 2 points of Heavenly Dao value, illustrating its extraordinary nature. It is worth noting that as the game progresses, the array of curses and lethal toxins, methods that are exceedingly difficult to guard against, multiplies. A moment's inattention could lead to falling prey to such tactics. Just as earlier, despite having prepared in advance, he was nearly ensnared by the hypnotic technique employed by the Voodoo Queen. This was merely a level 10 boss. Had it been a more formidable foe, the outcome might have been drastically different. With the Voodoo Pearl in his possession, not only would he gain an additional means of attack, but all elements associated with the voodoo arts would pose no threat to him. Moreover, with the Voodoo Pearl at hand, once he absorbed sufficient voodoo power, his offensive capabilities would likewise increase. In the later stages, it is likely that the incidental damage from the Voodoo Pearl alone would be enough to make even the supreme gods take notice. The deadly toxins outside were completely absorbed by the Voodoo Pearl, and tranquility once again enveloped the courtyard as Qin Han stepped outside. The sight of the ancient Voodoo Queen's demise was left charred, her form reduced to mere dust. Yet, amidst the scorched earth, remnants of exploded equipment lay scattered. First, a heap of gold coins caught his eye, and upon closer inspection, there were as many as 10,000 pieces. Qin Han erupted in laughter. Securing the first kill of a special boss monster was truly remarkable. The drop rate was simply astonishing. This represented a wealth of gold. 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin corresponded to 1,000 copper coins. It is worth noting that the drop rate for wild monsters in the game was exceedingly low. Even after slaying 1,000 wild bulls, one could scarcely obtain a single silver coin. Hence, the predominant method of currency acquisition was through the sale of monster carcasses and the collection of ores in the wilderness. During the novice phase, players lacked sufficient inventory space, and even the space bags available in stores were scarce. Consequently, the treasures discovered from defeated wild monsters had to be transported back to the novice village by the most rudimentary means. For instance, those wild bulls near the village entrance, if transported intact back to the butcher, would yield merely 100 copper coins per bull. Considering the time required for transport, one would barely earn a pittance even after toiling all day. In the previous life, throughout the latter part of the novice phase, having 1,000 gold coins was considered exceptional even among the elite players, while average players possessed only a few scattered coins. The thought of amassing 10,000 gold coins on the very first day of the game was nothing short of a fantastical dream. The sound of gold coins being collected echoed with a delightful chime, a melody so enchanting it seemed to resonate within one's very soul, a sensation utterly blissful. Qin Han's eyes involuntarily narrowed. He was tempted to toss the gold coins onto the ground just to gather them once more. However, he ultimately restrained himself. After all, it was merely a handful of coins, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Suppressing his impulse, he shifted his gaze to the remaining items. On the scorched earth lay 3 pieces of equipment: a pitch-black leather armor, a pair of ebony leather pants, and a set of dark leather boots. Had it not been for the faint glow emanating from these items, he might have overlooked them entirely. As he picked up each piece and examined them, a smile once again graced his face. Ancient leather armor, dark gold-grade equipment. Defense, 100, poison resistance, 100, curse resistance, 100, lightning resistance, 100, stealth 1, night vision 1. Constitution requirement, 10. Ancient leather pants, dark gold-grade equipment. Defense, 100, poison resistance, 100, curse resistance, 100, lightning resistance, 100, stealth 1, night vision 1. Constitution requirement, 10. Ancient leather boots, dark gold-grade equipment. Defense, 100, poison resistance, 100, curse resistance, 100, lightning resistance, 100, stealth 1, night vision 1. Constitution requirement, 10. Note: this equipment is part of the Ancient Assassin set, left behind by assassins who failed to slay the Ancient Witch. Collecting the complete set will activate its special effects. Qin Han nodded slightly. In the Eternal Life game, apart from specialized equipment, the basic requirement predominantly revolves around physical attributes. Compared to heavy armor, the physical demands of these leather armors are considerably lower. Even he, a novice player at level 0, can don them with ease. Once adorned in the gear, he instantly transformed. The cumulative 3 points of night vision from the 3 pieces of equipment enabled him to see farther and clearer in the darkness. The 3 points of stealth effect made his body feel lighter, as if unburdened. Remarkably, the garments, which emanated a faint glow, did not reflect any light when worn, making them exceptionally suitable for nocturnal escapades. As for the defensive attributes, they were equally gratifying. A single point of defense could mitigate a corresponding degree of attack power. Unless faced with armor-piercing equipment, it was nearly impossible to inflict damage without breaching defenses, except when targeting the vulnerable heads of opponents lacking protective gear. The resistances against poison, lightning, and curses were formidable as well, with an aggregate of 300 points. Should one employ curses, lightning attacks, or toxic assaults not exceeding that threshold, there would be no loss of health. Even if surpassed, only the excess would be counted. It was a pity that he did not acquire the complete ancient set, as the attributes could have escalated further. However, upon defeating the Witch Queen, this unique boss, all her incarnations across the realms would lose their ability to enhance combat prowess. Subsequent respawns would yield merely a standard boss-level creature. If he could defeat her once, he could do so countless times. In the future, even if he could not farm her directly, he could await the opening of the World Trading Channel to engage in exchanges with others, regardless of the low drop rates. In an infinite world, there would always be someone who could unearth other components. After tallying his gains, Qin Han did not depart. Instead, he entered the Witch Queen's chamber with a sense of anticipation. As an ancient entity, her quarters ought to harbor valuable items, one would presume. The room comprised 3 spaces: a bedroom to the left, a living room in the center, and a kitchen to the right. The furnishings were antiquated and unremarkable. He discovered an ancient dining knife. Should he collect it? An ancient dining plate. Should he gather it? An ancient recipe for crafting flatbread. Should he seize it? An ancient silk quilt. Should he take it? Qin Han wandered around, yet he found nothing of value. These so-called ancient artifacts were merely commonplace items, utterly worthless. Moreover, these were remnants of the ancient Witch Queen, and he could hardly be bothered to collect them. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, he unexpectedly discovered a book emanating a faint glow on the Witch Queen's bookshelf. The game system had not provided any indication, nearly causing him to overlook it. The book was slender, its leather cover embossed with 4 gilded characters, Realm of Shadows. Upon opening it, he found the contents narrated a remarkable experience of the Witch Queen. In ancient times, the Witch Queen had inadvertently entered a bizarre alternate dimension within the domain of the ancient gods, where she acquired a shadow crystal. This extraordinary crystal had the capability to create a perfect doppelganger, one that shared the same strength as the original. Thus, whether it was the original or the doppelganger, any enhancement in power for either would concurrently elevate both. After being replicated countless times by the Heavenly Path and becoming the boss of the novice village, The shadow crystal itself was also duplicated innumerable times, leading to a network of interconnected witch queens across myriad realms, each enhancing the other. It was precisely this phenomenon that birthed the nearly unparalleled and formidable entity of the previous life. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han's breath quickened, for in the latter stages of the game, the existence of divine essences, these quintessential treasures, was a reality. Upon fusion, one could ascend to divinity instantaneously. However, typically, an individual is only capable of merging with a singular divine essence. Yet, with the presence of this shadow crystal, could it not imply the possibility of one person possessing multiple divine essences? Such a magnificent treasure must surely hold greater value than ordinary supreme artifacts. This remarkable item would undoubtedly shine brilliantly on the ultimate battlefield. Qin Han resolved firmly that in this lifetime, he must attain it. Unfortunately, he recalled that the ancient divine domain was a late-stage existence, and he currently lacked the strength to venture there. Thus, he decided to postpone his ambitions for the time being. Closing the book, he placed it into his saddlebag and mounted the nightmarish beast, galloping forth. He had numerous tasks awaiting him. In the depths of the 688 novice village, Lu Kuang tirelessly hunted wild bulls to level up. He fortuitously encountered a massive herd of wild bulls, allowing him to ascend in levels with remarkable swiftness. Once he eliminated the herd, Lu Kuang successfully reached level 3, earning the commendation. Congratulations to village player Lu Kuang for being the first to reach level 3, rewarded with an increase of 1 in physique points. Upon witnessing his achievement, Lu Kuang paused, opening the leaderboard to find his name prominently displayed in first place. Besides him, 10 others had reached level 2, while the majority remained at level 1, with a few even at 0 level. Moreover, in the chat area, a multitude of players were fervently praising him. Having grown accustomed to such admiration, Lu Kuang no longer felt shy. He smiled to himself, mused, "Ah, the solitude of a master is indeed profound." However, others were pursuing him closely, and since the day was still young, he resolved to continue leveling up expediently. The experience required to progress from level 3 to 4 had significantly increased, and the experience gained from slaying wild bulls would diminish progressively. It was time to venture into new hunting grounds. At that moment, he found himself deep in the prairie, with the lair of wild wolves visible not far away. These wild wolves appeared formidable, and he was uncertain of their difficulty in combat. Nevertheless, having gained experience from hunting bulls, he felt confident that he could manage these wild wolves after a bit of exploration. With anticipation, Lu Kuang closed the chat area, brandished his sword, and headed toward the wolf territory. Just then, an unexpected village announcement suddenly emerged in the 688 novice village. Congratulations to village player Lulu for being the first to change class, rewarded with an increase of 1 in physique points. This sudden news left all players momentarily stunned, followed by a flurry of inquiries in the chat box. Change class? What is that? It even has a system announcement. It must be something significant, right? Lulu, could you elaborate? Unaware of the rarity of class changes, Lulu promptly responded in the chat. Brothers, changing class means becoming a professional. Professionals possess class benefits and growth value bonuses. I am a junior professional, and according to the explanation, I will receive a 1.5 times growth value bonus as I level up. Wow. So that means you gain 5 more physique points for each level compared to us. That's incredible. Brother, can you share the conditions for changing class? What level is required? Lulu replied, "It's not complicated at all. There is a knife dojo 2 kilometers north of the village. I stumbled upon it while hunting monsters. After training there, I took an assessment. As for the conditions, it seems there are none. I am still at 0 level. That's fantastic. I must hurry and go as well. Lulu, my brother, I have reached level 1 now. If I change my profession, will the levels I have already gained still provide a physical enhancement? Lulu, according to the description, I fear not. What? That amounts to 5 points of physical enhancement. How could it be gone? Goodness, brothers. Does this imply that the correct approach to the game is to change professions before leveling up? Essentially, the levels we gain today become a loss. Look at the leaderboard. The top player, Lu Kuang, is already at level 3. With his profession change, he gains a boost of 15 points in physical enhancement, and his rewards for leveling up amount to merely 3 points. What a tremendous loss. Lulu, there is likely more to it, my friends. I've learned that the primary profession is merely the most basic tier. There are intermediate and advanced levels above it, and the growth multiplier increases as one ascends. Goodness. This is too exaggerated. What is the point in leveling up then? I must halt my losses and swiftly change professions. My heavens, this is utterly surreal. In an instant, the top-ranking Lu Kuang has become the bottom dweller. I almost feel sorry for him. What is there to feel sorry about? It's a game, filled with surprises. I had thought Lu Kuang would be the dominant force in the novice village, but now it seems he may become the village's laughingstock. It's absurd that some still fawn over him this morning. Indeed, he is merely a butcher, relying on brute strength to reach the top ranks. What skill is that? In a universe-spanning game, one cannot simply progress by leveling up and defeating monsters. Relying solely on strength will not carry one far. Brothers, let us go, swiftly change professions. We must demonstrate to some what it truly means to be a genuine gamer. In the wild wolf area, Lu Kuang gradually discovered methods to slay the wild wolves, increasing his monster-killing speed. After defeating another wild wolf, he found a large rock to sit upon, smiling as he opened the chat area. Eager to share his newfound proficiency in leveling up in the wild wolf zone, believing he would surely receive accolades from everyone. Although only a day had passed, he had grown accustomed to the flattery directed at him. In fact, at this moment, the absence of compliments from others left him feeling uneasy. However, upon reading the messages, Lu Kuang froze in disbelief, his smile stiffening on his face, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead and back as if they were unrestrained. A wave of humiliation and despair surged through him. Initially, he had planned to bask in the adoration of others upon returning to the village at dusk. He even envisioned the female players surrounding him like courtesans and pondered whether to sign autographs with his left or right hand, rehearsing in his mind the gestures of greeting them countless times. Yet now, in an instant, since Lu made an appearance in the chat area and the news of the profession change became public, he was abruptly reduced from a rising star and future tyrant of the novice village to a pariah, the epitome of what to avoid. Why has this happened? Lu Kuang, overwhelmed with despair, cast aside the blade in his grasp, burying his hands within his hair as he sank to the ground in anguish. The enchanting beauty, clad in white as pure as snow, held in her possession a prestigious class transition token for archers, preparing to return to the village to undergo her own transformation. However, en route, she fortuitously stumbled upon the Swordsmanship Academy. Before the academy, a throng of players surged forward, eager to enter. What could be the cause of such commotion? The exquisite maiden, intrigued, approached the scene. Her gait was remarkably graceful, each step a delicate dance, her every movement exuding elegance and charm. As she made her entrance, a voice emerged from the crowd, proclaiming, "The Empress has arrived." Instantly, the atmosphere shifted to hushed silence. All players bowed their heads, lacking even the courage to glance upwards. In unison, they bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Commoners, subjects, pay their respects to Her Majesty the Empress. May you enjoy good health, and may the great Xia endure forever." The stunning beauty gently raised her hand, inquiring, "What is happening here?" A player adorned with a courtly hairstyle quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty. This is the Swordsmanship Academy, where one can obtain a class transition certificate." "Ah," the beauty replied, pondering the information. Upon entering the game, she had been fortunate to encounter the Archer's Transition Point, securing the Elite Archer Transition Token. It seemed the Swordsmanship Academy offered something similar. If a top-tier class transition certificate could facilitate a change to a premier profession, what might the outcome be for two? Would it differ? Regardless of the distinctions, possessing an additional certificate could only be beneficial. Choosing to observe her surroundings upon entering the game, she had not even leveled up today. For her, leveling was an effortless endeavor, achievable at any moment. Conversely, certain opportunities, once missed, were difficult to reclaim. Without further contemplation, the exquisite maiden smiled slightly. "Then I shall partake in the assessment." The crowd collectively tensed, and an official emerged from within, declaring, "Her Majesty the Empress will undertake the assessment. All others, please withdraw." Yet, another player stepped forward discreetly, stating, "Your Majesty, the challenges of the Swordsmanship Academy are quite formidable. Our party has deciphered the strategies up to the 20th level. Would you prefer to observe first before proceeding?" The beauty nodded gently. "Then let us observe for now." In the novice village of 688, following Lu's insightful words, the area was now nearly devoid of players hunting monsters in the wilderness. The majority were diligently seeking class transition locations, particularly the Knife Academy that Lu had mentioned. In the present day, the novice village of 688 has become an epicenter of activity, drawing a multitude of players. Beneath the setting sun, At the foot of the mountains not far from the western part of the village stands an imposing dojo dedicated to the art of the blade. The main structure resembles an ancient imperial palace, grand and resplendent, adorned with a continuous line of candelabras within and a crimson carpet gracing the floor. Outside, rows of orange lanterns sway gently, casting a warm glow as dusk descends. At this moment, throngs of players crowd the dojo's exterior, with no fewer than 1,000 souls present. Among them, Qin Han approaches the vicinity, stepping away from the chaotic throng. He sheaths his nightmarish weapon and the Godslayer bow, leisurely advancing forward. Here lies the next step in his quest for advancement. The dojo serves as a training ground for novice swordsmen, where one can earn a basic long sword by conquering the first trial of the blade. Progressing to the second trial yields a blue long sword, while the third grants the opportunity for a novice swordsman to undergo class advancement. Surmounting all 36 trials culminates in the prestigious certification for the elite swordsman class. Though the dojo is in close proximity to the novice village, it attracts a vast number of players. However, the 36 trials are progressively more challenging, each presenting greater danger and complexity. A moment's inattention could lead to demise. Without sufficient skill and luck, reaching the final trial remains an elusive dream. Furthermore, the trials dynamically adjust in difficulty based on the challenger's abilities, meaning even the mightiest among the peak races possess no inherent advantage beyond their combat experience. At the entrance of the dojo stands an enormous circular display mirror, magnified countless times, showcasing the ongoing trials of players from the novice village. In front of the mirror, many players sit attentively on the ground, their eyes fixed on the reflection, anxious lest they miss even the slightest detail. Clearly, these individuals are absorbing the experiences of others, hoping to glean insights that will aid them in their own journeys. Qin Han shook his head, aware that these individuals remained oblivious to the fact that the items obtained from the trials of the blade would be limited from the very first stage. Should they delay, they would likely end up with nothing at all. In his previous life, he too had been among these people, only realizing in a moment of panic that the slots for novice swordsmen had been filled. Ultimately, fortune favored him as he discovered a hidden realm leading to the 36th stage during the third trial, thereby securing a prestigious position as a master swordsman. Had it not been for that stroke of luck, he would never have reached the final battlefield in his past life. With a calm demeanor, Qin Han stepped into the blade pavilion. Within, a solitary portal stood at the center, allowing only one player at a time to undertake the assessment. In front of the portal, numerous players awaited their turn. Throughout the pavilion, at the 36 training stations, a disciple of the Blade Pavilion was engaged in imparting fundamental swordsmanship training to the newcomers. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the pavilion, players continued to gather in an orderly fashion, registering for their turn. Qin Han found himself at the end of the line, and after enduring a wait of half an hour, it was finally his turn. Seated at a table was a disciple of the Blade Pavilion, whose gaze was indifferent. Without much preamble, he instructed, "Newcomer, take your training token and return when your turn comes for the basic swordsmanship training." Qin Han shook his head and declared, "No need for that. Simply enroll me in the blade trial." The disciple of the Blade Pavilion slightly curled his lips, refraining from dissuasion. To undertake the trial without training was either an act of confidence or sheer folly. Ultimately, the path ahead belonged solely to him. No one else would bear the consequences. "Take this token and queue up. You may enter once the token signals your turn," the disciple said, tossing a trial token to Qin Han with palpable impatience. The token bore flickering numbers, indicating 563. This meant that over 500 individuals were ahead of Qin Han, awaiting their assessment. Ordinarily, even with a one-by-one progression, it would be dawn by the time it was his turn. However, as a reborn individual, he was privy to future developments and thus felt no urgency. Holding the token, Qin Han sought refuge beneath a large tree and sat silently, indifferent to his surroundings. Even when others noticed his gear and approached with inquiries, he kept his eyes closed, resembling a wooden statue. There was a formidable battle ahead, and after a day of exertion, he seized the opportunity to rest, having no time for idle chatter. As time passed, individuals emerged from the entrance, each either clutching a white long knife or a blue long knife, all bearing expressions of distress. Those observing the mirror were keenly aware. If they could not surpass the first 3 challenges, they were truly inept. Indeed, with just a minor flaw, the guardians of the trials could be easily vanquished. Had these individuals' minds been muddled? After such an extensive watch, only a couple had managed to conquer the 3rd challenge. It was disheartening to think about witnessing the latter stages. Why don't you take a turn, brotherly? With your prowess, overcoming the third challenge would be effortless. Allowing us to observe subsequent events, someone suggested. Do you think I'm foolish? If the third challenge grants a novice class token, what would the 36th yield? What level of profession would that entail? Replied the other, awkwardly smiling as he attempted to ease the tension. Coincidentally, my ambition aligns with reaching the final challenge. So let us watch together. Indeed, let all the players from our village hasten to attempt the trials. We shall join once they have completed theirs. Even if we cannot breach the 36th challenge, we can benefit from their explorations and venture further ourselves. It is not the initial success that matters, but rather the final triumph. True masters often reveal their strength at the last moment. Before long, we shall all ascend to prominence within the novice village. Quite right. As the conversation continued, a sudden, urgent voice emerged from the throng within the mirror. Everyone, look at the mirror. At the 688 novice village, outside the Blade Pavilion, a player had just successfully passed the third challenge. Those watching in front of the mirror gasped in astonishment. Is another professional about to emerge? This should be the third transition from our village, correct? Yes, indeed, the third. If we include Lulu, the first to transition, this marks the fourth. Hurry, my friend. Press on and let us witness the nature of the fourth challenge. However, in the mirror, that player hesitated to advance further, instead choosing to abandon the trial with caution. What is this? Is he really giving up? How cowardly. My friend, one cannot judge so harshly. I observed his struggle during the third challenge, and it was evidently taxing. I would have opted for retreat as well. Well, let us continue to watch. I hope someone can advance to the subsequent levels. I simply cannot fathom why these individuals are so inept, unable to surpass even the third challenge. It is truly embarrassing. Were it not for my desire to gain experience, I would be tempted to demonstrate what true skill entails. As they conversed, suddenly, a shocking piece of news arrived. The player who had just cleared the third challenge did not receive the vocational token, nor even the reward of a blue long sword. The onlookers were unsettled. Brothers, there are no more slots for the primary vocation. What shall we do? What can we do? I have been diligently observing. And now to find that all the slots are gone? I had not heard that these vocational tokens were limited. Why panic? It is merely the primary vocation tokens that are no longer available. In the Trial of Blades, there are 36 challenges. If we can progress further, there will surely be higher tier tokens. Brother, I am not suggesting we give up, but if the third challenge is this difficult, the subsequent ones will undoubtedly be more formidable. Do you believe we can advance? What is there to fear? Every challenge can be overcome with the right approach. We shall continue to ponder, and surely we can succeed. Indeed, we must not surrender at the first sign of difficulty. This is a game where we compete against players from all realms. We, the intelligent ones, must bear the weight of humanity's hopes. I concur. Those who wish to abandon this endeavor may leave. I, for one, shall remain to devise a strategy for overcoming the challenges. A lesser number means reduced competition. Within the arena, opinions began to diverge. Some individuals departed while others chose to stay. Meanwhile, those remaining who were training in swordsmanship, awaiting their turn, were far from complacent. They gathered at the entrance of the dojo, filled with righteous indignation. How could this happen? There have only been a few players who have advanced, right? Is it possible that the vocational slots for an entire village are so limited? How are the rest supposed to play? This is unjust. I protest. How can we continue? I refuse to play. A wave of fervor swept through the crowd as many clamored to storm the dojo for answers, determined to seek justice for all. Just then, a cold voice silenced their uproar. Silence. You all must be quiet. The dojo disciple who had registered Qin Han emerged, his countenance as frigid as ice. The primary swordsman vocational slots exceed trillions. In the fair competition of the novice village, if you cannot outshine others, it is a reflection of your own inadequacy. It is essential to inform you that not only are the beginner slots completely filled, but the intermediate slots are also scarce. You, who have barely advanced to the third stage, dare to protest. Have you even taken a moment to reflect on your own limitations? Furthermore, the game of eternal life is not something you can simply dismiss with a wave of your hand. You are but a swarm of insignificant ants, and your opinions are of no consequence. Do you think this is merely child's play? If you choose not to partake, then prepare for your demise. The disciple of the Blade Academy turned coldly, leaving a group of players dumbfounded in his wake. For the first time, the players truly grasped the harsh reality of the game. Initially, they believed that the resources for class transitions in every novice village were uniform, merely a matter of internal competition. However, they were unprepared for such a cruel truth. In the realm of eternal life, all beings are reduced to mere ants. Survival can only be sought within the confines of their rules. Those players who had been fixated on the mirror suddenly felt as though they had lost everything, consumed by regret. What a blunder! After staring at the mirror for so long, they had created such a significant misunderstanding. To overpower the strong, one must first possess strength. In this grand contest of the myriad realms, intermediate slots were vanishing rapidly, while they remained trapped in the beginner phase. With less than a day since the start, I suspect that by tomorrow at the latest, even the remaining slots will be snatched away. Alas, after diligently studying strategies for so long, it seemed utterly futile. Who would have thought that the slots were contested by all realms? I had always assumed that each village would allocate a fixed number of slots. Brothers, let us abandon this pursuit and seek opportunities elsewhere. Opportunities are fleeting. In the future, seize benefits immediately without overthinking. I recall there is a sword dojo about a mile away. Let us venture there to see if any slots remain. Regardless of the outcome, we must strive to find class transition opportunities. With a 1.5x growth rate for beginner professions, once we transition, we can distinguish ourselves from ordinary players, and the path ahead will become much smoother. With a sense of melancholy, the group rose swiftly and departed. The remaining players, seeing no benefits, mostly discarded their assessment tokens and left. Among those who stayed, many were only there for the reward of the basic long sword from the first stage. Before long, the once bustling dojo became eerily deserted. Once the reward of the basic long sword was removed, the last few stragglers also dispersed completely. Moreover, due to the chatter in the communication area, the dojo, which had once been vibrant, was suddenly rendered desolate. However, the abandonment of the assessment by many allowed Qin Han's assessment time to be expedited. Soon, the token in Qin Han's hand began to glow, and the number displayed changed to 0. He opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and stepped into the dojo. As a reincarnated being, he naturally understood the unfolding events. Thus, he remained remarkably composed earlier. Otherwise, had he been compelled to wait until tomorrow morning, it is likely he would have been unable to contain himself any longer. Within the dojo, it was once again the disciple who had previously registered him who approached. The disciple regarded Qin Han with a somewhat peculiar expression. As nearly everyone else had departed, yet to his surprise, Qin Han remained. However, even if you choose to stay, it is futile. I regret to inform you that the intermediate quota has been entirely exhausted. To attain a senior transfer slot, one must surpass at least 30 challenges. Given your current abilities, it is improbable that you will succeed. I would advise you to relinquish your aspirations. Qin Han's lips curled slightly as he extended the token, signaling his readiness to commence the assessment without further ado. Observing Qin Han's unwavering resolve to proceed, the attending disciple ceased to engage in idle chatter and promptly escorted him to the threshold of the teleportation portal. It is indeed rare to encounter someone as tenacious as you. Step inside. Remember, should you wish to exit, shatter the token. It may just grant you a slender chance at survival. Qin Han offered no response and stepped forward. The trial of the blade, the first challenge, unfolded on an islet at the heart of a lake, where vegetation was sparse and trees were few, stretching less than a mile in circumference. Easily seen through at a glance. Clad in black, the sword-bearer leaned gently against the sole crooked willow on the island, eyes closed in serene contemplation. Upon entering, Qin Han found himself 50 meters away, a long blade embedded in the ground before him. The celestial screen displayed a countdown of 100 seconds, with numbers incessantly flickering. Should the countdown expire without eliminating the guardian, the trial would end in failure. Under normal circumstances, one would swiftly draw the long knife before them and charge towards the sword-bearer. Yet, Qin Han did not comply. Instead, he retreated, turning and leaping into the nearby lake. Outside the sword pavilion, the disciple who had received him happened to be patrolling and noticed the empty mirror before him. A fleeting glance at the reflection captured his attention as he observed Qin Han's unusual movement. At that moment, Qin Han had just plunged into the water. What was he attempting? Why leap into the water? The disciple of the sword pavilion was taken aback as time ticked away, the countdown dwindling to the final 10 seconds. Remarkably, Qin Han had yet to resurface. It was over, with merely 10 seconds remaining. Even if he swam up now, he could not possibly succeed. What was this madness? Was it not preferable to confront the challenge head-on? He surmised that Qin Han, realizing he could not overcome the trial, had opted for an unconventional approach. With a dismissive smirk, the disciple scoffed, "What good is all this flair?" Just as he resolved to turn back, a sudden splash of water caught his attention. To his astonishment, he witnessed a scene that would remain etched in his memory for eternity. Qin Han erupted from the water, darting towards the sword-bearer like an arrow released from a bow. As he passed the long knife on the ground, his stride did not falter. With a swift motion, he drew the blade from the earth, his grip on the weapon amplifying his speed. He was drawing closer, ever closer to the sword-bearer. The countdown on the celestial screen was nearing its conclusion. 5, 4, 3. Could he succeed? The disciple instinctively felt a surge of anxiety for this individual. 2 seconds slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the island, Qin Han brushed past the sword-bearer, and in the next instant, a portal materialized, with Qin Han practically stepping through just as the last second chimed. As the perspective shifted, the disciple outside caught a glimpse of the bloodline at the sword-bearer's throat. This sight sent chills down his spine, leaving him utterly astonished. It was terrifying, exceedingly so. While this individual's skills may not have been extraordinary, the confidence displayed in surpassing the trial against time was unparalleled. Such audacity. Even the formidable head of the sword pavilion could not achieve such a feat. Soon, the disciple felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this remarkable individual could progress even further. Curious to see how many trials he could conquer, the scene in the mirror transitioned to a dirt path in the wilderness, where, astonishingly, 2 sword-bearers now stood before him. The countdown continued its relentless march. Yet this time, Qin Han did not immediately rush to eliminate his foes. Instead, he charged into the nearby thicket, where he inexplicably procured a shovel and began to excavate a specific spot. Before long, a chest emerged, and as he opened it, the disciples of the Blade Pavilion observed with keen interest that it contained a pair of boots gleaming with a dark iron luster. A wave of curiosity washed over them. How did this player know there was a chest here? However, wasn't it stipulated in the trial of the blade that aside from reward items, everything else found could not be taken away? If that were the case, what was the purpose of this individual going through such effort to seek something? Frowning, the disciples of the Blade Pavilion watched as the player once again pressed forward into the third challenge. The third stage was set in a duel arena, where 3 sword bearers awaited. The countdown was slightly extended, totaling 150 seconds. Inside the duel arena, Qin Han did not take a contrary approach this time. He advanced and swiftly dispatched the 3 opponents. A portal of light illuminated the arena. Instead of entering the portal, he walked forward 10 meters, and with a sweeping motion of his long sword, he severed a statue. In the next moment, a piece of armor glimmering with a dark iron sheen and a matching pair of trousers fell to the ground. A smile broke across his face. Perfect. He could continue to the next challenge. This time was abundant. He nonchalantly made his way to the opposite end of the duel arena, approached an iron gate, and found a gap within it. With a sudden forceful thrust, he propelled himself through. Outside the Blade Pavilion, before the mirrored image, the disciples could not help but cover their mouths in astonishment. Trembling all over, they exclaimed, "What is he about to do?" This was a peculiar space. The world seemed to have transformed into a mosaic as Qin Han pressed onward, his feet flashing scenes from the past, while above him loomed a shroud of darkness. At the junction of darkness and scenery, enormous serrated edges stretched and contracted. It was as if this world was in a state of collapse. Indeed, Qin Han unexpectedly encountered a glitch in the Eternal Life game, reminiscent of the wall-hacking bugs found in real-world games. This phenomenon serves as a method bestowed by the heavens to empower weaker civilizations. In his previous life, numerous players from lower-tier civilizations had utilized this strategy to achieve a remarkable ascent in social hierarchy. He had traversed this path in his former existence, and now he yearned to experience it once more. After all, the challenges beyond the 36th level grew increasingly formidable, even with ample confidence to forge ahead. It would merely be a futile expenditure of time. As time progressed, Qin Han abruptly halted and gazed downward. In the desolate, apocalyptic wasteland, dozens of sword-wielding, crimson-haired monsters clustered in the streets of an abandoned city, their bloodthirsty gazes incessantly searching for the prey they sensed nearby. Yet, no matter how diligently they sought, they remained oblivious to the existence of their quarry. Qin Han offered a faint smile and advanced a few more steps, revealing a secure chamber that, according to the rules, could only be accessed by vanquishing the group of crimson-haired monsters. However, due to a glitch, there was no need for combat. He effortlessly leaped inside. The room was barren, save for a wooden table upon which rested a token inscribed with the character for Blade. It was the prestigious token of the top-tier swordsman. Outside the mirror, the disciples of the Blade Hall gaped in astonishment, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, breathless with excitement. Inside the chamber, as Qin Han grasped the token, a radiant joy illuminated his countenance. According to the strategies from his previous life, acquiring 2 top-tier class tokens would allow him to go to the novice village altar and forge a sacred class token. Such sacred tokens were rare within the game, with only 36 slots available. In his former life, nearly every recipient of a sacred class had ascended to become a formidable presence. Yet, he did not hasten his departure, for there remained a precious artifact to acquire. After stowing the token, Qin Han calmly donned an entire set of equipment obtained from the first 3 trials. In the next moment, he was enveloped in armor that shimmered like black iron. Even the eye area was shielded by a glossy glass-like surface. Once clad in his gear, Qin Han pushed aside the wooden table, revealing an iron latch on the floor. As he pulled the latch, a downward passageway materialized before him, revealing a stone staircase. Within the passage, waves of heat surged forth, and a blue flame erupted like a dragon, incinerating everything in its path to ash. Remarkably, Qin Han emerged unscathed. "What a treasure!" he exclaimed. This was a supreme fire-resistant suit, capable of withstanding intense flames. He had meticulously acquired this set of equipment from the previous trials, knowing its significance for the hidden challenges beyond the 36th level. With a focused mind, Qin Han descended the staircase step by step. The passage was ablaze with vibrant, multicolored flames that filled the entire space, obscuring visibility. The terrifying heat made even his fire-resistant suit feel uncomfortable. Gritting his teeth, Qin Han charged forward, flames erupting from all directions, beneath him, above him, to his left and right, continuously assaulting his armor. The originally black iron began to glow a deep red. Hesitation would lead to ruin. Even the fire suit could not endure for long in such an inferno. He pushed his speed to its limits, and just as the scorching temperature became unbearable, the passage opened up before him. Beyond it lay a world perfumed with the fragrance of blossoms. On the ground, numerous sharp blades were embedded in the vibrant floral carpet. This was the Blade Tomb, renowned for gathering the finest swords. Players who reached this place could freely draw one blade to take away, but once chosen, there was no turning back. The properties of the treasures depended solely on luck. Gazing upon the multitude of blades, numbering no fewer than 10,000, Qin Han shook his head with a sigh. This particular phase was indeed a treacherous endeavor. Unlike the archery assessment, where the top contender is rewarded with a treasure, locations such as the Blade Pavilion and Sword Dao Pavilion offer no such bounty for merely being the first to clear the challenge, unless one is fortunate enough to stumble upon a hidden level like the one before him. Much like the fireproof suits encountered in the initial 3 stages, encountering even a single treasure amidst such odds would be nothing short of miraculous. To speak candidly, those who reach this hidden level are likely fewer than 10 across the myriad realms. Such luck is truly celestial. In a previous life, some jested that those fortunate enough to arrive here had exhausted their lifetime of good fortune, yet in the end, even this was met with an unexpected twist. While the sheer number of swords is impressive, it is anticipated that the majority are of dark gold tier, with few treasures among them. After all, in the previous iteration, those who ventured here mostly selected dark gold swords, with only one fortunate soul acquiring a treasure. This individual shared their experience, yet glossed over the precise location, leaving no clear guidance. At present, the blades appeared unremarkable, their true nature obscured. Even the most skilled appraisers would struggle to discern the treasures hidden among them. Recollection suggests that the treasure's location was indicated to be in the northeastern corner. Qin Han discerned his surroundings and arrived at the northeast position, where a small hillside lay before him, densely populated with nearly 1,000 blades. How was he to choose? With a mere 1 in 1,000 chance. It was utterly akin to grasping at straws. Qin Han's mind raced, and in a moment of clarity, he recalled having heard that treasured artifacts possess a spirit of their own. When 2 treasures are placed together, they can resonate with one another. Perhaps this method was worth a try. Without hesitation, he summoned the god-slaying bow, drawing its string taut as he surveyed his surroundings. However, the blades scattered on the ground remained utterly unresponsive. Could it be that the god-slaying bow had yet to evolve into its complete form? Contemplating this, he retrieved the voodoo pearl. As he focused his intent, a radiance of red and green light radiated outward, gently brushing against the blades on the ground. Yet, after a few seconds, the blades still showed no reaction. What a farce! Was this legend merely a fabrication? Suddenly, Qin Han chuckled, realizing he had been deceived. He already possessed the god-slaying bow and the voodoo pearl, yet there had been no sign of resonance between them. The so-called treasure resonance was nothing more than the jest of those with ill intentions. It was utterly shameful for a distinguished wielder of two treasures to fall for such a crude excuse. Regaining his composure, Qin Han felt utterly lost. Was he truly left to rely on mere luck? Standing amidst the forest of blades in a daze, he ultimately resolved to summon the nightmare with a desperate hope of remedy. As the nightmare emerged upon the hillside, its crimson eyes curiously surveyed the surroundings. Qin Han tentatively inquired, "Good brother, please assist me in discerning whether there exists a treasure among the blades in this vicinity." The nightmarish creature, possessing the ability to communicate, seemed to comprehend his words. Its eyes glowed fiercely as it swiftly pivoted its equine head to fixate on a particular sword. In a swift motion, it galloped towards it, seizing the hilt of the blade with its mouth and extracting it from the earth. Upon emerging, the sword emitted a radiant white light, shaking off all the surrounding dirt, causing the nightmarish creature to instinctively release its grip in surprise. This blade resembled a meow dagger, its entire form shimmering with a silvery hue akin to moonlight. With a swift motion, Qin Han grasped the blade in his hand. The renowned sword, Moon Shadow, bore the markings of a dark gold grade, locked, treasured, with an attack power of 100 and an all-resistance debuff of 100. It possessed a 10-point increase in armor penetration. Yet that was all. Gazing at the dismal attributes, Qin Han felt a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. This was not the sword he had anticipated. He recalled that in his previous life, others had acquired the blazing flame blade, a weapon capable of dragging an entire realm into the depths of hell with a single strike. However, he had never heard of this Moon Shadow sword before. Its attributes appeared rather mundane. Typical dark gold equipment boasted attack values around 100. Such figures were unremarkable. The 10-point armor penetration was somewhat commendable, yet it paled in comparison to the god-slaying bow's ability to ignore defense entirely. The all-resistance debuff of 100 seemed lackluster, as most equipment typically targeted specific elements for enhancement or reduction. An all-encompassing debuff might seem versatile, yet it also implied mediocrity. A reduction of 100 points might prove useful in the early stages, but would be utterly insignificant later on. It would be far better to have a fixed reduction of 500 or 600 in a specific element. As a treasured artifact, even if it remained locked, its attributes should not be so disappointingly subpar. After some contemplation, Qin Han resolved not to dwell on his disappointment. If it was indeed a treasure, it must possess a unique quality. He would uncover its secrets once it was unlocked. At that moment, Nightmare approached with an expression of self-congratulation, affectionately rubbing against Qin Han. As if to say, "Look at my prowess. I have picked the best for you." Seeing this, Qin Han was both amused and exasperated. He reached out to stroke Nightmare and casually rummaged through his backpack to find a carrot, which he promptly offered to it. Nightmare took a hearty bite of the carrot, savoring it as it chewed slowly, a look of sheer delight adorning its face. Qin Han smiled bitterly and shook his head. Since the Nightmare had chosen Moon Shadow, perhaps it perceived Moon Shadow's abilities as superior. Meanwhile, the World Chat channel issued another announcement. Congratulations to player Qin Han for obtaining a unique treasure, earning 1 point of Heavenly Dao value. Outside the Sword Dojo, in front of the mirror, the disciples witnessed the entire event. Upon seeing the world announcement, they collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Not only had he cleared the levels, but he had also discovered a hidden stage. The equipment he sought in the first 3 levels was intended for the final hidden stage. Qin Han, a treasure, murmured the disciples of the dojo. It must be him. It must be him who obtained the treasure. And the previous 3 treasure recipients were most likely him as well. Although he was an NPC in the game, he was still a living being, capable of seeing the game announcements. He understood what it meant to obtain treasures consecutively. It could be said that, as long as he remained alive, he would surely soar to great heights in the future. Such an extraordinary individual appeared in what was essentially one of the weakest civilizations, the 688 Novice Village. It was simply astonishing. In the Novice Village's ranking system, the smaller the number, the weaker the opponent. Compared to treasures, even top-tier profession tokens were insignificant. If they could befriend him, perhaps upon returning to their own world after the game concluded, they might gain his assistance. The dojo disciples whispered softly, "Earlier, I was a bit rude. Perhaps I've offended him. Should I apologize later?" "No, that won't do. Apologizing would diminish my status and lead him to look down upon me. I must think of another way." Within the dojo, Qin Han shattered the token and returned. Just as he stepped out of the portal, the disciple who had received him earlier stood nearby, still maintaining an arrogant demeanor. Seeing Qin Han, he remarked, "Not bad. To have consecutively passed 36 levels. You could be considered a minor expert. You qualify to be my friend." Qin Han was momentarily taken aback. "What? Be friends? I have the qualification?" While others might be oblivious, he was acutely aware of the origins of these low-level NPCs. The achievements he could attain as a top-tier professional were far beyond what this dojo disciple could ever hope to reach. What could possibly make him utter such arrogant words? After all, friendship implies mutual assistance. This individual offered him no help whatsoever and would likely be of no assistance in the future, yet he wore an air of superiority, as if befriending him would be a great favor. Shaking his head slightly, Qin Han replied coldly, "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." What? The dojo disciple was momentarily stunned. How could this player react in such a manner? Given his understanding of the players, he believed that at least 99% of them held a respectful attitude towards NPCs. Thus, when he spoke in such a manner, the majority of players would likely be curious, assuming they had a quest to undertake. However, the man's reaction was entirely unexpected. Just as he found himself at a loss, unsure of how to respond, a disciple suddenly emerged from within the sword hall. This disciple bore an air of arrogance, casting a condescending glance at Qin Han, and proclaimed, "Your accomplishment in overcoming the 36 trials has reached the ears of our esteemed master. He has taken an interest in you. Come with me, and prepare to meet our master." Meet him? Qin Han was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected certain matters. By obtaining the token of a top-tier swordsman, he could secure an audience with the master of the Blade Pavilion, who would bestow upon him a task to undertake an evaluation at the Swordsmanship Academy. The task itself was straightforward. Without changing his profession, he was to infiltrate the Swordsmanship Academy, not far from his current location, and acquire the token of a top-tier swordsman. Upon obtaining this coveted token, the master of the Blade Pavilion would reward him with a complete set of dark gold equipment. The trials for swordsmen comprised 36 stages, each guarded by individuals wielding blades. The difficulty was akin to that of the blade trials. However, there were no shortcuts in the swordsman evaluation. Moreover, Qin Han had not perused any guides pertaining to the swordsman trials. It was not worth the risk to pursue an additional professional token, especially for one of his stature. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Han replied, "No need. I have other matters to attend to." The newly arrived disciple of the Blade Pavilion was momentarily stunned, but then sneered, "You dare decline an audience with our esteemed master? I assure you, trouble awaits you." Trouble? Qin Han scoffed disdainfully. He, with aspirations soaring high, would not be intimidated by mere inconveniences. "If your master seeks to trouble me, let him come. I shall face him head-on." With that, he stood tall, wholly uninterested in the self-satisfied posturing of these individuals. The Blade Pavilion. As Qin Han stepped out of the door, a notification suddenly appeared before him. "You have declined the audience with the master of the Blade Hall, resulting in a decline in the Blade Hall's favorability towards you." Now teetering on hostility, Qin Han rubbed his nose and let out a resigned smile. The master of the Blade Hall truly possessed a petty disposition. He recalled that in his previous life, after acquiring the prestigious Blade Master Profession token, he undertook a quest at the Sword Dojo. However, due to his limited skills, he only managed to progress to the third trial of the sword before ultimately failing. Immediately upon his failure, the master of the Blade Hall's regard for him diminished to mere contempt, and now it had escalated to outright hostility. Yet, having obtained the profession token and the treasured artifact, there was little left to gain from this place. Enmity mattered little, let it be. After all, he would no longer have any dealings with them. With a carefree heart, Qin Han mounted his nightmare steed and returned to the novice village with a relaxed demeanor. On his journey back, another world announcement echoed forth, congratulating player Jiang Ningxue for being the first to transition to his saint-level profession, earning a point of heavenly Dao value as a reward. Shortly thereafter, another world announcement rang out, congratulating player Jiang Ningxue for acquiring a unique treasured artifact, also rewarding a point of heavenly Dao value. In the novice village Y520131, at the profession transition altar, the stunning beauty Jiang Ningxue held a pristine white longbow, radiating with the golden aura of her saint-level profession. A smile graced her exquisite features as she realized that 2 profession tokens could indeed lead to a transition into a saint-level vocation. Furthermore, She was astonished to learn that the first individual to achieve a saint-level profession would receive a treasured artifact. It appeared that her cautious approach had indeed paid off. Gazing at the attributes of the treasured artifact and the saint-level profession, her face was alight with disbelief. The Snow God Bow, a growth-type treasured artifact, a divine object hailing from the endless snow domain. Attack power, 100, freeze. Attack inflicts an additional 100 points of freezing damage for 10 seconds, guaranteeing a 100 freeze chance against elite-level monsters and below. Ice Elemental Weakening, 50. Rapid Fire. The lightweight bowstring maximizes draw speed, allowing a single shot to unleash 12 ice arrows. Additional attributes will be unveiled as she levels up. Arrow Saint, a saint-level profession, unique in all realms. Growth rate tenfold. Passive. The Arrow Saint aura doubles the damage of archery series attacks. Speed is increased by 100. Rate of fire is increased by 100. Arrow sharpness is increased by 100. Defense is increased by 100. The incompletely realized treasured artifact is already formidable. One can only imagine the magnitude of its potential when fully developed. Moreover, this Arrow Saint profession is truly remarkable, with a growth value 10 times greater, enabling a 100-point increase in constitution with each level gained. The Arrow Saint aura, even surpassing the treasured artifact, combines 5 enhancements that can effortlessly double her strength, and since these are percentage increases, they will prove invaluable regardless of her future achievements. It seems that this saint-level profession must be one of the most significant elements within the game. Those fortunate enough to attain a holy vocation are destined for unparalleled accomplishments. Unbidden, the name Qin Han surfaced in Jiang Ningxue's mind. She wondered if he would ever manage to transition into a saint-level profession. However, given his prowess, he could likely manage it, couldn't he? In the novice village of 688, Qin Han sat astride his steed, his gaze fixed upon the world announcement, a subtle smile gracing his lips. So it is her. It seems that aside from my presence as an anomaly, the trajectory of the game has not deviated significantly. Jiang Ningxue, the saintess of the Supreme Divine Kingdom Dasha Dynasty, a force standing at the pinnacle of the cosmos, ought to have been designated for the ultimate battleground. Yet, in a previous life, Qin Han had heard whispers regarding certain matters. The divine positions within the Supreme Divine Kingdom are passed down through generations. When a successor assumes a divine position, they must relinquish their divine power, which is subsequently infused with new strength. This transition creates a brief vacuum period of power, during which they exist akin to mortals. It was during the coronation ceremony of the Empress, amidst this vacuum, that the game deemed Jiang Ningxue a novice and transported her here. Nevertheless, even stripped of her divine power, her physical strength alone would allow her to stand at the absolute pinnacle among novices. Even the most ordinary players from the Supreme Divine Kingdom possess a physique of 4,000 to 5,000, while someone of Jiang Ningxue's caliber would likely start with a physique around 8,000, undoubtedly among the elite in the novice village. Moreover, the laws of the Supreme Divine Kingdom are exceedingly stringent. It is likely that upon entering any novice village under her nation, her subordinates would go to great lengths to enhance her strength. Hence, her successful acquisition of the Holy Class Profession token is entirely plausible. Admittedly, it is somewhat embarrassing that the two had not crossed paths in the previous life. However, he had certainly read her posts regarding the slaying God Bow strategy with great clarity. One might say he had seized an opportunity that rightfully belonged to her. Yet, for a family of such stature, they are not lacking in treasures. What she currently possesses should indeed be another divine artifact, the Snow God Bow, which, when fully matured, can plunge an entire realm into extreme cold, a truly formidable weapon. The moon, unbeknownst to him, had emerged at some point, casting a silvery glow upon the ground. Qin Han arrived at the novice village altar, only to find it devoid of any players. Even the village chief, tasked with job transfers, was absent. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the distant chirping of unknown insects. However, his purpose for visiting the altar was not to undertake a job transfer, which required the chief's presence, but rather to engage in synthesis, a process that could be conducted at any time. He approached the center of the altar, retrieving 2 class tokens from his pocket and placing them upon the stone table at the altar's heart, seeking to ascertain whether the combination of these 2 supreme class tokens would yield the revered saint-level class token of the Blade Saint. As Qin Han affirmed his choice, 2 tokens suddenly levitated 3 feet above the stone table, intertwining like a vortex. After approximately 10 seconds, a brilliant golden light flashed across the altar. Soon, a dazzling golden-hued token inscribed with the title of Blade Saint was fully materialized. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han exhaled in relief. In the myriad realms, there existed countless top-tier tokens, each capable of being synthesized into various saint-level tokens. However, there were only 36 saint-level professions available. Thus, should someone precede others in synthesis, those who followed would find their efforts rendered futile. Fortunately, once synthesized, even if one chose not to change their profession, the token could not be seized by others. Although the attributes of the profession remained concealed prior to the transition, Qin Han was well aware of the attributes associated with the Blade Saint, a unique saint-level profession within the realms. It boasted a tenfold growth rate, a 200% increase in damage dealt by blade weapons, a 200% enhancement in attack speed, a 200% boost in movement speed, a 200% augmentation in sharpness for blade weapons, and a 200% rise in defensive capabilities. With this tenfold growth rate, upon reaching level 20, he would gain 2,000 points in physique, and upon attaining level 100, a staggering 10,000 points in physique would be his reward. This profession upgrade, coupled with passive enhancements, ensured that even if he chose to adopt a laid-back approach henceforth, aside from merely grinding for experience, his accomplishments would not languish. At the very least, he would effortlessly reach the final battlefield. With just the slightest flick of his fingers, he could dominate all, becoming one of the few renowned figures across the realms. Nevertheless, it is crucial to note that there are still 36 saint-level professions among the myriad realms. Moreover, formidable individuals like Jiang Ningxue, possessing supreme bloodlines and extraordinary backgrounds, began with an astounding 8,000 points in physique and also secured a saint-level profession. If Qin Han settled for merely being a saint-level profession, even with numerous future opportunities, his ultimate achievements would at best parallel those of Jiang Ningxue. The final battlefield would present the daunting challenge of confronting ancient beings who had existed for billions of years or longer. Fortunately, saint-level professions do not signify the pinnacle of one's journey. Beyond them lie divine-level professions. In his previous life, no one had ever attained a divine-level profession. The announcement regarding divine-level professions would eventually be revealed by the game system in the forthcoming 10,000 Realms forum. The method of synthesizing a divine-level profession is deceptively simple. It requires a saint-level token combined with a hidden profession token. Within the game, besides the openly displayed profession tokens, there exist a limited number of concealed profession tokens, only 100 in total. Though their passive abilities vary, they all feature a 7-fold growth rate, surpassing that of top-tier professions while remaining weaker than saint-level ones. These hidden profession tokens are indeed rare treasures. Not only is the method of acquisition exceedingly intricate, but all hidden class tokens are also unique across all realms. In the previous life, players who managed to obtain these elusive tokens did so largely by sheer happenstance, often stumbling upon them in a state of confusion. Some fished them out inadvertently, while others discovered them through monster drops or found themselves lost in dungeons and wilderness, unwittingly completing quests that led to their acquisition. In essence, these hidden class tokens are, at the very least, 90% non-reproducible, purely reliant on luck. The hidden classes, stripped to their essence, are merely a special boon bestowed upon players across all realms by the game, regardless of whether one hails from a lowly or advanced civilization. The opportunity to acquire a hidden class remains equitable. Thus, for those fortunate enough to obtain a divine-level token, the likelihood of securing an additional hidden class is akin to the astronomical odds of winning the jackpot after purchasing 1,000 lottery tickets in succession. This explains the fundamental reason why divine classes were virtually non-existent in the previous life. However, exceptions do exist. Qin Han distinctly remembers a hidden class token situated within a concealed location on the Bison Prairie, whose acquisition was not overly challenging. As he recalls, this token was fortuitously claimed by a lucky individual about a week after the game's commencement, and he has since perused the guide penned by that player. Now, with less than a day into the game, he feels confident in his ability to procure it. Securing the hidden class token first will lay a solid foundation for his eventual transition into a divine class. At the altar, Qin Han stowed the Blade Saint class token into his backpack. Upon turning to leave, he was perplexed not to see the village chief's presence, which was unusual. Typically, when a player ascends the altar with a class token, the chief appears within minutes, having been alerted to the event. After all, The relationship between the chief and the players is symbiotic. The more formidable the players, the greater the chief's future accomplishments. Conversely, if the players falter and the village falls to invaders, the chief's fate would be equally dire. Thus, the emergence of each classed player significantly enhances the village, and the chief cannot afford to overlook this. Yet now, from the time he ascended the altar to the moment he departed, at least 15 minutes had elapsed. It was illogical for the chief not to appear. Something was amiss. An anomaly often signals intrigue, and Qin Han sensed an unusual undercurrent. When NPCs act out of character, it often pertains to quests, and the absence of the chief during such a monumental occasion suggested a significant task at hand. With these suspicions in mind, Qin Han departed. Just as he exited, the silver-haired village chief and the head of the Blade Hall emerged from the shadows. Leaning on his cane, the chief gazed at Qin Han's receding figure and sighed. I had intended to tease this lad's appetite, hoping he would return to the Blade Hall to accept the task you provided. To my astonishment, within this vast realm, in what is arguably the weakest novice village, there exists an individual capable of obtaining a holy level occupation token. It is no wonder that when tasks were assigned to him, he showed no regard whatsoever. Yet, without this young man's assistance, who shall come to the aid of my beloved granddaughter? If all else fails, we could offer him the teleportation token. Perhaps that would grant us a glimmer of hope. The master of the Blade Hall, now shedding his haughty demeanor, nodded in agreement, suggesting that this may be our only course of action. Before departing the village, Qin Han stopped by the general store to procure lamp oil, torches, and other sundries. He also casually acquired some food and essential supplies from various other shops before swiftly making his exit. At this hour, most individuals were either seeking a location for class advancement or returning to the village for rest. Along the southern path leading to the upon witnessing this, Qin Han ceased to conceal himself and promptly summoned the nightmarish beast, racing swiftly toward the bison prairie. Before long, he found himself amidst the vast expanse of grassland. At this moment, beneath the silvery glow of the moonlight, the entire prairie was enveloped in a delicate, ethereal haze, with a gentle breeze carrying a refreshing chill. A sweeping glance revealed that the once abundant bisons had been nearly eradicated, their presence almost entirely vanished from sight. In the novice village of Eternal Life game, the wild beasts were limited in number. Once eradicated, they would only respawn after 3 days. Nevertheless, a few scattered players roamed the prairie, in search of the scarce bisons that remained. Qin Han rode his nightmarish steed, guided by the silvery moonlight, galloping across the vast grassland. Before long, he arrived at the very heart of the prairie, a seemingly unremarkable spot. Little did anyone suspect that 5 meters beneath the surface lay a mysterious burial site. According to the player's strategy guide, there existed a singular method to unlock this hidden realm. One must eliminate over 10 players in this vicinity to trigger a magical formation that would unveil the passageway to the underground. The act of killing bore no weight on Qin Han's conscience. In his past life, his hands had been stained with the blood of countless players, a collection so vast it might well have turned the Yangtze River crimson. However, beyond mere slaughter, he possessed myriad methods. As a seasoned veteran of the game, unraveling the mysteries of this magical formation posed no significant challenge. By igniting the verdant grass with oil, he could easily trace the veins of the formation and make slight adjustments. In no more than an hour, he could effortlessly decipher the puzzle. Stepping back a few paces on his nightmarish mount, he retrieved the oil he had meticulously prepared, ready to cast it upon the ground. Just then, an urgent cry echoed from behind him. "Brother, run. They are chasing us." As Qin Han turned around, he beheld 3 staggering figures racing towards him, desperately fleeing for their lives. Not far behind them, a group of over a dozen players wielding weapons pursued fervently. Under the enhancement of the ancient set's night vision, he could clearly discern the appearance of the trio. Among them, 2 were unmistakably the brothers he had encountered at the game's onset, who had been toppled by a wild bull. Evidently, these 2 had found refuge at the village's complimentary healing spot for novices. However, the sight of them being relentlessly chased by a throng of players in the dead of night left him somewhat perplexed. Yet, as the matter did not concern him directly, he resolved to refrain from intervening. He stowed away the oil and, mounting his nightmare steed, took a few steps aside, choosing to wait quietly for the 2 groups to pass. The significance of the hidden location outweighed the animosities between these players. Nevertheless, as the 3 drew near, he could not help but urge them, "Hurry, don't dawdle. Those people are intent on killing." If you don't flee now, it may soon be too late. Qin Han's expression remained tranquil as he continued to ride his nightmare, waiting in place, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. The three individuals, observing this, prepared to flee once more. However, at that moment, several arrows whizzed toward them from behind. One of the arrows struck a player in the knee, causing him to collapse with a thud. As the remaining two witnessed their companion's injury, they initially intended to escape. But upon seeing the pitiful figure clutching his leg on the ground, an unexpected resolve surged within them. They exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and boldly drew their long knives, positioning them defensively before their fallen comrade. Meanwhile, the pursuing players swiftly closed in, surrounding the trio with precision akin to a well-rehearsed hunt, effectively blocking all avenues of retreat. Noticing this, Qin Han, who had initially taken a few steps back on his nightmare, realized that the opposing players had no intention of letting him off easily, as 5 of them began to approach him with deliberate intent. Qin Han maintained a serene demeanor, expressing his disinterest in your grievances, urging you to resolve them elsewhere. Do not trouble me. Yet, the assailants disregarded his words, continuing to encircle him. In the midst of this nightmare, Qin Han promptly summoned the Godslayer bow, releasing 2 arrows that swiftly pierced the thighs of 2 players with unerring precision. His voice carried an icy chill, warning, one more step forward, and you shall meet your demise. The pursuers, witnessing Qin Han's unflinching composure in the face of such overwhelming numbers and his formidable prowess, hesitated, unable to ascertain his true strength, particularly given his impressive equipment. At that moment, a girl with a ponytail emerged from the crowd of assailants, her face adorned with an innocent smile as she addressed Qin Han. Dear sir, please do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. It was those 3 players who pilfered our gear. You are not implicated in this matter, and we shall not trouble you. The 3 individuals ensnared within the circle immediately countered. Nonsense. You deceived 5 players in the village under the pretext of forming a party to hunt monsters. Once outside, your true intent was to slay and loot. Had we not acted swiftly, we would have met the same fate as the other 2 players. The girl replied, Kind sir, you must judge for yourself. Is it not a grave slander to accuse us as if we were heinous villains? I have never harmed even a chicken before entering this game. How could I possibly commit murder? Initially, Qin Han had little desire to engage in this trivial dispute, but upon hearing of the murder and looting, his expression hardened with frost. In his previous life, he had encountered a despicable faction of players who masqueraded as ordinary gamers but, when isolated in the wilderness, would lure unsuspecting players into secluded corners for ambushes. They even employed the guise of forming parties for dungeon runs, enticing players with promises of rewards, only to betray them in the shadows, killing them and pillaging their gear. In the Eternal Life game, there was no surveillance nor any concept of a crime value, and these fiends meticulously selected hidden locales for their nefarious deeds, striking decisively when their victims were most vulnerable. Furthermore, they operated anonymously, rendering any pleas for help in the chat futile, as their victims fell silent before any assistance could arrive. Through their vile activities, these scoundrels amassed the finest equipment and wealth without any intervention from professional players, trampling over the bodies of their own kind as they advanced in the game. At their peak, their numbers swelled into the hundreds. Had they not eventually encountered formidable opposition, they would likely have continued their reign of terror unchallenged. In his previous life, Qin Han had been occupied with quests and had not participated in these atrocities. However, he could not condone such violations of humanity's moral fabric. He turned his gaze towards the 3 beleaguered players, inquiring, Did you not just say they killed 2 players? Are their bodies still present? Indeed. At the edge of the bison grasslands, they pursued us relentlessly, their bodies left unattended. Upon witnessing Qin Han's prowess in swiftly incapacitating 2 of their number, the 3 individuals placed their hopes squarely upon him. The moment these words were uttered, the faces of their pursuers shifted dramatically, many instinctively prepared to strike. Yet, the girl with the ponytail maintained a disarming smile, exuding a veneer of sincerity. Dear sir, do not heed their fabrications. We have committed no such deeds. Should you wish to uncover the truth, we would be more than willing to accompany you. Your testimony would certainly clear our names. While her words appeared genuine, they were a quintessential example of deceitful tactics. With this ruse, she had successfully duped several players into lowering their guard earlier that day. Anticipating that her ploy would ensnare them, she hoped they would unwittingly step into their trap, becoming prey. Unfortunately for them, they were dealing with Qin Han, Such a feeble attempt at deception could never ensnare him. It was precisely this statement that solidified Qin Han's understanding of their true identities. He raised his bow and acted decisively. The arrows flew forth with remarkable speed, slicing through the air with a swift whoosh. A staggering damage exceeding 1,000 emerged under the moonlight, and before they could react, 5 or 6 of them had already fallen. In the face of this tempestuous onslaught, the assailants collapsed as if they were mere stalks of wheat, leaving the survivors in a state of utter shock. This kid is no fool. Damn it. His strikes are even more ruthless than ours. Such formidable attacks, such precision in his aim. We have encountered a formidable opponent. We cannot contend with him. Retreat. Qin Han's gaze was as frigid as ice, his subordinates relentless in their actions. The girl lay prostrate on the ground, her face devoid of its previous composure, pleading, "Please, kind sir, do not kill me. I will do anything you ask if you spare my life." Yet, her entreaty was met with a swift arrow that pierced her throat. With disbelief etched across her features, her consciousness plunged into darkness. In mere seconds, all the pursuers present had perished, leaving behind only the 3 who had been hunted, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and shock. They could hardly fathom that the players they deemed unworthy had been vanquished in the blink of an eye. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have never believed that such extraordinary talent existed in the novice village. "Thank you for saving us, esteemed one. My name is Li Ran, and this is my younger brother, Li Hao. The one on the ground, struck by an arrow in the knee, is Lu Kuang." Clearly, after a day's passage in the shroud of night, the 2 did not recognize Qin Han. However, the one on the ground was indeed Lu Kuang. In a previous life, Lu Kuang had only emerged on the first day of the novice stage before vanishing without a trace, with many speculating that he had fallen prey to the monsters of higher-level areas. It now appeared that he had been slaughtered as an easy target on the very first day. At this moment, Lu Kuang felt a tinge of shame. Upon learning of the class transition, he had hastily concealed his name and returned to the village, eager to seek an opportunity for advancement. However, he ultimately failed to change classes and instead encountered an angelic maiden, intending to join her in a group of free-spirited players for a night of leveling up and monster hunting. Yet, upon venturing into the wilds, the angelic girl transformed into a demon, nearly consuming him whole. Having been a fleeting celebrity in the novice village for a day and subsequently encountering a string of misfortunes, he found it difficult to meet Qin Han's gaze, muttering a soft thank you. In a dreamlike state, Qin Han sheathed his god-slaying bow, nodding gently while his gaze remained fixated on the ground. At that moment, under the corruption of the blood of the fallen players, the earth began to emanate an eerie crimson glow. The magical array had been activated. As the array came to life, the ground trembled ominously, and the 3 in the central area struggled to maintain their footing. What was happening? Could there be earthquakes within the game? Li Ran and Li Hao quickly supported Lu Kuang to safety, and just as they reached a secure spot, a thunderous rumble erupted from the ground. Something was breaking through the soil, casting aside the corpses that lay in its path. Before long, an object resembling a mausoleum door emerged before them, revealing a staircase leading down into the unknown. "It's here." Riding the nightmare, Qin Han surged forward without uttering a word. Outside, Lu Kuang and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Kuang remarked, "It is indeed peculiar how a secret location has suddenly emerged here." Li Ran responded, "It is not surprising. This esteemed figure appears to have arrived precisely at this hour, likely waiting for the unveiling of this secret place. We, too, have fortuitously benefited from his presence, narrowly escaping with our lives." Li Hao added, "Brother, do you think there might be significant advantages below? Should we venture down to investigate?" Li Ran shook his head, explaining that this location was discovered by the esteemed individual, who must have pressing matters to attend to. It would be prudent not to disturb him, especially considering Lu Kuang's injured knee, which necessitated a return to the village for treatment. Lu Kuang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of emotion. "Just a moment ago, I thought you 2 might abandon me," he confessed. "Yet, in this critical moment, you chose to stay." Li Ran replied, "We are bound by the trials we endure together. Leaving you would weigh heavily on our consciences. In the heat of the moment, we simply acted without much thought. Reflecting on it now, it is indeed frightening. Had that esteemed figure not been present, we would have perished here tonight." Lu Kuang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was this individual who had saved their lives, and vowed to repay him if the opportunity arose. Li Ran added, "Based on the power he just displayed, it is clear he is an extraordinary person. Given our current capabilities, we would be more of a hindrance than a help." Li Hao interjected, "Brother, did you notice that this esteemed figure seems somewhat familiar? As though we have encountered him before?" Li Ran's expression shifted to one of realization as his mind raced, and he exclaimed, "By the grassland this morning." This remark rekindled Li Hao's memory. Yes, that was when we met that individual who bore a striking resemblance to this esteemed figure. He did not conceal his identity back then. I believe his name was Qin something. The moment those words escaped their lips, the trio felt a jolt of shock. Involuntarily uttering the name, Qin Han. Upon uttering the name, they were struck by a wave of fear, their hands trembling uncontrollably. Li Hao stammered, "Could it be that he is the one mentioned in the global announcement?" Lu Kuang replied, "This esteemed figure dispatched over a dozen players in mere seconds. Such prowess is beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Therefore, I suspect he is indeed the one referred to in the announcement." Li Hao, trembling with fear, pondered, "Could it be that 688 conceals such a true deity? This is simply unbelievable. What shall we do now?" Li Ran suggested. "Since the esteemed figure has chosen to remain anonymous, he surely wishes for his identity to be concealed. Let us act as if we know nothing and refrain from discussing him in public in the future. Now, let us return to the village." As they prepared to leave, Lu Kuang glanced at the equipment dropped by the deceased players nearby and pondered, what will become of those? There is still so much equipment left behind. Li Ran instructed, "Let us gather everything and leave it here, otherwise, it might be taken by passing players. Since these items were slain by the elites, they rightfully belong to them. Even if they are uninterested, we must collect these items, return to the village, sell them, and find an opportunity to repay the elites. Of course, should we come across suitable gear, we may don it ourselves, as it would expedite our leveling and enhance our strength. When the time comes to show our gratitude, we can contribute even more." Under Li Ran's leadership, the trio swiftly gathered all the equipment scattered on the ground and escorted Lu Kuang back to the village for healing and selling items. Meanwhile, Qin Han raced into the cemetery, where he found himself in an expansive, open space surrounded by stout supporting pillars. The area was constructed from sandy-colored stones, with each pillar adorned with a perpetual lamp illuminating the surroundings. Within this space, Dark Sheep aimlessly wandered. He raised his bow and casually shot one of the black sheep, triggering a critical hit that soared to 1,000. Subsequently, the damage from the voodoo pearl manifested, inflicting poison on the creature, reducing its health by 200. Simultaneously, the name of the creature appeared. Grave Sheep, Level 2 Monster Health, 2,000 points. This creature roams the cemetery, attacking anything unfamiliar. The struck Grave Sheep turned its head and charged at Qin Han, but after a few strides, the poison damage from the voodoo pearl depleted its health entirely. With a bleat, a swirl of experience floated into Qin Han's body. Experience points increased by 100. Is it sufficient to level up? No, I shall not level up just yet. Qin Han chose not to advance in level, surprised by the absurdly high health of these sheep, 5 times greater than typical level 2 monsters. However, the experience granted was indeed substantial, 3 times that of regular level 2 creatures. Moreover, these grave sheep, being rather dim-witted, were exceedingly easy to kill, providing a more efficient experience than slaying higher-tier monsters of equivalent health, a splendid locale for novice players to train. It was reasonable, considering this enigmatic cemetery was quite remote, with few accessible locations in the newbie village of the 10,000 Realms. Had it not been for the 10,000 Realms Forum, he might have remained oblivious to the existence of this place within the Wild Bull Prairie. Such hidden locations, offering substantial rewards, were to be expected. Surveying his surroundings, Qin Han continued onward, realizing this level was rather vast. Even riding his nightmare, it took him over 10 minutes to circle the area. He discovered 5 downward passages along the walls. According to the guide, the mysterious cemetery comprised 19 layers, each featuring 5 downward paths. One must traverse each passage in sequence to successfully reach the bottom layer. Otherwise, these passages intertwined, and aimlessly wandering might lead to an eternity of futile exploration. He recalled the method detailed in the guide. Left, left, right, right, left, left, left. It was fortunate he remembered, for descending would have been quite challenging otherwise. As Qin Han endeavored to recall the strategies embedded in his memories, he continued his descent through the mysterious graveyard. The monsters within this burial ground possessed an extraordinary quality. With each downward layer, the level of the creatures increased by 1, all of which were sheep, woolly sheep, lake sheep, marsh sheep, and yellow sheep, each distinct in their own right. Fortunately, These sheep were not particularly fast, nor were they overly numerous, allowing him to traverse the path without engaging in battle. Ultimately arriving at the entrance of the 18th layer. Taking a deep breath, he knew that the 19th layer housed the boss chamber of the hidden graveyard. The wild creatures on the 18th layer had already reached level 19, and he feared that those in the boss chamber might ascend to level 20. After a brief moment of rest, Qin Han mounted his nightmare steed and leapt forward. Upon entering the boss chamber, Qin Han was nearly convinced he had entered the wrong room. Unlike the crumbling stone visage of the 18th layer, this chamber was vast, adorned with a crystal chandelier hanging from the intricately patterned ceiling. Even the stone pillars were engraved with elaborate reliefs, while a crimson carpet stretched out before him. 1,000 robust, long-haired white sheep knelt in reverent unison, forming a square tapestry of wool. At the forefront, before a semicircular golden bookshelf, sat a creature with a sheep's head and a human body, crowned with a golden diadem, who gazed imperiously from a throne fashioned from a metal chariot. Strangely, the chariot was pulled by 4 large white bulls, their horns glinting with gold. This bizarre sight rendered Qin Han momentarily speechless. A half-human, half-sheep creature commanding bulls to draw a chariot? It was utterly unheard of. As if sensing Qin Han's arrival, the half-sheep man sprang to life, rising from his throne, staff in hand, and pointed directly at Qin Han, bleeding twice. Instantly, it was as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. The 1,000 long-haired sheep rose from the ground in unison, turning to face Qin Han and bleeding furiously, simultaneously launching a collective assault. Observing this, he swiftly drew his bow and released an arrow. White Sheep Guardian, level 20 monster. Health, 30,000. The White Sheep Guardians were fiercely loyal, devoted to their king throughout their lives, and any enemy daring to challenge the king's authority would be annihilated beneath their horns. Gazing at the terrifying 30,000 health points, Qin Han felt a surge of trepidation. The health of these sheep monsters exceeded that of typical level 20 creatures. Though he could dispatch a few with his current attack power, he lacked area of effect skills, with 1,000 sheep charging at him. It would take until dawn to eliminate them one by one. As the flock drew nearer, a plan formed in his mind. He retrieved oil intended for burning the grasslands and hurled several canisters onto the ground, creating a substantial area of flammable liquid. Just as the sheep were about to converge upon him, he ignited a torch and hurled it into the oil. In an instant, flames erupted skyward. The long-haired sheep, seemingly oblivious to the danger, charged recklessly into the inferno. Their wool, highly flammable, ignited upon contact with the fierce flames. Within moments, the terrifying blaze rapidly engulfed the flock, consuming them in a fiery onslaught. Before long, the entire formation of sheep ignited with a fierce blaze. Countless damage numbers, each registering -500, continuously flickered before my eyes, as the health bars visibly diminished. However, much to my dismay, when the health bars dwindled to 2/3, they abruptly halted, for the source of the flames had ceased. At this moment, the oil had burned away, and the once fluffy sheep had transformed into delectable, crispy lambs. Moreover, the half-man, half-sheep entity atop the chariot wielded a staff and astonishingly initiated a group healing spell, enveloping the flock in a radiant white light. To my astonishment, green healing symbols began to emerge above their heads, each granting a healing effect of 50, repeatedly manifesting. It was evident that their wounds began to heal, and even their wool started to regrow. What a peculiar twist. This creature possessed healing abilities. Yet, without such assistance, it would be impossible to defeat these woolly giants. As their health was excessively high and the oil they bore was scant, prolonging the battle would surely prove futile. As my gaze shifted, I rode my nightmare steed, deftly maneuvering to find an opening. I raised my bow and unleashed an arrow aimed at the figure seated upon the throne. The god layer bow, ignoring defenses, propelled the energy arrow with astonishing speed, piercing directly into the monster's eye with a satisfying thunk. A staggering -1,010 damage soared into the air, accompanied by a deep green poison damage of -200 that persisted. The monster's identity materialized before me. Sheep Guardian, level 20, a boss-level adversary. Its health reached a terrifying 2 million points, the sheer volume causing my eyelids to twitch incessantly. Even more outrageous, upon sustaining damage, the half-sheep, half-human creature began to emanate green light, with a healing amount of 200 continuously manifesting, restoring its lost health in the blink of an eye. What a farce. My meager damage merely seemed to tickle this formidable being. Thankfully, The hidden class token could be obtained without having to slay this creature. Otherwise, the sheer act of whittling down its health would be exhausting. According to the strategy guide, behind the bookshelf in the 19th level of the throne room lay a passage leading to a wondrous realm. As per the man's words, if one were to traverse to the back world and locate a fenced courtyard, the token could be effortlessly acquired, requiring no further combat. At this moment, upon the throne, the sheep guardian, having endured my strike, rose in a fit of rage, bleeding furiously. Yet, it seemed the enmity was insufficient, for it remained firmly in its position, merely seething in impotent fury. You won't approach, will you? Then I shall unleash more arrows. With that, I drew my bow atop my nightmare steed, releasing a flurry of arrows like a torrential downpour towards the half-man, half-sheep creature. The damage numbers -1010, -200, -101 incessantly emerged. Although its healing rate was commendable, it could not withstand the relentless accumulation of damage, and its health bar began to slowly decline. Finally, unable to contain itself any longer, it lashed the reins, urging the 4 white bulls forward with a frenzied gallop, and the massive throne chariot finally departed from the bookshelf. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Han awaited the approach of the carriage, swiftly accelerating the nightmare to its maximum speed. With a deft turn, he arrived beside the bookshelf, standing before it as he frantically rummaged through a specific section of books. Suddenly, upon extracting one particular tome, the entire bookshelf began to rumble and rotate ominously, revealing a sinister passageway before him. The guardian of the sheep tribe, upon seeing this, nearly whipped the white cattle to death in a desperate attempt to reach him. Alas, by the time it arrived at the bookshelf, Qin Han had already retracted the nightmare and slipped into the passageway. Inside the passage, an eerie silence enveloped the space, devoid of any presence, save for the occasional sound of water dripping. The atmosphere appeared foreboding. Nonetheless, he summoned the nightmare, proceeding cautiously forward. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a glimmer of light emerged ahead. He was nearing the location described in the strategy guide. Moments later, the brightness intensified, and upon exiting the cave, he was greeted by an expansive, dreamlike world. Before him lay a breathtaking scene, adorned with vibrant flowers, lush trees, and gently flowing streams. Rabbits frolicked nearby, while splendid birds occasionally soared through the azure sky, which appeared almost otherworldly. The contrast of this realm was striking, resembling a vivid oil painting. Having discovered the hidden location of the peach blossom spring, he gained 100 experience points. Sufficient experience. Was it time to level up? Approximately 2 hours had passed when Li Ran and his companions, seizing the cover of night, returned to this place. Observing the cave that Qin Han had entered, they followed suit. If the boss has gone in to undertake a task, it should be about time. Let us descend and take a look, while also returning the money we owe him. If there are any scraps that the boss does not require, we might assist in clearing those as well. Entering the first layer of the hidden ancient tomb, they were astonished. From the outside, this place appeared modest, yet within, it revealed an expanse that was nothing short of enchanting. This place is vast. However, it seemed the monsters inside had been left undisturbed. It appeared the boss had not engaged them. Lu Kuang and his companions scanned the surroundings, utterly failing to catch sight of Qin Han. Look, there's a downward passage. The boss is likely not on the first layer. Since the boss has no interest in the monsters here, let us clear them out. Faced with an unfamiliar map and unencountered creatures, the players were eager to level up. Without needing to exchange words, they stealthily approached a solitary black sheep, surrounding it quietly. Seizing the opportunity, 3 blades struck with reckless abandon. Damage values of -9, -8, and -100 floated above the creature, compared to the 2,000 health points of the wild beasts. Their damage output seemed rather meager. Li Hao exclaimed, "Goodness, these are merely level 2 monsters. Why do they have such high health? My attacks barely seem to tickle these sheep." However, he added, "But Lu Kuang, how is it that your damage is so remarkably high?" Lu Kuang deftly avoided the confrontation with the black sheep and swiftly remarked, "Striking vital points will yield 10-fold damage. These sheep do not appear particularly astute. In fact, aside from their absurdly thick hides, they are significantly easier to deal with than wild wolves." Following Lu Kuang's guidance, the two once again launched their attacks, this time targeting the sheep's neck and abdomen. As anticipated, their damage escalated dramatically, and before long, the black sheep succumbed beneath their relentless assault. Upon witnessing the experience gained, the trio was taken aback. Li Hao exclaimed, "I've heard that a wild buffalo grants 10 experience points. and reaching level 1 requires 100 points. If we can take down 10 buffalo individually, we can level up. Yet this black sheep is even more impressive. The experience we share means each of us receives over 30 points. Truly remarkable. Lu Kuang, equally elated, realized that leveling up in this game would become increasingly arduous. Although he had ascended to level 3 in a single day, it had required immense effort and the slaughter of hundreds of buffalo. Transitioning from level 3 to 4 represented a significant threshold, with experience requirements increasing drastically. Normal encounters with wild wolves would necessitate at least a day or two to achieve level 4, and with the emergence of new professions, he, as a priority individual at his level, would soon find himself lagging behind. However, today's encounter with this hidden graveyard presented a fortuitous opportunity. If he could be the first to reach level 4, he would gain an additional point in constitution. As he pondered this, Lu Kuang suddenly recognized a troubling thought and turned to his companions. Have you noticed that our benefactor, whose damage output is so formidable, should find leveling up as easy as taking a breath? Yet, as of now, I am still at the top of the leaderboard. Moreover, it appears he is still at level 0? Li Ran responded, our benefactor undoubtedly has his own understanding of the game. We should not make unfounded speculations. What we have experienced today has shown us that this world is far more brutal than we imagined. Danger does not only lurk outside. It may very well arise from those around us. If we wish to survive, we must tread carefully. Upon hearing Li Ran's words, both Lu Kuang and Li Hao fell silent, reflecting on the harrowing experience they had narrowly escaped earlier. Without further discussion, they each grasped their blades and set off to hunt monsters. Meanwhile, Qin Han galloped through the forest on his nightmarish steed, the vibrant interplay of light and shadow lifting his spirits. The fresh air carried a hint of sweetness, and according to the guide, he followed the stream, ascending steadily. Fish leapt from the water as if racing against his mount, creating a joyous atmosphere. Soon, he spotted a fenced yard, within which a quaint stone cottage stood prominently. This was the location where an individual had inadvertently stumbled upon and retrieved a token without encountering any peril. Such a beautiful and safe place would serve as an ideal sanctuary. Arriving before the cottage, Qin Han found it unoccupied and entered, whereupon he discovered a jade-green token resting upon a table inside. He seized it eagerly. Indeed, it was the hidden profession token for the apothecary, just as the guide had described. Although he had not yet transitioned professions, possessing the token itself did not reveal its attributes. However, within the strategy guide of this token, it is noted that he is also aware of it. The alchemist profession token, unique among the heavens. Growth value multiplied by 7. Alchemist aura. Healing effect increased by 90%. Health increased by 90%. Health regenerates 1% per second. Poison damage increased by 90%. Curb enemy healing by 50%. To be frank, if an ordinary person were to transition into the alchemist profession, specializing in either poison or healing, or even mastering both, the power they would wield in the later stages is simply unimaginable. Having such an ally would be akin to having a mobile spring of rejuvenation at one's side, capable of curtailing the enemy's recovery while significantly enhancing output. Truly perfect. Alas, once a divine-grade token is synthesized, this alchemist token will vanish. Yet, one must concede that in the face of the allure of divine-grade professions, this alchemist token pales in significance. It is time to proceed to the altar for synthesis. Now it is my turn to transition, and I am genuinely eager to discover the true might of this yet unrevealed divine-grade profession. As Qin Han stored the alchemist token in his backpack, his expression was filled with anticipation as he stepped outside. However, just as he exited the grand hall, he encountered an individual clad in black leather, with long hair tinged with a hint of red, wearing a menacing mask, and carrying a medicinal pouch over his shoulder. Upon their first meeting, the stranger's fury erupted. Who are you, and how dare you enter my peach blossom land? The aura of my alchemist token has vanished. You must have stolen it. As he spoke, the fury beneath his mask seemed to make his face tremble. In an instant, he swiftly retrieved a vial from his pouch and hurled it between them with a loud crash, releasing a cloud of toxic mist that quickly enveloped the courtyard. Immediately, a Crimson System notification echoed. You have been attacked by the malicious Dr. Hua Quebec. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Han's treasured voodoo pearl sprang forth, emitting a resounding roar that eradicated the toxic gas in the courtyard. Remarkably, he suffered no harm whatsoever. Furthermore, after absorbing the poison, the voodoo pearl underwent a transformation. Voodoo pearl, a unique treasure. feeds on voodoo, the nemesis of all voodoo in the world. Attack inflicts 200 points of poison damage per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Skill, soul absorption technique. Voodoo, siphoning the resentment of slain beings, can be actively unleashed during attacks. Skill, fatal malice, area damage, reduces enemy life by 500 points per second, with an additional 35% life recovery counter, lasting for 10 seconds. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han was instantly taken aback. 500 points of damage per second. Good heavens. Fortunately, he possessed the top-tier treasure, the Voodoo Pearl. Otherwise, with just this single skill, he would perish within 3 seconds. Moreover, this skill remarkably boasted the ability to negate healing effects. As Qin Han was engulfed in astonishment, the nefarious doctor, Hua Ke, appeared even more bewildered. It was inconceivable that a mere level 0 human, the weakest of his kind, could possess a pinnacle treasure such as the Voodoo Pearl. In the courtyard, as Hua Ke spoke, Qin Han swiftly mounted his horse and fled desperately. After covering a distance of several meters and realizing he was not being pursued, he immediately turned back, drew his bow, and released an arrow. With a soft thud, the energy projectile struck Hua Ke directly in the heart, inflicting a yellow damage indication of minus 1,010 points, while the toxic damage from the Voodoo Pearl registered not a trace. Simultaneously, Hua Ke's health bar appeared. Hua Ke, level 20 special monster, with an orange skull insignia following his name. There were silver skeletal elite monsters, golden skeletal leader monsters, and the orange skull signified a royal grade monster. Royal grade monsters were a rarity throughout the Eternal Life game, each possessing cataclysmic power. They had clearly stated that this was a land of peace, a veritable paradise. Yet how could this be deemed safe? Had it not been for the unparalleled Voodoo Pearl shielding him, any other individual might have been obliterated in an instant. Considering the dynamic scaling of monster strength, Hua Ke's damage of 688, translating into 500 points per second, would likely translate to thousands, even tens of thousands, of damage per second in other, more advanced novice villages. Merely this one attack could potentially elevate the entire novice village to level 20, fully equipped in dark gold gear, yet it would still be futile. Furthermore, Hua Ke's health was an astonishing 70 million, a figure that was simply staggering. Even more outrageous, upon sustaining injury, a verdant halo appeared beneath his feet, and instantly, a terrifying green number materialized above Hua Ke's head, 1010. Qin Han, undeterred by misfortune, swiftly loosed a flurry of arrows, depleting Hua Ke's health by over 10,000 points. Almost immediately, an exaggerated green number materialized above his opponent's head, an astonishing restoration of 12,000 health. This terrifying figure nearly shattered Qin Han's resolve. It was disheartening to realize that the damage he had painstakingly inflicted was swiftly countered by his adversary's regeneration. What was the point of fighting under such circumstances? In the courtyard, after sustaining a barrage of arrows from Qin Han, Hua Ke's fury surged to its zenith. "You foolish boy. Do not think that the Voodoo Pearl grants you absolute invincibility," he bellowed. "Before I delved into the arts of medicine, I was a master of the blade." As he spoke, the medicinal pouches adorning Hua Ke vanished, replaced by a gleaming, crimson-hued scimitar. With the weapon in hand, Hua Ke's demeanor transformed dramatically, as if he had instantaneously morphed into a fierce warrior. Brandishing the blade, he surged towards Qin Han like a tempest. "Nightmare, run!" As soon as Qin Han's words fell, the nightmarish creature surged forward with astonishing speed. Yet, this time, even the swiftness of such a divine being was nearly outpaced by the Huajiue. Just in time, Qin Han drew his bow and aimed once more at the creature's legs, releasing a flurry of arrows that slowed it down considerably. However, before he could catch his breath, the creature's formidable regenerative abilities kicked in, and within mere seconds, it regained its speed. Alarmed, Qin Han hastily nocked another arrow. Thus began an exhilarating chase amidst the fragrant blossoms of this idyllic paradise, spanning from the depths of night until dawn broke. The nightmarish creature's pace showed no signs of waning, while the Huajiue, bolstered by its remarkable recovery, grew increasingly emboldened. Yet, perched atop the nightmarish beast, Qin Han, who needed only to shoot arrows without running, found himself struggling. His body, still merely that of an ordinary human, was weary from a sleepless night and devoid of sustenance, leaving him in a state of fatigue and disorientation. Several arrows went astray, and on multiple occasions, he narrowly avoided being struck by the Huajiue's blade. Despite the Voodoo Pearl's ability to restrain the creature, It proved ineffective against the overwhelming level disparity and its superlative regenerative powers. Brother Wu, behold my steed, a transcendent marvel from an alternate realm, capable of running tirelessly for 1 billion years. Since you can't possibly catch me, why not take a moment to rest? It seemed Qin Han's words struck a chord as the Huajue abruptly halted, sheathed its blade, and sat cross-legged before him. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Han cautiously rode his nightmarish steed to a halt 10 meters away from the other party, his eyes brimming with caution. After observing for a while and noting the absence of any movement from the opponent, he hurriedly retrieved a piece of beef he had conveniently purchased and indulged in it. Once he had finished the beef and regained some strength, he tentatively inquired, "Brother Hua, what must I do for you to let me go?" Hua Ke, with his eyes shut, replied coldly, "Return what you have taken, and I shall consider that you were never here." Qin Han was instantly torn with indecision. This token was of utmost significance to him. Without it, he feared he would never encounter another substitute. "How about this?" he proposed. "You grant me the token, and I shall take my leave. In the future, when I have grown stronger, I will assist you in a task. Or perhaps I can help you locate a treasure of the medicinal arts." Hua Ke cast a glance at Qin Han, dismissively stating, "With your feeble strength belonging to the weakest of races, what good is my apothecary token to you? Even if I were to give it to you, your ultimate growth may never surpass mine. The treasures you possess are commendable, yet they fall significantly short of the foundation necessary for me to rely on you for assistance. Now, hand over the items." Upon hearing this, Qin Han's heart surged with joy. The prospect seemed promising. He casually produced the holy level profession token, waving it before Hua Quebec. Instantly, Hua Ke's expression transformed as if he had encountered a ghost. A holy level profession token. Why, if you possessed such a token, did you not reveal it sooner? I have been waiting for someone bearing the holy level token to seek me out. Qin Han was momentarily taken aback. As a seasoned player, he swiftly comprehended the truth of the situation. In an instant, he grasped the logic behind every aspect. The game could not possibly position an unbeatable NPC in the novice village. There were likely 2 ways to obtain this hidden class token. The first was to seize the opportunity when Hua Ke was away and make a hasty exit. Should fortune not favor one, and Hua Ke happened to be home, it would spell certain doom. The second approach involved presenting a holy class occupational token upon visiting, which would naturally prompt Hua Ke to graciously bestow the alchemist token. The individual who authored the strategy was not necessarily the first to arrive, but rather the one among the early entrants who enjoyed the greatest luck, managing to avoid any encounters with Hua Ke throughout the duration. Upon realizing this, Qin Han felt an overwhelming sense of survival. Had it not been for his voodoo pearl and the Shina nightmares, he surely would have met a grim fate. Without his holy class occupational token, it is likely that he would have been unable to claim the hidden class token. It was at this moment that he was struck by an impulse to hoard treasures with even greater fervor in the future, as long as he amassed sufficient resources. Even the most perilous places in the world would feel as safe as a sanctuary to him. Quickly regaining his composure, Qin Han inquired warmly, "Brother Hua, you mentioned you were waiting for someone bearing a holy class occupational token. Could you elaborate on this matter?" At that moment, Hua Ke shed his previous indifference, suddenly removing his mask, revealing a face horrifically disfigured by fire. "Years ago, I was pushed into the pool of 10,000 poisons by my fellow disciple. Though I miraculously survived, my body was left irrevocably scarred. The venom of the pool has ravaged my skin and within the realms. Only the sap of the tree of life can restore it. However, the location of the tree of life is far beyond the reach of someone of my current strength." Qin Han, "So, you wish to seek an individual of boundless potential for an exchange? Waiting for that person to mature and assist you in acquiring the essence to heal your wounds?" Hua Ke nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. As long as you possess the holy class profession token and the hidden profession token, once you reach the altar to undergo the class change, you will instantaneously become one of the most formidable individuals among the heavens. With such prowess, your achievements will be immeasurable, and you will have the capability to fulfill my aspirations in the future. If you can assist me in obtaining a drop of the tree of life's essence, not only will I allow you to take the apothecary token, but I will also grant you 3 of my life as potions. Each potion consumed will bestow upon you the ability to wield half of my power for a day. Furthermore, should you assist me in eliminating the dark force that threatens me, I pledge my eternal loyalty to you, unwavering even in the face of hellfire, my resolve unyielding." Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt a surge of joy within. In the realm of the game, Finding individuals skilled in healing and poison manipulation is not a daunting task. However, the majority of healers and poison masters possess mediocre skills, barely sufficient for ordinary players. As the game progresses, the demand for healing escalates, often requiring several thousand, even tens of thousands, of health points, a feat that ordinary healers simply cannot achieve. To have someone like Hua Ke, a truly formidable expert in the healing arts, by one's side is akin to possessing a portable spring of life. It would be nearly impossible to meet one's demise. Moreover, NPCs differ significantly from players. Even the most trusted players might betray you at a crucial moment, thrusting a metaphorical dagger in your back. Yet, NPCs with maximum loyalty are genuinely willing to sacrifice themselves for their master in critical situations. Without hesitation, Qin Han resolutely declared, "I shall honor this commitment. If one day my strength is sufficient, I will undoubtedly help you fulfill your wish." To further express his sincerity, he patted Nightmare's rear, inciting a restive stir from the creature, filled with dissatisfaction. A gentleman's promise is not easily forgotten, and Nightmare cannot pursue Qin Han's word. Hua Ke's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope. Then he produced 3 fist-sized vials emitting a purple glow from his medicine pouch. "Come closer," he instructed. "These vials are my life's elixirs, and they now belong to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Han merely smiled, refraining from approaching easily. Instead, he cheerfully remarked, "Brother Hua, I am somewhat fatigued. Let us converse a while longer." Even at this moment, he maintained a certain distance from Hua Ke, his vigilance heightened to its utmost. Hua Ke's gaze turned icy, and the atmosphere seemed to be infused with an air of chill, as if the very temperature around them began to drop. "Do you not trust me?" "Qin Han, not at all. I am merely fatigued after such an arduous period. My body is experiencing some cramps, so I shall take a moment to recuperate." In truth, he had been waiting for the system's notification, as Huajue was undoubtedly a unique NPC that the game could arrange in this setting. The words spoken earlier were, without a doubt, a quest. However, they had already exchanged such candid remarks, yet the system's task notification had not yet arrived. As a seasoned player, he was acutely aware that Huajue had not yet fully placed his trust in him. Approaching recklessly could result in Huajue's sudden wrath, leading to his untimely demise. Whom would he turn to for justice then? After a brief pause, noticing the absence of a system notification, Qin Han remarked, "Brother Huajue, how about this? I shall forego taking those few bottles of medicine for now and revisit the matter at a later time. After a sleepless night, I ought to return and rest." With that, he intended to turn his horse around and make his escape. However, no sooner had he spoken than the system's notification promptly appeared. Epic quest, save the malevolent doctor. Assist the malevolent Dr. Huajue in locating a drop of the tree of life's sap. Branch quest, aid Huajue in slaying his fellow disciple. At that very moment, Huajue's tone softened considerably. "Indeed, you possess a modicum of vigilance. The realms are fraught with peril. If one lacks even the slightest awareness of self-preservation, no matter how great your potential, your accomplishments shall remain limited. In my time, I was universally acknowledged as a genius in the medical arts. Yet it was my misplaced trust in my senior brother that led me to my current predicament. Do not follow in my footsteps." At this moment, Qin Han finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The system notification signified that the matter was settled. He had ultimately liberated himself from the clutches of his nightmare and confidently approached Hua Quebec. With a swift motion, he tucked 3 vials of life-saving potions into his pocket. These were 3 invaluable treasures that, if utilized wisely in the early stages, could very well equate to 3 lives. Then, he generously offered a substantial piece of cooked beef to Hua Ke, saying, "Brother, do try this. It is exceptionally delicious." Hua Ke, upon witnessing this gesture, appeared momentarily taken aback, as if he had not engaged with anyone for quite some time. Nevertheless, he accepted the beef and proceeded to savor it at a leisurely pace. Qin Han observed him as he ate, then took out a substantial piece of beef and began to gnaw on it while saying, "Brother, once the task is completed, shall I come to find you there, or shall it be here?" Hua Ke swallowed a mouthful of meat and nodded. After the apothecary's order was taken away, "I became a free man. Once you depart, this realm will also be sealed, and no one shall enter except for me. However, as long as you assist me in fulfilling the task, I shall certainly seek you out." Qin Han nodded and then inquired, "By the way, are you familiar with the ancient tomb on the 19th level outside? There's a colossal creature at the very bottom. It might be blocking the exit. How am I supposed to leave later?" To be frank, when he was being pursued by Hua Ke, He had contemplated escaping through the passage but was apprehensive about the half-goat monster obstructing his way. Hua Ke, upon hearing this, gently nodded. That ancient tomb was constructed by me. The creature you mentioned is indeed the guardian of the sheep clan, and it was also transformed by my hand. The apothecary token carries my essence. As long as you possess it when you approach, it will not dare to impede you. Proceed now. I shall not accompany you further. The journey ahead is long, so take care of yourself. After finishing the beef in his hand, Hua Ke donned his mask once more, dusted off his hands, stood up, and turned towards the direction of the room. However, after taking a few steps, his voice echoed back, "Oh, and thank you for the beef, it was quite delicious." Qin Han rose to his feet and remarked that he would bring some delicious food next time he came. Hua Ke gently shook his head, choosing not to respond. His earlier words had been abundantly clear. Once Qin Han departed, it seemed that amidst the myriad realms, he alone could traverse this place. While this young man would undoubtedly be barred from entry, Hua Ke dismissed the notion as mere jest. After bidding farewell to Hua Ke, Qin Han retraced his steps through the dim passageway. It was rather disheartening. In the Eternal Life game, most locations offered no shortcuts for departure. One had to return the way they came, and as one progressed, certain maps required exploration spanning months or even years. The time consumed in such 2NG and fray was colossal, and the treasures that enabled teleportation were pitifully scarce within the game. Even upon reaching the final battlefield, he had scarcely encountered anyone possessing teleportation items. Fortunately, the current map was not overly complex, and soon enough, he found himself back at the entrance of the bookshelf on the 19th level of the ancient tomb. The entrance remained ajar, and the half-goat boss was waiting with its goat-like eyes fixed intently on the passage. As Qin Han approached, the creature began to brandish its staff and bleat loudly, nearly causing him to stumble in fright. It seemed that despite his lengthy journey, the creature's hostility had not diminished. Tentatively, he produced the physician's token, and upon catching a whiff of it, the guardian of the sheep tribe curiously sniffed the air. Suddenly, terror overtook its expression, and in the blink of an eye, it fled without a trace. To his astonishment, the effect was remarkably potent. It appeared that Hua Ke had encountered this creature before. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily frightened merely by the scent. The guardian had evidently endured a harrowing experience, which had left a profound psychological scar. With a sense of compassion, Qin Han boldly entered the hall. At that moment, the sheep guardian had abandoned its throne. Retreating to the farthest corner of the grand hall from Qin Han, trembling with its staff clutched tightly. Upon seeing Qin Han emerge, the creature buried its head beneath its forelegs, as if such a posture could conceal its inner dread. Very well, Qin Han mused. Initially, he had intended to take advantage of the creature's fear to scour the area for potential gains, particularly intrigued by the staff it held. However, witnessing its pitiful demeanor, so starkly contrasting with its previous bravado, his desire waned significantly. Perhaps it was wiser to hasten back and change his profession. The allure of a divine-class vocation far outweighed any possible treasures hidden here. In his reincarnation, many aspects had indeed shifted. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, should another seize the opportunity to transition into a god-tier profession before him, his fate would be dire. Mounting his nightmare steed, Qin Han swiftly made his way upwards. Retracing his path, as he sped along the road, yet another announcement resonated in the village's chat area. Congratulations to the villager Lu Kuang for being the first to reach level 4, earning a reward of 1 to his constitution. This news left the players, who had eagerly prepared to venture out for leveling early in the morning, utterly astonished. Lu Kuang had once again achieved the milestone of being the first to ascend to level 4, an unexpected turn of events. Could it be that he, too, had transitioned into a professional? Brother, don't overthink it. There are only a handful of professionals in the village, and I know for certain Lu Kuang is not among them. It is indeed impressive for someone who is not a professional to reach the first upgrade. Oh, what's the big deal? He was already the first to reach level 3. If he were diligent, reaching level 4 first would not be a remarkable feat after all. The gap between novice professionals is not significant at the outset. Moreover, the professionals only emerged yesterday, many of whom are still at level 0, so it's no surprise they couldn't keep pace. However, as the professionals gradually evolve, no matter how industrious Lu Kuang may be, he will inevitably fall behind, becoming indistinguishable from the masses in due time. You see things clearly, brother. In my opinion, Lu Kuang lacks foresight. As an ordinary individual, what advantage does being the first to level up afford him? The meager boost to his constitution pales in comparison to the substantial growth that professionals achieve with each level advancement. If he were to relinquish that meager constitution boost to the professionals, it would fortify the strong even further. It is indeed a harsh reality of the gaming world. Advantages should be conferred upon the professionals so that they may better protect the village and its inhabitants. Thus, some individuals are selfish and utterly disregard the feelings of others. To share a village with such people is indeed a stroke of misfortune. Do not speak so disparagingly, Lulu interjected. His accomplishment in reaching level 4 first is the fruit of his labor. Since I transitioned yesterday, I have been grinding monsters throughout the night, barely reaching level 3. I must tell you, the experience required to progress from level 3 to 4 has increased significantly. With my current abilities, even if I were to grind tirelessly for 24 hours, I would still not reach level 4. Wow, if even Lulu, the esteemed one, acknowledges this. It must indeed be exceedingly challenging to progress from level 3 to 4. But why has Lu Kuang managed to level up so swiftly? I actually know the answer. Early this morning, I ventured out with a few companions to hunt monsters for experience and inadvertently discovered a hidden location in the heart of the wild bull prairie. It's vast and teeming with black sheep. Defeating just one yields 100 experience points. Lu Kuang is leveling up there. Wow, such significant news. And you're only telling us now. The truth is now clear. Lu Kuang has stumbled upon a leveling sanctuary. Brothers, this is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let us hasten to seize it and strive for upgrades today. Upon encountering such favorable news, even Lulu could not contain her excitement. Declaring in the chat, "Let us go together." A sycophant chimed in. Lulu, with your prowess as the first to change class, you will undoubtedly reach level 5 ahead of all others. Indeed, the rewards for being the first to upgrade, particularly the attribute points, would be most beneficial for a practitioner of Lulu's caliber. Once Lulu ascends to the top rank in the village, she will surely safeguard us in the future. Just as Lu Bang, a rogue from Peixian, rose to become an emperor, and Lu Xiu, a farmer from Nanyang, became a revered leader, followed by Lu Bei, a humble weaver who claimed 1/3 of the realm. Now, Lulu, as the first to change class, is bound to soar to great heights. Brother, I believe I've heard you use that phrase before. I miscalculated. I never anticipated Lu Kuang's lack of ambition. How can the disparity among those sharing the surname Lu be so vast? It seems that destiny favors Lulu over Lu Kuang. As Qin Han descended from the 19th floor to the 1st, he was met with a throng of people, the space seemingly overflowing with a crowd that might well number in the thousands. A cursory glance revealed a striking contrast between the multitude and the few peculiar souls among them. Upon his emergence from the passage, the exquisite figure of the dream demon, adorned in ancient regalia, caught the attention of many, drawing them closer. Brother, what's the situation down there? Are there any rewards to be had? Is this steed of yours acquired from below? Qin Han chose to ignore them, yet he felt a tinge of frustration. Had he anticipated such a throng, he would have dispelled the nightmare beforehand. Now, before thousands of players, mounted on his majestic steed, he had unwittingly become the center of attention. Countless gazes were drawn to his visage. With a hint of social anxiety, he focused his eyes downward, steeling himself as he navigated through the crowd towards the grassy expanse. At that moment, a multitude of players continued to emerge from the novice village, all with their sights set on the ancient tomb, creating a scene reminiscent of a hometown gathering. Outside the tomb, more and more players ventured inside. However, aside from Qin Han, 3 individuals were silently making their way back. They were Lu Kuang and his companions, seemingly seeking to evade the peculiar stares of onlookers, as Lu Kuang's name faded from visibility once again. Like Qin Han, they had spent the entire night battling monsters, now utterly fatigued and preparing to return to the village for rest. After a night of grinding, the black sheep on the first level of the tomb were nearly extinct, and with such an influx of players, there simply weren't enough to go around. The creatures on the second level of the tomb possessed significantly higher health, and even combined, it would take them considerable time to defeat just one. For the moment, they were disinclined to proceed further. The trio watched from a distance as Qin Han galloped away on his steed, realizing that pursuing him was futile. Li Hao remarked, "We battled all night and never caught sight of the esteemed player. We assumed he had already departed, yet here we are encountering him again at dawn. Alas, we cannot keep up. He is indeed remarkable, even on horseback, exuding such elegance." Lu Kuang added, "This ancient tomb is rather peculiar. We attempted to explore it at midnight, but the few paths available proved to be inextricable. leading us back to the first level if we were not cautious. After half an hour of effort, we barely made it to the third level, and any further descent was beyond our capability. I suspect our esteemed player is familiarizing himself with the layout below. Yet, I cannot fathom how he managed to descend. Li Ran interjected, "The world of the esteemed player is truly beyond our comprehension. We ought to focus on ourselves. Let us return swiftly. If we encounter him, we shall repay him for the funds from last night." The three nodded in agreement and made their way back to the village. As they observed the diverse array of players along the path, Li Ran suddenly felt a wave of sentimentality. This game had only just begun, and the road ahead was still uncertain. "Lu Kuang, we have shared life and death experiences. How about we form a trio moving forward so we can look out for each other?" Lu Kuang readily agreed. Indeed, having faced life and death together, I trust both of you. From now on, I shall entrust my back to you. On the other side, Qin Han raced onward without pause. Upon arriving at the village, he noticed a significant reduction in players, and at the altar, not a soul could be found. Seeing this, he finally let out a sigh of relief, seeking out a secluded corner to stow away his nightmare before hastening towards the altar. Once atop the altar, wishing to avoid lingering uncertainties, he promptly retrieved the Holy Grade token and the Hidden Profession Alchemist token, placing them upon the altar. This time, the synthesis unfolded in a manner akin to the previous occasion. The two tokens intertwined and collided fiercely, merging into one. However, the token forged this time shone like white jade, emanating a mesmerizing aura of purple mist. Holding it in his hand, a chilling sensation coursed through his body, awakening his weary mind that had endured a day and night of strain. Now, he awaited the arrival of the village chief, ready to embark on his career transition. The anticipation was palpable. This was the only divine profession in existence, a vocation unattainable by anyone in either of his lifetimes. He pondered the magnitude of the enhancement it would bestow upon him. On the altar, Qin Han waited with a leisurely demeanor. Despite the absence of the village chief since his ascent to the altar, he remained unperturbed. After all, the token was securely in his possession, and no one in the myriad realms could rival him. Whether the chief arrived sooner or later bore no consequence. His thoughts drifted to the possibility that the chief was deliberately delaying his arrival, pondering the purpose behind it and the potential tasks that might accompany such a delay. Moreover, the chief had already failed to appear once. Surely he would come this time. Indeed, just as Qin Han's thoughts settled, he beheld an elderly man, frail and silver-haired, stumbling towards the altar with the aid of a cane, moving at a pace that could rival an elderly lady crossing the street. Qin Han cast a fleeting glance at him and chose to disregard him, allowing the village chief to drag himself toward the altar. In his previous life, he had encountered this village chief, an old man whose vitality was astonishingly robust, moving with such vigor that it seemed as if the very wind followed him. This was a stark contrast to the frail figure he now presented, with one foot seemingly in the grave. He recalled that in his past existence, this village chief had even shown interest in the young female attendant at the village clothing store, with players often spotting him surreptitiously standing before her door in the dead of night. To succinctly summarize his impression of the village chief, he was nothing more than a miserly, lustful old skinflint. The chief's current antics were transparently a fade, a theatrical performance before him. Since the village chief was in no rush, neither was he. As time trickled by, it was only after about 5 minutes that the chief finally sauntered to the altar. At that moment, he hunched over, leaning heavily on his cane, his throat wheezing like a bellows. Alas, old age has its toll. He could scarcely endure these few steps. After feigning a struggle for a while, the village chief pretended to suddenly notice Qin Han, exclaiming with feigned delight, "Ah, yet another child seeking to change professions. How splendid! Come, child, let me see what level of token you have obtained." Upon hearing the words, Qin Han restrained his emotions and directly produced the divine grade token, which emanated a misty purple aura. As the village chief received the token, his aged hands trembled uncontrollably. This was a divine grade token, the unparalleled profession token unique to the myriad realms. Even though he had arrived early and was aware of the synthesis the moment Qin Han completed it, his heart still quaked with uncontainable excitement. The supreme decree of the myriad realms, such an existence could no longer be described merely as having boundless potential. It seemed that once this young man matured, there would be few in the heavens who could rival him. To be frank, such a person was far beyond the grasp of a mere village chief like himself. In normal circumstances, he would have eagerly rushed over to assist with the class transition. However, Under the weight of unspoken burdens, he was compelled to adhere to the premeditated approach he had devised to engage with the young man. Forcing himself to quell the tremors within, the village chief mustered a warm smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is a divine-grade profession token. I never anticipated that our village 688 would witness the emergence of someone as extraordinary as you." Yet, he continued, "At times, possessing a token of such high caliber can be a vexation. Child, should you wish to transition your class, you must first provide me with 100 gold coins, as I need to gather sufficient materials for the transfer. Otherwise, I fear your profession may remain unchangeable." Upon uttering these words, the village chief felt the sweat pooling in his palms, horrified at the thought that one day he would be reduced to extorting a figure of limitless potential, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the heavens. Upon hearing this, Qin Han furrowed his brow, recalling the village chief's reputation from his previous life. Was this old man merely trying to extort him without any legitimate task? Did he intend to leverage Qin Han's abilities to his advantage during the class change? 100 gold coins as a service fee? It was nothing short of exorbitant. It was only the second day of the game. Typical players might scarcely possess a few silver coins, which would already qualify them as wealthy. 100 gold coins was an outrageous demand, effectively pushing one towards despair. Even if he possessed such wealth, he would never acquiesce to such a request. "Apologies, but if you are not prepared to facilitate my class change, I shall take my leave." With that, Qin Han snatched the token and tucked it into his pocket, seemingly ready to walk away. Witnessing Qin Han's apparent irritation, the village chief, instead, responded with a jovial demeanor, "My dear child, do not be hasty. As the village chief, I desire nothing more than to see exceptional individuals like you undergo a class change at the earliest opportunity. However, the fees associated with such a transition are not within my singular authority to determine. I am quite powerless in this regard. Moreover, a timely class change would yield immeasurable benefits for you. Would it not be a pity to forego such an opportunity?" His insinuation was clear. Where else could you possibly undergo a class change if not here? Most individuals, faced with such a frustrating dilemma, would likely resort to pleading or employing emotional appeals. In such a scenario, the village chief could seamlessly guide them to assist in resolving his own issues. Yet, the subsequent words from Qin Han utterly dismantled the village chief's defenses. "Qin Han, changing occupations is a trivial matter, yet it sounds as if it is exceedingly difficult. Since you do not wish to change, I shall simply transfer to another village." Village chief, "My child, this is the eternal life world. The act of changing villages is no trifling matter. It is not something one can simply decide to do on a whim." "Qin Han, is that so? I have heard that defeating the notorious bandit leader at Xian Peak rewards one with a village transfer token. Although I am uncertain of its authenticity, I shall endeavor to give it a try. Regardless, your exorbitant job transfer fees render my stay in this village untenable." Upon hearing this, the village chief's face turned pale, as if struck by lightning. Although Qin Han's strength was not entirely known to him, he had managed to glean some insight. Although the Falling Cloud Peak was a level 20 map, even an ordinary rogue was not something the current players could easily confront. However, for Qin Han, it was unlikely to pose a significant challenge. If the adversary truly decided to leave out of frustration, not only would the task be left unresolved, but without someone as promising as Qin Han to oversee matters, the village chief would have to question his own safety as the village head. Witnessing this, the village chief appeared as wilted as a frost-bitten eggplant, his demeanor deflated. He hastily attempted to amend the situation, saying, I never anticipated your dedication to the class change would be so profound. It truly moves me. Therefore, I shall personally finance your transition to this profession." He had expected that such words would coax Qin Han into compliance. To his astonishment, however, Qin Han's stance was resolute. "No, I prefer not to owe you, the village chief, any favors. Let us part ways here. I believe the leaders of other villages would be more than eager to welcome me." Upon hearing this, the village chief was rendered speechless, finally understanding that a person capable of obtaining a divine token, regardless of their current weakness, was certainly not someone he could easily manipulate. His expression shifted repeatedly, and with a deep sigh, he ultimately revealed, well, since we have reached this point, I cannot continue to deceive you. In truth, transitioning professions does not necessitate monetary expenditure. It is merely a necessity born from a difficult secret I must keep. To be candid, the master of the Blade Hall is my son." Upon hearing this, Qin Han furrowed his brow. Was the village chief seeking vengeance for his son? He had not anticipated that the origin of this incident lay within the task at the Blade Hall. nor had he imagined that the master of the Blade Hall was, in fact, the village chief's son. The village chief quickly waved his hand and, with a sense of despair, said, "Child, you misunderstand. If you listen to me, you will understand. All of this began with my little granddaughter. My granddaughter has always been mischievous, frequently causing trouble. Yet she remained unharmed under the protection of her father and me. Until one day last month, when the little girl played tricks on a traveler who had come to the village tavern for a drink. In a fit of rage, the traveler abducted her, leaving behind a note that declared if I wished to rescue my granddaughter, I must go to the Blackstone domain to find him." Qin Han furrowed his brow, pondering the existence of the Blackstone domain. In his previous life, he had never encountered this place. However, the game world is vast, teeming with countless unknown territories. Even if he had traversed to the ultimate battleground, it was impossible to know every detail. He remarked, "Since they suggest seeking him in the Blackstone domain, with your sword pavilion and the village chief's prowess, wouldn't it be straightforward to simply go and retrieve him?" The village chief shook his head, sighing, "You are unaware of the situation. The entrance to the Blackstone domain is fortified by a thick temporal barrier, which cannot be breached by ordinary means. Thus, to shatter this barrier, one must possess a divine artifact. Fortunately, that artifact is in the hands of the sword pavilion's master, Jianqi. Regrettably, Jianqi is as stubborn as they come. Despite my son and I pleading repeatedly, he remains unmoved. In the end, we wore him down to the point of exasperation, and he proposed a task that is nearly impossible to accomplish." Qin Han, do not tell me that the task involves the sword pavilion testing through the 36 trials of the Blade Hall. The village chief, upon hearing this, let out a bitter smile. "Indeed, you are the only one in our village who has passed the trials of the Blade Hall. Therefore, my son and I both believe that you might also succeed in the trials of the sword pavilion. It is a pity, however, that you declined. Last night, I intended to corner you a bit, to compel you to return and accept the task. Yet, upon witnessing that you had already synthesized the holy level token, I had no choice but to abandon that thought." Upon hearing this, Qin Han nodded. He was well aware of this fact. Once he synthesized the saint-level profession token, he would be barred from all ordinary trial arenas. Even if the village chief wished for his assistance, it would be impossible. The village chief remarked, however, "Once you transition to a saint-level profession, your strength will significantly enhance, and perhaps you can aid me in another manner to rescue my granddaughter. Moreover, the fact that you have synthesized the divine level profession token today makes me believe that this method is almost certain to succeed." Upon hearing this, Qin Han's interest was piqued. "Do share, what is the method?" The village chief stroked his beard thoughtfully. "A year ago, the wife of that sword enthusiast was captured by the high priest on Thunder Poison Island. At that time, he proclaimed that whoever could rescue his wife would have any wish of theirs granted. Alas, Thunder Poison Island is a perilous realm, beset by thunderstorms and fraught with toxic barriers. Only the island's indigenous inhabitants can survive there. The prospect of venturing into Thunder Poison Island to retrieve the sword enthusiast's wife is akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, that locale is exclusively accessible to you players. Individuals like us are utterly unqualified to enter." Upon hearing this, Qin Han's body trembled with shock. He had indeed heard of the notorious Thunder Poison Island, one of the hellish difficulty dungeons for novices. The conditions for entry were exceedingly stringent. One required a Thunder Poison Island teleportation token, an exceedingly rare item. This token could only be obtained by completing a unique special quest related to the island or through an extraordinary stroke of luck during late-game events for novices, with an infinitesimal chance of acquisition. Throughout the entire novice phase, the number of individuals capable of entering the island was likely less than 10,000 across all realms. Furthermore, each teleportation token allowed only a single entry. Once one returned, the prospect of re-entering became an insurmountable challenge. Additionally, the island was rife with toxic barriers and thunderstorms. Without proper equipment to resist poison and lightning, entering would be tantamount to certain death. However, the more perilous the location, the greater the potential rewards. The correlation between risk and reward often leaned in favor of the intrepid, and Thunder Poison Island was renowned for its abundance of gold. Merely wandering about could yield tens of thousands of gold coins, and with a modest effort in searching, one could easily amass 100,000 or even more, sufficient to drive players into a frenzy. Moreover, rumors abounded of enticing treasures hidden within the island. Whispers suggested the presence of unparalleled artifacts. What was a desperate situation for others was, for him, an opportunity ripe with promise. with the voodoo pearl in his possession rendering him immune to all toxins and an ancient set of gear providing 300 points of lightning resistance. Should he acquire additional equipment to bolster his defense against lightning, the threats posed by storms would diminish significantly. Thus, with both major concerns addressed, even the treacherous Thunder Poison Island would not deter him from venturing forth. Regaining his composure, Qin Han continued, "Village Chief, are you suggesting that I venture to Thunder Poison Island to retrieve the wife of the Sword Madman, so he may assist you in shattering the temporal barriers of the Blackstone domain with that artifact?" The village chief nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that is precisely the case. I happen to possess a teleportation token for Thunder Poison Island. If you are willing to assist, I shall entrust this token to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Han was resolute in his refusal. The location of Thunder Poison Island held great significance for him, as he was in dire need of funds for a certain acquisition he sought. It would be most advantageous to journey to Thunder Poison Island. However, given that this was a task and one assigned by the notoriously stingy village chief, he felt compelled to clarify certain details beforehand. "Qin Han, I am willing to undertake this task." The village chief, with a face full of excitement, replied, "Thank you very much." However, before he could finish his sentence, he heard Qin Han continue to inquire, "I can assist you, but what will you offer me as a reward?" Upon hearing this, the village chief was momentarily taken aback. A reward? What could that possibly be? Yet, since the other party had broached the subject to this extent, he could only hesitate and respond, "It must be quite substantial. There is definitely something to offer, but..." At last, Qin Han has come to a realization, incredulity etched upon his face as he questioned, "Were you initially planning to exploit my transition to demand 100 gold coins, and then, when I yielded, seize that very sum to offset the reward for this task?" It appeared that his thoughts had been laid bare, for the village chief's face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to his ears. Were it anyone else, they would likely deny such an embarrassing revelation to the bitter end. Yet, this individual surprisingly nodded emphatically in affirmation. Indeed, Qin Han was left speechless, as he gained a deeper understanding of the village chief's miserly persona. Truly, it was commendable that he could devise such a method. The village chief lamented, "Ah, my child, you must understand that in my efforts to save my beloved granddaughter, I have exhausted my savings and sought information from every corner. Now, I find myself utterly destitute. I beg you, do not hold this against me." Qin Han pondered, "If it weren't for the fact that Thunder Poison Island is a treasure trove, I would truly consider abandoning this task altogether. Let those who are willing go." The village chief, with an air of persistence, pressed on, "So, my child, will you lend a hand in this endeavor or not?" Upon hearing this, Qin Han let out a sigh and reluctantly agreed, considering it an act of kindness for the sake of saving your granddaughter. The village chief immediately beamed with joy, exclaiming, "You are truly a kind-hearted individual. Good people are surely rewarded." As he spoke, he produced a token crafted from sandalwood and handed it to Qin Han. "My child, although this matter is urgent, Thunder Poison Island is exceedingly perilous. You must ensure you are thoroughly prepared before venturing there." Qin Han received the token and nodded slightly. Since the village chief had arrived, this old man had finally uttered a statement that resembled human speech. Concurrently, the system provided a prompt, "Epic quest, rescue the wife of the sword enthusiast. Please proceed to the High Priest of Thunder Poison Island to rescue the wife of the sword enthusiast and bring her back safely." Upon encountering the system's notification, Qin Han instantly lost his composure. Is this truly an epic quest? What a jest! Any epic quest is not only unique but also offers rewards of unparalleled magnitude. Take, for instance, the previous tasks involving the Archer Minter and the Malevolent Healer, Hua Ke. The minimum compensation from those quests was nearly equivalent to that of a treasured artifact. Yet, the current task merely entails rescuing someone, and the miserly village chief is not even willing to part with a single coin. How can this possibly be classified as epic? With a sense of skepticism, he turned to the village chief and inquired, "Chief, is there something you are concealing from me?" The village chief replied with a look of confusion, "Child, I assure you, there is nothing more to disclose. I have conveyed all pertinent information. All you need to do is venture to the island and bring the person back." No, it cannot be that straightforward. Hold on. Let me reflect on this for a moment. In Qin Han's mind, the details of the village chief's words regarding the task incessantly replayed. Suddenly, in a flash of insight, he comprehended an essential truth. You just mentioned that the sword enthusiast held an immense affection for his wife. If he were able to rescue her, he would be willing to grant someone a request. Any request, perhaps? The village chief nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is the case. Although the sword enthusiast is rather rigid in character, he has always kept his word. Upon hearing this, Qin Han immediately comprehended the implication. Village chief, if I truly fulfill my mission, and then persuade the sword enthusiast to agree to become my retainer, subsequently leveraging my position to enlist his assistance, would that not be a dual advantage? The village chief, upon hearing this, promptly shook his head. I fear that may not be feasible. The sword enthusiast has lived his life with a resolute spirit, never willing to submit to another. If you were to attempt to make him your retainer, it is likely that the outcome would be counterproductive. Qin Han nodded slightly, realizing that his thoughts might have been overly ambitious. Every individual has their limits, and there are certain actions that one might refuse to undertake, even at the cost of their life. To employ such leverage against another would be to compel them towards their demise. However, if he could not endure the sword madman, what advantage remained in this task? The rewards appeared to be far from extraordinary, hardly befitting an epic quest. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Han inquired, "What exactly is that artifact wielded by the sword madman? If I were to ask him for it, do you think he would acquiesce?" Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression grew noticeably solemn. "To be honest, I would not divulge certain matters to just anyone. Yet, since you are of a divine class, you possess the right to know. The artifact in the sword madman's possession is known as the Skybreaker Stone. This object is indestructible and is said to have the power to shatter all temporal and spatial barriers. It is exceedingly precious. And if you were to insist on requesting it from the sword madman, I believe, given his nature, he might just grant it to you." The Skybreaker Stone. Upon hearing these words, even Qin Han's remarkable composure faltered momentarily. His eyes widened in astonishment, his entire being quaking with excitement as he exclaimed, "Are you referring to that legendary stone capable of dismantling all spatial barriers, impervious to all forms of destruction?" The village chief was equally taken aback. "You have heard of it as well?" Qin Han was overwhelmed with excitement. He had not merely heard of it, but it resonated in his ears like thunder. In his previous life, he had heard time and again of a supreme treasure known as the Heavenly Shuttle, capable of transcending the boundaries of time and space, traversing through various realms. Possessing the Heavenly Shuttle would not only allow one to navigate through game worlds, but also to return to the real world. More astonishingly, it was rumored that it could even breach the confines of the universe, venturing into alternate realities. The Heavenly Shuttle consists of 3 components: the core, the shuttle body, and the Heavenly Stone. Regrettably, in his former existence, only the core and the shuttle body had made their appearance in the final battleground, while the most crucial component, the Heavenly Stone, had remained elusive. He never anticipated that the whereabouts of the Heavenly Stone would be revealed within the quest of Thunder Poison Island. Qin Han was already familiar with the methods to acquire the core and the shuttle body, and he was confident in his ability to obtain them. If he could secure the Heavenly Stone, he would finally be able to assemble the true supreme treasure, the Heavenly Shuttle. At that point, he could traverse the multiverse and implement many ideas to enhance his strength. He must attain it. At the novice altar, Qin Han's emotions were tumultuous. Who could have imagined that such a remarkable treasure lay hidden in a novice village? Simultaneously, he understood why no one had ever acquired the Heavenly Stone in his previous life. Only by obtaining the top-tier professional token from the Sword Pavilion could one accept the Sword Pavilion Master's quest. Only by refusing that quest and subsequently synthesizing a holy level token could one undertake the quest of Thunder Poison Island. Furthermore, only those with a divine level professional token would learn of the Heavenly Stone from the village chief. This quest was intricately linked. Had he not been reborn and had the foresight to inquire at a critical moment, the Heavenly Stone would have remained forever beyond his reach. Seeing Qin Han in silence, the village chief urged, "Child, since the matter is now clear, why not promptly change your profession? There are still many tasks that require my attention in the village." Upon hearing this, Qin Han immediately understood and handed over the divine class profession token. The village chief took the token and pointed at the intricate array in the center of the altar, saying, "Child, stand in the middle and remain still." Qin Han complied, and soon after, the village chief approached the stone table, placing a token upon it. He pressed around the altar several times, muttering incantations that seemed to be a form of ritualistic prayer. After approximately a minute, the token on the stone table suddenly shattered, transforming into a swirl of purple energy that dispersed into the magical array. Immediately, the array emitted a brilliant violet light, enveloping Qin Han entirely. The purple luminescence persisted for a full 5 minutes before fading away. When the light dissipated, Qin Han appeared to have undergone a transformation beneath his feet. A halo of purple professional light shimmered incessantly. Even his entire being seemed shrouded in a nebulous purple aura. Simultaneously, the world announcement arrived as anticipated. Congratulations to player Qin Han for transitioning to the unique divine-level profession, Martial God, earning 10 Dao points. As Qin Han was the sole player to achieve a divine-level profession, he received an additional reward of 10 Dao points. Unlike previous announcements, the myriad realms were left in awe. Although they were astonished by the treasure, most lacked a clear understanding of its nature. Given the rarity of such treasures, their occurrence within the game was indeed limited. However, the concept of professions was familiar to all, and everyone understood the terrifying potential of professional players. At that moment, every novice village across the realms trembled. Once again, it was this individual named Qin Han. Just when they thought he would finally settle down, he unveiled a grand move. A divine-level profession, such a title alone was daunting. Goodness, I merely attained a high-level profession and felt as though I had reached the pinnacle of my life, with limitless prospects. Yet, in comparison to him, I feel like a mere country chicken. After Qin Han's announcement, a sense of competitive spirit ignited within me. I had also obtained a holy-level profession, believing I had surpassed him, only to discover that he had transitioned to a divine-level profession. In terms of profession levels, with each rank representing a new realm, it seemed I would find it increasingly difficult to surpass him henceforth. Did Qin Han perhaps save the universe in a previous life? Why do all the fortunes seem to favor him while I struggle to earn a mere basic profession? In Novice Village Y520131, the stunning beauty Jiang Ningxue, amidst monster hunting, was taken aback by the announcement. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. A divine-level profession, and the only one at that. He truly did not disappoint, far exceeding my expectations. My holy-level profession granted me only a meager amount of Dao points, while this divine-level profession awarded 10. There was no doubt that the prowess of such a divine-level profession would surpass my imagination. Alas, the announcement did not disclose any attributes. Otherwise, I would have been eager to witness them. I also eagerly anticipated the day I might meet this Qin Han, if I could recruit him as an ally. The power of the Great Xia in the myriad realms would become even more unassailable. In the novice village designated as ZZ549527, a peculiar figure with white hair and black eyes, wielding a magnificent dark golden sword and adorned in resplendent golden armor, diligently trained on the Huangshe grassland. Surrounding him was a diverse assembly of humanoid monsters, meticulously guarding him as if he were a precious infant. Upon receiving an announcement, the extraordinary man forcefully cast his sword to the ground, his countenance reflecting immense frustration. A surge of resentment welled within him as he glanced at the creatures around him, lamenting, "It would be more worthwhile to care for a dog than for you lot." After entering the game, I reached level 5 only to be informed of the existence of a class token. Just as I transitioned to the pinnacle class, I discover the existence of a holy class. Now, another divine class emerges. As the youngest son of the demon emperor, with the most esteemed bloodline coursing through my veins, how can it be that so many surpass me in strength? While Jiang Ningxue has ascended to become the empress of the Great Xia, placing her above me in status. What a Qin Han! There is no clan named Qin among the 6 paramount forces of the heavens, nor is there any in the ranks of the first-tier powers. He is merely an inconsequential figure. Yet, since the game's inception, he has been reaping treasures, with announcements about him flooding in. And now he has attained a unique divine class. And here I am, having played this game without even a single announcement to my name, gaining no benefits whatsoever. If word of this spreads, where shall I, the son of the demon emperor, find my dignity? Regardless, I shall give you 3 days. This prince must at the very least hear some leads regarding treasures. Otherwise, you worthless creatures shall have no reason to exist. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding demons were struck with terror, immediately kneeling, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In the demon hierarchy, should this prince truly desire their demise, they could only submit without a hint of resistance. Just then, a figure resembling a fox approached to report, "Great Prince Feng Qianjue, your servant Chu Xing sends his regards." Feng Qianjue furrowed his brow, urging, "Speak swiftly, and do not waste my time." Chu Xing replied, "Your servants have discovered a highly confidential location deep within the nearby forest. It contains a labyrinth that is exceedingly difficult to navigate. However, Adept servants skilled in solving mazes are already endeavoring to advance within. And we believe it will not be long before favorable news arrives. If your highness is the first to enter the depths of the labyrinth, immense rewards await. A labyrinth? Rewards? Instantly intrigued, Feng Qianjue seized his sword and urged, "Let us go at once. Lead this prince to see." Meanwhile, within the novice village 688, the atmosphere had quieted significantly. Although the players were astonished that someone could attain a divine class, such an achievement felt exceedingly distant for ordinary players like themselves. Most were engaged in exploring ancient tombs for monsters, largely ignoring the unfolding events. However, there were three individuals who were not among them: Lu Kuang, Li Hao, and Li Ran. After searching high and low without catching a glimpse of Qin Han, their spirits undeterred, they fortuitously passed by the altar and were astonished to witness Qin Han's class change. Upon seeing the world announcement, they trembled in fear. Lu Kuang stammered at last, "We have discovered the reason behind this formidable figure's continuous zero-level status. It appears he is aiming for a divine class." Li Hao nodded in deep agreement. In comparison to this individual, the so-called practitioners from our village seem nothing more than a jest. Li Ran, with newfound determination in his gaze, asked, "Do you comprehend what this signifies for us?" Lu Kuang replied, "Not really. Anyway, this is merely a testament to his strength, which has no bearing on us insignificant beings." Li Hao chimed in, "Indeed, we can only admire from afar." Li Ran shook his head, asserting, "You are mistaken. This eternal game is bound to grow increasingly perilous. If we steadfastly follow this great figure, our safety will be assured, and our future endeavors will extend further." Lu Kuang remarked, "That may be so, but as three unclassed individuals, someone of his stature probably regards us as mere fools." Li Ran countered, "Perhaps we are the only ones in the entire village privy to this great figure's secret, and that is our advantage. Even an emperor has his minions. If we perform well, we might become his subordinates. Under his protection, we could venture further." Lu Kuang expressed doubt, "With our current capabilities, although I am the highest level, I will eventually be surpassed by those practitioners. Thus, with our limited strength, we cannot even command respect in our novice village. So how could we assist this great figure?" Li Ran, momentarily disheartened by these words, quickly regained his spirits, reasoning, "If we do not make an attempt, how will we ever know? We need to pay back our debts. Perhaps we should test our luck then?" At the altar, Qin Han, upon seeing the announcement, felt a surge of joy. His class change awarded him 10 points of heavenly Dao value, along with an additional bonus of 10 points. Altogether, he accrued a remarkable 20 points of heavenly Dao value this time. At this rate, he might become the player with the most heavenly Dao value in the entire game. If, by the game's late stages, the significance of heavenly Dao value becomes clear, he would surely incite envy across all realms. Regaining his composure, he turned his attention to his class attributes: martial god, divine class, unique across all realms. Growth rate, 30 times. Passive skill, martial god's aura, divine aura. Physical damage increase, 100%. Physical sharpness increase, 100%. Attack speed increase, 100%. All resistance attributes increase, 100%. Defense increase, 100%. Movement speed increase, 100%. Toughness resistance increase, 100%. Lifesteal on attack, 50%. Passive skill, guardian of the martial god. Upon receiving a lethal blow, it grants absolute defense for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown period of 1 month. Witnessing such an exhilarating attribute, even Qin Han, who has lived 2 lifetimes, could not help but tremble with excitement. Truly, it is the singular divine profession, boasting a staggering 30-fold growth rate, surpassing the combined growth of 3 holy level professions. This implies that with each level he ascends, he could accrue 300 vitality points. By level 10, 3,000. By level 20, 6,000. And upon reaching level 100, a remarkable 30,000. This figure eclipses the peak vitality of the most formidable races by 3 times. Furthermore, considering the potential vitality benefits he could obtain within the game, this gap could easily widen even further. Moreover, each passive skill is impressive. The comprehensive amplifications are self-evident, far exceeding the capabilities of those holy level professions which can only enhance specific categories. Notably, the 50% lifesteal is exceptional within the realm of eternal life. Any equipment with lifesteal attributes is undoubtedly remarkable. Even the most treasured lifesteal gear he encountered in his past life barely reached 25%. Thus, Achieving 50% lifesteal is tantamount to donning an infinitely regenerative super equipment, provided he does not encounter a supremely formidable opponent capable of one-hit kills. Possessing this attribute renders him nearly invincible. Another passive skill, 100% resilience resistance, is even more extraordinary. As the game progresses, various insidious control methods emerge, including mental manipulation, slowing, freezing, ensnaring, poisoning, hypnosis, illusions, taunts, and more. No matter how cautious a player may be, they are likely to fall victim to these tactics. However, with 100% resilience resistance, he becomes effectively immune to such control techniques. The resilience resistance, combined with 50% life steal and the ability of the god-slaying bow to bypass defenses, renders him akin to an indestructible cockroach. Finally, Qin Han's gaze fell upon the last passive skill, Guardian of the Martial God. This skill activates once per month, providing a lethal damage defense that, when triggered, grants an absolute invincibility status for 10 seconds. For an ordinary player, a mere 10 seconds may seem inconsequential. Yet for an experienced player like him, even 3 seconds, or even just one, could offer a chance for a miraculous comeback. Of course, this is contingent upon the opponent against an overwhelmingly powerful foe. Even 10 minutes of invincibility would be futile. However, should he acquire the breakthrough shuttle, those 10 seconds would allow him to effortlessly escape using its abilities. In such a scenario, even the strongest beings in the universe would be powerless against him. Upon realizing the astonishing secret of reaching the ultimate threshold, Qin Han became resolute. He must immediately begin strategizing all matters pertaining to this limit. Village Chief, since all is well, I shall take my leave. Having transitioned to a new profession, and with the teleportation order from Thunder Poison Island now in hand, he was ready to attend to other matters. After exchanging a few words with the village chief, Qin Han turned to descend towards the altar. However, his hurried demeanor made the village chief feel a pang of anxiety. Could it be that this young fellow had merely been brushing him off? After all, he had taken without giving, and it was only fair to say that anyone in such a situation would harbor resentment. Although the task had been successfully completed, what if the young man was not fully committed, leading to failure? If the mission were to falter, others would remain unscathed. But the village chief's hope of rescuing his beloved granddaughter would vanish. With such thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, the village chief grew increasingly agitated and quickly called out, "Qin, wait a moment." Qin Han, already at the altar, merely glanced back without turning fully around. He had pressing matters to attend to and was unwilling to squander time here. His tone, instinctively laced with a touch of dismissal, was, "Is there something else?" The cunning village chief immediately detected the impatience etched on Qin Han's face, and the dismissive attitude plunged the chief's heart into despair. It seemed that his initial assumptions were correct. This young man had not taken his responsibilities seriously at all. His demeanor was reminiscent of a scoundrel who, after having taken what he wanted, now showed no inclination to even pretend otherwise. Yet, he was in the wrong, and the situation compelled him to act with patience. Thus, the village chief managed to compose himself and said, "Oh dear, I almost forgot. After your transition, I, as the village chief, have also been rewarded with several benefits from the game. Among them are 5 advanced physique enhancement orders. Do you find them useful? Advanced physique enhancement orders?" Upon hearing this, Qin Han directly took the amplification token, feeling somewhat astonished. The stronger a novice player becomes, the more they engage in actions that enhance their foundation. As the village chief, who shares in the glory of the players, he too would be favored by the game and granted numerous rewards. Although he had only been playing for a little over a day, he had already received several global announcements. He was aware that village chiefs received certain small benefits bestowed by the game, but he never anticipated that a village chief would acquire such an amplification token. This truly exceeded expectations. The amplification token, in essence, is a diluted version of the professional token. To simplify, it is merely a professional token that enhances attributes passively. The advanced amplification token corresponds to the physical growth of high-level professions, providing a 3-fold increase in physical attributes with each level gained. However, without the professional passives, the disparity in strength compared to true professionals is significant. In other words, the growth potential of the advanced amplification token is at most comparable to that of intermediate professions. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, a 3-fold enhancement in physical attributes is indeed a remarkable treasure, and it does not require a class change at the altar. It can simply be shattered for use at any time, although it may not rival artifacts of great value. It is certainly not something that money can easily procure. The fact that the village chief could bestow such an amplification token upon himself indicates a significant investment. You see, this item is only beneficial to players. For me as the village chief, giving it to someone else is akin to giving it to myself. However, my understanding of players is certainly not as profound as yours. You may find it more useful, and perhaps it can aid you in your endeavors. The village chief continued, Indeed, I possess little in terms of material wealth. I merely hope that this small token of goodwill encourages you to devote greater effort to rescuing my granddaughter. Given your capabilities, accomplishing this task should be well within your grasp. Upon hearing this, Qin Han couldn't help but find it amusing. An epic-level quest guarantees at least a modicum of heavenly Dao value, not to mention the presence of the extraordinary Breaking Heaven stone as a component. How could he possibly overlook such an opportunity? Moreover, a single Breaking Heaven stone, when wielded skillfully, serves as an indomitable weapon, let alone the superlative treasure, the Breaking Heaven spindle, that it could create. The village chief, it seems, is utterly oblivious to the significance of this item for him. Otherwise, how could such a miser as he ever part with even a single feather? Rest assured, village chief, my words hold true. I shall expedite the matter you mentioned. After providing the village chief with a reassuring promise and a resolute gaze, Qin Han departed, elated, with the 5 newly acquired amplification tokens in hand. Upon exiting the altar, Qin Han promptly concealed the divine aura. It was simply too conspicuous, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, drawing unwanted attention. If he were to flaunt such a presence, his future days would hardly be peaceful. Fortunately, even in its hidden state, the aura remains effective, alleviating any concerns. Stepping into the bustling commercial street, the heart of the village, he found that nearly all items were available here. Aside from the free, low-value whiteboard equipment at the game's onset, this place also served as a hub for task announcements, albeit infrequently, with modest rewards, resulting in most players seldom returning after an initial exploration. At that moment, the commercial street was predominantly populated by NPCs, with only a handful of players engaged in trading or undertaking quests. Given the game's infancy, players lacked funds, making it rare for anyone to afford purchases here. As he strolled further, he spotted a golden screen in a distant corner of the street. A bald shopkeeper, adorned in lavish attire, beamed at the passing players. Come one. Come all. A grand giveaway of dark gold equipment, just 1 gold coin for a chance to draw, he exclaimed. For a mere gold coin, you could realize your dreams of mastery. Yet, the price of 1 gold coin per draw immediately deterred all who passed by. Nevertheless, the bald shopkeeper maintained his serene, Buddha-like smile, leisurely beckoning to potential customers. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han prepared to approach, for there lay an essential item he required. However, just as he took a couple of steps forward, a quivering voice echoed from behind. Master, could you grant us a moment? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Qin Han turned to see Li Hao, Lu Kuang, and Li Ran gazing at him with eager eyes. Yet, the tremulous tone and their unsteady legs betrayed the fear harbored within the trio. Qin Han felt a sense of perplexity. What could these 3 individuals possibly want from him? Were they here to express gratitude for last night's events? Such trifles held little significance for him. With a fleeting thought, Qin Han remarked, You have 1 minute to articulate your purpose. Upon hearing this, the trio discarded their meticulously prepared speeches, fumbling for words, clearly at a loss as time swiftly slipped away. Li Ran hastily interjected, We are grateful for your life-saving assistance last night. This is the money we gathered from selling the equipment we obtained from those players. And we took a few items for ourselves, which we have converted into cash as well. With that, he presented 32 silver coins. Qin Han cast a glance at the coins in the hands of the 3 individuals, finding them somewhat intriguing. 32 silver coins were a considerable sum in the current novice village. If utilized wisely, they could create a significant advantage over other players. Remarkably, these 3 had not succumbed to greed and returned the money instead. While he held little regard for such a trivial amount, he accepted the coins as they were offered. Very well, I have accepted the money. You may leave now, he stated, turning to depart. Upon witnessing this, the 3 became anxious. Li Ran took a deep breath and hurriedly exclaimed, Wait, there's more. We wish to associate with you. As these words left his lips, an air of silence enveloped the group, and the 3 gazed earnestly at Qin Han, hesitant to utter another word. Qin Han was somewhat taken aback. In his past life, he had always walked alone and never had any subordinates. However, this life was different. If he aspired to reach the pinnacle of the myriad realms, he must consider every facet of the game. Developing his forces and managing trivial tasks required manpower. To engage in every matter personally would inevitably squander precious time. The elite among the powerful often commanded vast armies and governed countless lives. It was precisely because of their numerous subordinates that they were privy to more information. Many tasks could be effortlessly handled from the comfort of one's home. The fact that these three could resist temptation and offer him the proceeds from selling equipment spoke volumes. Although there was a hint of ulterior motive in their allegiance, their respectful demeanor and willingness to serve were commendable from a managerial perspective. Last night, when Lu Kuang faced peril, the other two risked their lives to protect him, demonstrating their integrity. Perhaps they could be nurtured as foundational members of his cohort. Moreover, the village chief had bestowed upon him 5 enhancement tokens, an item he had no immediate use for. As time passed, the value of such tokens diminished. Utilizing them sooner would allow him to cultivate 5 capable subordinates. In his solitary journey, there were few Chinese individuals from his past life with whom he shared a bond. And even those were primarily professionals who had no use for enhancement tokens. The arrival of these 3 could be likened to finding a pillow when one was drowsy. However, acquiring enhancement tokens and securing subordinate positions was no trivial matter. It would not come easily. Qin Han's expression softened slightly. Li Ran quickly inquired, "Are there any other conditions required?" Qin Han nodded slightly, then took out 5 gold coins and handed them to Li Ran. With these 5 gold coins, gather 1,000 pairs of wild bull horns within 2 hours. Accomplish this, and we shall discuss further. Upon hearing this, Li Ran was instantly filled with joy. Receiving a challenge was akin to having hope. If he successfully completed this task, it was highly likely he would pass. Rest assured, esteemed one, we shall set off immediately. With that, he grabbed the other 2 individuals and swiftly turned to run. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han's face broke into a slight smile. The task he had assigned was not mere happenstance. During the novice phase, there existed collection missions. And the first individual to submit within the myriad realms would receive a bountiful reward of constitution points. As he aspired to achieve the formidable goal of 100,000 in constitution, he would undoubtedly seize every opportunity. The collection tasks, though trivial and cumbersome, lacked technical sophistication, and delegating them to subordinates would considerably alleviate his workload. Casting a glance at the 3 figures gradually fading from view, Qin Han turned and made his way towards the golden screen. At that moment, few players were passing by, and the bald proprietor immediately fixed his gaze upon Qin Han. Initially, the equipment adorning him appeared unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, it revealed intricate details of exceptional quality, with enigmatic patterns on the leather armor subtly pulsating with energy. This ensemble was at least of dark gold caliber, and judging by the design, it was indeed a complete set, an undeniable prize catch. "Hey there, young man. Come, try your luck at the card drawing game." The bald man greeted with a broad smile, his heart brimming with delight. Qin Han smiled faintly. "All right." The individual known as Iron Bull was famously recognized in his previous life as the most renowned card drawing merchant. Here, one could draw prizes using gold coins. With a plethora of rewards available, including miscellaneous items, gear, and elixirs. At that moment, the golden screen displayed 10 pieces of dark gold-grade equipment and treasures. Players could spend a single gold coin for a chance to win one of the 10 coveted items. However, the odds of winning were rather uncertain. In a past life, someone had calculated that to exhaust the 10 dark gold treasures, one would need a staggering total of 100,000 gold coins. What does 100,000 gold coins signify? Late in the novice phase, a single dark gold weapon typically sold for around 500 gold coins, while armor was somewhat cheaper, costing about 300 gold coins. A complete set of 7 dark gold pieces would amount to approximately 2,300 gold coins. This means that 100,000 gold coins could easily procure 30 to 40 sets of dark gold gear in the market. If an ordinary player donned a full dark gold set, they would be on par with initial-level professionals equipped with comparable gear, thus not finding themselves at a disadvantage in combat. 30 to 40 sets would effectively equate to dozens of additional initial-level players. Any player with a modicum of sense would refrain from squandered investments in such a losing venture as card drawing. Yet, there always exist individuals who, despite their wealth, lack common sense. In a past life, after the novice phase, within a powerful mid-tier realm in the myriad worlds, all the earnings of the players were stored within a guild warehouse, overseen by a nobleman who was a notorious drunkard, gambler, and reveler. One fateful night, inebriated, He recklessly withdrew all the funds from the guild's treasury and squandered them at the card merchant. 100,000 gold coins were poured into the endeavor, clearing the screen. And indeed, all 10 dark gold treasures were awarded. Under normal circumstances, exhausting the guild's entire wealth for 10 dark gold treasures would spell disaster for anyone, even a noble. However, following the clearing of the screen, an event of monumental significance unfolded, one that would reverberate throughout the realms. Once the dark gold equipment was cleared, new treasures and gear would be placed on the shelf. This time, among the 10 treasures, an extraordinary item emerged. It was a treasure that could firmly secure a position among the top 3, if not the very first, among all celestial treasures. A formidable artifact so powerful that even the highest deities at their zenith would tremble before it. The ultimate, unique celestial boon, the tenfold amplification card. The tenfold amplification card could only be utilized 10 times per day. It had the capability to amplify attack power tenfold. It could enhance drop rates tenfold. It could increase luck tenfold. Most crucially, it could amplify the attribute multipliers for player leveling. What does this imply? Even for a godly profession like Qin Han, a single level would only grant a 300-point increase in physique. However, with the addition of the tenfold amplification card, his physique enhancement would be multiplied tenfold, reaching a staggering 3,000 points. A novice at level 20 could achieve a truly terrifying 6,000 points. If one were to obtain this object, he would undoubtedly be a god. No one could challenge his supremacy. Only by acquiring this item could he aspire to surpass the novice limit of 100,000 points of physical constitution, a feat deemed impossible in both past and present. The tenfold amplification card, even if it meant sacrificing all of Qin Han's treasures, would be exchanged without a trace of hesitation. Gazing at the golden screen, Qin Han's heart raced with anticipation. He currently possessed no gold coins. However, by spending a mere 100 coins at the card merchant, he could procure a card drawing machine. At that moment, he could draw prizes anytime and anywhere, with rewards credited to him in real time. Furthermore, with an individual drawing machine, his prize rotation would remain exclusive. This ensured that no one could seize his possessions. Indeed, this was his purpose for coming. Before the drawing screen, Qin Han took a deep breath and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Boss, let me draw for 100 gold coins." Upon hearing this, the boss, Iron Bull, was nearly taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. 100 gold coins. He even questioned his own hearing. As far as he knew, the game had just begun. In this feeble novice village, and even in the most elite novice villages across myriad realms, it was exceedingly rare for anyone to casually produce 10 gold coins. Yet here was someone capable of presenting 100. This was truly inconceivable. "Brother, you're not jesting with me, are you?" Without offering an explanation, Qin Han directly produced 100 gold coins and handed them over. The clinking sound of the resplendent coins was so delightful that it could almost enchant the ears. Tainyo, overwhelmed with excitement, cradled the coins in his hands. In that moment of transaction, he instantly learned the name of his counterpart, Qin Han. It was evident that such a lavish display could only belong to one of the most prominent figures featured in the world announcements. For only someone of that stature could so effortlessly produce 100 gold coins. Come, let us proceed with the lottery," Tainyo exclaimed. "Our odds of winning are exceptionally high, and rest assured, you shall not incur any losses." He promptly navigated the screen, gesturing toward the lottery button. "Now, would you prefer to press it yourself, or shall I assist you?" "I shall do it," Qin Han replied. Qin Han took a step forward and gently pressed the lottery button. Following this, the large screen began to spin with a flurry of motion. The sound of chimes echoed repeatedly, and before long, a resplendent golden object emerged, a fragment of the dark gold knight's sword. Collecting 10 fragments would allow for the exchange of a complete set of equipment. Upon witnessing this, Iron Bull exclaimed, "Young man, your luck is truly extraordinary. To have struck a dark gold item on your very first attempt is remarkable. A few more spins and you shall have a complete dark gold weapon. It seems today my shop may incur a loss." Qin Han paid him no heed. Others might be unaware, but he understood all too well that the probability of extracting these fragmented pieces increased incrementally. The first piece had a 50% chance of being drawn, while the subsequent ones became increasingly elusive. By the time he reached the final fragment, it would take thousands, if not tens of thousands, of attempts to obtain it, an endeavor akin to chasing a mirage. Had it not been for the necessity of drawing lots to acquire the treasured item, he would never have set foot in such a dismal place. With patience, he continued to press the button. Beep, 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 beep. Prizes were continuously drawn: a broom, a metal basin, a shovel, a plain iron sword, a plain bow, a plain long knife. It was only on the 7th attempt that a blue bow emerged. On the 10th draw, another fragment of a dark golden greatsword appeared, followed by a slew of worthless scrap. By the time he reached 100 draws, he had managed to procure merely 5 pieces of blue equipment, 3 fragments of the dark golden greatsword, with the remainder being either plain items or other detritus. Such a meager winning rate would make even a dog shake its head in disbelief. Upon exhausting his 100 gold coins, Iron Bull shook his head and sighed. Ah, what a pity. You are just 7 fragments shy of acquiring the dark golden long sword. Perhaps, dear fellow, you might try a few more times. Who knows? You might just hit the jackpot. Qin Han curled his lips in disdain, feigning an intention to leave. Forget it. I shall not indulge any longer. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The cunning merchant, Iron Bull, immediately grew anxious upon witnessing this, hastily calling out, "Young man, please do not depart. Could we not indulge for a while longer?" How could he allow such a lucrative opportunity to slip away so easily? Qin Han remained unmoved. I would like to play again, but I truly have matters to attend to. Perhaps next time. Tai Nyo gritted his teeth and, with a pained expression, said, "Boss, you seem quite busy. How about this? I'll give you a little trinket that you can use to pass the time whenever you find yourself free." In a corner of the novice village South Commercial Street, Qin Han gazed at the newly acquired card drawing machine, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With this device, he could draw cards anytime and anywhere, thus avoiding the hassle of running back and forth. The card drawing machine resembled a tablet computer, featuring functionalities akin to a large screen, with the treasures displayed being identical as well. The sole distinction was the addition of a progress bar. In this card drawing game, each player possessed a personal progress bar that filled up with every card drawn. The more coins spent, the fuller the bar became. Even players with particularly poor luck had no cause for concern, as once the progress bar was entirely filled, all equipment would be obtained. Moreover, even if Qin Han cleared the screen to refresh the treasures, it bore no consequence to others. For anyone else wishing to refresh their screen, they would first need to expend a staggering sum of 100,000 coins. After drawing a few cards at random, the machine chimed, producing yet another collection of trifles. Not even a fragment of a dark gold-level greatsword appeared. He pursed his lips and placed the card-drawing machine into the saddlebag of his nightmare steed, then strode into the novice village's accessory shop. He intended to search for any equipment that offered resistance to lightning. He had already made up his mind. Once prepared, he would set off for Thunder Poison Island, a place abundant with gold, ideal for amassing wealth. With sufficient funds, he could draw a 10-fold amplification card and then proceed to upgrade. Inside the accessory shop, nearly 200 square meters of space were divided into 3 sections: the ordinary area, the mid-range area, and the high-end area. Each section was manned by a sales associate. The ordinary area offered accessories with no attributes or those that merely added 1 or 2 points to attributes. Due to their affordability, this section attracted the most players, and the sales associates were bustling with activity. The mid-range area featured blue accessories, with prices ranging from 1 silver coin to just under 1 gold coin. Given the current player levels, few could afford these items. Only those with time to spare, merely browsing without purchasing, could be found here. The high-end area, however, showcased accessories priced above 1 gold coin, each more exorbitant than the last, rendering them unattainable for most. Qin Han strode directly into the upscale district. The aloof sales associate in the high-end store didn't even cast a glance in his direction. To her, it was evident that no one could afford the items available here, and extending a warm welcome would merely be a futile expenditure of words. Qin Han paid no heed, instead focusing intently on the items displayed at the counter. Among them, he noted the poison ring, a golden piece of equipment. It bestowed an additional 29 points of poisonous damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Furthermore, it enhanced vitality by 5 and facilitated a recovery of 1 in energy. Its selling price was 51 gold coins. Qin Han smiled faintly as he examined the early game equipment categorized into 4 tiers: white, blue, gold, and dark gold. As an experienced player, he possessed a profound understanding of the equipment mechanics. White equipment typically boasted attack attributes ranging from 1 to 9 points, while blue equipment offered an attack range of 9 to 20 points. Gold equipment generally exhibited an attack range of 20 to 50 points, and dark gold equipment ranged from 50 to 100 points. The gold ring, with its 29 points of poison damage, could only be considered mediocre. Selling for 51 gold coins was indeed quite exorbitant. In the later stages of the novice phase, its value would scarcely exceed 30 gold coins. He continued his scrutiny and found the healing space ring, a piece of gold equipment. It provided a spatial enhancement of 66 and restored 2 health points per second. Priced at 66 gold coins. Upon inspecting its attributes, Qin Han could not help but smile. To his delight, it was a golden space ring. Space-related equipment, regardless of the era, was an invaluable asset for players. The wilderness was vast, and in the late game, some players could require months or even years to traverse it. Thus, possessing a spatial item became imperative. Even in the novice phase, the efficiency of tasks could vary by dozens or even hundreds of times between those with space equipment and those without. For instance, the wild buffalo outside the novice area could be stacked up to 99 within a single space unit, allowing players to gather enough before returning. In contrast, those without a space ring were left to rely on the rudimentary and cumbersome methods of transportation, resulting in a stark disparity. In his previous life, during the late novice phase, a single space unit had even been sold for as much as 10 gold coins. This ring, with its 66 space units, could later be sold for a staggering 660 gold coins, surpassing the value of an ordinary dark gold weapon. "Hello, I shall purchase this ring," he declared. Qin Han placed an order without hesitation, counting out 66 gold coins and tossing them forward. The sales assistant was momentarily taken aback, but quickly adopted a professional smile and approached him eagerly. "Certainly, young sir, I shall fetch it for you right away." With that, she counted the coins, her demeanor brightening as she joyfully handed over the ring. Qin Han slipped the ring onto his left hand and continued to peruse. A sharp healing ring, golden equipment. Attack increased by 39, health augmented by 50, with a life recovery of 2 points per second. Sale price, 55 gold coins. This is quite good, enhancing attack. I shall purchase it. As Qin Han continued to peruse the selection, he found that most of the equipment did not quite meet his expectations. Moreover, each individual was permitted to wear only 2 rings, beyond which any additional ones would lose their effectiveness. Just as he was nearing the end of his search, a ring emanating a mesmerizing purple glow caught his eye. A splendid find indeed. Lightning ring, golden equipment. Grants an additional 36 points of lightning damage upon attack. Provides 38 points of lightning resistance. There exists a 2 probability that an attack will paralyze the opponent for 1 second, ineffective against elite-level monsters and above. Sale price, 61 gold coins. Qin Han promptly purchased the ring and adorned it on his finger, replacing the sharp healing ring. Indeed, the Thunder Ring granted an impressive additional resistance of 38 points to lightning, coupled with the 300 points of lightning resistance from the ancient leather armor. And the passive effect of the War God Aura, his lightning resistance soared to a staggering total of 676 points. However, in the hellish depths of Thunder Poison Island, a minimum of 700 points of lightning resistance is imperative. Even a slight deficit in resistance would result in a loss of health at a rate of 1 point per second, leading to certain demise if one is not vigilant. Therefore, achieving full lightning resistance is essential. With only 24 points remaining, the space ring provides an additional healing of 2 points per second, if necessary. Acquiring equipment that offers an additional 22 points of lightning resistance is also a feasible option. Qin Han's gaze continued to wander downwards within the jewelry store. As he scanned the surroundings, he found no items that could resist lightning. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, he noticed the elegant clerk retrieving a dazzling, rainbow-hued bead, roughly the size of a pigeon egg. "Oh, what is this?" he inquired eagerly. Friendly detection bead, special item, unique in the multiverse. This bead can assess the friendliness level of all beings within a 10-meter radius towards you. It becomes effective simply by placing it in your backpack. Price, 1,000 gold coins. The steep cost would likely deter most players today. However, for him, 1,000 gold coins was a trifle. With a mere wave of his hand, he purchased it. This was indeed a remarkable item. In the vastness of the multiverse, teeming with countless beings, one could never truly discern the nature hidden beneath a facade. Many adept actors may appear benevolent while secretly plotting deceit. Even the most cautious could easily fall into traps. With this item in hand, one could mitigate numerous risks. The value of such an artifact would only escalate in the future. Based on his estimation, it could be worth a staggering 100 million gold coins, with no market available. In the hands of high-level players, its potential was nothing short of monumental. with a heart filled with anticipation. Qin Han turned to the smiling clerk across from him, and with a focused thought, he commanded, "Detect. Jewelry store clerk, Chulan, friendliness level, disdain." "Very well," he replied, returning a brilliant smile, albeit with a heavy heart as he exited the store. The clerk, maintaining her professional demeanor, waved at him, saying, "Sir, please take care, and we welcome your next visit." Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt a tinge of melancholy deepen within him. Ah, what a trivial matter, he mused. There was no need to engage with a mere shop attendant at her level. Nonetheless, sometimes knowing another's true sentiments is not necessarily a boon. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from utilizing such insights unless absolutely necessary. Having passed through the jewelry store, he promptly entered the adjacent clothing shop. This establishment was quite spacious, covering approximately 500 square meters, and was divided into several sections: everyday wear, white gear, blue gear, and golden gear. The offerings ranged from cloth armor and leather armor to plate armor, and even vine armor. Hats, masks, leg bindings, gauntlets, shoes, and more were all neatly arranged. Qin Han made his way directly to the golden equipment section. This time, he did not browse on his own but instead inquired, "Do you have any hats that enhance lightning resistance?" The attendant in the golden equipment area was also a charming young lady, whose smile seemed far more enchanting than that of the attendant at the accessory store. Clearly well-versed in the inventory, she enthusiastically replied, "Indeed. We have 2 hats that augment lightning resistance. One is a leather hat that increases resistance by 15 points, and the other is a cloth hood that boosts it by 37 points. Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt a surge of delight and requested to see the hood. The young lady swiftly entered the equipment area, and in less than 10 seconds, Qin Han found himself in possession of a black hood. This hood was entirely obsidian, crafted from a material reminiscent of cotton, devoid of color and odor, and exceptionally soft and breathable to the touch. It even featured a design that covered the face, effectively concealing the nose. Its attributes were commendable: shadow hood, a golden grade equipment, with lightning resistance of 37 points, stealth enhancement of 1, and nocturnal vision enhancement of 1. He attempted to don the shadow hood, obscuring his visage, and in an instant, he transformed into a figure akin to a mysterious assassin traversing the darkness. His demeanor imbued with an additional threefold of chilling allure. Qin Han felt an immense satisfaction within, indeed, the ability to enhance nocturnal vision, as well as to augment stealth and lightning resistance, is nothing short of a treasure tailored specifically for me, although it pales in comparison to the ancient set. It serves as a perfect substitute until I acquire the hat from that collection. Furthermore, with my face concealed, navigating through the village will be far more convenient." The young lady also complimented, "This hood complements your attire remarkably well, sir." Qin Han exclaimed, "How much?" The vendor, with a beaming smile, responded, "The shadow hood is 56 gold coins." As an adept seller of equipment, she had long recognized the exceptional quality of Qin Han's gear. Each item he possessed surely exceeded the finest wares in the shop, rendering her unconcerned about his ability to pay. With a swift transaction, Qin Han donned the hood, obscuring his features, and stepped out of the clothing store. The ancient set had bestowed upon him 300 points of lightning resistance. The lightning ring contributed an additional 38 points, and the shadow hood added 37 more, bringing his total lightning resistance to an impressive 375 points. Coupled with the passive ability of the war god, his effective lightning resistance soared to 750 points, surpassing the threshold of the Thunder Poison Island by 50 points. His preparations were thus thoroughly secured. Soon after, Qin Han entered a mode of vigorous scavenging, embarking on an arduous journey into the unknown, uncertain of when he would return. He needed to address various necessities for sustenance, clothing, and lodging along the way. With this in mind, he hurried to every merchant in the novice village to gather supplies. He ordered 10 large glass jars capable of holding 20 liters of clean water each. For essentials like rice, oil, salt, sauces, and spices, he purchased a substantial quantity without hesitation. Furthermore, he stocked up on wild wolf meat, wild bull meat, and a bounty of wild rabbits and chickens. He even acquired several sets of pots, bowls, tents, blankets, and torches, along with a considerable amount of wild fruits and vegetables. Like a diligent hamster hoarding provisions, he scoured the village. 2 hours swiftly passed, and before he realized it, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Qin Han found himself at the southern gate, where a few stalls had unexpectedly sprung up at the village entrance. There was beef, fresh roasted beef with a crispy exterior and tender interior. made with a secret recipe that tantalized the senses, priced at 2 copper coins per pound. Over a primitive bonfire, a wild bull leg was being cooked, alongside a pot of rich, white beef soup, as the vendor skillfully tended to the meat while calling out to potential customers. Many passing players were drawn to the enticing aroma. Beside the barbecue stall were booths selling wild fruits and assorted goods. Qin Han smiled faintly. Wherever humanity ventures, it invariably transforms its surroundings into a familiar semblance. Nearly a day had passed, yet commerce had already begun. The presence of these stalls instilled in him an instantaneous illusion of returning to reality. The enticing aroma of grilled meat ignited his appetite, and addressing the vendor, he requested, "Please, 2 pounds of beef, and an additional 10 pounds for takeout." He settled on a makeshift stool fashioned from a wooden stump, patiently awaiting the arrival of the grilled delicacies. "Here it comes, here it comes." The vendor, upon hearing of the substantial order totaling 12 pounds, beamed with joy and promptly presented a platter brimming with succulent beef. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Han promptly seized a generous piece of tender, charred beef and placed it into his mouth. With a gentle bite, the succulent juices erupted within his palate, and the rich aroma compelled him to nod in approval. "Delicious," he exclaimed. Subsequently, he devoured the remaining beef on his plate with remarkable speed and ordered a bowl of beef soup. As he awaited the arrival of his soup, he noticed 3 individuals, drenched in sweat, making their way towards him, calling out, "Boss, boss." Among them, Li Ran's face was flushed and exhausted as he struggled to shout. Qin Han glanced at the 3 individuals with a sense of bewilderment and inquired, "What on earth has happened to you 3? Why do you appear so exhausted?" Li Ran approached him, breathing heavily. Then, he subtly cast a glance at the nearby stall owner, as if to convey, "Is it permissible to speak in this place?" Qin Han nodded gently. He was merely averse to complications, not to people. "Speak freely, it is of no concern," Li Ran replied. "After you generously bestowed upon us 5 gold coins, I promptly ventured to the equipment shop and procured 3 backpacks with 4 compartments each. And we separately set out to acquire the cow horns. Ultimately, we fulfilled our task, managing to gather 1,000 pairs of cow horns 2 hours ahead of schedule. However, this burden proved excessively weighty, and despite our haste, we still miscalculated our timing slightly." Upon hearing this, Qin Han revealed a faint smile. "Do not blame yourselves. I did not specify the meeting place. It is only natural that you took some time to find me. Please set down your belongings." The 3, upon hearing his words, promptly unloaded their packs, and 1,000 pairs of coarse bullhorns swiftly piled up before the stall, forming a small hill. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han waved his hand, and all the cow horns were swiftly gathered into the nightmarish backpack. A total of 1,000 pairs of horns occupied 11 compartments, with an overall count of 1,053 pairs, exceeding his initial declaration by 53 pairs. The 3 observers, upon seeing Qin Han collect the horns with such composure, were utterly astonished. It seemed that the esteemed figure was still merely at the first level. Yet he effortlessly gathered a quantity of horns equivalent to that of 3 individuals without exhibiting any signs of fatigue. However, they refrained from speaking recklessly in Qin Han's presence. Meanwhile, the proprietor of the barbecue stall, taken aback, inquired, "Young brother, what level are you? How is it that you can carry so many cow horns without breaking a sweat?" Qin Han instinctively remarked, "Spatial items possess no weight. Surely one could fit an entire mountain within them?" However, upon uttering those words, he immediately chuckled, realizing why the 3 companions appeared so breathless. In the Eternal Life game, spatial equipment is categorized by levels. Unlike spatial rings, which weigh but a single gold coin per slot and allow for limitless gravity-free storage, the white spatial backpack, priced at 500 copper coins per slot in the shop, has its limitations. Although each slot can indeed accommodate up to 99 pairs of horns, a significant drawback exists. These items do have weight. They can only diminish an object's weight by up to 90%. Each pair of horns weighs at least 20 pounds. Thus, even after a 90% reduction, 2 pounds remain, with each of the 3 burdened by over 330 pairs of horns. This translates to more than 660 pounds. Fortunately, all 3 had leveled up significantly, their physiques vastly superior to the average human, yet even so, the sheer weight of the horns could easily overwhelm them. Moreover, as one progresses, the weight reduction becomes increasingly substantial. The blue spatial backpack, available for 10 silver coins per slot, reduces weight by 99%. Above gold grade, true weightlessness is achieved. In both his past and present lives, He had scarcely encountered such inferior spatial gear, nearly overlooking this matter entirely. He briefly elucidated the attributes of spatial equipment, concluding with a suggestion that gravity-free items would invariably become more sought after as time progresses, potentially allowing for a tenfold profit upon resale. If you find yourselves financially capable, consider stockpiling some, he advised. Upon hearing this, Li Ran and Lu Kuang nodded earnestly, committing the information to memory. Meanwhile, the stall owner grimaced, musing. 1 gold coin per slot. I sell beef, and, with a bit of monster hunting, I can barely earn a silver coin in a day. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins. As the owner grumbled, he brought forth Qin Han's beef soup. Qin Han waved his hand, inviting the three to join him. Please, allow me to treat you all. He then ordered another 6 pounds of roasted beef and 3 bowls of beef soup. During the meal, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Qin Han remained silent, and the trio dared not speak, resembling 3 quail huddled together. Once they finished dining, Qin Han led the group toward the residential district. The village provided designated resting areas for players, where one could recuperate energy and stamina rapidly, albeit at a cost. The facilities were divided into 3 tiers. The first tier, a small wooden cabin, offered an hour's rest equivalent to 2 hours of outdoor sleep. However, the accommodations were rudimentary, with houses closely packed and communal restrooms devoid of washing facilities. The sole advantage was the affordability, with a daily rental fee of merely 10 copper coins. The second tier featured a small courtyard, complete with private restrooms and washing areas, allowing for an hour's rest to equal 3 hours outside. This option cost 100 copper coins per day. The third tier consisted of standalone villas. Only 3 existed within the entire village, boasting recovery capabilities 10 times faster than the external environment. However, the price is also the highest, requiring 10 silver coins per day. On the way, Li Ran took out 3 gold coins along with a handful of silver and copper coins. He even retrieved several spatial backpacks. This was the surplus, as those horned items held little value, with many people selling them for just a few copper coins. Qin Han did not accept it. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the 3 individuals and proclaimed, "You 3 have successfully completed the task, thus passing my trial. I am willing to accept you." Upon hearing these words, the trio let out a collective sigh of relief, their previously heavy hearts finally lightening. To follow such a formidable figure promised a future far more prosperous than that of other players. Most importantly, they would likely enjoy a longer existence, wouldn't they? However, Qin Han's tone shifted, becoming somewhat frigid. When working with me, 2 principles must be upheld: loyalty and diligence. Those who betray from within shall face execution. Those who feign compliance while acting in defiance, and those who lack sincerity in their duties, shall be dealt with harshly. You must consider this carefully. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the 3 men immediately filled with astonishment. Qin Han's remarks deepened their understanding of the perilous nature of this eternal game. This was a place where lives could be lost at any moment. It was not like their mundane jobs in the real world, where one could simply resign at will or leave whenever they pleased. Engaging in betrayal would lead to fatal consequences. Once they acknowledged Qin Han as their leader, it would be akin to branding them with his mark, an indelible label that could never be removed. A flicker of hesitation crossed their faces as their gazes exchanged silent communication. Ultimately, Li Ran gritted his teeth and stepped forward, declaring, "I am willing to follow you, and I shall never betray you." Observing Li Ran's resolve, Lu Kuang and Li Hao also made up their minds, no longer wavering, and simultaneously proclaimed, "We too are willing to follow you, and we shall remain steadfast in our loyalty." Upon hearing these words, Qin Han's expression softened considerably. "Since you are with me, you shall give your utmost effort, and as your leader, I will certainly not treat you unjustly." He then produced 300 gold coins and 3 tokens, handing them to Li Ran. "Each of you shall receive 1 token. Crush it to activate it, and let us divide the money as well. It would be prudent to acquire additional zero-gravity spatial equipment for future convenience in carrying out my tasks. Furthermore, aside from the horned beasts, there are collection missions for wolf fangs, eagle feathers, and snake skins. I shall provide you with a list for your reference. In your spare time, you may assist me in gathering these items while you engage in monster hunting. I have added you all as friends, so feel free to contact me via private message. Also, my name must not be disclosed to anyone." With that, Qin Han turned and walked towards the villa area, leaving the 3 in a state of bewilderment. Exchanging glances of uncertainty, Li Ran, trembling, divided the items and, following Qin Han's instructions, crushed the high-grade amplification token in his hand. Immediately, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he felt his body tremble with excitement. This amplification token could actually triple his physical growth. I recall that even novice players only experience a 1.5 times increase in physicality, right? 3 times. What a joke. The other two hastily crushed their tokens. Drenched in cold sweat, Lu Quan exclaimed, I can hardly fathom it. I had sought that novice class, but to no avail. Yet who would have thought that a single decision could yield such treasures? Li Hao added, could it be that we are also becoming class players? Li Ran shook his head. Not a class, as far as I know. Class players possess passive amplifications, whereas our amplification tokens do not provide such benefits. Lu Quan countered. Even without those passives, our threefold physical enhancement far surpasses the novice's meager 1.5. Even with their passive abilities, they cannot contend with our overwhelming physicality. Li Hao recalled. I believe there are only a few novice players in our village. So, aside from our leader, we three must be among the most powerful individuals in the village? Li Ran nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is correct. Li Hao urged. Let us find a place to rest for a while, and then promptly level up. Lu Quan replied, rest? No way, we should go right now. Li Ran interjected. No, even an hour of rest can boost our efficiency in monster hunting after we regain our energy. Did you not see that the leader has also gone to the villa area? Lu Quan conceded. Then let us sleep for an hour. As Qin Han advanced, he soon beheld a villa district reminiscent of a splendid garden. This was the most prestigious residential area in the novice village, surrounded by lush trees and adorned with clusters of vibrant flowers, creating a breathtaking scene with utmost privacy. Furthermore, each residence not only provided a place for rest and energy restoration, but also facilitated the recovery of vitality and bodily injuries. Although the village offered free treatment options, the availability was limited, and the process was time-consuming. As the number of injured players increased, waiting in line became nearly impossible. Consequently, many players opted to recuperate their injuries and regain energy within the residential area. Particularly, the healing of bodily injuries varied by the type of accommodation. Low-tier wooden houses required a month for severe injuries, such as amputations, to fully heal. Mid-tier wooden houses needed 2 weeks, while high-end villas could restore a critically injured individual in just 1 day. For someone like Qin Han, who often danced on the edge of danger, possessing the right to reside in a high-end villa was essential. There were only 3 such villas, one of which was unavailable for rent. This meant that only 2 villas in the entire novice village could be leased by players. Upon reaching the entrance of one of the villas, a prompt immediately appeared. Would you like to rent the novice villa for a daily fee of 10 silver coins? Rent for 100 days. Qin Han promptly responded, and the contract for rental was activated, wishing him a pleasant stay. With a whoosh, 10 gold coins were deducted from his inventory. Qin Han smiled faintly and pushed the door open. Once rented, this place was inaccessible to others, requiring no keys for immediate occupancy. The villa consisted of a quaint 3-story building, constructed entirely of blue stone, adorned with furnishings that leaned towards a modern Chinese style, exuding simplicity with an extraordinary essence. The lights utilized magical illumination, capable of illuminating with but a thought. The kitchen, equipped with familiar amenities like faucets, evoked a sense of returning to contemporary society. Undoubtedly, the most significant feature within the villa was the bed in the master bedroom. In this opulent chamber, enhanced by magic, the temperature remained constant throughout the seasons. Upon the expansive soft bed, subtle traces of light danced, and as he approached the edge, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. Without bathing, Qin Han shed his gear and dived into the soft down comforter, swiftly drifting into slumber. An hour later, he awoke in the spacious 100-square-meter room, feeling invigorated, his mind clear and his body in peak condition. After a refreshing shower, he donned a new inner garment and equipped himself with an ancient set of armor. Pulling on a black hood that rendered him akin to an assassin from antiquity, steeped in mystery and antiquity. Fully prepared, he stood in the resplendent living room and abruptly crushed the teleportation token for the Thunder Poison Island dungeon. In an instant, a portal radiating a purplish-red glow materialized before him. Without hesitation, he stepped through. Suddenly, he was enveloped in darkness, only to be greeted by brilliant light moments later. In the blink of an eye, Qin Han found himself standing on an expansive expanse of lush grassland, where countless cattle and sheep grazed leisurely. In the upper left corner of his vision, a teleportation symbol appeared, indicating a one-time teleportation token that would return him to his point of departure. At last, He had arrived. He hoped that Thunder Poison Island would not disappoint him, as accumulating sufficient funds depended on this location. However, according to the strategy guide, there remained a considerable distance to Thunder Poison Island. He hoped to reach its fringes before nightfall. With that thought, Qin Han summoned his nightmarish steed and galloped towards the seemingly endless depths of the grassland. Though the dungeon was named Thunder Poison Island, he understood that this place was, in fact, a veritable microcosm, complete with mountains, rivers, lakes, grasslands, and deserts, inhabited by creatures of varying strengths. As he journeyed deeper, traversing grasslands, crossing deserts, and moving through forests, the wild monsters he encountered escalated in ferocity, beginning with ordinary wild buffalo and progressively growing stronger. Even at the speed of his nightmarish steed, he rode from morning until the sun dipped below the horizon. In a golden twilight, he finally arrived at the entrance of a canyon, a deep chasm, approximately a kilometer wide, stretching endlessly to the left and right, seemingly dividing the realm into two halves. Within the canyon, fierce winds howled like demons in a rage, and the terrifying gusts were visible to the eye. After a day of travel, he had finally reached the Valley of Heroes. Crossing this threshold would bring him ever closer to Thunder Poison Island. The brave canyon, as the name suggests, can only be traversed by those endowed with unparalleled courage, enabling them to reach the opposite side and unveil the treasures and riches concealed beyond. Qin Han picked up a stone the size of a human head and tossed it into the canyon. To his astonishment, the heavy stone, under the fierce winds, floated as lightly as a feather, swiftly disappearing into the distance. The ferocity of the wind was truly terrifying. Even the flying races would find it impossible to traverse such a turbulent gale. Yet, Qin Han remained unperturbed, running along the canyon's edge while observing the wind's direction. Eventually, he encountered a protruding platform where the wind's course diverged from the rest. He could even perceive an upward gust of wind. "This is the spot," he exclaimed. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han urged his horse to leap, and soon his body was engulfed by a powerful upward current, lifting him and his steed 1,000 meters into the air. Gradually, they began to descend, and with a thud, they landed on solid ground, surprisingly suspended in midair. As if standing on an invisible pathway, gazing down into the abyss of the canyon, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. A primal fear rooted deep within his genes. Should this sensation escalate, he would be overcome with weightlessness, trembling uncontrollably. However, the resilience inherent to his warrior class swiftly dispelled such negative effects, allowing him to regain control of his body. Cautiously, he instructed, "Nightmare, proceed straight across the canyon. Do not sway left or right." At this moment, Nightmare's crimson eyes gleamed with an unusual excitement, a strange joy emanating from within. This precarious path, which even Qin Han approached with trepidation, seemed effortless beneath Nightmare's hooves, as if she could perceive the hidden trail. Before long, they reached the opposite side of the bridge, and the atmosphere altered dramatically. Before them lay a square platform, measuring 100 feet on each side, blanketed in snow. Bathed in the last rays of the setting sun, Qin Han beheld the surrounding landscape, dominated by towering peaks, all draped in a shroud of white. The platform itself crowned a mountain summit, with a winding path leading down to the foot of the mountain. Along this path, he spotted several snow monsters, resembling snowmen, lazily rolling about. These creatures were of considerable level, all being formidable foes from a level 20 dungeon. If he ventured down now, darkness would soon envelop him, obstructing his vision and bringing danger. After a long day, it was prudent to rest here for the night and explore at dawn. Resolute in his decision, Qin Han produced a broom and shovel to clear a patch of snow, setting up his tent. As the sky darkened, accompanied by the demonic roars from the neighboring canyon, Qin Han nestled within his tent, a campfire flickering outside, simmering a pot of beef soup. Occasionally, he would lift a piece of beef or scoop a spoonful of soup, relishing each bite with a sense of contentment. His face radiated satisfaction. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a rustic lifestyle, and he found himself longing for it once more. The nightmare lurked nearby, mindlessly gnawing on a carrot, while its crimson eyes fixated on the pot of rich, creamy beef soup, drool perpetually pooling at the corners of its mouth. Occasionally, it emitted a disgruntled grunt, as if to accuse its master of favoritism. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han couldn't help but chuckle. "You gluttonous steed, while other horses feast on grass, you have the audacity to crave meat. Here, indulge yourself." With that, he tossed a generous piece of cooked beef The nightmarish horse swiftly caught it in its mouth, savoring each bite with evident delight. As Qin Han observed the creature indulging in its meal, he quickly seized his chopsticks, eager to partake in the feast himself. Atop the peak, delicate snowflakes began to descend, fluttering within the dim glow of the firelight. Man and steed engaged in a delightful exchange over their repast. Suddenly, an announcement appeared before them. Congratulations to player Li Fei of Beginner Village 110755 for being the first to reach level 5. Reward, 1 Constitution point. The diplomatic chat interface is now active. The leaderboard has merged. Captain's Quest has been initiated. Captain's Quest. The first player to reach level 10 from either Beginner Village 110755 or Beginner Village 688 will receive the Captain's Token. For specific rewards, please consult your respective village chief. Faced with this unexpected announcement, Qin Han atop the snowy mountain momentarily froze in realization. How could I have almost forgotten about this? The sudden proclamation ignited a fervor throughout the entirety of Beginner Village 688. What was the situation with this Beginner Village 110755? Why was their announcement echoing into our village? Lulu remarked, this likely signifies a pivotal moment. The essence of the Eternal Life game was established from the outset. A competition among myriad races, battling against monstrous beasts. In essence, our arrival here entails not only slaying monsters to level up, but also confronting the unknown adversaries from countless realms. It appears that Beginner Village 110755 is the first foe we must encounter. Enemies? Are we to engage in combat akin to the ancient wars? Lulu replied. It seems so. That is utterly terrifying. Before entering the game, I had never harmed even a single chicken, and now, merely 2 days into this venture, we are to face unknown foes. Should a conflict arise, will we be victorious? I cannot say for certain. The disparity between levels 4 and 5 is significant, and those who reach level 5 first will naturally possess far greater strength than we do. Lulu's words resonated with truth. Upon glancing at the leaderboard, it was evident that apart from the player named Li Fei in the first position, the other top 10 slots were dominated by them, with 7 filled by their ranks. The gap in levels was glaringly apparent. As this realization settled in, a wave of pessimism swept through the players of 688. Someone timidly inquired, what if we fail? Will they kill us? If war is indeed unavoidable and we suffer defeat, it seems that the players of our entire village may not survive. Even if we do manage to live, life would surely be fraught with hardship. Imagine the existence of a prisoner in chains. In the depths of the ancient tomb's 3rd layer, the number of players was sparse. Although the monsters posed a greater challenge, the experience gained was substantial. Together, Li Ran and his companions could still effectively farm and level up. They glanced at the chat section, where the pessimism of other players failed to sway them. Not only did they rely on the formidable strength of their esteemed leader, but with their combined triple enhancement decree, their power would only amplify as they progressed. When the day of true battle arrived, they would leave their adversaries reeling. At that moment, the diplomatic chat channel opened, and a flurry of red-texted comments erupted. Fueled by the ranking list, these remarks dripped with arrogance. Your levels are vastly inferior. It seems your strength is quite lacking. With your novice village number, 688. I was initially startled, but upon seeing the ranking list, it's clear you're merely a band of incompetents. Is it true that a smaller village number equates to weaker capabilities? Are your villagers all mere commoners with no martial skills? Look. There's even a player with a level of 0 in your village. It's utterly astonishing. Even a hopeless case should manage to reach level 1. I eagerly await the day we meet. Will I alone be able to vanquish your entire group? Initially, the players of 688, aware of their own shortcomings, remained silent. However, the audacity to openly insult Qin Han was too much to bear. While they could tolerate insults directed at themselves, those aimed at Qin Han cut deeper than any slap to the face. Fueled by righteous indignation, the trio retaliated in the diplomatic chat. Mind your language, you uncouth wretch. With such a demeanor, you ought to have been drowned in a chamber pot before growing up to shame yourself further. So what if you've gained a single level? That is hardly a feat worth boasting about. Enjoy your fleeting advantage. I assure you that my strength will surpass yours sooner or later. Just wait and see. Upon hearing this, the red team could no longer contain their outrage. The insulted player was seething with fury. Very well. You dare to publicly humiliate me? Have the courage to reveal your name. When we meet, I will show you what I'm capable of. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Dong, the young master of the Lin family from Xiang Prefecture. I am the second on the level chart. if you lack the courage to declare your names. When the time comes for battle, I shall wipe out every last one of your villagers." His chilling words resonated through the ranks of the 688 players, sending a shiver down many spines. With such claims of nobility and ranking, it was evident that he was not to be trifled with. If he dared to make such statements publicly, he was likely capable of backing them up. Li Ran and his companions, undeterred, responded in the diplomatic chat. "Remember this well. I am Chow Min. Keep a close eye on your wives. Remember well, my name is El Feng Stian, and pay heed to your father. Remember well, I am Yuan Benshu, and my sword is not without its advantages." They refrained from using their true names, for even the mere disclosure of a name could cast them into the spotlight. Should the leader demand accountability, they would find it impossible to evade consequences. Upon witnessing the players in the novice village, 688, instinctively chuckled, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, the opposing side continuously scrutinized the leaderboard. Yet they could not find these 3 names despite their repeated efforts. Lin Dong, in exasperation, exclaimed, "Damn it, are you deceiving me? Such prominent names are nowhere to be found. Perhaps your eyesight requires attention. I wonder how old he is to have such early presbyopia." Atop the mountain, observing the banter among the individuals, Qin Han merely glanced a few times before closing the chat window. In his previous life, as a top-tier profession, he dedicated himself to monster hunting after his class change, quickly ascending to the 5th rank. However, in this life, he had missed 2 days of progress due to focusing on foundational tasks, almost forgetting his captain's quest. The role of captain might be unclear to others, but as an experienced player, he understood its manifold advantages. Becoming the captain of the village not only granted him the right to reside in a villa within the village, but also provided a 10% experience boost for monster hunting, and the ability to co-create regulations alongside the village chief, even expelling errant players. The power and benefits were immense. Moreover, in both villages, those who became captains could control the fortress gates at the juncture of the 2 villages during the later stages of the novice phase. Thus, the captain held the reins of battlefield control. However, these prospects did not significantly allure Qin Han. He regarded those in defense or offense with indifference. Nevertheless, the captaincy bore an even greater advantage. Only upon obtaining the title of captain could one compete for nobility within the game. Nobility, one of the most coveted elements in the Eternal Life game, could be considered even more desirable than treasured artifacts. For even the lowest rank of Baron not only received a stipend but also enjoyed the protection of the Celestial Exemption. This Celestial Exemption mandated that any NPC faction within the game must respect and protect the Baron, and even allow for certain crimes to be absolved. In all territories of the Eternal Life game, reaching a certain nobility level granted unrestricted passage and immunity from prohibitions. Most importantly, even the lowest rank of nobility conferred a fief, an independent space inaccessible to others. Possessing an independent fief allowed one to establish a permanent home within the game. Only with a fief could one build a stronghold and develop a faction. The opportunity to attain nobility was singular, and Qin Han was determined to seize it. As the game progressed, leveling became increasingly arduous. He recalled that in his previous life, a player named Li Fei reached level 10 only 7 days after the game commenced. There are still 5 days remaining. However, one who aspires to shape the future must first contemplate the present. This life is indeed distinct from the previous one. With the flutter of my butterfly wings, it is conceivable that the other party may ascend to level 10 a tad earlier than anticipated. Thus, I can allocate no more than 3 days, within which I must amass 100,000 gold coins to procure the enhancement card. Qin Han turned his gaze towards the darkened world below, a flicker of resilience evident in his eyes. He then retreated into the tent, where the crackling of the campfire accompanied him as he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke the following day, the snowfall ceased, and the chill in the air seemed to intensify. Qin Han packed the tent, pots, and utensils into his spatial backpack, washed his face with snowmelt, and after consuming a crimson serpent fruit, he mounted Nightmare and leaped down the rugged path leading down the mountain. With utmost vigilance, he navigated the treacherous cliffs, skillfully maneuvering amidst the encirclement of snow beasts. Suddenly, a snowball the size of a fist struck Qin Han's back with formidable force, jolting his body and nearly unseating him. You have been attacked by a snow beast. Health -100, cold damage -10. At this moment, Qin Han was shivering uncontrollably, his teeth chattering in discomfort. These snow monsters were utterly repulsive, attacking from afar while inflicting frigid damage. No matter how skillfully he dodged, he could not escape their onslaught. Fortunately, he had consumed a red serpent fruit during his descent, temporarily boosting his health by 1,000 points. Otherwise, that blow would have surely been fatal. Additionally, his high resilience spared him from being immobilized. Had it not been for that, he might have been frozen solid by now, gritting his teeth against the discomfort. He struggled to direct the nightmarish steed further downwards. Bang, bang, bang. In the confined space, Qin Han was struck repeatedly, yet with the nightmarish steed by his side. He faced peril with relative ease. After 10 minutes, he finally descended the peak, revealing an expansive ice field below, sparse in vegetation and seemingly endless. Nightmare, accelerate. In this terrain, it was as if he had entered the steed's domain, where the sea was vast enough for fish to leap and the sky high enough for birds to soar. Here, he could roam freely, no longer burdened by the petty annoyances he had encountered earlier. With a vigorous kick, he urged the nightmarish steed to its utmost speed, charging toward Thunder Poison Island. In merely an hour, he arrived before a vast and misty lake, its waters crystal clear, yet concealing a faint purplish electric arc that danced beneath the surface. The Lake of Thunder, the protective barrier surrounding Thunder Poison Island. Not only did the lake harbor the power of thunder, but it also concealed countless lightning beasts lurking within, poised to devour any creature attempting to cross its waters. Legend has it that a terrifying giant dragon slumbered deep within the lake. Looking farther afield, at the horizon's edge, he could vaguely discern a large central island. That was Thunder Poison Island, a place he had never visited in either past or present. He hoped it would not disappoint him. Steeling his resolve, Qin Han urged the nightmarish steed onto the lake's surface. True to its nature, the steed glided effortlessly across the water. As its hooves touched the lake, a sphere of white energy emanated outward, allowing it to traverse the surface as though it were solid ground. However, as the steed's hooves first made contact with the lake, the thunderous elements within the water began to surge towards them in a relentless tide. Crackle, buzz. The pale purple electric arcs converged into a force field, enveloping both horse and rider entirely. The nightmarish steed, being a divine creature, was immune to all damage, while Qin Han, with an impressive 750 points of lightning resistance, felt an overwhelming sense of security. Crackle. Countless arcs of high-voltage electricity assaulted his body, yet the formidable resistance to the lightning elements established an absolute defense around him. No matter how fiercely the currents raged, they could not harm him in the slightest. Excellent. Being well prepared truly pays off. Had anyone else attempted this crossing, they might not have even made it across the lake. With the threat of the arc dissipated, a smile graced Qin Han's face as he spurred his steed towards the distant island. Throughout his journey, monstrous creatures resembling crocodiles, each measuring 3 zhang in length and adorned with flickering electric sparks, emerged from the waters of the lake. These thunderous beasts, with their gaping maws, lunged fiercely, intent on devouring both Qin Han and Nightmare. Alas, Nightmare's swiftness proved too formidable. Not only did the creatures fail to seize their prey, but the ferocity of their own assault shattered several of their own teeth. Qin Han felt a surge of satisfaction. These thunder monsters were formidable with thick blood and high defense. Yet, their speed was lamentably slow. With such tortoise-like velocity, the notion that they could land an attack on him was utterly fanciful. With a gentle smile, he advanced while retaliating with the god-slaying bow, releasing a powerful arrow. The arrow flew forth, striking precisely into the eye of one thunder monster. The damage inflicted was marked by a bright yellow -2020, followed by a deep green -200 indicating toxic damage, along with over 30 points of lightning damage from the lightning ring. However, the lightning damage inflicted on the thunder monster failed to penetrate its defenses, not even triggering a force damage effect. The thunder monster boasted an astonishing health pool exceeding 50,000, were a typical level 20 player to face it. Even binding the creature to a tree would require an eternity of effort to vanquish it. Yet, under the influence of the god-slaying Bao's defense-ignoring attributes, the monster's defenses crumbled like paper. Coupled with the poison attacks from the voodoo pearl, a flurry of arrows sent the thunder monster's health plummeting, reducing it to a mere fraction in no time. Ugh, ugh. The thunder monster, in agony, turned and began to burrow into the water. He hastily loosed 2 more arrows, but the creature's descent was swift, and it soon vanished into the depths. What a pity. He was so close to slaying it. Shaking his head in disappointment, he was about to press onward when a game notification appeared. You have slain the thunder monster, gaining 2,000 experience. Your experience is sufficient. Would you like to level up? No leveling up. Qin Han resolutely declined, his thoughts still fixated on the Thunder Beast, which had likely succumbed to the continuous harm inflicted by the Voodoo Pearl's toxins. However, the density of the Thunder Beast's body was remarkably high. Upon its demise, it would inevitably sink to the depths of the lake. Even though my retrieval range is considerable, the absence of the creature's corpse renders my efforts futile. What a pity. These Thunder Beasts thrive in the thunderous lake, their bodies imbued with an innate resistance to lightning elements. Armor crafted from their hides possesses formidable lightning resistance without the need for additional enchantments. In locations plagued by extreme thunderstorms, donning armor made from Thunder Beast hides would significantly enhance one's sense of security. The number of individuals capable of traversing the Thunder Poison Island dungeon is already limited. Thus, as time progresses, the price of Thunder Beast hides escalates to astronomical heights. They are notoriously elusive, with tough hides and cunning instincts. When severely injured, they burrow into the depths of the lake, making the acquisition of their corpses a daunting task. To effortlessly obtain a Thunder Beast remains, one must strike decisively before it has a chance to flee. Unfortunately, my current offensive capabilities are insufficient. For now, I shall seek wealth, and once I have strengthened my prowess, I will return to confront it. Just as Qin Han pondered this, the surrounding waters erupted in a tumultuous frenzy, as if countless entities were swimming towards him. A glance revealed that they were all Thunder Beasts, encircling him from all directions, creating a scene reminiscent of a stampede of 1,000 horses. With a subtle smirk at the corners of his mouth, Qin Han rode upon his nightmarish steed, effortlessly extricating himself from the encirclement of the Thunder Beasts, thanks to the creature's remarkable speed, and hastened towards the heart of the island. As the saying goes, one may gaze at a mountain but exhaust a horse in the endeavor. Though Thunder Poison Island appeared to be within a short distance, traversing it proved to be a considerable undertaking. Even at the swift pace of the nightmarish steed, it took a full half-hour to finally reach the outskirts of the island. From a distance, the island was adorned with towering trees, exuding an aura of primal savagery. As Qin Han sought a suitable place to land, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed from above, its massive shadow sweeping across the water like a primordial beast. Looking up, he beheld a gigantic golden eagle soaring in the sky, its wingspan nearly 20 meters, its icy gaze fixated upon him, as if regarding him as mere prey. Remarkably, it was a golden eagle, a stroke of fortune indeed. This creature was a level 20 elite monster, boasting a health pool of nearly 500,000. Known for its solitary and proud nature, legends spoke of this eagle dwelling upon sheer cliffs, its nest brimming with golden treasures. Moreover, the probability of this beast dropping gold coins far surpassed that of ordinary elite monsters. Even the wealth of a fortune bringer would pale in comparison to its riches. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Qin Han swiftly drew forth his god-slaying bow, preparing to take aim. At that very moment, the golden eagle swooped down, its gaze fixated on the zero-level human, perceiving him as a potential meal. The eagle's eyes glimmered with malice. For how dare such a lowly creature attempt to strike at it? Such audacity was laughable. In that instant, Qin Han's eyes mirrored the eagle's gaze, envisioning a cascade of flying gold coins. He nocked an arrow, drawing back the bowstring. With a whoosh, an energy arrow sliced through the air, striking true into the gap of the eagle's right wing structure. Damage indicators emerged, -202 damage and -20 poison damage. The meager figures elicited nothing but disdain. Even a dog would shake its head in pity. Feeling the damage akin to a mere tickle, a smirk flickered in the golden eagle's cold eyes. Having resided on Thunder Poison Island for an extensive period, it had accumulated substantial resistance to poison and lightning, rendering the elemental damage inconsequential. The physical damage of 220 was negligible compared to its vast health pool. Moreover, its recovery abilities were formidable. Within mere seconds, the lost health was restored. Little human, become the meal for the great eagle, it seemed to proclaim, its gaze also falling upon the horse nearby, which appeared to be a delectable addition to its evening feast. Yet, Qin Han remained undeterred, steadfast in his resolve, continuing to unleash arrows at the same spot. The golden eagle drew closer, its enormous shadow eclipsing the sun above. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. As it reached 20 meters, a sharp crack resonated through the air. The right wing of the golden eagle faltered, causing its flight to become unsteady. A sense of alarm surged within him. The treacherous human has dared to conspire against me, injuring my wing bones. Should I continue my descent, I fear I may plummet into the lake. With my massive frame, I would inevitably sink, and the deeper I go, the more intense the thunderous power of the water becomes, which I surely cannot withstand. With no other choice, the golden eagle must forcibly elevate its angle of descent, striving to ascend. Consequently, this adjustment raised the original diving angle by a full 10 meters. As a man and an eagle crossed paths, the eagle's abdomen was exposed beneath Qin Han's bow. What an opportunity! He exclaimed, raising the god-slaying bow and unleashing a flurry of arrows towards the eagle's vulnerable underbelly. Yellow damage figures, exceeding 2,000, flickered rapidly. Deadly venom, activate. This was a skill absorbed from the malignant doctor, Huakei's attack via the voodoo pearl, and now, in its inaugural use, it yielded immediate results. With a splatter, the once resplendent golden eagle suddenly became shrouded in a ghastly green hue. Poison damage of 50 points surged forth continuously. Even its regenerative abilities were hindered. By the time the eagle soared skyward, it had suffered a loss of several thousand in health. Feeling its strength waning, the eagle's eyes burned with fury. Cursed human, it had been outmaneuvered once more. If I do not consume you today, I shall not rest. It circled above Qin Han, its gaze growing colder, vowing to seize another chance to attack. On the water's surface, Qin Han smiled with satisfaction. Although the game included a health system, one would not perish unless their health was fully depleted. However, should a person's legs be broken, they would be rendered immobile, vulnerable to slaughter. The golden eagle, reliant on its wings for flight, now hindered by its injured right wing, would undoubtedly be affected. Unlike before, the eagle's altitude and speed were significantly diminished. It had now entered the lethal range of the god-slaying bow. Qin Han drew his bow like a full moon, unleashing a barrage of energy arrows towards the golden eagle, each strike inflicting damage anew. Occasionally, he interspersed poison arrows to prevent recovery, causing the eagle's health to continue its downward spiral. Gradually, it sensed the encroaching specter of death, and a terrifying thought took root. This seemingly feeble human might indeed be capable of slaying it. To flee or to fight? Just as it hesitated, an energy arrow struck true, piercing its right eye. The intense pain ignited its fury, leaving only hatred in its mind as it dove down, intent on tearing the human apart. Observing the reckless charge of the golden eagle, Qin Han remained composed, knowing that impulsiveness is a fool's bane. With its wings injured and its eyesight compromised, the eagle's speed had plummeted to its nadir, rendering it no match for him. Its reckless charge would only lead to its demise. Moreover, as the distance between them closed, his accuracy in striking increased, a most fortuitous turn of events. In the air, waves of high yellow damage figures erupted continuously. The golden eagle's health began to plummet, yet at that moment, it stubbornly bore the explosive damage, hurtling towards him. The distance between the two was reduced to less than 10 meters. Suddenly, Qin Han lightly pulled the reins, and Nightmare swiftly repositioned, effortlessly evading the golden eagle's charge. The latter nearly plunged into the Thunder Lake, struggling to turn around with its massive and cumbersome body. Yet, the golden eagle lunged toward Qin Han once more. However, in the presence of the already extraordinarily agile Nightmare, its actions were evidently futile. With a gentle maneuver, Qin Han once again sidestepped the attack, all the while maintaining an unbroken rhythm of fire from his weapon. In just 2 charges, the golden eagle's health plummeted to below half. At this moment, the golden eagle seemed to be completely consumed by madness, recklessly launching itself in a series of suicidal assaults. Once, twice, thrice. Amidst their continuous exchanges, the golden eagle's health dwindled to nothing. With a severe injury status hanging over its head, it not only could not recover, but also suffered a gradual loss of health. At this rate, it seemed that Qin Han would not even need to intervene. This creature was destined to bleed out and perish. Boom. The remnants of its condition sparked a final flicker of rationality in the golden eagle. This time, it refrained from charging forward. Instead, it turned and, dragging its wounded body, swayed unsteadily toward the island. It sought refuge in its nest, the only place where it could heal and survive. Golden blood dripped from the skies, creating a scattered trail of crimson across the ground. Qin Han sheathed the god-slaying bow, refraining from further action as he rode the nightmarish steed, leisurely trailing behind the golden eagle. With a sudden leap, the nightmarish steed alighted upon the island's soil. The densely forested isle was enshrouded in a faint mist, and after only a few steps, Qin Han detected a subtle, elusive fragrance. His mind instantaneously grew hazy, and his steps became somewhat unsteady. Suddenly, the voodoo pearl emitted a radiant aura, enveloping him. Upon detecting the toxic barrier, it began to automatically absorb the poison. Moments later, the properties of the voodoo pearl underwent another transformation. Voodoo pearl, a unique treasure. It feeds on voodoo, the bane of all voodoo in existence. Each attack inflicts a potent venom of 200 points per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Skill, soul absorption technique. Voodoo, siphoning the resentment of slain beings. Can be actively unleashed during attacks. Skill, deadly malice. Area damage. Reduces the enemy's life by 500 points per second, with a 35% lifesteal countermeasure. Enduring for 10 seconds. Passive skill, toxic aura. Upon activation, enemies within a 100-meter radius will suffer continuous poison damage of 100 points per second. And their movement speed will be decreased by 50% while within the toxic barrier. Seeing this, Qin Han smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, it was a treasure that he could always rely upon. It was extraordinarily reassuring. Moreover, the newly birthed toxic barrier aura was remarkably powerful. Although the toxic damage had diminished slightly, the 50% reduction in speed was nothing short of a miraculous skill. In future battles within 100 meters, he would undoubtedly hold the upper hand by activating the toxic barrier aura. As he pondered, the golden eagle ahead had already soared over several small groves and was flying towards the distant mountains. Regaining his focus, he quickly pursued it. As time passed, the golden eagle arrived at a steep, rugged cliff where its nest was located. Warily scanning its surroundings and noticing that no enemies had followed, it finally slipped into the nest and settled down. Feeling a mysterious power within the nest mending its wounds, the golden eagle gradually relaxed. Those detestable humans. Once this grand lord fully recovers, I shall return with a vengeance, even if I must scour the ends of the earth to tear you apart. I will sun-dry you to jerky, savoring each piece as I consume you. The mere thought of future vengeance ignited a surge of excitement within the golden eagle, and its emotional state became significantly more exuberant, hastening the healing of its wounds. Suddenly, a person and a horse leapt into the cave entrance. It was truly exasperating. The angle of this cave was indeed treacherous, and they nearly tumbled off the cliff. Alas, ascending from here would prove to be quite a challenge. Qin Han let out a deep sigh, speaking to himself at the cave's entrance. Soon, his gaze fell within the cave, where a dazzling array of gold met his eyes, blinding him momentarily. Golden cups, golden spoons, golden pots, and golden bowls. Everything in sight was crafted from the precious metal. Indeed, the legends bore truth. This time, it seemed he was destined to reap a considerable fortune. Suddenly, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed. Unmistakably, the golden eagle had spotted him. Although the cave's interior was not small, it was woefully inadequate for the massive form of the golden eagle, leaving it with no room to maneuver. The only escape was through the entrance. As Qin Han raised his longbow once more, the eagle's eyes glowed crimson, and it summoned its last ounce of strength to charge forward. At this moment, breaking free was his only chance for survival. Qin Han was fully engrossed, his fingers dancing swiftly as he unleashed a barrage of arrows aimed at the vital points of the golden eagle, its eyes and throat. The golden eagle, already on the brink of exhaustion, collapsed thunderously to the ground before it could even reach the entrance. The sound of coins bursting forth resonated in Qin Han's ears. You have slain the elite monster, Golden Eagle, earning 19,562 experience points. Your experience is now sufficient. Would you like to level up? Simultaneously, in the 688 novice zone, a notification popped up in the chat bar of newbie village number 110755. Congratulations to player Qin Han for achieving the first kill of the elite monster, Golden Eagle, earning a bonus of 1 to Constitution. As Qin Han was the first player to slay an elite monster, he received an additional 1 to Constitution. Upon hearing this announcement, the chat sections of both villages erupted with excitement. In the 688 novice village, wow, an elite level monster? And our village's Qin Han did it? This must be a joke. I remember a daring player ventured deep into the wild yesterday and discovered a high-level creature, a gray eagle, estimated to be at least level 11 or higher. The Golden Eagle, by its very name, must be formidable, especially as an elite monster, capable of making it to the village announcement. It must be even stronger. At this juncture, to have slain such a powerful elite creature, could it be that our village's Qin Han is indeed the one mentioned in the world announcement? Impossible. The Qin Han in the world announcement must have long since transitioned to a god-tier profession and surely has reached a much higher level. I checked the level rankings, and our village's Qin Han is still at level 0. In my estimation, our Qin Han has not leveled up due to a rare opportunity, spending days in an advantageous position to conquer a high-level elite monster. This also explains why, in the initial days of the game, he has not made a name for himself among players and remained at level 0. However, this does not add up. The experience required to progress from level 0 to level 1 is minimal. Even the most inexperienced player can level up with a little grinding. Elite monsters surely grant substantial experience, likely enough to elevate him several levels at once. Yet, even with the announcement lingering, he remains at level 0. Is he deliberately suppressing his level? Refusing to level up means his experience will reset to 0, a decision that seems utterly foolish. This situation is truly perplexing. I see now. This individual must not have transitioned to a profession, hence his intentional suppression of his level. In my view, he is likely still clinging to the fantasy of not needing to transition. Without doing so, he cannot level up. However, at this point, it's probable that all profession tokens have been exhausted, leaving him with nothing to show for his efforts. This person is the antithesis of Lu Kuang, who once charged ahead in his leveling. Meanwhile, Qin Han is stuck at level 0, indulging in unrealistic daydreams. No need to look further, brothers. This person is undoubtedly a lost cause. In the depths of the ancient tomb, seizing a moment when no other players were nearby, Li Hao remarked to Lu Kuang, "Look at this. I'm pointing at you again. Yet, these individuals have been referring to our leader as your antonym." Lu Kuang was no longer the lost brute he had been upon first entering the game. He had gained a sense of groundedness, halting his relentless slaying of monsters. He uttered a profound statement. Both bravery and meticulousness can lead to success, while those who waver and hesitate will merely drift along with the tide. Though I began as a pawn in this game, aligning myself with our leader ensures my future development will far surpass that of these others. Li Hao nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we shall undoubtedly surpass them." Nearby, an irked voice interrupted, "You two rascals, could you spare a thought for my feelings while you chat? Here I am, single-handedly battling these monsters." Lu Kuang scratched his head awkwardly, apologizing, "My apologies, it's a professional habit. I never multitask while speaking." Meanwhile, in the 110755 novice village, the announcement regarding Qin Han sparked a lively discussion. Qin Han? That name sounds familiar. Haven't I heard it somewhere before? One player mused. Indeed. It has appeared several times in world announcements. I recall discussions about him. Wait, this is a village-specific announcement. I think I've seen that name when the rankings for the 2 villages were unveiled, said Lin Dong. I've long noticed that this Qin Han is a player from the 688 novice village, currently at level 0. Lin Xiaoyi has a good memory. It is indeed him. Another player exclaimed. Do you think he could be the same person mentioned in the world announcements? Lin Dong replied, I doubt it. After all, there are quite a few individuals named Qin Han. In our Xiang prefecture alone, I know of at least 3. They likely entered the game as well, just perhaps assigned to different villages. Li Fei added, that is indeed the case. I have also learned much about the eternal life game from some of the local inhabitants. The universe is vast and the races within it are endless, far exceeding our imagination. To put it succinctly, our world within the infinite cosmos feels as insignificant as a grain of sand. Even a minor character like myself can swiftly reach level 5. While the true elites have surely attained levels beyond comprehension, far beyond what a mere 0-level player from an adjacent village could compare to. Lin Dong inquired, 4th young master. You possess the greatest strength in the village as an intermediate class player. You have ventured further than the rest. Do you know what these elite monsters are like and whether they are formidable? Li Fei responded, I have yet to encounter them, but my current abilities allow me to slay monsters in the level 11 or 12 wilds. I have seen some gray eagles, whose prowess is not particularly formidable, making them easy prey for me. I believe that even if an elite-level gray eagle were to appear, I should be able to defeat it, he continued. Lin Dong's words awakened a realization within him, illuminating a previously obscured understanding. Should the opposing party muster the strength of the entire village to slay the golden eagle, and ultimately allow this Qin Han to deliver the final blow, his name would naturally be inscribed upon the announcement. Do they intend to use this individual, Qin Han, as a fade to intimidate us, thereby instilling in us a sense of trepidation? Upon uttering these words, the entirety of the 110755 novice village erupted once more. Master Lin's remarks enlightened me profoundly, greatly augmenting my wisdom. Indeed, Master Lin hails from a prestigious lineage, easily discerning the treacherous plot of our adversaries. Lacking in strength, they resort to cunning. Attempting to frighten us in this manner is indeed a grave miscalculation. Li Fei proclaimed, Esteemed friends, the heavens are boundless. and we cannot foresee how far we might journey. Yet, for now, regardless of the schemes our opponents may employ in the future, we must remain undaunted. Focus on leveling up and enhance our abilities, for it is through these efforts that we shall advance further. Lin Dong chimed in. Young Master C speaks wisely. We shall heed his counsel. Following young Master C is undoubtedly the right course. Within the lair of the Golden Eagle, Qin Han stowed the creature's lifeless form into his saddlebag. Gazing at the glittering gold strewn across the ground, his eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, the Golden Eagle, as an elite creature, yielded such a bountiful sum of coins. Upon cursory examination, it appeared to amount to nearly 10,000 gold pieces. This treasure rivals that produced by the ancient witch queen. What a formidable being she was, and in her prime. The Golden Eagle would scarcely have been considered a mere afterthought. Even the weakened ancient witch queen is beyond the comparison of a mere Golden Eagle. The fact that such a minor creature could drop rewards akin to those of the ancient witch queen speaks volumes of the generosity of the spoils. Claim. The delightful chime of coins entering his account resonated, a melodious sound akin to heavenly music. How utterly magnificent. Qin Han instinctively squinted as he beheld the influx of 10,000 gold coins, an involuntary smile spreading across his face. After some time, he finally extricated himself from the delightful sensation, his gaze drifting toward the other treasures of gold and silver within the lair. Much like the expressions of pirates encountering a trove, his eyes widened once again at the sight. Gold, resplendent and abundant, filled his vision. The lustrous hue of the gold indicated its purity, undoubtedly crafted from the finest 24-karat gold. Observing the design of these artifacts, it was clear they were fashioned for human use, likely pilfered by this Golden Eagle from the island's inhabitants. Over the passage of time, so much had been amassed. He picked up a golden cup and stowed it away in his spatial ring, glancing at its attributes. Golden cup, an item originating from the possessions of the affluent. Holding considerable value, it can be decomposed into gold coins. Weight, 200. Upon witnessing this, Qin Han smiled. The typical weight of a gold coin is 10, thus, this golden cup could be directly decomposed into 20 coins. Glancing at the treasure trove filled with golden items, he pondered the potential exchange value. With a heart full of excitement, he swiftly collected the treasures within the lair. As time passed, it took him quite a while to thoroughly sweep and deconstruct all the items. Ultimately, he amassed a total of 13,906 gold coins from the deconstruction. Including the coins in his backpack, he now possessed over 32,000 gold coins. He smiled again. Indeed, Thunder Poison Island lived up to its reputation as a land of gold, yielding such bountiful rewards upon his arrival, which ignited his anticipation for the journey ahead. Casting a final glance at the lair, he prepared to depart. The once opulent cavern now lay barren, devoid of any glimmer of gold, littered only with remnants of tattered odds and ends, bones, ragged cloth, and decayed wood. Ah, what is this? Suddenly, the corner of Qin Han's eye caught sight of a red wooden plaque, intricately adorned with the totem of a cloud and thunder beast, appearing quite extraordinary. He had been so focused on the gold that he had inadvertently overlooked such an item. Upon picking it up, his spirits soared. Blessing of the Ancestors, special rune plaque. Health 1000, healing 10 per second, poison resistance 1000. This blessed rune, effective when placed in his backpack, was indeed a treasure. Though the voodoo pearl rendered poison resistance unnecessary for him, the addition of 1000 health was a critical boon. After all, he was still at level 0. Even with the additional 2 points in constitution, his real health amounted to a mere 36 points. A slight scrape could spell disaster. While the red snake fruit could also restore health, it was only a temporary measure, with its effects fading over time, and his supply of red snake fruits was dwindling. Each use diminished his stock. However, with this newfound 1000 health, the situation was entirely different. It equated to a permanent increase of 1000 health, significantly enhancing his margin for error. Furthermore, the 10 points of healing were commendable, and combined with the 2 points of healing from his spatial ring, he could recover 12 health points every second. Thus, as long as he avoided large-scale battles, he could forego the use of potions. What a splendid find! He placed the rune plaque in his backpack, and his health surged immediately. Feeling the overwhelming vitality coursing through him, Qin Han experienced a profound sense of security. His confidence for the journey ahead soared. After meticulously surveying the lair once more and confirming there were no treasures left to claim, he resolved to leave. 10 minutes later, he ascended to the top of the cliff via a vine. Just as he was about to safely land, an unforeseen incident occurred. Only the sound of the air being pierced could be heard as a venomous dart, moving at an almost imperceptible speed, hurtled towards him. Instinctively, Qin Han rolled forward. Yet the toxic needle still found its mark on his back. A red damage indicator of -30 immediately appeared. Fortunately, the ancient set provided substantial defense, rendering the needle's damage relatively minor. With over 1,000 health points and a regeneration of 12 points per second, he was hardly threatened. Upon detecting the neurotoxin, the voodoo pearl automatically began to absorb it. Voodoo pearl, a unique treasure that feeds on voodoo, a nemesis to all forms of voodoo in the world. Its attack inflicts a toxic damage of 200 points per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Skill, soul absorption, a voodoo technique that siphons the resentment of fallen beings and can be unleashed actively during an attack. Skill, fatal malice. Area damage, reduces enemy life by 500 points per second, with an accompanying 35% life regeneration counter, lasting for 10 seconds. Skill, paralytic toxin, attacks inflict neurotoxin, capable of immobilizing the target's actions, dealing 320 damage per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Passive skill, toxic barrier aura, when activated. Enemies within a 100-meter radius will suffer continuous toxic damage of 100 points per second, and their movement speed will be reduced by 50%. Neurotoxin? Qin Han's gaze sharpened. For the neurotoxin was notoriously derived from the venomous king cobra, not only challenging to extract but also ephemeral in nature, rendering it a rare poisonous affliction within the game. This toxin possessed the capacity to paralyze adversaries, an exceedingly formidable weapon. Should an opponent dare to wield such a precious toxin at the outset, it could spell their immediate demise. In a swift maneuver, he feigned the effects of poisoning, collapsing onto the ground, utterly motionless, while his eyes narrowed into a slit, fixating intently on the direction of the impending attack. At that moment, a man with braided hair, ruddy skin, and clad in coarse garments emerged, brandishing a dagger. Upon seeing the still form of Qin Han, the man's face lit up with delight. After years of hoarding this toxic needle, it has finally found its purpose. You, young one, are destined for misfortune. Prepare to meet your end. Perched upon the cliff, the man reveled in his triumph. He had witnessed this individual stealthily follow the wounded golden eagle into its lair and return unscathed. This indicated that the treasure of the golden eagle had undoubtedly been acquired by this very person. With thoughts of wealth igniting his ambition, he approached Qin Han, who lay motionless, the outcome of his fate uncertain. A cold smirk crossed his face as he concluded, "You have only yourself to blame for obstructing my path to fortune. Embrace your demise," he declared, drawing his dagger and crouching low to swiftly slash at Qin Han's throat. In that instant, Qin Han summoned the long-unused famed blade, Moon Shadow, conjuring the treasured weapon from his inventory. It was not only as swift as lightning, but also elusive like an antelope's horn, striking with a series of silent, decisive blows. The unprepared man found himself suddenly afflicted with several wounds, crimson damage indicators flashing at -200, while green damage values flickered at -150. Simultaneously, the man's information materialized before him. Resident of Thunder Poison Island. Level 20. Faced with Qin Han's assault, the resilient man hastily retreated a few paces, bewildered and incredulous. How is it that you remain unharmed? You have been struck by the venom of the king cobra. Qin Han, what you should be concerned about now is whether you have any matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, the man in the tattered garments was about to respond when suddenly his body stiffened, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. A realization struck him, and his complexion turned ashen. The venom of the king snake. You actually possess the venom of the king snake? The man in rags was utterly bewildered. The venom of the king snake is exceedingly rare and precious. He had only managed to preserve a single drop by sheer happenstance. Were it not for witnessing this individual in possession of the golden eagle's treasure, he would have hesitated to utilize it. Qin Han remained silent as he wielded the renowned blade, Moon Shadow, and struck once more. The neurotoxin in the game diverges significantly from reality. While it can incapacitate an opponent, it is not without its time constraints. Once the duration elapses, the adversary regains the opportunity to retaliate. However, a renewed assault can perpetuate the state of paralysis. With swift, decisive slashes, the opponent's health plummeted into a perilous zone, teetering on the brink of demise. Spare me! Spare me! Oh, noble warrior, I beg for mercy. I have learned my lesson. Faced with the threat of death, the man from Mai finally yielded, uttering fervent pleas for mercy. Yet, the killer knows no mercy. Just moments ago, you sought to take my life without offering me a chance. Thus, you shall meet your end. Qin Han appeared undeterred. seemingly prepared to slay the man before him with a single stroke. The man clad in the cloak of a fortune teller exhibited a face of urgency. Wait. Allow me to speak. Judging by your appearance, you must be an outsider. Within the treacherous confines of Thunder Poison Island, dangers abound. Without a local guide, you may find yourself utterly lost. I am willing to atone for my past transgressions, to heed your commands, and to assist you in obtaining all that you seek. Qin Han squinted his eyes. It was his first time on Thunder Poison Island. Although he had perused the guide, many areas remained unfamiliar to him. Should he wander about aimlessly like a headless fly, he would likely squander precious time. A guide would surely be advantageous. This individual possessed limited strength, even at full health. He posed no threat, and in his current injured state, he was even less of a concern. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Han continued, I inquire of you. I seek to acquire gold, as much as possible. Do you have a means to assist me? The man in the tattered robe, upon hearing this, was elated. A demand signified a favorable circumstance, indicating that this person harbored no immediate intent to kill him. He hastened to reply, Indeed, there is a way. Within a 10-mile radius lies a gold mine, the richest on Thunder Poison Island, renowned for its astonishing annual yield of gold. Should you venture there, you are certain to reap substantial rewards. Qin Han slightly nodded. Leydu Island was abundant in gold, and the gold mines were indeed plentiful. The individual mentioned that the nearby gold mine was the most opulent on the island, so venturing there would surely yield considerable rewards. Please share the location with me. The man in the linen robe, with a glint in his eye, replied, That place is quite concealed, even if I were to disclose it to you. Locating it would prove challenging. It would be more prudent for me to guide you personally, thus saving you considerable effort. Qin Han cast a thoughtful glance at him and said, Very well, please lead the way. At this moment, the effect of the neurotoxin had worn off, and the man in the linen robe unsteadily rose to his feet, pointing down the mountain. Let us proceed. Thus, the two of them made their way towards the mine, one following the other. The 10-kilometer journey took a grueling 2 hours due to the man's severe injuries. Although their pace was slow, Qin Han nonetheless gleaned considerable rewards along the way, discovering several treasure chests in the wilderness that yielded nearly 3,000 gold coins. The abundance of gold on Thunder Poison Island left him astonished once more. At long last, they arrived at the entrance of the gold mine. A cavern at the foot of the mountain, wide enough to accommodate 5 people side by side, stretching into the mountain's depths, its end unknown. Outside the entrance, a formidable contingent of 30 individuals clad in vine armor, wielding swords and longbows, stood guard in a dispersed formation. Qin Han and the other person concealed themselves in the nearby thicket, observing intently. The man clad in a coarse garment remarked, Behold, this is the gold mine. Those individuals outside are the guardians of the high priest, tasked with ensuring the security of the mine. Previously, there were only 10 guards stationed outside the cave, however. With the high priest currently preparing for a wedding, intending to craft a gilded chamber for his future bride, the demand for gold has surged dramatically. Consequently, a substantial number of miners have been deployed, and the ranks of the guards have correspondingly swelled. Qin Han squinted his eyes, pondering the high priest. This was the very man who had abducted the wife of the sword madman. To his astonishment, the high priest was preparing for a grand wedding, seemingly intent on indulging in a hidden romance. However, he was left wondering who his new bride might be. If she happened to be the wife of the sword madman, that would certainly add an intriguing twist. With a shift in thought, Qin Han contemplated their predicament. What should they do now? Their adversaries were numerous, and engaging them would undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction. As more foes gathered, they would find themselves in a precarious position. The man in the tattered robe reassured him. Do not worry, we need not confront them head-on. My father oversees operations in the mine. I can enter and secure a position as a miner. Once inside, you can stride in with confidence, and once you are within, you can pursue whatever course of action you desire. Qin Han remained silent, his expression calm as he fixed his gaze upon the man in the linen robe. Observing his demeanor, the linen-clad man remarked, What is the matter? Do you doubt my sincerity? Ever since you agreed to set me free, I have relinquished my hatred. Now, all I feel towards you is gratitude, devoid of any lingering animosity. Throughout their journey, the linen-clad man's vitality had significantly improved, and now his complexion appeared much more vibrant, reflecting a visage of genuine sincerity. Qin Han subtly utilized the friendly probing orb. Probing. Ma Xing's friendliness level, extreme hatred. He harbors a profound loathing towards you and will not hesitate to tear you to shreds at the first opportunity. On the surface, Qin Han remained impassive. The enmity directed towards him was entirely expected, for he had come solely in pursuit of gold and had never placed any faith in the words of his adversary. Now that he had arrived at the designated location, the other party had played their part. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Qin Han feigned nonchalance and said, "Very well. You may go. I shall wait here for your return." Upon hearing this, Ma Xing was elated. This individual was truly gullible, easily deceived by a few casual remarks. As long as he could draw near to the high priestess guards, he would be safe. In due course, he could even leverage his father's status to dispatch guards and reclaim what was rightfully his. With this thought in mind, Ma Xing could hardly contain his excitement, a smile spreading across his face that he could not suppress. Before departing, he kindly cautioned, "Brother, do be careful while you are here. Do not let those guards catch wind of your presence. Rest assured, I shall return shortly." And then, he added ominously, "Soon, I will find someone to end your life." Qin Han's expression remained calm, cautioning, "Take care." As Ma Xing smiled faintly, he turned back multiple times, moving forward with trepidation. As he approached the great priest's guards, he trembled with relief, thinking, "I am safe. I have escaped death. This feeling is simply exhilarating." However, in that fleeting moment, he glanced back once more. And what he saw shattered his composure. In the dense forest outside the golden mine, just as Ma Xing turned around, an arrow was hurtling towards him. He attempted to evade it, but it was too late. The arrow's form loomed larger in his sight. Then, with a sudden thud, everything went dark, and his world fell into silence. Thud! The lifeless body crashed onto the thick grass, vanishing without disturbing the guards in front of the mine. From the thicket, a message appeared. "You have slain a level 20 resident of Thunder Poison Island, gaining 1900 experience points." Qin Han's gaze was cold. There existed a distinct difference between these indigenous people and the monsters. Unlike the latter, these natives, while capable of providing experience, were fundamentally genuine human beings. They simply lacked the various abilities of players and could not slay monsters to level up. In fact, they were not even NPCs. Typical NPCs possess some knowledge of the game's intricacies, whereas these natives were entirely oblivious to the existence of the game and its players. Within the entirety of Thunder Poison Island, perhaps only the High Priest and a select few were aware of the game's realities. To Ma Xing, Qin Han was merely an accidental outsider who had wandered into this realm. Nevertheless, despite having taken a life, the act of killing was a central theme within the Eternal Life game. The demise of an insignificant character would scarcely ripple through the depths of his heart. At this moment, he was intently observing over 30 guards outside the cave, contemplating strategies for infiltration. Thunder Poison Island was a level 20 dungeon, and these guards would likely be around the same level, equipped with armor and bows. Although they shared the same level, their prowess was evidently far superior to that of Ma Xing. Moreover, unlike monsters, humans exhibited organization, with their skills in evasion, tactics, and stealth. Engaging them in combat would indeed pose a considerable challenge. Furthermore, initiating conflict would likely trigger a chain reaction, summoning reinforcements from the entire island. Unless he could eliminate or intimidate every inhabitant of Thunder Poison Island, confronting them head-on would be the height of folly. Should he find himself embroiled in a protracted battle, even if victorious, it would consume an inordinate amount of time, by which point the captain's order would have long faded into obscurity. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Han formulated a plan. He summoned the nightmare and whispered a few instructions into its ear. The telepathic creature immediately understood and sped off. Half an hour later, the ground around the vicinity began to tremble violently, accompanied by the cacophony of countless monstrous roars. A 3-meter-high pangolin, resembling a small mountain, charged towards the guard's defensive position. Several crocodiles, nearly 10 meters in length, followed closely behind. In an instant, the area outside the cave was teeming with monsters, sending the 30-plus guards into a state of chaos. Damn it, a monster uprising. Quickly, we must stop them from breaching the cave, otherwise, we shall incur the High Priest's wrath. Consequently, all 30 guards, without exception, plunged into battle. Beside Qin Han, the nightmarish spirit silently returned. Nuzzling against his shoulder with an air of seeking praise, he gently patted the creature's head, offering an encouraging glance. Well done. Then he tucked it away and, amidst the chaos of guards battling monsters, stealthily slipped into the depths of the mine. The golden mine, with its winding paths, plunged into darkness. Coupled with the ancient leather armor that Qin Han donned, which possessed inherent stealth properties, he seemed to meld perfectly with the shadows. As he ventured deeper into the darkened tunnels, he soon encountered 3 passages. 3 3 passages. Which one should he choose? The mind extended endlessly, and a wrong turn could prove to be a tremendous waste of time. For a moment, Qin Han found himself at an impasse. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and one of the passages glimmered with light. Qin Han swiftly concealed himself behind a mining cart, revealing only his keen eyes as he observed discreetly. Before long, 2 guards emerged, brandishing torches. They seemed to have heard a noise from outside the cave and pondered whether to investigate. Perhaps it's best to refrain, one suggested. Our duty solely involves patrolling the interior of the mine. What transpires beyond our confines is of no concern to us. However, given that there may be disturbances outside, one cannot dismiss the possibility of someone infiltrating our domain. The gold we have extracted remains unaccounted for, and should any mishap occur, we would bear the responsibility. The paramount task at hand is to safeguard the gold. You speak the truth. Let us hasten to the gold storage to ensure its security, the other replied, expressing his unease. After deliberation, the 2 proceeded to the leftmost passageway. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Han swiftly followed from behind. He trailed the 2 individuals until they arrived at a chamber adorned with a formidable iron door. One of the guards retrieved a key from his pocket and unlocked the door. In an instant, the room was illuminated by the flickering light of torches, revealing a mountain of gleaming gold ingots. The gold is unharmed. We were merely overthinking it. Let us depart, remarked one of the men. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the safety of the gold, they prepared to leave. At that moment, Qin Han, concealed outside, decisively struck. He drew his divine slayer bow and swiftly unleashed a volley of arrows. The first 2 arrows found their mark in the throats of the guards, silencing them with a choking gasp. Coupled with the neurotoxin, they collapsed instantly, paralyzed. Without granting them a chance to resist, he loosed several more arrows, resulting in their swift demise. You have slain the guards of the gold mine, earning 2,100 experience points. You have slain the sentinels of the gold mine, earning 2,100 experience points. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Han let out a sigh of relief. The depths of the mine were enigmatic and treacherous, with an unknown number of guards lurking within. If the sounds of combat grew too loud, it could attract unwanted attention, leading to dire consequences. Fortunately, the native guards possessed relatively low health, and with the aid of the god-slaying bow, which bypassed defenses, alongside the neurotoxin of the voodoo pearl, he was endowed with the capability to silently and swiftly eliminate his foes. After casting aside 2 guards and securing the door, Qin Han turned his gaze to the towering piles of gold ingots before him, his eyes brimming with delight. He began to collect the gold ingots, which weighed 600 and could be decomposed into gold coins. Although these ingots were merely rough, semi-finished products, crudely smelted from the gold mine and lacking in high purity, their sheer quantity was undeniable. Roughly estimating, he could refine at least tens of thousands of gold coins from them. This was an extraordinary fortune, containing his excitement. Qin Han swiftly gathered the gold ingots and began the process of mass decomposition. As time passed, the room was gradually cleared of gold, and upon completing the decomposition, his gold coin count surged by 73,000, adding to his previous 33,000, bringing his total to an astonishing 106,000 coins. What a remarkable bounty right upon entering Thunder Poison Island. It seemed improbable that there existed a place during his novice period with such a wealth of coins. With 3 days left, the prospect of drawing a tenfold amplification card appeared promising. Having surpassed the 100,000 mark, it was time to clear the first screen. In the empty storage room, Qin Han concealed himself in a deserted corner, retrieved the lottery card, inhaled deeply, and focused intently on the screen as he continuously clicked. This time, he aimed to draw 10 times at the maximum limit. Congratulations, you have drawn 1 iron broom, 1 tent, 1 blue longsword, 1 whiteboard bow and arrow. As time marched on, an array of prizes emerged from the lottery, primarily consisting of miscellaneous items and whiteboard equipment, with occasional blue and gold gear. Conservatively, each draw yielded at least 1 item. Even with duplicates, the sheer volume of draws compensated, filling his inventory with approximately 3,000 slots. For the average player, 3,000 slots would be considered ample. However, for him at this juncture, it was evidently insufficient. Before long, his inventory was brimming with an assortment of gear, miscellaneous items, and even food. It seemed imperative to seek an opportunity to acquire an ultra-large storage ring. Although these miscellaneous, subpar items were ordinary, they could potentially prove useful in the future. With a heavy sigh, He was left with no choice but to discard the majority of the miscellaneous items and whiteboard equipment he had drawn. Nevertheless, the storage compartments remained insufficiently filled. Fortunately, at this moment, the progress of the lottery had reached its pinnacle. As he drew once more, the sound of chimes resonated, and to his astonishment, all the remaining dark gold equipment materialized on the screen in one fell swoop. The golden heavy armor set consisted of 7 dark gold components: a helmet, breastplate, greaves, boots, gauntlets, a long sword, and a cloak. This ensemble gleamed in resplendent gold, with even the cloak intricately sewn with golden threads, making it particularly striking and flamboyant. The set boasted total attributes of 1,200 points in defense, an increase of 1,200 points in health, and 150 points in attack. It also provided 500 points of ice resistance, 500 points of poison resistance, and a health regeneration of 50 points per second. However, it required a constitution of 300 points to wear. This armor was a quintessential example of heavy armor, with commendable attributes. After all, it was drawn from a lottery costing a staggering 100,000 gold coins, significantly surpassing the quality of average dark gold sets, thus categorizing it as an exceptional dark gold set. Its high defense made it nearly impervious to ordinary physical attacks from typical players. In the midst of a crowded battlefield, donning such heavy armor would allow one to withstand assaults at the forefront, proving a formidable challenge for even intermediate players to breach its defenses. Yet, the requirements for wearing it were somewhat steep. A constitution of 300 points equated to that of a novice player who had reached level 20. Additionally, heavy armor was cumbersome, inevitably reducing speed upon wearing. Unless in a desperate fight, those wishing to flee would find it nearly impossible to escape. This equipment was a classic example of a tank set. While its attributes were impressive and it certainly exuded flair, its utility for Qin Han was rather limited. He shifted his gaze from the golden heavy armor set to the lottery card. At that moment, the screen of the lottery card was a swirling chaos, constantly morphing. It seemed as though something extraordinary was about to reveal itself. In the storeroom of the golden mine, Qin Han clenched his fists, his breath seemingly suspended. His eyes fixated on the lottery card screen. Though the developments of the past few days had unfolded according to his expectations, the unpredictability of fate lingered in his mind. True treasures only brought solace when claimed by his own hands. This item was the core of his goal to reach the limit of 100,000 points in Constitution. Losing it would spell trouble. The screen continued to transform, and suddenly, the chaotic display parted like clouds revealing the moon, rejuvenating the interface entirely. Adorned with auspicious clouds and ink-like hues, the fixed prizes had been refreshed. Once again, a set of dark gold equipment served as the foundation, accompanied by several dark gold accessories. Qin Han's gaze incessantly scoured the interface. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted a card emerging in the corner of the screen. The ebony card appeared unassuming, seamlessly blending with the predominant hues of the interface. It was truly difficult to notice unless one looked closely. Boldly inscribed upon the card were the words, "Heaven's Gift, Tenfold Amplification Card, Treasure." This treasure was a manifestation of the highest laws, possessing unfathomable powers. To possess it was to receive the protection of the heavens, applicable wherever the heavens extended their reach. As Qin Han beheld the description of the card, his heart raced with exhilaration. Could it truly be real? A lottery. A lottery. I must use all my gold coins. With only 6,000 gold coins remaining. Though it was not a substantial amount, the position of the tenfold card suggested that the probability of obtaining it was not exceedingly high. Perhaps, just perhaps, 6,000 gold coins could yield a fortunate draw? Gritting his teeth, he fixed his eyes intensely on the lottery screen. Ding, ding. Congratulations! You have won a fragment of dark gold armor. You have obtained a blue longsword. You have received a white garment. You have acquired a pair of blue boots. The prizes continued to roll in, slightly superior to those on the initial screen, though still lacking in distinction. White and blue equipment were constantly being drawn, compelling Qin Han to repeatedly purge his inventory, discarding the useless items. As time slipped away and his remaining gold dwindled, he prepared for the final draw. Fervently wishing for success. It had to be a success. We regret to inform you, your balance is insufficient for a draw. Please strive to acquire more gold in return. Bang! With a fierce blow, Qin Han struck the clutter beside him, cursing the wretched probability that perpetually led to disappointment. The most excruciating predicament in the world is to behold unparalleled treasures, yet remain unable to grasp them. Nevertheless, even under stringent conditions, Accumulating 100,000 gold coins would surely yield results. After all, this is a golden mine, abundant with gold. There must be more to discover. Suppressing his eagerness, Qin Han departed the storage room, stealthily venturing deeper into the golden mine. Before leaving, he stripped the garments from 2 of his guards, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. It is noteworthy that these indigenous individuals, not classified as NPCs, though they do not drop equipment, possess clothing and possessions that can be regarded as spoils of war, and they also provide experience points, a far greater advantage than ordinary monsters. Within the golden mine, Qin Han exited the storage room and casually selected a passage. Quietly progressing within, the mine's tunnels twisted and turned. The deeper he ventured, the more guards he encountered. However, adorned in ancient attire complemented by a black hood that offered concealment, he transformed into a specter of the night. Given the already dim conditions within the mine, there were several moments when he pressed himself against the wall, narrowly avoiding brushes with the guards, who remained oblivious to his presence. As he delved further, the atmosphere within the mine grew increasingly lively, with the clattering sounds of mining, the soft whimpers of despair, and the boisterous reprimands of supervisors resonating in a cacophony. After hastening a few steps, he found himself in a brilliantly lit expanse, revealing a vast cavern filled with a dense throng of people. Several guards stood resolutely with their swords drawn, while disheveled miners, ragged and weary, mechanically repeated their labor. A supervisor, clad in white, wielded a whip with a predatory gaze, occasionally striking a hapless worker to assert his dominance. In the midst of the guards, a mine cart brimmed with an abundance of gold. Qin Han nodded slightly, realizing that the presence of others indicated he had indeed arrived at the location of the mineral deposit. Observing the quantity of gold within the mining cart, it was evident that, if refined, it could yield nearly 10,000 gold coins. However, given the whimsical nature of the lottery, the likelihood of winning even such a sum seemed remote. It was not yet time to act. He needed to locate more gold first. He raised his gaze towards the crowd, noting that the mine's cavern continued to twist and turn, suggesting a considerable expanse within. Perhaps, within its depths, he could uncover even greater treasures. The most prudent course of action would be to infiltrate and ascertain the remaining quantity of gold within the mine. Yet, time was of the essence. After all, he had already emptied the storeroom of its gold, and should anyone venture to investigate, complications would undoubtedly arise. Moreover, the area ahead was brightly lit, rendering stealth impossible. With a swift change of thought, Qin Han retreated to a secluded corner, donned the attire of a guard, and, in a bid for authenticity, even smeared his face with a touch of red pigment. He then strode boldly towards the mining area. However, after taking just a few steps, he was startled by the clattering sounds emanating from the mining site, which momentarily led him to believe that the theft of the gold storeroom had been discovered, triggering an alarm. Just as he pondered this, a guard brandishing a torch approached. Upon seeing Qin Han, the guard greeted him. "Brother, off to grab a meal? I've heard that tonight we will finally gather the last batch of gold. Once that's done, we can set off home, so this meal is a special treat." Qin Han uttered a sound of acknowledgement, realizing that they might have something to consume. A sense of relief washed over him. It appeared that the so-called warning signal was merely an indication that it was mealtime. It made sense, after all, as the storeroom was located at the opposite end, making it improbable for a warning to be issued within the mining area. With his mind settled, he walked alongside the guard, ambulating leisurely towards the mining zone. After a few steps, the guard suddenly turned his head to glance at Qin Han and remarked, "Brother, you seem rather unfamiliar. Are you new here?" Qin Han replied indifferently, "I share a profound bond with Ma Xing." Upon hearing this, the other person immediately displayed a hint of sycophancy on his face. "Ma Xing is the son of the overseer. It seems that you have a significant connection with him, my friend. I am Liang, a guard temporarily assigned from the Black Stronghold. May I inquire your name, brother?" Qin Han narrowed his eyes and said, "I am Ma Chao." Upon hearing this, Liang immediately responded, "So you are also of the Ma surname. It seems we are indeed related. From now on, I hope for your kind guidance." "Certainly," Ma Chao replied. Qin Han deliberately walked slowly, engaging in a conversation with a man named Liang, who answered every question without hesitation. Before long, Qin Han had gathered a wealth of information. It was similar to what Ma Xing had previously mentioned. The high priest was preparing to hold a grand wedding ceremony at the headquarters in Heizhai in 2 days. The bride-to-be was said to be a woman the high priest had found during his travels in the outside world, and she was remarkably alluring. However, this woman had a peculiar obsession. She adored gold and insisted that her residence be constructed entirely of gold, even specifying that her toilet must be made of gold. The high priest appeared utterly infatuated with her, acquiescing to all her demands. Consequently, the gold mines across the island were working overtime, and the high priest had dispatched numerous guards from High to oversee the transportation of gold. These mines were extracting gold in batches, sending them out as soon as they were refined. Thus, apart from the small quantity of gold ore left in the storage room and the mine carts, no other gold remained in the mines. At present, the only place on the entire island with a sufficient supply of gold was with the high priest. Upon hearing this news, Qin Han immediately lost his motivation. He had intended to find an excuse to slip away, but at that moment, the two of them had already arrived at the mining area. The place was teeming with people. In the center, 2 long tables were laden with sumptuous dishes. In front of the tables stood a robust middle-aged man clad in white satin, holding a whip in his hand, arrogantly listening to the words of an elderly man in gray beside him. "Supervisor, the workers in the 9th mining area are causing a ruckus again. They claim that the sound of a monster from deep within the mine has resurfaced and insist that we send guards to investigate." The supervisor, gripping his whip and striking it against his palm, wore a disdainful expression. The depths of the mine are filled with, or what could possibly be making monstrous sounds? I believe these people have truly lost their minds from being cooped up. The elderly man in gray replied, "They have mentioned it several times now. It seems there may indeed be something unusual." The supervisor shook his head, exasperated. "These people are a nuisance. If it weren't for the high priest's mercy and his reluctance to resort to violence, I would have dealt with them long ago." As he spoke, his gaze swept the surroundings and suddenly landed on Qin Han and Li Yang. He immediately commanded, "You two, accompany Manager Lu to the 9th mining area. If there is indeed a monster sound, return to report. If not, each of those rascals will receive 10 lashes to remind them of their place." Upon hearing this, Li Yang pounded his chest and declared, "Rest assured, Supervisor, I will not fail in my mission. I will certainly fulfill the task you have entrusted to us." The supervisor nodded. "Then I shall trouble you." Qin Han initially contemplated fleeing, but upon hearing the gray-clad elder mention the eerie sounds emanating from deep within the mine, his gaze turned contemplative. Could it be that creature lurking within? If it truly were that entity, this venture might prove to be remarkably lucrative. Within the mining area, the elder led Qin Han and Li Yang deeper into the labyrinthine tunnels. As they traversed one mining zone after another, Qin Han was taken aback by the vastness of this gold mine, far exceeding his expectations. The number of workers alone likely totaled in the thousands. The guards they encountered must have numbered close to 200, which was regrettable. Just as Li Yang had indicated, the existing gold reserves in the mine were dismally scarce. Aside from the overseer's allocation of over 10,000 gold coins, the remainder amounted to no more than approximately 9,000 coins. After continuing their journey for a while, the temperature within the mine seemed to rise by several degrees. At long last, the trio arrived at their destination, Mining Zone 9. Located at the deepest recesses of the gold mine, the entrance was astonishingly fortified with a door cast from fine iron, evoking more the likeness of a prison than a mining area. Although Qin Han was puzzled by the identity of the individuals imprisoned within, he refrained from asking any questions to avoid raising suspicion. However, his companion Li Yang, driven by curiosity, inquired, "I've heard from other brothers that deep within the mine lies an area sealed by an iron gate. I was skeptical at first, but it appears to be true. Mr. Lu, why is this place locked away? Is it to prevent the people inside from escaping?" The elderly man in gray, with an inscrutable expression, cryptically replied, "The 9th mining area holds serious offenders, individuals who ought to face execution. Yet, the heavens are merciful. The esteemed priest could not bear to involve them further and granted them a chance to survive. However, you must not disclose anything you see or hear here. Treat it as if you know nothing, understood?" The two nodded in immediate agreement. Seeing their compliance, the elderly man offered a slight nod, said nothing more, and took out a key from his pocket to unlock the iron gate. With a forceful pull, the gate creaked open slowly. At that moment, the people inside the mining area heard the commotion and ceased their work, countless eyes turning towards them. In those gazes, there existed a mix of anger, fear, resentment, and suppression. Among the crowd, a robust elder with snow-white hair approached cautiously, his eyes filled with vigilance. Upon seeing the elderly man in gray and Qin Han, the elder finally revealed a hint of a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, Mr. Lu has arrived." The elderly man in gray merely nodded coldly and gestured towards Qin Han and Li Yang, saying, "You may enter. I will wait outside." After the two stepped through the threshold, The elderly man unexpectedly closed the gate behind them with a decisive click, locking it shut, and moved away with an impassive demeanor. Inside the ninth mining area, as the gate locked, the miners, as if rehearsed, gathered around, their furious gazes fixed intently upon Qin Han and Li Yang, as if harboring deep-seated grievances against them. Startled, Li Yang retreated slightly, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to revolt? I am a guard of the high priest. If you dare to act recklessly, you will surely perish." Despite his bravado, the fear on his face was unmistakable. Conversely, Qin Han remained unfazed. Though the crowd appeared numerous, each individual bore a sallow complexion, weak and frail, a clear indication of prolonged malnutrition. Such a ragtag assembly posed no threat to him. He turned to the white-haired elder and stated directly, "We are here on a mission to investigate the source of the monster's cries. Please lead me there." The elder, noticing the rudeness of the crowd, turned back and reprimanded, "What are you doing? Hurry back to your work." At this, the miners reluctantly dispersed deeper into the mine, but each clutched their pickaxes tightly. Their eyes still fixed on Qin Han and his companion, as if ready to pounce. Feeling the tension, Li Yang shrank back once more, cold sweat beading on his brow. The white-haired elder apologized, saying, "I sincerely apologize. These individuals are simply unaccustomed to outsiders. Curiosity piqued, I shall attend to them later." The two esteemed guards, "Heed my call from the depths of the ninth mine," the elder proclaimed, leading the way into the abyss. Observing this, Li Yang appeared somewhat apprehensive. His evident aversion towards the individuals lurking in the mine's depths was unmistakable. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "Brother Ma, these notorious criminals seem to harbor sinister intentions. Following them may prove perilous. Shall we not make our exit?" Qin Han patted Li Yang on the shoulder and said, "The task assigned by the overseer is fraught with peril. If we venture out like this, we are surely courting misfortune. How about this? You remain at the entrance as a sentinel. Should any misfortune befall me inside, promptly inform Manager Liu. Rest assured, once we accomplish this task, the fruits of our labor shall belong to both of us. I will not speak a word of it to anyone else." Li Yang, touched by the sentiment, replied, "Brother Ma, you are truly kind." Upon hearing this, Qin Han displayed a smile imbued with profound significance and promptly followed suit. In the ninth mining district, liberated from Li Yang's constraints, Qin Han felt considerably more at ease. He advanced swiftly to the elderly man with white hair and engaged in conversation, saying, "Old sir, what precisely does the cry of that strange beast sound like? Is it a series of howls, or more of a moaning?" The elder pondered for a moment before responding, "Neither. I distinctly recall it sounding like a series of mooing." Upon hearing this, Qin Han's face instantly illuminated with intense astonishment. He now possessed an 80% certainty that the monstrous cries emanating from the depths of the mine were indeed that entity. Furthermore, it was in its complete form, promising a lucrative opportunity like no other. The elderly man with white hair remarked, "Each time this creature calls out, the walls of the ninth mining district tremble slightly, occasionally resulting in minor collapses. Thus, in fear of the children's safety, I had no choice but to beseech your assistance in investigating." "Children?" Qin Han's gaze sharpened, captivated by the elder's words. Were there truly children within the mine? As if to validate his inquiry, as they ventured further inside, they encountered not only frail youths, but also numerous elderly and women with children. The older individuals appeared to be in their 70s or 80s, while the youngest were mere infants in swaddling. Each of these individuals bore the pallor of malnourishment, and although it was mealtime, none possessed even a morsel of food. One child, clutching a smooth stone, was seen licking it, seemingly believing it could satiate his hunger. Qin Han pondered silently. The individuals here do not appear to be prisoners. Rather, they resemble members of a family. These people have been confined here by the high priest, and it is likely that they harbor numerous secrets within them. Uncovering these might prove advantageous in dealing with the high priest in the future. However, the most pressing matter at hand is to locate the beast. We shall address this issue upon our return. Suppressing his thoughts, Qin Han followed the elder deeper into the ninth mining area. Suddenly, a faint yet resonant mooing sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the mine, a sound that was profoundly dull. Simultaneously, the surrounding walls of the mine appeared to tremble slightly. Yet, the source seemed distant. The sound, although familiar, was not entirely distinct. Qin Han quickened his pace, and after 5 minutes, the two halted before a wall of the mine. The elderly man stroked the wall at the end of the mining area and remarked, "A month ago, when we excavated to this point, we heard strange cries. I deemed it unwise to advance further in that direction. Yet, even if we do not dig, the strange cries have been drawing nearer with time. Just now, you also heard it. I fear it will not be long before that creature breaks through the wall." A deep sorrow etched itself upon the elder's face. Qin Han remained silent, his ear pressed against the mine wall, patiently awaiting a sound. Suddenly, a low moo echoed through the cavern. The creature roared once more, and this time, Qin Han heard it distinctly. He was instantly elated. It was indeed it, the legendary purple crystal beast. This creature feeds on gold mines, preferring to burrow into veins of gold, consuming one after another. Over time, as it devours gold, purple crystals begin to sprout along its back. These crystals, recognized by the game's celestial order, can be decomposed into a staggering 100,000 gold coins each. However, the true value of a purple crystal surpasses even that, as in the later stages of his previous life. A single crystal could fetch nearly 500,000 gold coins in the realms. This illustrates the rarity of the purple crystal. When he first learned of the purple crystal beast's existence, Qin Han almost doubted his ears. After all, the beast has discerning tastes and typically disregards ordinary gold mines. Although this gold mine appeared bountiful, it paled in comparison to the true great gold mines of the realms. The fact that such a mine could attract a purple crystal beast was nothing short of miraculous. In the gold mine, Qin Han smiled slightly. It must be because I am the first in the realms to arrive at the Thunder Poison Island instance, allowing me to encounter such fortune. Listening to the beast's call, reminiscent of an old cow, it seemed to be in its complete form, likely possessing at least 3 purple crystals. If he could acquire them, the tenfold card would certainly be attainable. With that thought, Qin Han wasted no time. Under the astonished gaze of the white-haired elder, he donned the ancient armor, summoned the god-slaying bow, stepped back 5 paces, drew the bowstring, and aimed at the mine wall. The elder gasped, "Guardian, what are you planning to do? Do you intend to break through the mine wall to find that creature? This wall is constructed of fine stone. Even a dozen strong men would struggle for days to breach it, and you think a bow and arrow will suffice?" As the elder spoke, a stunning arrow shot forth, piercing the solid mine wall as easily as if it were mere tofu. "What is this?" The elder trembled in fear, bewildered by such a remarkably sharp bow. Such a treasure should not be wielded by a mere guard. In an instant, he began to question Qin Han's identity. Yet, Qin Han paid him no mind, continuing to unleash arrow after arrow upon the wall. The god-slaying bow ignored defenses, capable of penetrating nearly everything with a single shot. He intended to carve through the mine wall with this ability. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. The wall gradually bore holes. Meanwhile, in the 688 novice village, on the bison prairie, the sun hung high in the sky, the heat relentless. After 2 or 3 days of slaughter, the bisons in the prairie had been completely exterminated, leaving many low-level players in a state of frustration, with no monsters left to hunt. Surely, these game monsters wouldn't permanently vanish after being killed, would they? Who could say? This game offers no guides. Everything must be deduced independently. Initially, I had intended to wait for the bison to respawn, hoping to elevate my level through their demise. Alas, it seems I cannot spot a single bison. The grumblings of several players echoed across the prairie. Suddenly, what are those red lights? At that moment, several players beheld a multitude of crimson glows emerging across the bison grasslands. For those with exceptional memories, it would become evident that these red lights marked the very spots where players had previously slain bison, as if drawn by an unseen force. The crimson lights began to converge towards the center of the bison prairie. What could this mean? Might there be some treasure appearing? Regardless, let us hasten to investigate. Players raced across the plains, pursuing the red lights towards the central area. As time passed, at the heart of the bison prairie, near an ancient tomb, the gathering red lights coalesced into a massive orb of crimson energy. With the influx of more red light, a silhouette of a bison began to materialize at the center, becoming increasingly distinct and larger. Suddenly, the energy orb erupted, revealing a bison towering as high as a 2-story building. Its entire body was enveloped in a mesmerizing red hide, gleaming with an eerie crimson glow, and its black eyes sparkled with a cruel glimmer. The red bison turned its head, surveying the players surrounding it, and let out a thunderous roar, moo. The deep bellow resonated across the wilderness, its sound waves reaching the nearby wilds, prompting players to glance in the direction of the noise, eager to uncover its source. What on earth has transpired? Such a formidable roar. At that moment, a message popped up in the chat of the Novice Area 688. An elite monster, the Bison Chief, has spawned in the center of the Bison Prairie. Defeating the Bison Chief will yield a substantial amount of experience points and a high probability of acquiring golden gear. Players are encouraged to engage. Wow, an elite monster. At last, we can behold the visage of an elite creature. According to the system prompt, not only is the experience substantial, but the prospect of obtaining golden gear is also enticing. Goodness, I recall that aside from the blue gear granted by village quests, there has been scant opportunity for gear drops in the wild. The possibility of golden gear is simply astonishing. Surely, the rewards must correlate with the difficulty. I suspect it won't be so easily vanquished. Haha, my friend, you are being overly cautious. There was a player named Qin Han who managed to slay a golden eagle even at level 0. I dare say this elite monster shouldn't be overly formidable. It is merely an elite bison, after all. We are many, we shall surely overwhelm it. Charge forth, comrades. First come, first served. In a moment, countless players surged towards the bison prairie. At the heart of the prairie, nearly 100 players encircled the bison leader. Most of these individuals were adventurers who had been grinding in ancient tombs. Upon hearing the news, they rushed out, their hearts fluttering in anticipation as they gazed upon the colossal figure before them. Towering like a primordial beast, they wondered if they stood a chance against it. Perhaps they could try. After all, the beast appeared formidable but might just be posturing. That sounds reasonable. Why don't you go? No, perhaps not. Shall we go together? Just as the players hesitated, the bison leader unleashed its fury, targeting the densest cluster of players. With a powerful leap, it charged forth like a cannonball. Boom. Several players were caught off guard, sent flying several meters. Bang, bang. One by one, players fell to the ground, clouds of dust swirling around them. Most were low-level players with minimal health, and the collision obliterated their health bars. They were dead. They were dead. A keen-eyed player glanced around, fear gripping his heart. Run, run. This beast is too strong. We cannot defeat it. Scatter. Under the threat of imminent death, the players fled in all directions. The bison leader, momentarily confused by the dispersing crowd, locked onto a single player and pursued with terrifying speed, closing in for the kill. Just then, another player dashed in from afar, shoving the targeted player aside. In a twist of fate, this brave soul fell to the ground, narrowly evading the bison leader's direct charge, which then leapt over him. Now was the chance. With determination, he slashed his blade towards the bison leader's abdomen. The fluidity of his movements left the newly arrived players in awe. It's Lulu. I've seen him before. His skills are akin to those of a cinematic hero, truly admirable. At that moment, beneath the beast, a sharp clang resonated. The hardened bison hide, as tough as steel, deflected Lulu's blade, leaving only a faint scratch. A red damage indicator floated up, -10. Simultaneously, the bison leader's information materialized. Bison leader, level 5 elite monster. Health, 55,000. Its defense was insurmountable. Even striking its weak point failed to inflict significant damage. Elite monsters were exponentially more terrifying than anticipated. Lulu's heart sank to the depths of despair. This beast was far beyond what he could handle. Hastily, he scrambled to his feet, retrieved his blade, and decisively fled into the distance. Meanwhile, much like the 688 newbie village, the 110755 newbie village had also spawned a bison leader, boasting greater overall strength than the former. Thus, the refreshed Minotaur chief has grown even more formidable. In a mere encounter, over a dozen players from the opposing village perished. This terrifying creature swiftly became the bane of the novice village. Upon hearing the grim news in novice village 110755, Lin Dong, the scion of the Lin family, promptly assembled the cream of the crop from 200 players, leading the charge with unwavering confidence toward the Minotaur chief. If they cannot defeat a mere Minotaur chief and have suffered such casualties, these idle players are nothing but a disorganized rabble. As he journeyed, he even found time to boast in the chat room, declaring that their village had spawned an elite monster. And surely, the neighboring village must have encountered one as well. However, allow me, the young master, to claim the first kill of this elite creature. The Purple Sun Manor is united and well-organized. This time, let those rustic villagers from the neighboring village witness how effortlessly I can slay the elite monster. Upon seeing his words, the players from Novice Village 688 were instantly thrown into a state of panic. The chatroom was nearly in chaos. The Minotaur chief was prowling the grasslands, seeking out players, and anyone who crossed its path faced either death or grievous injury. How could this creature be so powerful? As if the Bull Demon King had returned? We simply cannot contend with it. Wasn't there a Qin Han from our village who previously defeated an elite monster? Should we not seek his counsel? What good would that do? I just messaged him, and he directly blocked communication from strangers. We are utterly unreachable. What now? If they claim the first kill, our village will never hold its head high again. Moreover, will the rewards for that first kill, the coveted golden set, not be ours? What else can we do but resign ourselves to fate? Time passed slowly, and then the dreadful news arrived from Novice Village 110755. Young Master Lin Dong led 200 players into battle against the Minotaur Chief. In a single encounter, the entire team suffered countless casualties. Lin Dong sustained broken arms, 3 fractured ribs, and lost consciousness, only to be rescued back to the village for treatment. Before losing consciousness, Lin Dong instructed, "Do not inform the others. It would be a disgrace." Subsequently, the strongest in the Novice Village, Li Fei, personally ventured to the wild bull prairie to confront the Minotaur Chief. Although the two sides clashed several times, and Li Fei, with his agility, even gained a slight upper hand, the Minotaur Chief was incredibly resilient, possessing thick skin and a regeneration ability that rendered it nearly impossible to wear down. In despair, they could only retreat and warn everyone. Until a method to slay the Minotaur is devised, it would be prudent to steer clear. A pervasive atmosphere of hopelessness began to spread throughout their novice village. Young Master Lin, a novice class, had nearly been killed, and even Li Fei, a top-tier expert in an intermediate class, was unable to subdue the creature. This elite monster's strength was grotesquely overwhelming. While Qin Han from the neighboring village had already established a record of slaying elite monsters, despite being merely a level 0 player, upon awakening from treatment, Lin Dong, upon seeing the crowd, immediately reprimanded, "Do not inflate others' ambitions while diminishing your own stature. That Qin Han's ability to slay elite monsters is merely a stroke of luck. If he truly possessed the prowess, why has he not vanquished the bull commander?" Time has passed, and I have already seen the announcement from the neighboring village regarding the bull commander's demise. This unequivocally demonstrates that Qin Han lacks any real capability. Just wait and see. The first kill of the bull commander will undoubtedly occur in our village. Meanwhile, deep within the depths of the golden mine in the 9th mining district, Qin Han glanced at the chat area and felt a twinge of embarrassment. The bull commander was not present in his previous life. Monster respawns were entirely normal. After all, elite monsters of this caliber, being level 5, are not opponents that players at this stage can contend with. In the wild bull prairie, players would be well advised to refrain from attempting to farm monsters in that area. Even elite monsters of the same level are incredibly challenging to defeat, even for top-tier classes equipped with formidable gear. For those below the top-tier class, unless one possesses a super weapon specifically designed to counter the bull commander, success is virtually impossible. The emergence of the bull commander this time is likely related to his activation of the hidden location, the ancient tomb. The enemy village's bull commander must have benefited from the influence of 688. Following the principle of fair competition, when 688's elite monsters respawn, the opposing side will also experience similar occurrences. Given the opposing village's strength, at most a mid-tier class, their chances of success in battle are bleak. It is best to wait until I return to deal with the bull commander. Rubbing his nose, Qin Han redirected his gaze to the mining wall, which had become riddled with arrows after a prolonged period of shooting, resembling a sieve. Another arrow was loosed, and with a resounding crash, the mining wall collapsed, revealing a profound cavern. As he surveyed the area, the cave resembled a lava cave from the real world, sprawling in multiple directions. At this moment, the shadow of the monster had long since vanished. Its whereabouts were unknown. Summoning the nightmare, Qin Han patted its neck, encouraging, "Nightmare, my good brother, search for that elusive amethyst beast." With its crimson eyes shimmering, the nightmare scanned the surroundings and quickly locked onto a path. "Well done. Let us proceed." The cave was exceedingly spacious, easily accommodating both a person and a steed. Qin Han promptly mounted Nightmare and swiftly gave chase. Once Qin Han had departed, the white-haired elder and the others who had hurried over exchanged glances, a mixture of confusion and concern evident in their expressions. A middle-aged man inquired, "Uncle Lei, do you truly believe this individual is merely a guard?" Elder Lei shook his head, asserting, "This person's origins are shrouded in mystery, with too many inexplicable facets about him. That bow and arrow, capable of piercing stone as if it were paper, is something I have never encountered in my lifetime. Furthermore, the ability to summon that horse from thin air is nothing short of astonishing. An entity of such caliber surely possesses an identity far beyond that of a mere guard of a small mining cave." The middle-aged man continued, "Uncle Lei, could this person possibly be connected to the information that unexpectedly surfaced in our minds a few days ago?" Elder Lei's eyes brightened. Xiaohu, are you suggesting that he is a descendant? The middle-aged man nodded. There is an 80 to 90% chance. Otherwise, the enigmatic elements surrounding him would remain inexplicable. Yet, descendants can be either benevolent or malevolent. None can predict how he might react upon discovering our true identities. Elder Lei furrowed his brow. Our leader was slain by the high priest, and our entire clan is imprisoned here at his behest. Were it not for the high priest's desire to extract the secrets we harbor, we likely would have been killed long ago. However, given our current plight, with clan members perishing daily from hunger and exhaustion, even if the high priest refrains from executing us for the time being, our survival is precarious at best. We have reached a point of desperation. There is no worse outcome possible. We must draw near to him, assist him, regardless of his intentions. Our hope for survival rests solely upon him. Xiaohu, take 50 children with you and bring along the weapons we have forged in secret. Go forth and lend your aid. Understood. The cave was deep and unfathomable. Qin Han pursued for approximately 10 minutes when suddenly, the nightmare came to an abrupt halt. As he gazed ahead, a vast expanse, roughly the size of 3 basketball courts, unfolded before his eyes. At the center of this space, a creature radiating a resplendent purple glow was deep in meditation. The creature bore a striking resemblance to a pangolin, its scales shimmering with a violet hue. And upon its back, 5 crystalline formations, resembling exquisite amethysts, adorned its form. This was an extraordinary windfall indeed. With a sudden smile, Qin Han realized that the purple crystal beast boasted a quality far superior to his predictions. Suppressing his excitement, he summoned the god-slaying bow and equipped the attack-enhancing ring he had purchased from the accessory shop. The sharp healing ring, a golden artifact, granted an attack boost of 39. An additional 50 to health, and a regeneration of 2 health points per second. The god-slaying bow dealt 100 points of damage, augmented by the ring's 39 points, along with 1 point from his constitution, culminating in a total attack power of 140, with the warrior god's aura doubling his physical damage. That amounted to an astonishing 280 points of attack. Nodding slightly, Qin Han drew the bowstring taut, resembling a full moon, while simultaneously activating the skill, Paralytic Toxin. A brilliant arrow was unleashed, piercing directly through the skull of the purple crystal beast. A yellow damage notification of -2,800 appeared, followed by a -1 for the nerve toxin damage. Concurrently, a health bar materialized above the beast, accompanied by a silver skeleton icon, signifying its status as an elite monster. Yet, Qin Han understood that such legendary creatures could not be judged merely by their symbols. The purple crystal beast, having long consumed gold ore, had evolved to an indomitable state, boasting alarmingly high defenses. Furthermore, this nearly energy-formed creature was impervious to conventional elemental damage and toxins, rendering such attacks nearly ineffective. To put it bluntly, even if 5,000 level 20 elite players were to besiege this purple crystal beast, they would struggle to bring it down. Without the god-slaying bow, he would undoubtedly flee at the first sign of danger, unwilling to approach the beast even one step closer. Moo, moo. The slumbering purple crystal beast was roused by the pain, questioning who dared disturb its rest. It sought the source of the attack, but found its body, usually so agile, moving with an unusual sluggishness. The effort to lift its head took far longer than usual. From a distance, Qin Han smiled. It seemed the nerve toxin was taking effect. The venom of the king's serpent was indeed formidable. While the paralyzing toxin could not inflict substantial damage on the purple crystal beast, it nonetheless affected its neural responses, slightly slowing its reactions. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly drew the bowstring, unleashing arrow after arrow towards the beast. The substantial damage visibly whittled down the beast's robust health bar. Inside the cave, the purple crystal beast, wounded, erupted with scales as it propelled itself off the ground, its massive form charging towards Qin Han with the speed of a car. Realizing the imminent danger, Qin Han swiftly mounted his nightmare to evade, yet, even then, he barely escaped a collision. Remarkably, despite its massive size, the creature moved with astonishing speed. This was its response even after being afflicted by the nerve toxin, which had already dulled its reflexes. Were it not for the nightmare, evasion would have been impossible. Thus, Qin Han activated the newly acquired passive skill from the Voodoo Pearl, the Toxic Barrier Aura. Upon activation, enemies within a 100-meter radius will suffer from continuous toxic damage, inflicting 100 points per second, and their movement speed will be reduced by 50% while within the toxic barrier. I fervently hope this mechanism can further diminish the speed of the amethyst beast. Otherwise, a collision is inevitable. Within the cave, as the toxic barrier was unleashed, an ethereal pink mist enveloped the vicinity in an instant. The amethyst beast sniffed the air, seemingly unaffected, and turned its head, charging at Qin Han once more like a freight truck. Throughout this ordeal, he was afforded no respite. Nightmares, evasions, and more evasions. The agile nightmare narrowly dodged the beast's assault once again. Yet, keenly aware, you discerned that the creature's movements had indeed slowed ever so slightly compared to before. Even the faintest semblance of deceleration was a fortuitous sign for him. He never anticipated the toxic barrier could entirely hinder such a legendary beast. But even a modicum of slowdown was beneficial. At the very least, the likelihood of being struck had diminished. Steeling himself, Qin Han maneuvered the nightmare with deft precision, continuously circling while unleashing a barrage of accurate shots from the Godslayer bow. Whoosh! Thud! Countless indicators of diminishing health erupted from the amethyst beast's head. Gradually, its health plummeted to half. Boom! In that moment, the massive form of the amethyst beast crashed to the ground. A stifling atmosphere began to permeate the air. From the creature's colossal body emanated waves of eerie purple light. Unlike typical elite monsters, it appeared this one was poised to transition into its second phase. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Qin Han swiftly distanced himself from the amethyst beast while mounted on his nightmarish steed. In a moment of urgency, he consumed the red serpent fruit, which rejuvenated his vitality by 1,000 points. Coupled with the runic enhancement, his health surged to a remarkable 2,000, offering him a modicum of reassurance. On the ground, the amethyst beast underwent a dramatic transformation. Its form elongated, claws sharpened to lethal precision, and magnificent antlers sprouted from its brow. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson. With a bellow, the transformed amethyst beast waved its formidable tail, relentlessly searching for Qin Han's whereabouts. As it turned, their gazes locked, an encounter fraught with animosity. The beast's eyes shimmered with a furious red, shifting to a deep violet. Suddenly, two beams of violet light, akin to lasers, shot forth towards Qin Han. The air hummed ominously as the beams carved through the landscape, leaving behind two unfathomable chasms in the once stalwart rock face. Were these to strike a person, they could instantaneously reduce them to vapor. Fortunately, Qin Han had evaded the assault just in time, his Godslayer bow continuing to unleash a barrage of arrows. The arrows flew like meteors, piercing the air with swift precision. Enraged by the miss, the amethyst beast leaped into the air, its body crashing down with the force of 1,000 mountains. Instantly, an invisible shockwave radiated outward. This wave, swift and indiscriminate, struck Qin Han and his steed, propelling them backwards 5 meters with a damage of -1,500, lifting them into the air. Luckily, the nightmarish steed remained steadfast, not faltering in the slightest. Thanks to Qin Han's remarkable resilience, he did not stiffen under the impact. Both man and mount quickly regained their composure, realizing that the amethyst beast possessed yet another devastating attack. Grateful for the fortuitous consumption of the red serpent fruit, Qin Han knew that otherwise, the passive ability of the war god would have been triggered. He swiftly consumed another red serpent fruit, watching as his health gradually began to mend. Qin Han did not dare to waste a moment. He drew his bow and relentlessly chipped away at the creature's vitality. At this juncture, the amethyst beast, having failed to subdue its adversary, descended into a state of utter madness, its eyes gleaming with a crimson hue as it charged towards Qin Han. This time, unlike before, as it drew near, its razor-sharp tail swept menacingly. Fortunately, the nightmare reacted with remarkable swiftness. Just as the tail was about to strike, it leaped with agility, narrowly evading the lethal assault. However, the sturdy mineral wall behind them was not spared, suffering a deep gash as the beast unleashed its devastating tail swipe. Meanwhile, a shaken Qin Han hastily retreated to the opposite side of the cavern, continuing his evasive tactics. Time passed incrementally, thanks to the nightmare's speed. Qin Han adeptly dodged a series of attacks, and at this moment, the amethyst beast's health had dwindled to a mere thread. Suddenly, Old Lay arrived with a throng of followers, armed with crude swords and knives, their eyes fixated on the colossal creature before them. Spotting Qin Han in the midst of the struggle, Old Lay promptly commanded, "Children, it is our turn to take the stage." With a wave of his hand, the group surged toward the massive form of the amethyst beast, weapons raised. Concurrently, he shouted to Qin Han, "Young hero, we are here to assist you." Qin Han, obstructed by the beast's imposing figure, took a few steps forward upon hearing the commotion, only to behold the approaching crowd. Alarmed, he cried out, "Quickly retreat. You must not engage." But it was too late. The young men, brandishing their blades, had already reached beneath the amethyst beast, swinging with all their might, the sound of clashing metal ringing incessantly. Yet, even in its weakened state, the beast was impervious to their feeble strikes. Their crude weapons barely tickled its armored hide. "This creature's body is remarkably resilient. It seems we cannot inflict any damage," one of the youths exclaimed in despair. "Old Lay, what should we do? Should we continue the fight?" Meanwhile, the amethyst beast turned its massive head, its blood-red eyes fixating on the unwelcome intruders. Did these insignificant ants dare to challenge it? In a fit of rage, it lashed out with its tail. With a thunderous crash, akin to autumn winds sweeping away leaves, several young men were sent flying, their bodies colliding violently with the wall before crashing heavily to the ground. As the life ebbed from them, their pupils dilated, and they succumbed to death. Old Lay's eyes widened in horror as he bellowed, "Howsy? Lazy." Qin Han rode the nightmarish beast, his relentless assault unwavering as he shouted, "Hurry. You are no match for it. If you wish to survive, retreat at once." Despite his words, Qin Han's speed of attack reached an extraordinary peak. The bowstring stretched with such force that it left behind afterimages, and arrows rained down like droplets of rain. At last, amidst a chorus of desperate wails, the amethyst beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, a radiant orb of white light piercing into Qin Han's form. "You have slain the elite monster, Amethyst Beast." Experience points gained, 25,923. The experience was sufficient. Would you like to level up? No. Simultaneously, a notification appeared in the chat windows of both the 688 and 110,755 novice villages. Congratulations to player Qin Han for achieving the first kill of the elite monster, Amethyst Beast. Reward, 1 to Constitution. In response to this spectacle, all players from both villages were left utterly bewildered. They had just witnessed the might of an elite monster, a being of terrifying power. Even if the entire village united their strength, they could not hope to prevail. Yet who was this Qin Han? Just this morning, he had slain a golden eagle, and now, in the afternoon, he had dispatched another amethyst beast. Judging by its name, it surely held more prestige than that of the barbarian bull leader. In the 688 novice village, incredulity reigned. What a ridiculous joke. A level 0 player defeating 2 elite monsters in succession? I refuse to believe that anyone from 688 possesses such extraordinary prowess. Is there a glitch in the game, or perhaps some interference? Others chimed in. Indeed, among thousands of us scattered across the wilderness, we have not encountered anyone who has seen either the golden eagle or the amethyst beast. I am beginning to doubt their very existence. Furthermore, they noted, and yet, he has slain yet another elite beast without even leveling up. It is truly unfathomable. In the chat area of the 110755 novice village, Lin Dong, bandaged and agitated, nearly leaped from his bed upon reading the announcement. Another elite monster? Just who is this Qin Han? Even intermediate players like young Master Li were powerless against elite monsters, so how could Qin Han continuously vanquish them? A nearby associate quickly offered comfort. "Rest easy, young Master Lin. This individual must have discovered a method to defeat elite monsters. I suspect that his ability to slay them comes at the cost of not leveling up. Otherwise, it would not explain why he is yet to advance." However, he continued, "A level 0 player, no matter how fine his equipment, will ultimately fall behind as our levels increase. This individual poses no threat to us whatsoever." Upon hearing the words, Lin Dong instinctively felt it was implausible, yet he hesitated to acknowledge the existence of someone more formidable in the neighboring village. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself unable to voice an objection, seemingly acquiescing to the remarks made by the subordinate. Within the cavern, as the amethyst beast perished, all the amethyst crystals adorning its body fell away. Qin Han swiftly collected the crystals and subsequently removed the carcass. Beside the remains lay a sculpture resembling a simulated version of the amethyst beast. The statue emanated a vibrant purple aura, casting a hue of violet across the entire space. Without further contemplation, Qin Han promptly stored the statue within his spatial ring. Next, he quickly retrieved an amethyst and selected the decomposition option. "Would you like to decompose the amethyst? You will receive 100,000 gold coins." "Yes." Immediately, a melodious clattering sound resonated, and upon inspection, his backpack was astonishingly filled with a total of 100,000 gold coins. The sheer magnitude of this wealth was enough to astonish Qin Han. Even after living 2 lives, Such a substantial sum of gold coins was rare, even in the later stages of the game, with few players possessing such riches. Suppressing his exhilaration, he promptly took out the card drawing machine, maximizing his draw to 10 at once, and activated it in one go. Ding ding ding. The sound of equipment being drawn was incessant. Congratulations. You have acquired a blue longsword, a white longsword, a complete set of white armor, a blue bow, a dozen healing potions, a dozen stamina potions. Ding ding ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a tent, a fragment of a dark gold staff, a bottle of poison, a bottle of spring water, a piece of nut bread. His backpack, already limited to just over 3,000 points of capacity, quickly filled to capacity with an influx of equipment and miscellaneous items. Unable to accommodate any further, he resorted to the same method as before, discarding unwanted gear and items onto the adjacent ground. Meanwhile, Elder Lay and his companions were left dumbfounded. The items in the hands of this newcomer were astonishingly powerful. A mere touch yielded a plethora of items, and this young hero seemed quite discerning, readily discarding many of them. On the ground, in just a brief moment, food, drink, clothing, weapons, armor, bows, and various other objects gradually accumulated into a small mountain. Observing the fine equipment strewn across the ground, Elder Lay quietly remarked, "Young hero, if you find these items unnecessary, I would gladly assist in their disposal." With unwavering focus on the lottery, Qin Han instinctively responded, "Sure, go ahead." Delighted by this, Old Lay promptly gathered his subordinates to collect the equipment. It is worth noting that each lottery ticket cost 1 gold coin, and at the very least, 1 item is guaranteed with each draw. Even if it is merely a common piece of clothing, a bundle of cooked meat, or a basic piece of equipment. Qin Han had no interest and would discard them in bulk. However, to Old Lay and his companions, these items were akin to treasures. Some of the young men even stealthily picked up a piece of cooked meat, devouring it while sorting through the equipment. With over 50 individuals, having already lost a dozen, their numbers were dwindling. Faced with an overwhelming pile of items, they soon found themselves laden with goods, lacking storage equipment. They could only watch helplessly as the items amassed around them. In desperation, Old Lay discreetly summoned Huzi to return and bring everyone over. The items here were sufficient to equip all individuals in the 9th mining district. Meanwhile, within the mining district, at the supervisory office, a guard rushed in, flustered. "Supervisor, something terrible has happened. The gold in our storeroom has vanished, replaced by a warehouse full of clutter. Beside the debris, we also discovered the bodies of 2 guards." Upon hearing this, the supervisor's face paled instantly, and he struck the nearby dining table with his whip, splitting it in 2 with a violent crack. Consumed by uncontainable rage, he turned and made his way to the storeroom. Before long, the alarm signal for assembly blared throughout the mine, and the supervisor's furious voice resonated, nearly shaking the entire district to its core. "Search. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will uncover the thief responsible. If I catch the scoundrel, I will surely flay him alive." At the entrance of the 9th mining district, Li Yong was startled by the news. The alarm signal indicated a grave situation had arisen. According to protocol, upon hearing such a signal, everyone must drop everything and assemble immediately. He hesitated, contemplating whether to call for Ma Chao, when suddenly, the iron door swung open, revealing the steward clad in gray, his expression stern. "Where's the other person? The supervisor has issued the assembly order. We cannot afford any delays. Everyone must proceed at once." Li Yong stammered, still occupied with his tasks inside. The steward frowned. The 9th mining district was substantial, and searching for individuals now would consume considerable time. Fixing his gaze, he swiftly pulled Li Yong out, locked the door with a decisive click, disregarding him, and insisted, "We must go to the assembly first." Inside the mine, Qin Han's sole focus remained on the lottery. Items he deemed unwanted were carelessly tossed aside, while Old Lay stood vigilantly by his side, catching everything Qin Han discarded. Each time he caught an item, he accompanied it with a beaming smile. Thus, the two operated in perfect harmony. Qin Han drew, threw items, and Old Lay caught them, resembling a well-oiled assembly line. Suddenly, a voice resonated. "Congratulations, you have received the gift of the Heavenly Path, the tenfold amplification card, a treasured artifact." Perhaps due to habit, Qin Han instinctively attempted to discard the newly acquired card. As he flung it halfway, he noticed Elder Lay beside him wearing a fawning grin, eagerly cupping his hands to catch it. In that instant, realization struck him like a thunderbolt, sending a chill down his spine. He thought, what a close call. If that old man gets hold of it and uses it, who would I turn to for justice? after all the effort he had invested. Losing this card would surely haunt him for eternity. Taking a moment to steady his emotions, Qin Han gazed at the tenfold amplification card. The inky surface appeared rather unremarkable, devoid of any unsettling energy fluctuations. Yet, it was undeniably a true top-tier treasure of the myriad realms. With it, transcending the physical limitations of the novice village became an attainable dream. Suppressing his exhilaration, he focused intently on the card and silently intoned, "Use." As the card activated, a warning echoed. The gift of the heavenly path, the tenfold amplification card, a treasured artifact, cannot be unbound once used. Upon the host's demise, the card will vanish. Do you wish to proceed? Qin Han nodded emphatically. Proceed. Ding. The card was successfully utilized. In the next moment, a fleeting ink aura enveloped Qin Han. If one did not pay close attention, they might not even notice that anything had transpired. However, with his eyes closed, he could feel an inky card swirling in his mind, seemingly imbued with an infinite and formidable power. At that instant, Qin Han's entire being trembled with excitement. To have the opportunity to live again, he never dared to dream that he would reach this stage, possessing a divine-class profession, numerous treasures, and this tenfold enhancement card. Finally, the moment to level up had arrived. Simultaneously, a worldwide announcement reverberated across the cosmos once more. Congratulations to player Qin Han for acquiring a unique top-tier treasure. Rewarded with 10 points of heavenly Dao value. The game had commenced for several days, and the number of individuals capable of making it onto the world announcement was not insignificant. Hidden professions, treasures, and saint-level careers could all ascend to the announcement once obtained. Yet, for the vast majority, even those who made it onto the world stage could only earn a single point of heavenly Dao value. Apart from Qin Han, the most remarkable individuals had garnered merely 2 points at best. When Qin Han transitioned to the unique divine profession, he was rewarded with 10 points of heavenly Dao value, alongside an additional 10 points. This was sufficient to send ripples throughout the realms. Now, after a brief respite of 2 days, he had once again procured a treasure worth 10 points of heavenly Dao value. To the ordinary, this may go unnoticed, but for other formidable beings who had acquired treasures, the emotions they felt at this moment could hardly be described as mere sorrow. Within the Y520131 novice village, Jiang Ningxue, swiftly eliminating monsters with her treasured bow, abruptly halted her actions. When she obtained her treasure, she received only a single point of heavenly Dao value. Having spent these days reflecting on the profound potency of treasures, she realized that Qin Han's recent acquisition yielded an astonishing 10 points of heavenly Dao value. The disparity bestowed by the heavenly Dao was such that even a slight difference could be monumental. Now, with a tenfold gap, the distinction was truly beyond rational comprehension. This individual, continuously acquiring treasures, was on a trajectory of unstoppable ascent. In the game of eternal life, sweeping through the heavens, it marked a monumental shift unseen in eons. Qin Han, riding this momentum, would soon alter the very fabric of the realms. In the ZZ549527 novice village, outside the mysterious woods, Feng Chenjue, clad in ragged attire and clutching a hood, emerged while cursing under his breath. You bunch of useless fools. How could it take so long to break a single formation? Killing that old hag inside yielded nothing but this pathetic hood, merely a lowly dark gold piece of equipment. Yet Qin Han, now he has acquired another treasure. Looking at this wretched gear in my hands, I refuse to accept it. Behind Feng Chenjue followed a ragtag group of approximately 100 members of the demon clan. Among them Chu Xing originally. They had entered as 1,000 strong, but after confronting the ancient witch queen, their ranks had been decimated by 90%. At this moment, Chu Xing hung his head, trembling in fear, apprehensive that the royal prince before him might unleash his wrath. In a bid for self-preservation, he hastily remarked, "Your Highness, I recall that on the day the game commenced, the world announcement declared that the ancient witch queen was slain by Qin Han, alongside an announcement of a legendary artifact. I believe that the sole artifact in this game belongs to whoever first kills the ancient witch queen. Who could have anticipated that on the very first day of the game, Qin Han not only navigated the treacherous maze of the misty forest, but also managed to slay such a formidable foe as the ancient witch queen?" Upon hearing this, Feng Chenjue, who had been brimming with fury, suddenly calmed down, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. With over 1,000 of us, and even a prince of my caliber, we could only achieve the defeat of the ancient witch queen after suffering such heavy losses. Yet, Qin Han, on the very first day of the game, and without even a class change, managed to vanquish her. Does that imply that we, in our multitude, are outclassed by a mere Qin Han? I, the esteemed offspring of the Demon Emperor, have been outdone by an obscure youth. Chu Xing interjected, Your Highness, please do not be disheartened. I recall that before Qin Han killed the ancient witch queen, there were 2 announcements regarding legendary artifacts. This suggests that he must have possessed artifacts when confronting her. In other words, his victory over the ancient witch queen was undoubtedly bolstered by the power of these artifacts. Feng Qianjue felt a slight sense of reassurance from this revelation, but quickly became agitated again. How could artifacts be so potent? As the rightful heir of the Demon Emperor, I must possess one as well. Go, find me a legendary artifact. Within 3 days, no, within a single day, I demand to see the trace of an artifact. Otherwise, you fools have no reason to continue living. At these words, Chu Xing's expression turned a deep shade of purple. Legendary artifacts are exceedingly rare in the vast universe. Finding one within a day would be akin to hastening home to hang oneself. Within the 9th mining district, Qin Han's gaze fell upon the statue nestled in his backpack, the amethyst puppet. Special rune item, all elemental resistances 1000. Passive, vigilance aura, illuminates all hidden units within 100 meters. Gold seeking, when gold artifacts are nearby, it will emit guidance. The more gold artifacts present, the stronger the indication. This special rune statue exuded an extraordinary power, activating as long as it remained in the backpack. Upon reviewing its attributes, Qin Han's face lit up with joy, another rune-type item. This wondrous artifact could activate merely by being in the backpack, occupying no equipment space while providing a staggering 1000 to all elemental resistances. Just this attribute alone was comparable to a full set of dark gold equipment. With it, venturing into special regions would become significantly easier. Of course, the statue's most remarkable feature lay in its vigilance aura. Within the game, many entities could become invisible. Without any means of detection, one could easily fall victim to treachery. With this aura in hand, his defense was fortified yet again. Ultimately, his talent for gold-seeking was commendable. For who would turn their back on wealth? In the latter stages of the game, opportunities to spend money abound. Overall, to achieve such remarkable gains upon entering Thunder Poison Island exceeded all expectations. Subsequently, retrieving the Sword Dojo Master's wife would render this journey complete. With a gentle sigh of relief, Qin Han produced the prize machine and, with a swift motion, crushed it underfoot, even with 20,000 gold coins remaining. Enough to clear the screen and acquire a new set of dark gold armor, he felt no regret. This object, he vowed, would never be drawn again. Young hero, why have you shattered such a precious artifact? If you no longer have use for it, you could have given it to me, remarked old Lei, gazing mournfully at the remnants of the prize machine. He clearly understood that everything on the ground had originated from that very device. Qin Han cast a glance at Elder Lei, refraining from offering any explanation. This device could only be wielded by invited players of the Eternal Life game, rendering indigenous individuals like Elder Lei ineligible for its use. However, such ineligibility was not necessarily a detriment. Aside from the dubious tenfold amplification cards purportedly inserted by an omnipotent entity, this lottery machine was nothing more than an outright deception. I recall in my previous life, during the mid-game phase, when news of the tenfold amplification card spread, it incited a frenzy of lottery attempts across the realms. Those with even a modicum of strength sought to seize the opportunity for additional spins, each yearning to uncover a treasure akin to the tenfold amplification card. Amongst these hopefuls were numerous prominent figures from various realms, including a future supreme deity. The stature of a supreme deity is unparalleled. They represent the pinnacle of power within the game, wielding wealth beyond measure, billions, trillions, or even infinite sums. This particular supreme deity exhausted their resources, incurring massive debts, even borrowing from friends of the same exalted rank, only to emerge empty-handed, without a single treasure to show for their endeavors. By the time Qin Han was reborn, this supreme deity's lottery journey had yet to conclude. Undeterred, they relentlessly sought funds for further attempts, illustrating just how treacherous this contrivance truly was. At times, the influence of a role model can lead one to perilous outcomes. Recollecting his thoughts, Qin Han turned to Elder Lei and inquired, "Is it true that your high priest captured a woman from outside approximately 1 year ago? Are you aware of this matter?" Upon hearing this, Elder Lei's expression momentarily shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, there is truth to that." Within the cavern, Elder Lei gradually recounted what he knew. Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt an immediate sense of clarity. The individuals in the ninth mining district were once family members of the former island lord of Thunder Poison Island. 2 years prior, the former island lord had summoned a man of extraordinary powers from afar. Not only did he appoint this man as the high priest, but he also yielded to him completely, entrusting all defensive forces to his command. Initially, the high priest appeared to act with restraint. However, a year ago, upon returning from an outing, he brought back a woman, and the circumstances took a sinister turn. The high priest first embarked on an extensive construction project to build a grand mansion for this woman. Not long after, he audaciously staged a coup, murdering the former island lord and imprisoning his family within the confines of the ninth mining district. Subsequently, preparations for the high priest's grand wedding commenced. Old Lay implored, "Young hero, the high priest has confined us in this lightless abyss, reducing our rations while intensifying the demands of labor. Each day, children perish from starvation. We beseech you, show compassion and rescue us wretched souls." Upon hearing this, Qin Han's gaze sharpened. The act of mining could easily be accomplished by summoning able-bodied youths. Why then seek out the elderly, the weak, and women and children? Keeping you all around ultimately poses a risk. If one fails to eradicate the root of the problem, it will inevitably resurface with the gentlest of breezes. Were I the high priest, I would not hesitate to eliminate you, the family members of former island masters, at the earliest opportunity. After a brief pause, he turned his attention to Elder Lay. "You have not been truthful with me." Elder Lay, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat evasive, stammering, I actually have my own untold difficulties. It is simply not the right time to share this with you." "Qin Han, there is no need for cryptic hints. If you remain silent, I shall not involve myself in your affairs. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If you wish for my assistance, you must demonstrate sincerity." Upon hearing this, Elder Lay felt a pang of difficulty. But as he thought of the suffering kin in the ninth mining district, he clenched his teeth and said, "The high priest has imprisoned us here to torment us, hoping to extract the whereabouts of a precious treasure from our lips." However, Elder Lay fixed his gaze upon Qin Han, hoping that once the young hero acquires the information about the treasure, he would not resort to silencing us. "Qin Han, it is merely a treasure. I would not stoop to slaughtering this group of the elderly, the weak, and women and children." Elder Lay nodded in agreement. "For this treasure is a cherished heirloom passed down through generations on our island. It is said to summon the thunder from the heavens and bring destruction to the world. My ancestors relied on this artifact to conquer vast territories, laying the foundation of our Lay clan. It takes the form of a staff, adorned with a purple wooden carving at its base and a purple gem atop it. To safeguard it from theft, my forebears concealed the gem and the staff separately. Centuries ago, a white four-legged serpent infiltrated our clan's heart to steal the gem. During the ensuing struggle, the purple gem fell into a lake. In that instant, the lake, once indistinguishable from any ordinary body of water, transformed dramatically. Thunder rumbled, and from that moment forth, it became known as the Thunder Lake." Upon hearing this, Qin Han was momentarily taken aback. Merely one pearl had the capacity to transform the entire lake into a realm of thunder. By this alone, the object's quality must be at least comparable to that of a treasured artifact. Could it be that the pearl still lay beneath the lake? Old Lay shook his head, stating that the four-legged serpent had plunged into the water after the pearl fell. The lake was charged with thunder, and we dared not venture in. Thus, we had to abandon the matter. What was initially thought to be the conclusion of this affair took an unexpected turn a decade later, as tumultuous winds stirred the surface of the lake, and that four-legged serpent astonishingly morphed into a colossal beast of a kilometer in length. Remarkably, the serpent sought out our ancestors, articulating human speech, and indicated a specific location, claiming that if we wished to reclaim the treasure, we should seek it there. Having delivered its message, it ascended into the clouds. After seizing Thunder Poison Island, the high priest also claimed our tribe's staff for himself. His motive for imprisoning us was to extract the exact whereabouts of the pearl. Upon concluding his account, Old Lay fell silent, seemingly awaiting Qin Han's response. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Han comprehended that in order to uncover the secret, he must first assist them in their escape from suffering. However, since he was already inclined to rescue them, it would inevitably bring him into conflict with the high priest. Therefore, aiding them would be a fortuitous endeavor, one that he welcomed. He added a stipulation: should he succeed in saving them, he would also require possession of the staff, in addition to the secret. Old Lay appeared to have anticipated his words, nodding in agreement, effectively acquiescing to the arrangement. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Han was about to engage in further discussion regarding the intricacies of the island when, Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside the corridor. A group of individuals was rushing towards him. Leading the pack was the young girl he had encountered earlier. Her face was etched with terror. "Grandfather Lei," she exclaimed. "The supervisor, along with all his guards, has arrived in a furious rage, and he has already slain over a dozen clansmen." Upon hearing this, Elder Lei's expression tightened. "Young hero, what shall we do now?" Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt a flicker of surprise. It seemed that the affairs of the storage room had been uncovered, and perhaps his true identity had also been exposed. However, the arrival of these individuals was fortuitous, as he had just depleted the experience from the purple crystal beast, and had yet to level up. Thus, the experience for his first upgrade in this life would fall upon the overseer and his companions. With this thought, Qin Han stepped forward, his gaze steady and his confidence unwavering. As he walked, he declared, "I require a few individuals to guide me. The rest may proceed with their respective tasks." Old Lei, upon hearing this, was immediately overjoyed. "Young hero, I shall accompany you." Meanwhile, within the 9th mining area, Li Yang trailed behind the overseer, timidly stating, "That individual is named Ma Chao. He claims to know young Master Ma Xing, which is why I dared not further investigate his identity." The overseer's expression fluctuated between worry and resolve. It was inconceivable that a single person could effortlessly steal all the gold from the storage room. Unless, of course, the individual was an ascendant. Having been in the presence of the high priest, he had gathered some information about ascendants. These beings were exceedingly enigmatic, and their abilities likely surpassed all expectations. Should conflict arise, the outcome would be unpredictable. Yet, the gold was precisely what the high priest had demanded. Failure to recover it in full would surely lead to his demise at the hands of the high priestess wrath. This person has concealed their identity to enter. It stands to reason that their power is not as formidable as presumed. If I possessed the strength to dominate this place, I could simply eliminate everyone in the mine without the need for subterfuge. With this thought, the overseer's mind eased somewhat, yet out of caution. He instructed the other guards to lead the way while he positioned himself among them. Suddenly, a sound akin to the tearing of air echoed from the passage ahead. Just as the overseer comprehended the situation, he witnessed one of the guards fall, an arrow embedded in his neck, glowing with a green light. The guard collapsed, rigid and lifeless. Following this, several more sharp arrows whistled through the air, striking the fallen guard repeatedly. Simultaneously, in the darkness, a familiar notification appeared before Qin Han. "You have slain a guard of the gold mine. Experience points gained, 2,100. The experience was sufficient. Would you like to level up?" Qin Han's face was alight with excitement as he activated the tenfold amplification card to level up. In the dark corner of the mine, a beam of white light erupted from beneath his feet, transforming him in an instant. As the sole possessor of a divine class profession, his constitution was enhanced 30-fold. While an ordinary player gains 10 points in constitution for each level, Qin Han, benefiting from his divine class, saw his constitution soar to 300 points. Upon using the tenfold amplification card, this figure multiplied tenfold, resulting in an astonishing increase of 3,000 points with just a single level up. But the wonders did not end there. The rich experience allowed him to ascend 3 levels in total, bringing his constitution to a staggering 9,000 points. At this moment, his vision sharpened immensely. Even in the dim cave, he could perceive his surroundings with crystal clarity. Everything became vividly detailed, his physique was perfectly honed, and every movement summoned a great reservoir of strength. It felt as if he could shatter the very walls of the mine with a single blow. The sensation of regained power was truly exquisite. Since the beginning, he had tread cautiously, facing formidable foes at every turn. Even with treasures in hand, he had danced upon the edge of a knife. Yet now, everything had changed. Viewing his attribute panel, joy radiated from Qin Han's visage. Player, Qin Han level, 3 profession, martial god constitution, 9013 health, 28089, 1 point of constitution grants 3 points of health. Augmented by passive skills and equipment, attack, 2080, 10 points of constitution, 1 point of attack, enhanced by passive skills and equipment, defense, 2402, 10 points of constitution, 1 point of defense. Augmented by passive skills and equipment, resilience, 100 lifesteal, 50 health regeneration, 14 points per second poison resistance, supreme curse resistance, supreme lightning resistance, 2676 other elemental resistances, 2000 treasures, voodoo pearl, Godslayer bow, tenfold amplification card, legendary blade moonshadow mount, mythical nightmare runes, ancestral protection, amethyst puppet equipment, Ancient set, 3 pieces, shadow hood, sharp healing ring, healing space ring. At merely level 3, possessing 9,000 points in constitution, he had already surpassed Jiang Ningxue, rightfully claiming the title of paramount constitution in the novice village of the Myriad Realms. With nearly 30,000 points of health and over 2,000 in defense, he felt an overwhelming sense of security, even against the amethyst beasts. He could stand still and engage them head-on. However, this was merely the beginning. Surpassing Jiang Ningxue was but a trivial feat. What lay ahead were the ancient monstrosities that had existed for millions, even billions of years, throughout the vast universe. To stand atop these old beings, he must push himself to the utmost limits of the realms, where the novice village's pinnacle was a mere 100,000 in constitution. The novice's upper limit level is set at 20, and he merely needs to achieve this goal before the conclusion of his initial phase. Presently, each level gain provides him with 3,000 vitality points, culminating in a total of 60,000 vitality points at level 20. However, he remains approximately 40,000 vitality points short of the 100,000 mark. Yet, the most arduous part of this journey has already passed. While initially ascending levels and claiming the first kill of an elite monster yields only a modest amount of vitality, these achievements are confined to the activities of small villages. Throughout the novice phase, the game officials will orchestrate several grand-scale events. The higher one's rank, the more substantial the rewards, and consequently, the greater the vitality point bonuses. Given his prowess, attaining a commendable rank should prove to be a straightforward endeavor. Young hero, what troubles you? Just as Qin Han pondered, the cautious voice of Old Lei broke through his thoughts. Under Old Lei's gaze, it seemed as though the young hero had transformed in an instant, not only appearing more handsome but also emanating an aura that evoked a sense of reverence akin to gazing upon a lofty mountain. The overseer is already in proximity. What shall we do now? As Old Lei spoke, 5 guards stealthily approached from a short distance away, having learned from a previous ambush. They now exhibited a wary demeanor, even raising their vine shields to clear the path. Qin Han lifted his god-slaying bow, its speed now swifter than before, executing a flurry of energy arrows that shot forth with blinding speed. Before Old Lei could fully comprehend the situation, 5 razor-sharp arrows pierced through the guards' shields, striking true at their throats. In an instant, 5 critical hits, each inflicting a staggering 20,000 damage, erupted, leaving the guards' bodies rigid and their eyes wide with disbelief as they collapsed in a cacophony of thuds. With ample experience amassed, the question arose, should he level up? Level up. His overwhelming strength turned the battle into a one-sided massacre. Qin Han pressed onward with relentless determination, swiftly advancing toward the overseer and Liang, who were encircled by the guards. Though the overseer had not witnessed the demise of the 5 guards, he surmised that any one of them who approached would likely meet a grim fate. Nevertheless, reassured by his numerical advantage, he maintained an unyielding demeanor. It is indeed you. I recognize you, even without the guard's attire. Hand over the gold, and perhaps I shall grant you a swifter end. Qin Han would not waste words with these individuals. In response to the overseer, he unleashed a barrage of piercing arrows. In an instant, 3 arrows struck through the overseer's heart, dealing terrifyingly high fatal damage, and within merely 3 seconds, the overseer met his demise. You have slain the overseer of the golden mine, gaining 3,000 experience points. Observing this, Qin Han felt a tinge of disappointment. He had initially presumed the overseer to be an elite-level figure, yet to his surprise, he was vanquished by just 3 arrows, yielding a mere 3,000 experience points. It appeared that this individual was nothing more than a hollow title, a mere pawn wielding the facade of authority. With the overseer's death, realizing they were outmatched, the guards began to panic. Now they contemplated retreat, but it was likely too late. Qin Han's cold voice echoed as he raised his god-slaying bow once more. He would not allow a single one of them to escape. Should even one manage to flee and report to the high priest, it would undoubtedly complicate their subsequent missions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows whistled toward the guards. The terrifying projectiles could fell a guard with each shot, had the mine's passage not been so constricted and winding. Obstructing visibility, these guards would have long been wiped out by Qin Han. Regrettably, many guards, perceiving the dire situation, hastily scattered throughout the mine, and Qin Han could only rely on his unparalleled speed to pursue them. Meanwhile, on the level leaderboard, as Qin Han continued to dispatch guards, his level surged relentlessly. This scene was observed by players from both villages, prompting exclamations in their respective chat channels. Something significant has occurred. Quickly, look at the leaderboard. The chat rooms of the two villages erupted in excitement. Countless players watched in disbelief as Qin Han's rank ascended rapidly. Just moments ago, he was at level 0. And in the blink of an eye, he had reached level 3. Even more astonishing, shortly after achieving level 3, he ascended to level 4. With over 9,000 players combined from both villages, in this brief span, he surpassed the majority of players' levels. His rate of advancement was akin to riding a rocket. Moreover, observe how the experience required to progress from level 4 to 5 had significantly increased. At this moment, those elite players were at this level, yet with varying experience accumulation. Their rankings differed. Notice how Qin Han's rank continued to rise with each refresh. He was now nearly at the pinnacle of level 4, and beyond that. Level 5 players comprised the highest echelon within the two villages. If he were to ascend to the top rank within such a short time, the efforts of all those present over the past few days would indeed seem like a farce. Indeed, previously, young Master Lin had claimed that Qin Han would remain at level 0, unable to level up. Yet look how little time had passed before he began to unleash his potential. To be capable of slaying elite-level monsters was, without a doubt, extraordinary. Upon witnessing this, Lin Dong felt a searing pain wash over his face, akin to being mercilessly beaten by a dozen burly men in succession. Gritting his teeth and lifting his chin defiantly, he spoke again. Humph, that's impossible. The experience required to advance from level 5 to level 6 multiplies exponentially. It is an insurmountable hurdle. Even young Master Li, who has tirelessly battled monsters in high-level areas, has yet to reach level 6. Regardless of how formidable this Qin Han may be, there is no way he could attain level 6 in such a short span. In my view, whether he can even reach level 5 remains uncertain. However, as soon as Lin Dong's words fell, he noticed an uproar in the chat area. Look, that Qin Han has already reached level 5. At this revelation, Lin Dong's body surged with excitement, nearly tearing the bandages wrapped around him. He felt as though his hard-earned reputation was utterly ruined. Just as he contemplated finding a crevice to hide in, a notice popped up, proclaiming, "Congratulations to player Li Fei from Novice Village 110755 for being the first to reach level 6, earning an additional point in vitality." Instantly, Lin Dong dismissed all previous thoughts and exuberantly declared in the chat, "Young Master Li truly deserves the title of the foremost expert in our Novice Village. The monumental leap from level 5 to level 6 has been effortlessly crossed by him. Truly remarkable." In the depths of the wilderness, Li Fei, engaged in slaying forest pythons to level up, glanced at the leaderboard, noticing his rank soaring above the rest. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. The difficulty of experience from level 5 to level 6 was immense. Over the past 2 days, several players had reached level 5, matching his current rank. Although he was acutely aware of the significant experience gap between them, from the perspective of the leaderboard, they all appeared equal in level, misleading those unaware of the truth and instilling a sense of urgency within him. The recent rapid advancement of Qin Han heightened his feelings of crisis. Thankfully, fortune favored the diligent, and at a crucial moment, he had finally leveled up. Li Fei understood well the challenges of progressing from level 5 to level 6. Despite tirelessly hunting high-level monsters day and night to achieve his current status, he believed that even if Qin Han were exceptionally skilled, rapidly catching up would not be a simple task. Alas, he lamented, he could not comprehend why Qin Han had remained at level 0 for so long, only to now ascend levels with such ease, nor could he fathom how he managed to slay elite monsters. Regardless, he resolved to exert even greater effort moving forward. With only a single level separating them, any lapse in diligence might result in being overtaken. The experience gained from forest pythons was insufficient. It seemed he would need to venture deeper into the wilderness. After collecting the corpse of the forest python, Li Fei prepared to journey further into the depths of the wild. Yet, shortly after he closed the chat window, chaos erupted once more. Look, that Qin Han has leveled up again. He is now at level 6. He was still advancing, surpassing young Master Li's rank. No. He has already reached level 7. Indeed, the very next moment, a notification sprang forth in the chat area of the Novice Village, congratulating player Qin Han from the 688 Novice Village for being the first to reach level 7, rewarded with an increase of 1 in vitality. Li Fei, who was traversing the path, gazed at the notification with eyes wide in disbelief, nearly unraveling at the seams. His body trembled with incredulity. This was simply impossible. How could it be? Had it been merely a short while? Not even a quarter of an hour had passed. and he had somehow surmounted the formidable chasm between levels 5 and 7. Progressing from level 5 to 6 was already an arduous endeavor, and the leap from 6 to 7 required exponentially greater experience. What could possibly explain this? With a thud, Li Fei collapsed beneath a tree. Meanwhile, on his sickbed, Lin Dong also closed the chat area, burying his head in his hands, his entire frame quaking. In his simplistic worldview, strength was intrinsically linked to level. The more formidable the power, the mightier the monsters one could conquer, thus hastening the pace of leveling up. Qin Han's defeat of elite monsters could only imply he had taken shortcuts. Yet, now, with Qin Han's level vastly surpassing theirs, Lin Dong found himself bereft of excuses. No, Qin Han must have discovered an exceptional location for farming experience. He had likely cunningly slain a couple of elite creatures. And his gear must be exceptional, accounting for such extraordinary performance. However, I am merely a novice, and the fourth young master is a mid-tier professional. Such professionals are exceedingly rare. Qin Han surely could not possess a mid-tier occupation. His superior equipment is only temporary. Once levels rise, that gear will lose its efficacy. At that time, the fourth young master shall undoubtedly surpass him again. Yes, that is it. With his considerable prowess, Qin Han swiftly dispatched all the guards, effortlessly elevating his level to 5. He then instructed Old Lei to have the clan members confiscate the guards' weapons and seal off the golden mine, ensuring not a single miner escaped. With a fervent spirit, he immediately mounted his nightmare steed and set off towards the nearby Yunlei Lake, where the corpses of the thunder beasts had long occupied his thoughts. Though he had only been away from Yunlei Lake for a brief period, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Relying on his renewed power, he unleashed devastating attacks, leaving the thunder beasts with no chance to evade. A single arrow was sufficient to fell one. In a matter of moments, his inventory brimmed with the carcasses of thunder beasts, and his level ascended to 7, even advancing slightly beyond that. Yet, just as he intended to continue hunting thunder beasts, he noticed that the previously teeming lake surface had become eerily quiet, with the thunder beasts inexplicably diving beneath the water. In a short while, the entire lake was serene. How peculiar. There must have been millions, if not billions, of thunder beasts in this lake. Having slain only a few, how could they have all fled? Was I too powerful, or had something unknown transpired beneath the lake? Fixating on the depths of the lake, which shimmered with an ominous electric hue, he noted that the further down one ventured, the more concentrated the elemental energy became. Despite his commendable resistance to electrical attacks, he feared that descending to the lake's bottom would leave him severely incapacitated before he made it halfway. Nevertheless, I must prioritize the matter at hand. In the depths of the golden mine, Elder Lei's kin donned the armor of guardians, along with the discarded whiteboard equipment from Qin Han. With their newfound strength, they swiftly took control of the mine. Upon Qin Han's return, he found Elder Lei stationed at the entrance with several tribesmen. Before them knelt a ragged figure, bound and gagged with a strip of gray cloth. Astonishingly, it was Li Yong. "You are still alive?" Qin Han exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. This individual had been near the overseer when Qin Han had effortlessly loosed an arrow at him, and he had distinctly recalled that Li Yong had fallen alongside the others. Yet now, he appeared to be in remarkably good condition. Elder Lei elaborated, "I have interrogated him. This man feigned his demise at the first sign of danger and later managed to disguise himself, infiltrating the miners. Had it not been for the miners' report, he might have indeed escaped." Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt a sense of surprise. It was astonishing that one could survive in such circumstances. Li Yong truly is a remarkable individual. However, Elder Lei continued, after this person was captured, he began to plead for mercy, expressing a willingness to defect and embrace the light. From that moment on, he became irreconcilable with the high priest. "Qin Han, what use can a mere little guard be? The high priest resides in the Black Stronghold. We can simply proceed there directly." "Elder Lei, young hero, you may not fully grasp the complexities surrounding Lei Poison Island. The distance to the Black Stronghold is quite considerable, and the journey is fraught with perilous poison barriers and dense forests. There exists but a singular route to reach the Black Stronghold from here. Along the way, one encounters numerous checkpoints and a great many people. A moment's carelessness could alert the high priest prematurely. If that occurs, chaos will surely ensue in the Black Stronghold, jeopardizing both the staff you seek and the woman you mentioned. However, this individual is different. He hails from the Black Stronghold. With him as our guide, we can navigate our way there with greater ease. Once we arrive and ascertain the situation, we can act accordingly, ensuring all proceeds without a hitch." Upon hearing this, Qin Han nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Elder Lei's statement. Half an hour later, Qin Han, Elder Lei, Huzi, and Liang, donned in protective attire, listened as Elder Lei explained that, aside from the standardized uniforms, many of the guards wielded their own weapons. Often, one could discern their identities merely by their armaments. To avoid any surprise, Qin Han deliberately unsheathed his renowned blade, Moonshadow, and hung it at his waist. They procured 2 ox carts, loaded them with gold, ore, and set off towards the Black Village. After traveling 5 miles, they encountered the first checkpoint. Similar to what Elder Lei had described, the checkpoint was heavily guarded. Beyond it, numerous small villages could be seen, and many common folk wandered along the road. Fortunately, with Liang leading the way, they fabricated an excuse about the furnace and the gold mine being damaged in their intention to transport the ore to the Black Village for smelting. The guards at the checkpoint harbored no suspicions, allowing them to pass effortlessly. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, round and resplendent like a white jade plate. Moonlight cascaded upon the ground, resembling silver. At that moment, Qin Han's famed blade, Moonshadow, was also enveloped in the moonlight. Remarkably, upon the moonlight's touch, an unusual phenomenon occurred. The blade seemed to come alive, surrounded by a misty glow, as if shrouded in a warm, golden light. Buzz. While Qin Han was focused on their journey, he suddenly felt a vibration at his waist. Looking down, he was met with astonishment. Moonshadow, dark gold grade, treasure, attack 100. All resistance reduction 100, armor penetration 10, currently unlocking, progress 1. He gazed up at the moon, deep in thought. Moonshadow, Moonshadow. Could it be that the true purpose of this blade is to absorb the power of moonlight? Had I buried its potential by placing it in the treasure space? He pondered what it would be like once Moonshadow was fully unlocked, and anticipation welled within him. As time gradually slipped away, the night passed and the moon descended. The unlocking progress of Moonshadow had reached an impressive 49. However, without the moonlight, the progress came to a halt. At this rate, it seemed that with just one more night of moonlight, it would successfully unlock, a pace that was hardly slow. Around 9 in the morning, as the sun rose in its full glory, the group successfully entered the Black Village. The village was situated at the northernmost part of the island, on a gently sloping hillside. Looking down, they could easily see a vast expanse of sandy beach, and further ahead lay the Thunder Lake. The village itself was quite expansive, with countless hexagonal wooden houses arranged in an orderly fashion, housing a population that reached as high as 100,000. Upon entering the village, one could immediately spot the tallest structure, a circular house entirely gilded in gold, which sparkled under the sun's rays like a celestial palace. Following Qin Han's gaze, Liang explained, "My lord, that house above is the residence crafted by the high priest for his future wife, and it is commonly referred to as the Golden House." Qin Han, is this entire house constructed of gold? Liang, no. While Thunder Poison Island has a significant amount of gold reserves, it is impossible to build such a large house entirely out of pure gold. The main structure of the house is still made of stone and wood. It is merely adorned with gold plating, giving it the appearance of being solid gold. However, it is said that most of the items and furnishings inside are crafted from gold. Qin Han, so that woman resides within the Golden House? Liang, indeed. Qin Han, where does the high priest reside? Liang, the high priest traditionally dwells in the residence of the former island master, located near the Golden House. However, the high priest is elusive and often disappears for several days at a time, leaving no one aware of his whereabouts or activities. Qin Han, I will go to the Golden House shortly. You, on the other hand, must investigate the whereabouts of the high priest. Inform me immediately upon discovering any news regarding him. Liang, rest assured, my lord, I shall fulfill my mission without fail. As they traversed a desolate area, Qin Han discreetly collected the gold ore from the vehicle. Soon, they arrived at Li Yang's residence in the Black Village. His family was absent, and he typically resided there alone. The vicinity was densely wooded, and the neighboring houses were sufficiently distant, rendering it a suitable temporary base. After formulating their plan, Qin Han and Li Yang parted ways. He felt a sense of reassurance regarding Li Yang's ability to venture out alone, having witnessed his prowess. As long as the man remained sensible, he would undoubtedly remain loyal. The friendly detection orb confirmed that Li Yang's attitude toward him was one of trepidation. Meanwhile, Elder Lei and another individual remained within the house. Dressed in guard attire, Qin Han navigated the village with impunity, his identity going unchallenged. He swiftly made his way to the Golden House, an imposing circular structure approximately 5 stories high, encircled by a stone wall and guarded by over 20 sentinels. However, the courtyard was relatively sparse in personnel. Qin Han stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the wall and scaled it, effortlessly ascending to the 5th floor. Since the woman was within the building, he resolved to commence his search from the top. As he silently slipped through the window, he beheld a lavish interior. Before an opulent vanity crafted of gold sat a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her skin alabaster, neck elegantly elongated, and her features quite striking. Gazing into the mirror with a look of self-admiration, Qin Han quietly produced the friendly detection orb to investigate. The mistress of the Lost Sword Dojo, Lan Xin, displayed a friendliness level of indifference. She seemed entirely unaware of your presence and had no regard for you whatsoever. Indeed, it is her. Having identified his target, Qin Han promptly rose and approached her. In his view, this remote and impoverished black stronghold was hardly a desirable place, where sustenance was lacking and clothing was inadequate. No matter how much gold one possessed, it would be of little use if one could not purchase anything. Although Li Yong had mentioned that this woman threatened the high priest to secure a golden house as a condition for marriage, Qin Han suspected this might merely be a stalling tactic on her part. After all, the status of the sword dojo in the realm far surpassed that of this so-called high priest. Any individual with a modicum of sense would not choose to become a bandit's wife. As Qin Han reached Lan Xin from behind, he was about to speak when she caught sight of his reflection in the mirror. Instantly, she sprang to her feet, her body instinctively rushing towards the door. As she moved, she scolded, "How dare you, a mere guard, enter my chamber? If the high priest learns of this, he will surely have you killed." Qin Han, do not misunderstand. I am the one who rescued you and brought you back to the Swordsmanship Academy. Upon hearing this, the woman was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting constantly. He sent you? Humph. Go back and tell him that I have endured enough of those wretched days we shared. For the remainder of my life, I shall live for myself. Qin Han was somewhat taken aback by this response and instinctively retorted, "Is the Swordsmanship Academy truly impoverished?" Lan Xin replied with a scoff, "Humph. He is a sword fanatic, utterly incapable of earning a living. Being with him means I subsist on nothing but plain meals, and my days are consumed solely by washing his clothes and preparing his meals. Such a life I shall never endure again. Here, I stand second to none, enjoying a life of luxury where meals are served and garments are provided. You may leave now and return to inform him that our marital bond is irrevocably severed." Qin Han found it hard to believe that this woman would remain for such a trivial temptation. "If you are being coerced, just give me a wink. No one on this island could possibly match my strength. Rest assured, I can ensure your safe departure." Lan Xion's face bore a mocking expression. "Do you think I am jesting with you? Return now. My affairs do not require your intervention. Should you continue to press me, I shall take my own life before your eyes, forcing you to carry my lifeless body to that sword-crazed fool." With that, she grasped a sharp hairpin and pressed it against her neck, her face resolute. Qin Han was somewhat taken aback. Is the position of the chieftain's wife truly of such significance? How about this? Instead of pursuing the sword enthusiast, I am willing to offer you 10,000 gold coins, and even allow you to take everything here with you. You could establish your own residence and live a life of leisure, which is far superior to being a guest in someone else's home. One must understand that beauty fades and love wanes. Can you truly guarantee that the high priest will cherish you for a lifetime? Speaking of the high priest, a hint of shyness unexpectedly crossed Lan Xion's face. "He will love me for eternity. Our bond is beyond your imagination. You should leave now. If you linger any longer, I might truly take drastic measures." As she spoke, Lan Xion's grip tightened, and a trace of crimson began to flow from her snow-white neck. "Do not rush. I shall depart, but I implore you to keep our meeting a secret." Witnessing this, Qin Han could only relent for the time being. Lan Xion retorted, "Humph. If I were to disclose your visit, it would surely displease the high priest. I am not that foolish." Qin Han nodded slightly, turned around, and with a few agile leaps, he gracefully departed through the window, his exit remarkably decisive. On his way back to Li Yang's residence, he remained engulfed in perplexity. Judging by the nature of the task at hand, it was evident that the sword enthusiast held his wife in high regard. Given the sword enthusiast's prowess, if she genuinely desired a life of luxury and abundance, she could effortlessly attain it with but a word. Why then would she come to this remote and desolate place, submitting herself to a chieftain in pursuit of wealth and status? This matter indeed exuded an air of the uncanny. Upon returning to his quarters, Li Yong was also back, bearing unfortunate news. The high priest had ventured out yesterday and had yet to return. Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt an even deeper sense of perplexity. The grand priest, on the cusp of matrimony, was not occupied with the preparations for his wedding at home. Instead, he had ventured out at such a critical moment. Reflecting on the unwavering resolve of the sword enthusiast's wife, Qin Han surmised that there must be some hidden truth behind this. Furthermore, the friendly probe had inscribed the words lost soul, which only intensified his confusion. Old Lei, does your village possess any kind of magic or artifact that could lead one astray? Old Lei's expression turned peculiar at this inquiry. He cast a cautious glance at Huzi and replied, in response to your query, young hero, I previously mentioned a staff capable of summoning thunder. Although the precious orb has been lost, the staff's ability to control lightning has significantly diminished. However, it is said that the wood from which the staff is crafted possesses the power to manipulate the hearts and minds of individuals. As long as one wields the staff, they can subtly influence those around them. Over time, this will undoubtedly engender unwavering loyalty from those nearby. This is a profound secret of my clan, and my knowledge of it is a privilege afforded to me due to my status as an elder. The means to counteract this influence are quite straightforward. Simply eliminate the bearer of the staff, and their power will dissipate. Upon hearing this, Qin Han suddenly realized the truth. No wonder the wife of the sword-obsessed man was acting so strangely. It was evidently the result of some underhanded manipulation. Very well, then. We shall await the return of the high priest, for I shall personally see to his demise. As time quietly slipped away, that night, the moon shone brightly. Qin Han placed his renowned blade, Moon Shadow, upon the rooftop, allowing it to bask in the moonlight. By the dawn of the next day, he discovered that the unlocking progress had surged to an impressive 97%, just a hair's breadth away from complete fruition. The following day, the high priest did not return during the daylight hours. However, he gathered news that the wedding ceremony was set to take place that very evening, and the high priest would arrive as scheduled. The entire Black Village was abuzz with this information. Regardless of their personal sentiments, every household adorned their doorways with vibrant decorations. At the village altar, a red carpet was laid out early, accompanied by an array of offerings. Finally, night descended, the moon perched high in the sky, and the people of the village had gathered en masse in the plaza before the altar, a throng of eager faces densely packed together. Qin Han, this time, cast aside his disguise, donning an ancient ensemble, blending seamlessly into the shadows of the night. Beside him, Li Yang and the others maintained their roles as vigilant guardians. Remember, when I make my move, you are to stand by Lan Xian's side. Should she exhibit any self-destructive behavior, do not hesitate. Restrain her immediately. Understood. Go now. You need not concern yourselves with my affairs. In a secluded treetop, Qin Han withdrew the famed blade, Moon Shadow, continuing to absorb the moonlight. Before long, the progress reached 98%. At that moment, the crowd parted, revealing the sword enthusiast's wife adorned in crimson. Her flowing gown trailing behind her as she approached the altar, accompanied by a throng of guards and maidservants. However, as she reached the altar and awaited the high priest, time slipped away, and the progress of Moon Shadow surged to 99%, just one step away from complete unlocking. As the hour grew late, whispers among the commoners suggested that the high priest might not return. Then, from the northern Yutian lake, a tempest of thunder erupted, streaks of lightning pouring down like rain, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. Suddenly, a regal-looking middle-aged man, adorned with a purple staff at his waist, emerged from the storm. Striding through the air upon the thunder, approaching the altar step by step. As he drew nearer, the crowd recognized his visage, and someone shouted, "It is the high priest. The high priest has returned." Instantly, the square was filled with kneeling figures. Lan Xian, atop the altar, looked on eagerly, a hint of shyness gracing her features. From his vantage point in the treetop, Qin Han observed the scene with a peculiar feeling. Recalling the unusual occurrences he witnessed at Yuntian Lake the previous afternoon, those erratic thunder beasts, could they have been summoned by this man? On the other side, as the high priest progressed, the tempest around him gradually dissipated. By the time he reached the altar, his aura was concealed, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Lan Xian approached him with a radiant smile, playfully chiding, "I thought you might not return." The high priest replied gently, "How could I not? This is the day of my grand wedding. I would never miss it. After such a long wait, let us commence." With a wave of his hand, the officiating elder, who had been patiently waiting, stepped forward. Addressing the assembled crowd, he proclaimed, "On this joyous night, let the heavens rejoice. Tonight marks not only the wedding day of our esteemed high priest, but also his ascension as the island's leader. In this auspicious moment, the high priest has decided to bestow upon every household present a gift of 1 tael of gold and 10 pounds of fine meat. Let the people of our clan unite under the new island leader to forge a glorious future for Thunder Poison Island. Upon hearing of these generous offerings, the crowd erupted in cheers for the benevolence of the high priest. Even the high priest himself wore a broad smile, reveling in the moment. Observing this, the officiant continued, "Now, let us officially commence the wedding ceremony. I invite the newlyweds to present themselves to the heavens." As soon as these words were uttered, a piercing voice sliced through the silence, declaring, "I oppose this union." Though the tone was not loud, every individual present heard it distinctly, many recoiling in surprise. Who is this audacious person, daring to disrupt the high priest's wedding? Is he courting death? On the stage, upon hearing the familiar voice, Lan Qin's expression shifted to one of discomfort. She had never anticipated that this individual, after a brief respite, would dare to make an appearance at such a moment. She was so close to becoming the true mistress of the island. The high priest's countenance also darkened. He had deliberately made his entrance to intimidate the petty disruptors. Yet despite showcasing his power, someone still had the audacity to step forward. The MC scanned the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Who has the gall to show themselves?" From the treetops, a figure cloaked in shadows, wielding a long sword, quietly rose, bathed in moonlight, exuding an air of profound mystery. Qin Han disregarded everything, his gaze fixed solely on the high priest. "Tonight marks your demise." Upon uttering these words, the god-slaying bow was summoned in an instant, its string drawn taut as he launched a fierce assault. The speed was so astonishing that it afforded the high priest no opportunity to evade. Swish, swish, swish. Several energy arrows pierced through his chest. Even without targeting vital areas, each arrow inflicted over 4,000 points of damage upon the high priest. The next moment, the high priest's information was revealed. A mysterious shapeshifter, a level 30 beast, its suffix adorned with a golden skull. Its health astonishingly stood at 90 million. Faced with this sight, Qin Han could not help but tremble in astonishment. Generally, creatures are mere monsters. But only after surpassing the novice village does one encounter such beings as demons. The mysterious shapeshifter indicated that this high priest was a transformation of a demon. However, the specific type of demon had yet to manifest. Even the weakest demon could rival an ordinary elite monster. Yet, this demon bore the golden skull, suggesting that the high priest's true form was likely a level 30 boss monster. Truly, this was a hellishly difficult dungeon for beginners, its hidden boss remarkably formidable. Such a creature has few weaknesses. Without inflicting fatal damage, one would need to unleash over 20,000 arrows to bring it down. While it may not seem excessive, one must remember that an hour consists of only 3,600 seconds. Even if he shot 5 arrows per second, it would not suffice. On the altar, confronted with Qin Han's assault, the high priest's expression swiftly turned cold. Descendant? His bow's damage was so formidable that even my physical defenses could not withstand it. Could it be a treasured artifact? The high priest's eyes glimmered. Treasures possess a spirit, although I cannot obtain it. Slaying a descendant wielding such a treasure would be quite commendable. As he spoke, the high priest ascended into the air, charging toward Qin Han with remarkable speed. Under the moonlight, Qin Han lightly tapped his toes, propelling himself swiftly toward the nearby beach. However, the high priest's speed was evidently superior. As Qin Han's toes barely grazed the sand, the high priest was already within 10 meters of him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm imbued with thunderous might. At that critical moment, nightmare. With a whoosh, a steed seemingly born from the abyss of the demonic realm materialized before him. With a resounding thud, the palm struck the horse's hindquarters. Humph, you possess a mount, but what does that matter? Mortal steeds cannot withstand my blow. Yet, the high priest's eyes widened in disbelief as the nightmare, having endured the strike, kicked its hind legs in dissatisfaction before charging toward Qin Han. It remained unscathed? The high priest paused momentarily, then exclaimed in astonishment, could this be yet another treasure-level steed? Qin Han remained silent as he swiftly mounted his nightmarish steed. Responding to the high priest with a flurry of piercing arrows, accompanied by various skills of the voodoo orb, deadly curses, health reduction, neurotoxins, paralysis of the opponent's reactions, toxic auras, and speed reductions. However, it was unfortunate that the high priest's true form was that of a beast with high resistance, even under the influence of potent toxins. It could not diminish the opponent's strength by even 10%. Instead, the poisonous techniques merely adorned the high priest in a patchwork of red and green, igniting his fury and causing his attack frequency to escalate. Fortunately, at that very moment, Nightmarish Steed was significantly faster than before its upgrade. The Nightmarish Steed, a unique growth-type mount, was the most proud creature in existence, recognizing only one master throughout its life. Should the master perish, it would follow suit through self-detonation. Its base speed increased in tandem with its Master-S advancement, boasting a speed enhancement of 100, boundless energy, and the ability to traverse water. It could only perish through self-destruction. As Qin Han's base speed increased, so did that of Nightmarish Steed. Previously, the High Priest had a slight edge in speed, but after mounting Nightmarish, Qin Han's velocity surged dramatically, far surpassing that of the High Priest. The expansive beach provided ample space for maneuvering, alleviating any concerns of being pursued. He raised his hand and began to retaliate, arrows raining down as if they were of no cost. The High Priest's health began to dwindle slowly. On the shores of Thunder Lake, the High Priest, continually struck by arrows, grew increasingly enraged. "Do you think that shooting from afar renders me powerless?" he bellowed. "Today, behold the might of thunder." As he spoke, the High Priest abruptly raised his hand, summoning a dark cloud beneath the moonlight, within which flashes of lightning flickered ominously. In an instant, a bolt of thunder descended upon Qin Han. The lightning was as thick as a small tree, crashing down and enveloping the spot where Qin Han stood in blinding purple light, creating a massive crater upon impact. From the altar, countless spectators watched with bated breath, awestruck by the High Priest's display of power. Such strength! He can summon lightning. He is akin to a deity. They gasped. Indeed, the challenger was utterly foolish to oppose the High Priest. Surely, this bolt of thunder would reduce him to ashes. Lei Laohu and his companion wore expressions of deep concern. They had known the High Priest was formidable, but never anticipated such overwhelming might. Could that young hero, who dispatched guards as one would mere poultry, truly withstand this? Li Yang's gaze shifted restlessly, unconsciously glancing at Lei Lao and his companion, as if contemplating something profound. Suddenly, a voice cried out in disbelief. "He is not dead. He is completely unharmed." There, on the beach, a mere 10 meters from where the thunder had struck, Qin Han sat astride Nightmarish, his expression betraying no hint of surprise. The High Priest exclaimed, "You managed to evade my thunderous wrath? How can a mere mortal outrun lightning? Not even a treasured artifact can accomplish that." Qin Han offered no explanation as he raised his hand and continued to shoot. Internally, he couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of the so-called thunderous fury. It was merely an intermediate lightning spell. As a veteran player, if he couldn't evade such a trivial incantation, he might as well end it all by throwing himself into the fray. Since you could dodge the thunderous fury, I find it hard to believe you can escape what follows. Embrace your demise." The High Priest, undeterred by the onslaught of arrows, raised his hands high into the air. Once again, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, this time completely obscuring the moon, as the colossal mass of clouds extended far beyond a kilometer in radius. Soon, intricate sparks of electricity flickered within the clouds. Countless bolts of lightning, each the size of a fingertip, descended like a torrential rain, dense and relentless. If you could evade a single heavy strike, could you truly escape an endless barrage of lightning? Embrace your demise. Crackling sounds echoed as numerous small bolts of lightning hammered down upon the ground, their intensity resembling a curtain of rain. From the moment they began to form, Qin Han's escape route was irrevocably sealed. Indeed, in an instant, several small bolts of lightning struck him. Subsequently, a purple lightning damage of -10 points erupted from the top of his head. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, Qin Han, in his indifference, neglected to consume any restorative potions, as his self-rejuvenation of 14 health points per second swiftly restored his vitality. With a staggering resistance of 2,676 against lightning, he attained an exceptional capacity to withstand electrical assaults. To effectively combat an adversary of his caliber, one must employ high-level lightning spells. Otherwise, the meager damage inflicted would merely serve as a trivial tickle. Casting a glance at the diminishing health of the High Priest, he maintained his calm demeanor and continued his relentless barrage of arrows. The priest's health steadily waned, and from a distance, the extensive area of magic he unleashed rendered his complexion ashen. After enduring the onslaught for a while, it became increasingly unbearable for him to withstand. Yet, observing Qin Han's seemingly unaffected demeanor incited a furious impotent rage within the High Priest. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he pivoted, making a dash toward the Thunder Lake. Sensing the urgency, Qin Han's gaze sharpened. If the priest were to submerge himself in the waters, it would spell trouble. Without hesitation, he released a volley of arrows aimed at the priest's rear, one of which found its mark at the occipital region of his skull. In an instant, a striking yellow damage number soared high into the air, revealing a significant impact. The High Priest's body exhibited a fleeting stiffness, igniting a surge of exhilaration within Qin Han. It became clear that after all his efforts of landing mere ordinary attacks, he had discovered the priest's vulnerable spot. With the newfound knowledge of this critical weakness, his attack power surged tenfold. This time, he held nothing back. Drawing forth a rare potion of Hua Ke, he consumed a vial, and, almost immediately, a verdant glow enveloped him, as he felt an unprecedented, potent energy coursing through his being. In that moment, he perceived himself as an immortal entity, a source of malevolence. Following this transformation, he nocked an arrow and unleashed an array of formidable techniques: the deadly venom strike, the neurotoxin, and the toxic aura. Instantly, a colossal toxic barrier expanded from his being, its noxious vapors swirling ominously within, instilling dread in all who beheld it. The High Priest, ensnared within its confines, experienced a staggering 50% decrease in speed. In the next heartbeat, with a resounding force, an arrow of tremendous might pierced the priest's occiput, inflicting a monumental yellow damage of 40,000, while the paralyzing toxin took full effect, rendering the High Priest's form rigid as he began to collapse. Concurrently, a terrifying surge of cumulative toxin damage, amounting to tens of thousands per second, erupted forth. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Han marveled at the prowess of the malevolent physician Hua Quebec. Back in Taiyuan, Hua Ke's power seemed diminished, yet now, wielding his essence through the potion, Qin Han accessed half of Hua Ke's true strength, and such overwhelming might from merely 50% was astonishing. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Qin Han surged forward, relentlessly targeting the High Priest's occipital region, unleashing a torrent of arrows, while cyclically deploying toxic techniques. Each second yielded a barrage of lethal strikes, and coupled with the poison skills, his cumulative damage soared beyond 300,000 per second. In merely a little over 2 minutes, the High Priest's vitality plummeted to half. Suddenly, the very essence of the world around the High Priest seemed to shift, as countless bolts of lightning surged forth from the ether. Within the Thunder Lake, innumerable flashes of electricity raced towards him. On the ground, the High Priest's form began to swell ominously, revealing a hideous texture reminiscent of crocodile skin. With a sharp crack, his original guise was utterly torn asunder, giving birth to a creature that bore an uncanny resemblance to the thunderous beasts dwelling in the waters. The moment this creature made contact with the lightning, it began to grow at an alarming rate. In no time, it transformed into a towering 10-meter-high beast, humanoid in shape, yet with a head akin to that of the thunder creature. At this juncture, the details about the foe also shifted. King of Thunder Beasts, a level 30 demonic creature. A leader class. Vitality, 90 million, half health. In the face of this spectacle, Qin Han remained relatively unfazed. Having encountered numerous demonic beasts, he was merely astonished, with no further thoughts. However, the throng of commoners at the altar, looking down from their elevated position, was utterly horrified. The High Priest was a monster. The High Priest was indeed a monster. He resembled the thunder beasts from the Thunder Lake. Have we been ruled by a creature for the past 2 years? Lon Xin was filled with disbelief, insisting it was impossible. He could not be a demonic beast. Even if he were, I must confront him. Some guards nearby, upon hearing her words, clicked their tongues in astonishment, remarking on the peculiar taste of the High Priestess. Meanwhile, Lei Lao and his companions, aware of certain truths, stood vigilantly by, closely observing the unfolding events. The towering beast, proudly positioned on the sandy shores of Thunder Lake, seemed unable to withstand the revelation of its true form before the public gaze. A flicker of barely perceptible trepidation crossed the High Priest's eyes. Yet, this momentary fear was swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming tide of fury. Gazing down upon the diminutive Qin Han, he spat forth in human tongue. "It is you who has forced me to this state. I shall ensure you find no rest in death." Qin Han rarely spoke, but he believed that boasting required genuine strength. As for the demonic beasts, he had certainly slain his share. With that thought, he raised his bow and released an arrow. However, the true form of the High Priest seemed significantly more resilient. The previous poison damage of several 100,000 per second had now astonishingly decreased to around 20,000. Furthermore, facing him directly, aiming for the nape of the neck proved challenging, and to his surprise, the High Priest appeared to be developing an immunity to the paralyzing toxin. Even under the influence of numerous buffs, it managed to move with difficulty, which was clearly an ominous sign. Should it escape into the water, his chance to slay it today would be lost. He even contemplated whether to utilize the tenfold amplification card, which could only be used 10 times a day, to enhance the toxin's damage. After all, the High Priest was no fool. In a moment of peril, it would undoubtedly flee. Fortunately, the High Priest seemed devoid of any intention to escape. Its eyes suddenly emitted intense purple light, coalescing into a complex array before him. Soon, the entire Thunder Lake appeared to tremble, as if countless entities were preparing to burst forth from the ground. The High Priest then proclaimed, "Had I encountered you 2 days prior, I would have fled as far as possible. But now, your meeting with me is a grave error. Since you have discovered my true form, your death is inevitable. Furthermore, all those ants on the island who have witnessed my true self must perish." As the High Priest's words fell, the lake erupted with the sounds of countless splashes, and when Qin Han focused his gaze, a chill ran down his spine. Thunder beasts. An endless swarm of thunder beasts. They crawled in droves along the lakeshore, quickly occupying the entire beach, with countless more climbing over their comrades. A glance revealed a dense mass, surely exceeding tens of millions. Qin Han thought to himself, had he summoned the entire thunder beasts of Thunder Lake? No, that couldn't be right. While he observed the situation, his bow and arrow remained in constant motion. Yet, ever since the High Priest array appeared, its health seemed to no longer decline. No matter how hard he tried, its vitality did not waver in the slightest. Moreover, he noticed a distinct difference. The original Thunder Beast had eyes brimming with intelligence, displaying a high level of awareness. However, the ones before him now had vacant stares, glowing with purple light, their forms appearing somewhat ethereal and unreal. Could it be? Qin Han's eyes suddenly turned icy. This was the puppeteer blood spirit. Have you refined all the thunder beasts in the Thunder Lake? No wonder a level 30 boss-level beast has appeared in a level 20 map. You were sacrificing the lives of your entire clan to fulfill your ambitions. Upon hearing this, the High Priest's eyes flickered with a strange light. What keen insight! You actually know about the puppeteer blood spirit. Confronted, the High Priest no longer concealed the truth. Indeed, you descenders have manifested in this world, and we, as monsters, are destined to become your sustenance. To be frank, in your terms, I was merely a level 20 elite monster before. Had it not been for this refining ability, how could I possess such strength now? The growth rate of you descenders is truly astonishing. It has only been a matter of days. Even now, you have forced me into such a dire situation. If I had encountered you 2 days ago, I likely would not have lasted long. However, this is where your journey ends. Since you are aware of the puppeteer blood spirit, you must understand that these thunder beasts have now become lifeless puppets. They are all my nourishment. Unless you can slay all these tens of millions of thunder beasts, you cannot harm me in the slightest. You should also know that the puppeteer blood spirit is inherently resistant to poison. Your toxic barrier is indeed potent, yet it is countered by the puppeteer blood spirit's innate characteristics. Now what will you do? Upon hearing this, Qin Han felt an overwhelming headache. The process of crafting the blood puppets was an exceedingly nefarious method, fundamentally revolving around refining the essence of individuals or beasts with a bloodline connection to the target for one's own utilization. Ultimately, the lifeless husks, stripped of their essence, would be transformed into invulnerable puppets. Even more repugnant was the fact that these blood puppets would share a life force with the caster, with millions of thunder beasts. The combined blood essence likely exceeded billions. His sole area of attack, a poisonous barrier, was countered by a natural adversary, relying solely on archery. Even if the enemy stood motionless for him to shoot, he would struggle to draw a single drop of blood. Had he known beforehand, he would have sought alternative area attack methods. Yet, who could have anticipated the existence of such a terrifying beastly leader on Thunder Poison Island? Even with foresight, one must be familiar with strategies, but in his previous life, it seemed the High Priest of Thunder Poison Island had never clashed with players. What could he do now? It appeared his options had run dry. Now it was my turn to strike. The High Priest chuckled with pride, raising a claw high and swiftly gesturing towards Qin Han and the civilians behind him. Children, kill. Eradicate every soul you can see before you. Leave no trace of Thunder Poison Island. With the High Priest's command, the coastline thrummed with the advancing mass of thunder beasts. A horrifying sight that left the civilians on the altar trembling, their scalps prickling with dread. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Qin Han felt an urgent sense of distress. While he possessed the ability to flee, even to forcibly carry away his beloved sword-crazy wife, departing in such a manner would mean losing the treasured staff. As the puppet blood spirit drew ever closer, a sudden tremor emanated from the renowned blade, Moonshadow, strapped to his back. Concurrently, the moonlight above tore through the ominous clouds, cascading directly into Moonshadow. Observing this, Qin Han swiftly unsheathed the famed blade, only to be momentarily paralyzed by its magnificent attributes: Moonshadow, treasured artifact, complete form, attack, boundless defense, boundless attack range, supreme within a realm, ultimate technique, moonlight/beneath the moonlight. All are but ants. With the power of thought, none shall escape my blade. Gazing upon those terrifying properties, Qin Han trembled, his hands quaking. In both his past and present life, this was his first encounter with a complete form of a treasured artifact. Its attributes were simply fearsome. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the hilt of Moonshadow with determination as the moonlight continued to shower down, enveloping him in an endless embrace of luminescence. Suddenly, his gaze turned toward the moon. At the altar, those who had initially intended to flee now directed their attention toward Qin Han. This included the high priest, whose eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation at the unknown. The invader possessed an array of formidable techniques, leaving them uncertain of what other lethal moves might still be concealed. On the beach, bathed in moonlight, Qin Han began to ascend slowly into the air, gaining speed until it appeared he stood atop the moon itself. To the astonished eyes of all, a figure wielding a long blade was discernible upon the celestial white jade disk. Abruptly, everyone heard a voice that seemed to resonate from the heavens, declaring, "Moonlight slash." As the words echoed, a dazzlingly brilliant blade of light descended from the sky. This strike seemed capable of cleaving space itself, threatening to split the world in twain. Even if a deity stood in its path, it appeared as if it could be severed in a single blow. At the altar, Lan Xian sensed that her beloved was on the brink of a life-and-death crisis, her face etched with profound sorrow. "Wherever you go, I shall accompany you," she declared, as she drew a hairpin and thrust it toward her neck. This unexpected scene unfolded rapidly, even though Lei Lao and Hu Zi were nearby. Their attention was ensnared by the brilliance of Qin Han's blade, leaving them no time to intervene. By the time they turned their gaze, it was too late. Just at that crucial moment, a large hand grasped Lan Xian's wrist, deftly seizing the hairpin away. "Li Yang, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and bind her. If she truly takes her own life, we shall have much to explain." At his words, Lei Lao swiftly regained his composure and rushed forward, retrieving the rope he had prepared earlier to secure her firmly. The other guards surrounding them hesitated to approach, for the high priest had transformed into a monstrous being, leaving little room for concern regarding personal matters. With Lan Xian bound, Lei Lao exhaled in relief, casting an admiring glance at Li Yang. "You did well, my friend. I shall commend you to the young hero." Li Yang too felt a sense of relief, responding, "It was the least I could do." When the high priest was in a position of power, he contemplated switching allegiances, but as Qin Han regained the upper hand, his thoughts shifted once more, consumed by the constant consideration of Qin Han's directives. On the beach, the high priest's gaze was fixed upon the descending blade of light, an unprecedented despair enveloping his heart. He felt utterly powerless, unable to withstand it. How could such a formidable weapon exist in this world? It was inconceivable. With millions of blood spirits at his command, no one could bring about his demise, absolutely no one. Suddenly, the blade of light in the heavens transformed mid-air, splitting into an infinite array of radiant beams that swept across the earth like moonlight. It cascaded over the body of the high priest and the countless thunder beasts on the beach. Subsequently, a symbol resembling a full moon appeared atop the heads of the high priest and all the thunder beasts. Witnessing this, a flicker of despair ignited within the high priest, as an unprecedented sense of impending doom rendered him restless. Gritting his teeth, he fled towards the Thunder Lake, believing that if he could reach the lake's depths, he might escape his fatal fate. However, in the next moment, even as he had only taken a single step, a multitude of terrifying blades of light descended from the sky, as if emerging from the void. The blades sliced through the high priest's massive form and the bodies of all the thunder beasts, silently and without a trace of disturbance. Yet, in an instant, the towering figure of the high priest, standing over 10 meters tall, was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground with a perfectly symmetrical wound. Surrounding him, the numerous thunder beasts, numbering in the millions, followed suit, collapsing one after another. In the blink of an eye, the beach was strewn with lifeless bodies. Above, Qin Han descended gracefully, buoyed by the power of the moonlight, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, evoking awe and reverence. "You have slain the leader-level monster, the Thunder Beast King, gaining 503,026 experience points. Experience is sufficient. Do you wish to level up? Use a tenfold amplification card to upgrade." On the beach, Radiant light flickered around Qin Han as he ascended from level 7 to 8, then to 9, ultimately reaching level 10. However, he felt somewhat disheartened. Although the puppet blood spirits were abundant, their experience could only be attributed to the controller. Otherwise, he would have easily surged to level 20 and beyond. Nonetheless, for him, leveling up was merely a secondary benefit. He could upgrade at any time. The crux of success lay in the rewards, which would be pivotal for future triumphs. At this moment, announcements continuously flashed before the players of the two villages. Congratulations to player Qin Han for slaying the leader-level monster, the Thunder Beast King, earning an additional 10 points to his physique. As the first player from this village to defeat a leader monster, he receives an extra 10 points to his physique. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to reach level 10, awarded the captain's token. In the depths of the novice village, Fray, harnessing his extraordinary prowess, was valiantly defeating level 15 monsters to level up. After days of relentless battles and countless narrow escapes, his experience continued to grow. As he was on the verge of reaching level 7, an announcement before him plunged him into despair. A boss-level monster? Given the formidable strength of elite-level foes, how could one even begin to fathom the might of a boss-level adversary? He had attained level 10 and had been appointed as captain. Could it be that at this very moment, Fray was finally confronting the truth of his own limitations? He seemed to recall a notion that had once appeared utterly implausible. The individual mentioned in the world announcement, could it truly be him? For so long, he had regarded himself as the foremost player from the two novice villages, harboring an arrogance that belittled countless others. Yet, in this moment, he comprehended that in comparison to Qin Han, he was nothing more than a mere jester, a fool beyond measure. Faced with such a formidable enemy, how could they still dare to mock others in the diplomatic chat group? Did they wish for their demise to come swifter? The game of the myriad realms had connected the two villages. Even his folly could not blind him to the inevitability of conflict between them. Yet, without even engaging in battle, his heart had already begun to falter. In the chat area, Lin Dong continued to boast audaciously, suggesting that potential issues within the game could be attributed to Qin Han from another village, implicating the opposing side. Fear not, everything is fine. Apart from Qin Han, our overall strength overwhelms them. The advantage lies with us. Meanwhile, within the 688 novice village, the shock brought by Qin Han had become a recurring theme. From initial disbelief to subsequent skepticism, they had now returned to square one, albeit with a tone that seemed more resolute. What if our Qin Han is indeed the one mentioned in the world announcement? What then? What's it to me? His strength does not concern me. Are you foolish? In this game, the myriad realms vie for supremacy. We will eventually have to clash with the celestial races. Previously, I thought we might not even be able to defeat the neighboring village. But now, with such a powerful figure in our midst, and as our captain, how far do you think we can go? Brother, I don't quite grasp your words. Your understanding is lacking. Let me explain. When Liu Bang rose to power and paced in, after he became emperor, his entourage was elevated to nobility. Just like Liu Xiu from Nanyang, who, alongside his old subordinates, saw each of them gain prominence in the court. Qin Han is akin to those historical figures, while we are the loyal ministers rising alongside him. Your words sound somewhat familiar. Ah, I recall now. You were the one who cursed Lu Kuang, and soon after, misfortune befell him. Then you cursed Lu, and I heard that this afternoon. Lu faced another confrontation with the bull leader on the grasslands, sustaining numerous fractures and narrowly escaping death. You had best remain silent. Our village has finally produced a true powerhouse, and we cannot allow you to bring ruin upon him. This fellow is nothing but a charlatan. I suggest we silence him. Indeed, let us dispel superstitions and protect our esteemed Qin Han. Let us rebound. I am willing to bear the consequences for the esteemed Qin Han. Let the misfortunes come my way. On the sandy shore, Qin Han swiftly approached the corpse of the high priest, effortlessly collecting the enormous body into his possession. A level 30 boss-class beast is of considerable value and may prove useful in the future. After stowing the corpse, a dazzling pile of golden coins caught his eye, an astonishing sum of 10,000 gold coins. Amidst the golden heap lay two items radiating with purple and red brilliance. Quietly resting, the purple item was unmistakably a staff, which Qin Han quickly picked up for inspection. Purple Soul Thunder Staff, a fragmented treasure. Lightning damage increased by 1,000. Skill, Thunder Technique. Summon a bolt of lightning to strike enemies within a kilometer, inflicting 500% lightning damage. Mana cost, 100 points. Thunderstorm. Inflicts 100% lightning damage on enemies within a 100-meter radius. Mana cost, 300 points per second. Passive, mind response. Your every word and action seem to earn complete trust from others, granting you unparalleled success in social interactions, effective only on NPCs and natives. This artifact appears to be a component of a greater treasure. If another piece can be found, the staff's full power can be awakened. Indeed, it seems worthwhile to have retained this treasure. Once the jewel on the staff is acquired, one could become invincible in terms of lightning damage. Yet, no one is truly invincible. Without the famed blade Moonshadow, I would not have been able to slay this high priest. As one progresses, the variety of immune monsters increases, and without a few means of defense, the path ahead becomes exceedingly limited. Qin Han's gaze shifted to another piece of equipment radiating red light, an armor of deep crimson hue, adorned with two sharp spikes jutting prominently from the shoulders. At the chest, a menacing dragon head seemed poised to break free from the armor, which was inscribed with intricate runes, hinting at the flow of purple lightning within. Red Dragon Demon Armor, Epic Level Defense, 2300. Lightning Element Resistance, 5000. Health Increase, 10,000. Health Regeneration, 110 per second. Constitution Requirement, 500. Passive, Thunderpool continuously absorbs the power of thunder, storing it within the armor. 49 charged. Note: usable after reaching 50 charge. Skill: Thunder Domain. Releases the thunder stored within the armor, drawing in everything within a 10,000-meter radius into the thunder pool, with damage dependent on the stored thunder power. This armor appears to be crafted from the scales of an ancient dragon infused with the bloodline of a magical dragon, seemingly concealing a terrifying power within. An epic-level armor. Indeed, a rare and remarkable find. In the previous life, aside from a fortunate few who possessed legendary treasures, the majority of individuals could only aspire to wield epic-grade armor, which represented the pinnacle of equipment attainable within a lifetime. For instance, in his past life as a top-tier professional, he boasted 2 pieces of epic-grade gear before his rebirth. With these 2 exceptional items, he was capable of defeating most peers of equal standing. The attributes of epic-grade equipment could enhance alongside the owner's growing prowess. Although its properties were merely a notch above standard dark gold-grade gear, the true strength of epic equipment lay in the unique skills it harbored. When employed at a critical moment, these skills could significantly alter the tide of battle. Consequently, many in his former life whimsically referred to epic equipment as minor treasures. The Thunder Domain. Such charge-based skills are relatively scarce and cumbersome to utilize. However, the more challenging they are to wield, the greater their potential power. Positioned perfectly amidst the Thunder Lake, he resolved to charge it in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Qin Han picked up the red Jiao Demon Armor and collected all the gold coins scattered on the ground into his pouch. Subsequently, he retrieved a sturdy rope from his backpack, securing one end to the armor and the other end firmly tied to the leg of the nightmarish steed. Nightmare, he instructed, I have a task for you. Take this armor for a stroll in the Thunder Lake, allowing it to absorb the power of the thunder as much as possible. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the nightmarish steed's crimson eyes radiated a palpable discontent, snorting in disdain. It seemed to express, as a noble steed from beyond the realm. Should I be reduced to parading such inferior equipment? Qin Han, well done. I shall treat you to some braised beef when we meet again. Oh, you have no idea how fragrant it is. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Nightmare take off in a hurry, seemingly anxious to flee lest Qin Han change his mind. Qin Han touched his nose and let out a dry chuckle, quickly adopting a dignified demeanor as he turned to walk towards the altar. Upon his approach, the commoners gathered there began to panic. After all, he was a being capable of vanquishing the high priest, and they were but mere mortals, insufficient even to serve as a mere distraction. Countless individuals turned to flee home. But at that moment, Elder Lei Ao Tian removed his helmet, wiped away the disguise from his face, and called out from a height, fellow villagers. I am Lei Ao Tian, an elder of our clan, and many of you may have seen me before. I have long suspected that this high priest was a beast in disguise, intent on poisoning the foundation of our Lei Poison Island. Thus, I sought the assistance of the valiant Qin Shaoxia. With the high priest now vanquished, our Lei Poison Island shall know peace henceforth. Shall we not now welcome our great hero, Qin Shaoxia? Nearby, Li Yang, witnessing this, clenched his fist and raised it high, leading the cheer. Long live Qin Shaoxia! Long live Qin Shaoxia! The commoners, almost as if possessed, echoed the chant, Long live Qin Shaoxia! As Qin Han approached the crowd, feeling somewhat socially anxious, he steeled himself and walked forward. With a wave of his hand, the crowd fell silent. He glanced at Li Yong, whose fist remained raised, and remarked, "You always manage to come up with new tricks." Li Yong, mistaking Qin Han's comment for praise, felt a surge of delight and pondered whether he should think of more phrases in the future to win Qin's favor. Qin Han cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, instructing, "Old Lei and Lan Xian may remain, the rest of you may leave, in the hearts of the people of Lei Du Island." Qin Han's words held more weight than any imperial edict. In a brief moment, the altar was left immaculate, with only the mistress of the Sword Dao Pavilion and Old Lei remaining. At this juncture, Lan Xian had been freed from her bindings. With the death of the high priest, the psychological burden upon her had vanished. Yet, the recollection of the absurdities of recent days filled her with a profound sense of shame. "Qin, Sir Qin," she implored, "is it possible for me to not return? After having committed such deeds, how can I face my husband?" "Qin Han, you find yourself under the sway of mental manipulation, rendered powerless in your actions. Yet, you cannot be blamed for it. Your husband will comprehend this predicament. Furthermore, the high priest is no longer among the living, leaving you devoid of any support in this place. It is inevitable that you must vacate that gilded abode. The attendants who once served you can no longer fulfill that role. Do you truly wish to join these individuals in the mountains to hunt? Or perhaps to wed a rough-handed hunter, bearing children and tending to laundry?" Upon hearing the implications of this fate, Lan Xian's complexion turned pale, and her mind was besieged by a multitude of terrifying images. "Very well, I shall accompany you back." "Qin Han, that's precisely the case." "Very well. You may return to the Golden House for the night, and when the time comes for you to depart, I shall undoubtedly seek you out." Lan Xian departed, leaving only Elder Lei at the altar. Qin Han remarked, "The matter has concluded. With the high priest's demise, his power has naturally crumbled, and tonight, I have helped you maintain your standing. I believe no one will dare to provoke you again. It is only a matter of time before you seize control of Thunder Poison Island. Now, may we discuss the whereabouts of the precious orb?" Old Lei bowed deeply to Qin Han, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "I cannot adequately express my appreciation for your intervention, which has saved my family's lives. This debt of gratitude is one I shall never forget." He continued, "Years ago, that white four-legged serpent approached my ancestors and stated that if we wished to reclaim the orb, we must possess the courage to venture into the Thunder Realm and seek it in the abyss of fallen gods. It also declared that as long as my kin carried the staff of the ancients, it would emerge to meet us. The Thunder Realm? The abyss of fallen gods." Upon hearing these two names, Qin Han's expression sharpened. The Thunder Realm is renowned as a gathering place for the world's thunder, teeming with apocalyptic thunder species. Infamous for being a den of peril within the myriad realms, the abyss of fallen gods is even more treacherous, a place reputed to imprison countless ancient demons. Even in the later stages of the game, few players dared to venture there. What a daunting place. At present, he scarcely entertained the notion of going there. Despite his considerable resistance to thunder, within the Thunder Realm, even the weakest lightning might prove insurmountable. Moreover, even if he donned equipment with maximum thunder resistance, without the Celestial Scepter, passage would remain impossible. "Perhaps I should wait," he mused, "until I possess the Celestial Scepter, then my days will flourish. Once I return the Swordman's wife and acquire the Celestial Stone, the prospect of combining it into a true Celestial Scepter will be within reach. I recall that during the novice phase, the remaining components and core are attainable." Old Lei, perceptive to Qin Han's demeanor, cautiously inquired, "Young hero, does this place pose a challenge for you as well?" Upon hearing this, Qin Han regained his composure and waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was a trivial matter. Now that he had received the information, their accounts were settled. He turned away and made his way towards the Golden House. That night, Qin Han perched upon the rooftop with the renowned blade, Moonshadow, allowing it to continue absorbing the power of the moonlight. It was a pity that although the blade's power was formidable once fully unlocked, it would revert to a dormant state upon depletion, necessitating a renewed intake of lunar energy. This weapon was currently his most potent secret weapon, and thus required priority for recharging. With the blade in hand, he felt assured that he could cleave through any adversity during this novice phase. If only this formidable ability could be wielded without limitation, he would undoubtedly reign supreme over the realm with such a skill. He recalled that in a later stage, there was a high-level map known as the Moon God Palace, which seemingly yielded moon essence. If he could nourish his blade with moon essence, perhaps the progress of unlocking it would accelerate. Unbeknownst to him, the night deepened, and Qin Han gradually succumbed to slumber, his body gathering a light dew. As dawn began to break, a proud rooster stood on the eaves of a nearby house, raising its neck and crowing towards the sky. On the Utai Lake, a magnificent steed, seemingly tireless, dragged a rope, galloping back and forth across the water's surface. At last, there appeared to be some movement beneath the water. As the steed's crimson eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, it swiftly turned its head and charged towards the direction of the black stronghold. Qin Han experienced a vivid dream in which he felt as though he were trapped beneath a colossal mountain, struggling to breathe. He desperately attempted to escape, yet his efforts proved futile, and the oppressive sensation left him profoundly unsettled. Suddenly, he jolted awake, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself adorned in a heavy suit of armor. Beside him, a nightmarish creature stared with curious, crimson eyes. In such a scenario, a lesser individual might have been terrified. Fortunately, Qin Han possessed remarkable mental fortitude and swiftly regained his composure. What on earth? This is the rooftop. How did you get up here? And how is this armor fully charged? His gaze fell upon the red dragon magic armor, where he noticed that its passive ability, Thunderpool, had astonishingly reached 100%. Pleased with this revelation, Qin Han stored the magic armor away, gesturing to summon both the nightmare and the renowned blade, Moonshadow. With everything settled, his expedition to Thunder Poison Island was drawing to a close. It was time to pay a visit to the master of the Sword Dao Pavilion. As he turned to re-enter the room, he found Lan Xian already prepared, her belongings neatly arranged as she awaited him. Are we ready to depart? Qin Han cast a fleeting glance at the burden behind her at that moment. The luminous yellow emblem of the purple crystal puppet suggested that it was filled with treasures of gold. It appeared that even in the absence of the high priest, certain desires, once ignited, would not easily extinguish. Upon her return, the Swordsmanship Academy was likely to undergo a transformation. Patience was warranted. Before departing, she would meet with Elder Lei once more. Lan Xian, upon hearing this, gently nodded, shouldering her burden, and returned to the opulent vanity. Her gaze lingered on the golden ornaments, her eyes brimming with reluctance. As Qin Han pushed open the door to descend the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered Elder Lei approaching him. Upon their meeting, the elder exclaimed with delight, "Young hero Qin, it is truly wonderful to see you here. I was genuinely concerned that you might depart without a word. I have a few items to present to you on behalf of the entire Lei Poison Island." Qin Han was somewhat taken aback. What is this? Is it of great importance? Old Lei, with a beaming smile, led the way, saying, "You will know once you see it." With that, he descended the stairs ahead of them. Behind him, Lan Xian, noticing the situation, casually shouldered her bundle and followed suit. The trio continued their descent until they finally arrived in the hall on the first floor. Upon entering the room, Qin Han was astonished by the sight before him. The hall was filled with large boxes, all of which had their lids opened, revealing gleaming bars of gold that had been expertly refined. These yellow and white treasures are abundant on the island and serve no purpose for us here. In the spirit of making good use of resources, please feel free to take as many as you wish. Lan Xian gazed enviously at the room brimming with gold bars. While she had secretly taken a small handful for herself, there were others who, without uttering a word, received such a generous bounty of gold. Qin Han, however, paid no heed to Lan Xian's expression. Gold, in this context, is an exceedingly valuable asset. Within the game, it serves as a form of hard currency, and its utility in the future is boundless. He would never find it cumbersome, regardless of the quantity. Without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly collected all the gold, and upon its dissolution, his inventory astonishingly swelled with 1,000,000 gold coins. Old Lei, witnessing Qin Han's acceptance of the gold, wore a smile so broad it seemed to crease his aged visage like a chrysanthemum. It was indeed a fortuitous acquisition. This young hero, Qin, possessed extraordinary prowess. Yet his character was marked by a clear sense of justice. By accepting the gold, it effectively forged a bond of goodwill between them. In the future, should any matters arise on Lei Poison Island, perhaps, owing to this previous act of generosity, the young hero would lend his assistance without hesitation. With such a formidable ally, even the gravest of troubles would be rendered trivial. Well, it's time to depart. Take care, Qin Han remarked, having collected the gold. He had already expended a considerable amount of time on Lei Poison Island, and there were more pressing matters awaiting him in the novice village. Old Lei responded, "Young hero Qin, I wish you a future filled with brilliance, and may your days ahead flow smoothly." Qin Han nodded, acknowledging the passage of time. "You have grown older. Take care of your health. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future." With that, he produced a teleportation token and crushed it in his hand. In the next instant, a familiar violet portal materialized before them. "Let us depart. It is time to return," Qin Han remarked, glancing at Lan Xian. Lan Xian nodded and stepped confidently into the portal. As Qin Han stepped inside, just as he placed one foot through the threshold, he heard old Lei suddenly speak. "However, before you depart, could you enlighten me on how to deal with Li Yang? If you remain silent, I dare not take any action against him." Without so much as a backward glance, Qin Han uttered a brief remark before stepping through the portal. "No need to kill," as he gazed at the vanishing gateway. Elder Lei echoed Qin Han's words, nodding in agreement. Leading the way, Li Yang sought information as a means of atonement. To save a life in peril would be a deed of merit. Yet this individual was cunning and treacherous, his motives inscrutable. Utilizing him could easily lead to repercussions. Thus it was best to refrain. Indeed, bestow upon him a grand estate, allowing him to live as a wealthy gentleman, which would not be a disservice to him. In the novice village, within the villa, Qin Han and Lan Xian returned. He did not visit the village chief's residence. Instead, he mounted his nightmare steed, hastily escorting Lan Xian to the swordsmanship pavilion. At this moment, the once bustling promotion site, devoid of players, lay silent, as the transfer order had long since expired. Two disciples, sword in hand, languidly guarded the entrance, occasionally stifling yawns. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats echoed, and a rider approached swiftly, rousing the two disciples from their stupor. Upon recognizing the figure atop the steed, they exclaimed in unison, "Madam! It is the madam!" Forthwith, one disciple stepped forward to guide them, while the other hastened inside to relay the news. As Qin Han and Lan Xian dismounted and approached the entrance, they were met by a group of over a dozen disciples from the pavilion. At the forefront stood an individual cradling a tray, upon which rested a gemstone radiating a spectrum of colors, resembling a drill, alongside an ancient token inscribed with the words Sword Cottage. He approached Qin Han and declared, "Mr. Qin, our pavilion master is already aware of your request. 3 days prior, he set out to travel, leaving us here to await your arrival. The master has stated that if you were to return with the madam, we are to present you with the Breaking Heaven Stone. It is here now, and you may take it at your leisure." Upon witnessing this, Qin Han gently took the Broken Heaven Stone from the tray. The weight of it in his palm was somewhat disorienting, as he had anticipated an arduous quest to obtain it. He had even prepared himself for a battle of wits with learned scholars, yet he never imagined that this coveted object would come to him so effortlessly. The Broken Heaven Stone, a fragment of a treasured relic, was forged from 7 colored gemstones. Before its presence, all spatial barriers appeared utterly ineffective. It is said that a formidable being utilized this stone as a foundation to filter extraordinarily rare materials, crafting a vessel capable of traversing infinite realms, a superlative treasure. Should he acquire the remaining components, perhaps he could resurrect its former glory. Gazing at the Broken Heaven Stone, Qin Han's heart surged with exhilaration. A treasure never claimed by anyone in his past life was now truly his. With it, the formation of the genuine Broken Heaven Shuttle was no longer a distant dream. Nearby, noticing Qin Han's acquisition of the Broken Heaven Stone, a disciple remarked, "Sir, our curator has also mentioned that if you are interested, you may obtain another token, which would allow you to visit the Sword Lodge to meet him. There, a significant opportunity awaits you." "A significant opportunity? The Sword Lodge?" Qin Han was taken aback once more. The Sword Pavilion was a location encountered after transcending the novice phase. In his previous life, he had never seen a single NPC there. Players often regarded it as merely an ordinary setting. However, according to the disciple's words, possessing this token would unveil hidden opportunities within that seemingly unremarkable sword pavilion. The disciple had particularly emphasized a significant character, which piqued Qin Han's curiosity. Perhaps, in due time, great rewards awaited him. With this thought, Qin Han promptly grasped the token in his hand. Nearby, the disciple, noticing that he had accepted the 2 treasures, nodded at him and said, "Sir, I shall not disturb you any further." With that, he led the group, escorting Lan Xian back to their quarters. Outside the door, the area soon became deserted. Qin Han rubbed his nose, pondering the peculiar ways of the Sword Pavilion's inhabitants. Simultaneously, a world announcement emerged. Congratulations to player Qin Han for completing an epic quest, earning 1 point of Heavenly Dao value. As the first player to achieve this feat, an additional point of Heavenly Dao value has been awarded. Qin Han cast a glance at the announcement, and aside from the Dao value, he nodded lightly, as he received an additional 2 points of Dao value, quite satisfactory. It is worth mentioning that players capable of completing epic-level quests during the novice phase are indeed rare gems. To speak of the formidable strength of the High Priest, Without possessing the famed blade, moonshadow, or other powerful treasures, one would find it utterly impossible to succeed. Even if others were fortunate enough to receive an epic-level task, they likely lack the prowess to fulfill it. With this thought in mind, he mounted his nightmare steed and hastened towards the village chief's abode. However, upon reaching the northern part of the village, he spotted the chief leaning on his cane, waiting from a distance. The moment they met, the chief revealed what he believed to be a benevolent expression and inquired, "Child, have you accomplished the task this time?" Qin Han remarked, "Isn't this a blatant case of feigned ignorance?" If the village chief were unaware of the news, would he so eagerly rush to the northern part of the village to await him? It is worth noting that, apart from the few days designated for job transitions, not even a stray dog ventures there nowadays. Exercising patience, Qin Han continued, "I have successfully acquired the heaven-breaking stone. When shall we proceed to the Black Stone domain? I shall dismantle the temporal barrier for you, allowing you to rescue your granddaughter. However, I must urge you to act swiftly. I can only spare a maximum of 2 hours. Beyond that, I shall be unable to assist." Upon hearing this, the village chief appeared somewhat troubled, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear child, to be candid, our journey to the Black Stone domain may need to be postponed." Qin Han was taken aback. "Are you not going to rescue your granddaughter?" The village chief, caught in a dilemma, sighed, "Alas, it is an unavoidable situation. Previously, we sought the expertise of skilled individuals far and wide. However, pressing matters have rendered them unavailable, leaving us short-handed, and even if we were to venture forth, the chances of success would be slim." Before the village chief could finish his sentence, an unexpected quest notification abruptly appeared before Qin Han. Epic Quest, Chapter of Destiny. Enter the Blackstone domain and rescue the village chief's granddaughter. Qin Han mused, "What an extraordinary task. Is this epic undertaking not to be compensated? Wasn't there supposed to be a scarcity?" Nevertheless, despite the allure of this monumental quest, he harbored no intention of accepting it. Having reached level 10 and successfully acquired the captain's token, he was fully poised to engage in the competition for nobility. He had already spent a few days on Thunder Poison Island, and according to the timeline of his previous life, the noble rank competition was slated to commence around noon today. This endeavor marked the second grand event following his class transition, and it was renowned as the premier contest across all realms. Not only would he secure a high-ranking title, but he would also be rewarded with 1,000 vitality points. This task was an integral part of Qin Han's meticulous strategy. He would not yield even for an unparalleled treasure in exchange for it. "Qin Han, is your son not the master of the Blade Pavilion? Isn't his strength quite formidable? Why does he still seek external assistance? Is it possible that he cannot even contend with a mere traveler?" Noticing Qin Han's lack of intention to accept the task, the village chief grew somewhat anxious. "To be candid, based on the information I have received, that traveler's abilities are not particularly impressive. However, the master of that traveler is an extraordinarily powerful entity. With just my son and the people from the Blade Pavilion, they are simply no match for him." Qin Han spread his hand and remarked, "If your son cannot prevail, then there is nothing more to be done. I wish you the best of luck." Observing Qin Han's demeanor, the village chief gritted his teeth and proposed, "How about this? My child, if you could show a bit of kindness and lend a hand, I can gather 100 gold coins for you this time. Would that be agreeable?" Qin Han observed that the village chief's miserly disposition had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Astonishingly, while the master of the Swordsmanship Academy graciously bestowed not only a component of a supreme treasure, but also a significant opportunity for advancement, the village chief, in his reticence, seemed intent on ensnaring him without offering any recompense. This individual, in pursuit of trivial gains, exhibited a remarkable ability to forget past reprimands. "Qin Han, I am exceedingly occupied. To be candid, I anticipate that I will be increasingly unable to spare any time from now on. I truly lack the capacity to assist you in this matter. Moreover, if your son is unable to prevail, I, as a mere novice, am hardly likely to succeed. It would be prudent for you to seek assistance elsewhere." The village chief, in a state of urgency, responded, "My child, you are a transcendent professional. Besides you, it seems unlikely that anyone else could accomplish this task. Your busyness is of no consequence. This matter can certainly be postponed. When you find a moment in the future, it would not be too late to offer your aid then." Qin Han was engulfed in doubt. He questioned whether the one in need of rescue was indeed the village chief's beloved granddaughter. To save a life is akin to extinguishing a raging fire. How could such an urgent matter be delayed? Sensing Qin Han's apprehensions, the village chief elucidated, "My child, to be frank, I have dispatched individuals to inquire. and it has come to my attention that my granddaughter was seen in the sacred land of demonic deities within the Blackstone domain. For the time being, she should be safe. Upon hearing these words, Qin Han pondered to himself, the demon god's sacred land? Another obscure term. It seems I have not encountered a similar strategy in my previous life. However, judging by its name, it must be a high-level map, perhaps yielding some valuable treasures. Since the village chief insists there is no rush, I shall accept the task for now and explore it when time permits. Yet, the village chief's stinginess is quite irksome. Gritting his teeth, he resisted the temptation and declared, "I refuse." Beside him, upon witnessing Qin Han's outright rejection of the task, the village chief's face contorted into a frown. Suddenly, he recalled the remaining 100 gold coins, and a flicker of delight crossed his features. But then, thinking of his precious granddaughter, his expression transformed back into one of dismay. Observing the village chief's oscillating demeanor made Qin Han feel rather uncomfortable. This old man was quite eccentric. Ultimately, it seemed the village chief realized that his granddaughter held more value than mere possessions. He took a deep breath as if making a significant decision, and judging by his expression, it appeared he wanted to part with a piece of his flesh. He spoke with difficulty, "Child, how about this? I will give you 1,000 gold coins, plus an item of dark gold quality. This is all I can offer. I have nothing more. Please, have pity on this old man and lend me your assistance, regardless of the village chief's pained performance." Qin Han maintained an air of indifference. "Is this all you've got?" he replied. "Even a few tiles from Thunder Poison Island would fetch more than this. This meager sum is hardly worth my time. However, if you could provide something akin to the high-level enhancement token from last time, I might reluctantly acquiesce. But judging by your expression, it seems that offering 1,000 gold coins and a dark gold item is already stretching your limits. It appears I shall not be able to extract anything worthwhile today, since the village chief had the upper hand last time. It is my turn to gain the advantage this time. I am curious to see what valuable items I can elicit from this old man." Rubbing his nose, Qin Han suggested, "Village chief, why not reconsider? How about this? I am pressed for time, so why don't you grant me the captain's benefits? I have other matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, the village chief seemed to hatch an idea. Could the captain's benefits be turned to his advantage? Yet Qin Han offered him no opportunity. "If you do not wish to give it, then so be it. I will not force you." The captain's decree had already been rewarded to him, and his position was not much smaller than that of the village chief. Others had no authority over him. The so-called benefits were merely rights to a villa, monthly salary, and other trifles, which he did not particularly value. As long as he possessed the captain's decree, he could contend for nobility. The rest were mere details. Qin Han turned and mounted his steed. The village chief, upon witnessing this, immediately regained his senses. At such a critical moment, he could not afford to be stingy. "Child, I shall provide you with the captain's benefits without delay. And we still have room for negotiation regarding the task's rewards. Come back quickly." However, this time, Qin Han departed with resolute determination, completely disregarding the village chief. In the swift passage of the nightmarish steed, he soon vanished from the chief's sight, leaving behind a perplexed village chief who stomped his feet in frustration, repeatedly slapping his hands together. "Alas, what has come over me? Why am I once again falling into the trap of being miserly? For the sake of my granddaughter, I can no longer afford to be stingy. I must think carefully about what reward to offer. How pitiful. The little savings I have meticulously gathered will be diminished once more." Meanwhile, Qin Han rode the nightmarish steed towards the southern part of the village, with his destination being a place known as Qin Peak, situated within a level 10 wilderness area. Fortuitously, this location was just a short distance ahead of the Archer assessment site. As he passed through the wild bull prairie, he noticed the eerie stillness of the grasslands, devoid of any players. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to open a private message and send a note to Li Ran. "Where are you three?" In the sheep tribe tomb, upon receiving this message, Li Ran nearly burst into tears. "Boss, you finally spoke. If you have the time, could you come and rescue us?" Back on the prairie, Qin Han read Li Ran's lament and couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that ever since the bull leader had spawned, it had been lurking in the prairie, precisely at the entrance of the sheep tomb. Coincidentally, at the time of its spawning, a large number of players had gathered within the tomb. Once these players attempted to leave, they were met with an onslaught, and after several unfortunate players perished, the remaining players dared not venture outside. Thus, their days inside the sheep tomb dragged on painfully, surviving on sheep's blood when thirsty and raw meat when hungry. Living conditions so dire that even cavemen would shed tears of sympathy. "Boss, and that Lulu," His situation is truly tragic. Left with barely half his life after the bull leader's assault. If it weren't for Lu Kuang helping me to rescue him, he would likely have become the old bull's next meal. However, due to his injuries and lack of timely treatment, Lu's bones have become deformed. Even if he recuperates, he may never return to his former self. On the nightmarish steed, Qin Han replied, "All right, I understand. I should arrive in about 5 minutes. Hurry out. I have matters to discuss." Li Ran was overjoyed. "Ah, boss, you are truly coming. We are saved." Closing the private message, Qin Han swiftly raced forward. For ordinary folk, the expansive prairie seemed vast, yet under the rapid strides of the nightmarish steed, it appeared pitifully small. In the blink of an eye, he was nearing the central area. From a distance, Qin Han could see a bull leader dominating the wilderness, its house-sized form imposing and terrifying. At that moment, the bull leader also noticed Qin Han, its eyes instantly revealing a fierce intent to kill. These bipedal creatures truly lacked memory. Having slain so many, they still dared to approach. Very well. Let us consider this fellow as today's luncheon. Thud, thud. A tremor reverberated as the bull commander rose, charging swiftly towards Qin Han, intent on turning him into mere pulp. Judging by its previous encounters, it anticipated that the bipedal creatures would undoubtedly flee at the sight of its advance. It had already envisioned the scene of their desperate escape, viewing the hunt of these bipeds as a mere prelude to its meal. However, in the next moment, it observed that the adversary not only remained unafraid but also drew a longbow, aiming intently from a distance. The bull commander scoffed internally, recalling how the arrows of these bipeds had proven incapable of piercing its hide, deeming their audacity to shoot as utter folly. Yet, abruptly, it witnessed the bow in the opponent's hand coalescing into a formidable energy arrow, which swiftly soared towards it. The trajectory of the arrow was vividly reflected in its eyes. With a swift thrust, the arrow embedded itself in the bull commander's left eye before it could even react, inflicting a staggering 60,000 points of damage, instantly depleting its health bar. In an instant, darkness enveloped it, and its massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash. You have slain the bull commander, gaining 7,861 experience points. Simultaneously, a notification echoed through the chat zones of both villages. Congratulations to player Qin Han for defeating the bull commander, earning an additional point in constitution. Upon hearing this announcement, the neighboring village descended into despair. Unlike previous elite monsters and bosses that Qin Han had vanquished, which they had never witnessed, they could at least indulge in the delusion that he had employed some special method to achieve victory. However, the bull commander was an entirely different matter. This beast ruled the plains mercilessly, and no villager had ever posed a challenge capable of overcoming it. Yet now, reality had dealt them a harsh blow, revealing that this formidable elite monster had ultimately been slain by none other than Qin Han. In that moment, doubt evaporated. If Qin Han could conquer the bull commander while they could not, did that not imply he alone could obliterate their village? As this thought resonated, the chat area of the 110755 novice village fell into a profound silence, an unprecedented dread settling over every heart. In stark contrast, the 688 novice village erupted in jubilance. The bull commander had been vanquished by the illustrious Qin Han, liberating them from the menace that had plagued their village, allowing low-level players to continue their grind in the bison prairie. Speaking of this momentous occasion, who among you bore witness? Were there not numerous players trapped in the sheep tomb? They were closest and should have been able to witness the grandeur of Qin Han's triumph over the bull commander. Players in the sheep tomb. Oh, how awkward. We happened to miss it. Oh, you are all truly useless, too timid to venture outside during such a crucial moment. Wait, everyone, since the announcement has just been triggered, does that mean that the esteemed Qin Han is currently in the grasslands, perhaps even near the sheep tomb? As these words were spoken, the players gathered at the sheep tomb erupted into a frenzy, recklessly rushing out. With the demise of the bull commander, they could return to their village and seize the opportunity to behold the majestic presence of Qin Han. Regardless of the circumstances, this prospect held an irresistible allure for them. In no time, nearly all the players from the sheep tomb surged out of the cave, leaving behind only the gravely injured Lu, who, in desperation, extended his hand, murmuring, "Why is no one here to rescue me?" Outside, as the crowd dispersed, Qin Han had already collected the bull commander's corpse and the spoils it yielded. He sped away for a considerable distance before stowing his nightmare steed, dismounting, and concealing himself amidst a patch of tall grass that reached halfway up his body. Shortly thereafter, Three disheveled individuals with unkempt hair appeared before him. Upon seeing the strikingly handsome Qin Han, their faces lit up with excitement. Li Ran exclaimed, "It has been merely a few days, yet the aura of our esteemed leader has only grown more resplendent. I am truly delighted for you." Li Hao added, "I recall it has only been a few minutes since we emerged, and you have already vanquished the Bull Commander, a formidable foe who has troubled many. Such prowess is truly celestial." Lu Kuang, witnessing his companion's flattery, wished to contribute but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he managed to utter, "Greetings, esteemed leader." Qin Han rose to his feet and cast a glance at the three individuals. There was no need for flattery now, as the crisis of the sheep tomb had been averted. Focus on leveling up swiftly, and always remember to gather the information I instructed. In addition to the previous tasks, there is another significant assignment that must be completed within 1 month. I will send the list to Li Ran shortly. This task is of utmost importance and must be fulfilled. Upon hearing this, the three became instantly tense. Since the leader had emphasized its significance, it was undoubtedly a matter of great importance. They promptly replied, "Rest assured, leader, we will ensure the task is accomplished." Qin Han, "All right, I await your good news. Furthermore, as you divide these items, remember to ensure that your levels surpass everyone in the neighboring village." As he spoke, with a wave of his hand, a dazzling array of colorful equipment materialized on the ground, captivating the eyes of the three. "Boss, are these for us?" They beheld that even the least among them were blue-grade items, with some golden accessories as well. Even more astonishingly, there lay 500 gold coins alongside a complete golden set of armor. The attributes were simply tantalizing. The Barbarian Bull set. This golden ensemble consists of a helmet, armor, knee guards, boots, and weapon. The complete set boasts remarkably enticing attributes: attack, 50, defense, 300, health, 500, health regeneration, 10 per second, movement speed increase, 10, attack speed increase, 20, physical requirement, 50. In Qin Han's eyes, these items were akin to refuse. Given the current player's strength, this set was nothing short of overwhelming. A player with 10 points in physique would possess a mere hint of attack power, while an average level 5 player typically had a pitiful 5 points. Basic weapons offered an attack of generally under 10 points, blue equipment ranged below 20 points, and golden equipment hovered around 50 points. For those unfortunate players, some golden items might even yield an attack power of less than 30 points. This set represented the pinnacle achievable by level 5 golden gear. Considering the brutal drop rates in the game, it would still be regarded as exceptional among the common player base upon the conclusion of the novice phase. However, for Qin Han, as the quantity of valuable items increased, his storage space became increasingly insufficient. These items would ultimately be discarded, and it was prudent to equip his subordinates to enhance their capabilities for labor. "You shall keep this money for gathering materials and select the equipment wisely. Having bestowed these items upon you, I expect you to diligently execute your tasks." After speaking, Qin Han summoned his nightmares and, mounting swiftly, sped towards the depths of the wilds. Watching Qin Han's retreating figure, Li Ran sighed. The boss is truly busy. It seems he always has something to attend to. Lu Kuang responded, "Indeed. Otherwise, how could he be so formidable?" "The matters of the boss are not for us to speculate." Li Hao interjected, "Now, how shall we divide the equipment the boss has given us? There is only one golden set. Who will wear it?" Lu Kuang suggested, "Shall we draw lots? Whoever draws it gets to use it." Li Hao agreed. "That sounds great. My luck is usually quite good." Lu Kuang chuckled. "With my family's centuries of royal fortune, how can my luck be poor? My ancestors will surely bless me." Li Ran blinked. "It matters not, since the three of us level up together. The experience is almost evenly shared. Whoever dons the equipment will stand at the forefront as the meat shield." Lu Kuang added, "I believe we should take turns using it. Let everyone experience the role of a meat shield." Li Hao concurred. Brother Lu is right. On the other side, Qin Han, mounted upon his steed, suddenly recalled that he possessed 2 advanced amplification tokens. He had intended to seek out 2 new subordinates when he found the time, but his recent flurry of activity had caused him to overlook this matter. Nevertheless, he decided to let fate take its course. For these amplification tokens would still serve a purpose even in the latter stages of his journey. For the moment, having 3 subordinates sufficed. As he traversed the wilderness, Qin Han passed through several wild zones, encountering players engaged in battles across 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and even 5th level territories. Despite the arduous effort required to vanquish each creature, And the ever-present threat of injury or death, these players persisted with unwavering determination. This scene evoked memories of his novice days in a previous life. Indeed, the adaptability of humanity is remarkable. In a time when many had never touched a weapon, some having never even harmed a chicken, they now stood bravely against ferocious beasts. Continuing deeper into the wilds, the creatures grew increasingly formidable, and the presence of players gradually diminished. Eventually, he arrived at the hillside where he had undergone the initial assessment upon entering the game. The archery training grounds remained, yet the archery instructor was conspicuously absent, leaving the surroundings eerily empty, devoid of life. Once the novice assessment was completed, the instructor had become a free agent, likely having ventured to a more advanced map. As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Han pressed onward. However, after taking just a few steps, he spotted an inscription on a nearby stone. "Do not forget your promises. We shall surely reunite in the days to come." A faint smile graced Qin Han's lips, indicating that his mentor was aware of his impending arrival. "Rest assured, Qin Han, will never abandon the task I have undertaken. In due course, I shall ensure a reunion for you both. After all, you are destined to become my subordinate in the future." Riding Nightmare, he arrived before the welcoming pine. The sky was clear and the air refreshing, with a panorama of undulating mountains ahead. Among these, the peak designated for the archery assessment could be considered modest. However, directly ahead stood a towering mountain, piercing the clouds with an air of majestic pride, setting itself apart from the others with unrivaled distinction. That is the place, the site for the contest of ranks. In the struggle for nobility, once a player attains the position of captain, the village chief bestows upon them certain privileges while also providing information regarding the contest for ranks and its location. Yet, having been reborn, he naturally required no such guidance from the village chief. This locale gathered the leaders of formidable villages, all of whom had reached level 10 ahead of the rest. It can be said that any one of these individuals is an elite among thousands. In his previous life, he ranked around 90 million, but in this life, his ambition is to claim the top position. The ranks in the eternal game: Emperor, Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron. The current contest for ranks has released 3 tiers: Count, Viscount, and Baron. First tier, Count, with only 1 position available for the highest rank. Second tier, Viscount, comprising 10 positions for those ranked 2nd to 11th. Third tier, Baron, with 50 positions allocated in order of rank. Thus, the total number of ranks available in this contest is a mere 61, a rarity indeed. The scarcity of these ranks only accentuates their significance. As the saying goes, a village lord, a town duke, a city marquis. This not only pertains to power but also to territory. Even the lowest rank of baron is granted a parcel of land within a higher dimensional space, ensuring absolute safety. Such territories are impenetrable, providing refuge even from the most formidable deities. The domain of a baron is roughly the size of an ordinary village. Do not underestimate this small expanse. It is a coveted piece of land that many would seek to exchange for treasures of great value. In terms of power, even a humble baron can command respect within the realms of the eternal game, rendering the village chief a mere insignificant figure in comparison. This is even more pronounced when considering the ranks of Viscount and Count. As one ascends the ranks, not only does their territory expand, but their power and privileges also become incomparable. Moreover, possessing a rank signifies recognition by the game, granting one autonomy. For example, even if the Blue Star players were to vanish, including the destruction of Village 688, the rank would still confer independence and security. However, as long as one possesses a noble title, they shall not face any collateral penalties, effectively isolating the title holder as a distinct force. Nevertheless, by progressing alongside the majority of players, the advantages gained will be far greater. Even upon acquiring a title, Qin Han would not readily exercise his independent rights. Casting a glance towards the distant Qinyun Peak, Qin Han sheathed his nightmare and leapt down the mountainside. Qinyun Peak loomed majestically, piercing the heavens, appearing insurmountable from the foot of the mountain. Fortunately, a spiraling path ascended from the base, facilitating passage. However, surveying the route, one could observe a minotaur wielding a spiked club every few paces. These creatures, though not particularly large, stood about 10 centimeters taller than the average person, their muscular forms exuding an intimidating presence. These minotaurs were level 10 monsters, typical of those with high health and formidable defenses. In his previous life, Qin Han believed that confronting them might yield benefits. Thus, he foolishly charged upward with his blade, only to discover that the summit of Qinyun Peak was far more elevated than he had anticipated. That day, He had begun his ascent at dawn and fought relentlessly until sunset, barely reaching the peak. Although the experience gained was substantial, allowing him to level up 1.5 times, the grueling, mechanical slaughter had nearly plunged him into despair. In this life, he vowed not to engage in such foolishness again. Gazing upward at the vast sky, Qin Han sprinted forward, leaping high into the air like a cannonball, propelling himself over 20 meters. With a swift push, he ascended another 20 meters. Before long, he reached the mountainside, where wisps of fog began to envelop him, and the air grew noticeably thinner. Looking back, the earth below appeared diminutive. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han continued his arduous climb, drawing ever closer to the summit. Suddenly, with a deft maneuver, he found himself on the platform at the peak, a circular expanse measuring 100 meters in diameter, devoid of any railings. In the center stood a minotaur, nearly 3 meters tall, clad in gleaming silver armor and sporting 2 large braids. A thick iron chain was secured to his back, the other end affixed to an iron hook at the center of the platform. At that moment, he gripped a stone axe, his bovine eyes curiously fixed on Qin Han. At last, someone has arrived. I've grown weary of waiting up here. Come, let us fight. Either I shall vanquish you, or you shall end me. With that proclamation, the old minotaur charged forward. This creature moved with astonishing speed, disregarding the notion of breaking, its iron chain ensuring he would not plummet. Yet, Qin Han was unencumbered by such a safety measure. Should he be struck, he would likely plunge from this dizzying height. Even with his current health, a fall from such an elevation could spell either death or severe injury, possibly even triggering his occupational passive. In a moment of peril, he swiftly dodged to the side. The minotaur, missing its target, grinned widely. "Huh, you dodge quite swiftly, but can you evade the first day of the month and still escape the 15th? Qin Han, this creature is a certification monster in the struggle for nobility. Only by vanquishing it can one formally enter the assessment, though it is not formidable. Being merely a level 10 elite monster, it poses little challenge to top-tier professional players of the same rank. However, the most treacherous aspect of this encounter is the absence of protective platforms. One misstep could lead to a plummet. In my previous life, I suffered numerous setbacks against this old beast, narrowly escaping death on several occasions before finally defeating it. But now, the circumstances are quite different. Qin Han squinted, his eyes gleaming with interest as he focused on the iron chains. What would happen if I severed your chains? The minotaur, emboldened, retorted, Huh? These chains are forged from a millennium of dark iron. No offense, but with the pitiful scraps you possess, you wouldn't even leave a mark. As the creature charged once more, Qin Han swiftly nocked an arrow, unleashing a shot from the god-slaying bow, an instrument of unparalleled prowess. With a resounding clang, the so-called millennium dark iron shattered like mere parchment. The charging minotaur, upon witnessing this, was struck with terror, its soul seemingly departing as it collapsed to the ground, sliding forward in an extraordinarily awkward posture. Ultimately, it came to a halt at the edge of the towering platform, its former arrogance extinguished, eyes shut tight. It trembled uncontrollably. Behind it, Qin Han chuckled, Why the sudden silence? Whatever happened to your bravado from moments ago? Rise up. I've heard tales of your kind being fearless warriors. What has befallen you? Are you paralyzed with fright? Should I give you a nudge off the edge? At this, the minotaur hastily waved its hands in protest. No, no, no. I was wrong. Please, do not push me. As it spoke, it began to inch its way towards the center of the platform, muttering to itself, Just let me reach a safe zone before I deal with you. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Qin Han swiftly grasped his bow and unleashed 2 energy arrows, which expertly pierced the back of the minotaur's heart. A staggering damage total exceeding 60,000 points erupted forth. Despite the creature possessing a substantial health pool, it was now reduced to a mere sliver of life, and this was without Qin Han employing the voodoo pearl. Had he done so, the added toxic damage would have undoubtedly led to the beast's demise. Ultimately, faced with the overwhelming threat of despair and the specter of death, the minotaur capitulated completely, exclaiming, I was wrong. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I concede. I shall provide you with what you seek. Qin Han's gaze suddenly turned icy. I can obtain the same by killing you. The minotaur trembled violently, pleading, No, I can offer you other benefits. I implore you, do not take my life. Qin Han, that will depend on your sincerity. Minotaur, I can offer you a treasure I stumbled upon. I am certain you will be pleased. As he spoke, the minotaur rummaged through his belongings. Eventually, he produced a token and a dark, lustrous orb. Here, take them. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Han swiftly approached and seized two items, a token for transportation, enabling direct access to the rank contest instance, and a dark, glossy orb known as the water-breaking pearl. This extraordinary artifact permits its possessor to traverse the vast expanse of 3,000 waters with the ease of walking on solid ground, activating merely by being placed in one's backpack. Upon beholding the pearl, Qin Han nodded in satisfaction. The Minotaur was indeed a crucial component of the rank contest. Defeating it would yield at most a transportation token, yet severing its iron chains to instill fear, followed by incapacitating it to compel surrender, would reward him with the coveted water-breaking pearl. This pearl holds significant importance during the assessment phase, as it grants its owner a decisive advantage at critical moments. Observing Qin Han's reluctance to depart with the items in hand, the Minotaur expressed its concern. "I have already given you the items. Why do you hesitate to leave? Are you contemplating a change of heart?" Qin Han cast a fleeting glance at him before shattering the token, which summoned a formidable bronze door that materialized before him. Without hesitation, he swiftly stepped through it. This Minotaur was merely a task monster. He had already acquired the necessary items. Killing it would yield minimal experience, offering little reward. The crux of the matter lay in the Minotaur's true identity as a pivotal NPC in a later stage of the game, crucial to the Beastmen faction. By releasing it today, should he encounter it again in the future, he would unlock a hidden map, replete with myriad treasures. It was rumored that the precious water pearl was sourced from that very hidden realm. Upon traversing the portal, Qin Han found himself in a familiar corridor, 200 meters wide and extending 5 kilometers in length. As he gazed into the depths of this passage, he beheld a multitude of monsters, armed with various weapons, scattered throughout. Minotaurs, goat-headed creatures, centaurs, dog-headed beings, and so forth, numbering around 1,000. At that moment, a small screen appeared in the upper right corner of his vision, indicating that the contest for ranks had commenced 15 minutes prior. Slaying monsters, acquiring treasures, and passing trials would earn him points. The event spanned 10 days, culminating in a final ranking. The higher the rank, the greater the likelihood of attaining a noble title. He was urged to strive for points and secure a title. Subsequently, the screen shifted to reveal a leaderboard displaying the points of all players who had entered this domain. According to the information he retained from his previous life, only the top 61 players would receive rewards upon the conclusion of the rankings. At this moment, the player in first place was named Chen Xiaoxi, boasting 900 points. Qin Han recognized him as a prodigy from one of the 6 pinnacle forces in the universe, the Heavenly Prodigy, a natural sword body with a sacred class profession, wielding a legendary divine sword. In the ultimate battleground, he had triumphed over numerous seasoned powerhouses, ascending to the status of a supreme deity. The player in second place was Jiang Ningxue, with 899 points, while the third position was held by Selena, who had accrued 898 points. She hailed from a prestigious magical lineage in the universe, possessing an innate affinity for magic, and rumors circulated that she was a reincarnation of a divine sorcerer, having undergone a revival. Her previous life's trajectory had also been remarkably prosperous. As Qin Han gazed down the leaderboard, he noticed that the top ranks were filled with individuals possessing holy class professions and those who had acquired hidden professions, much like in his previous life. However, the 30th position caught his eye. Feng Qinjue. This individual seemed to have never graced the ranks in his past life. He appeared to fade into obscurity during the later stages of the game. The only thing that had garnered him fame was his father, the Demon Emperor, who later became one of the supreme gods. When the Demon Emperor ascended to godhood, he had once engaged in a fierce battle with the ancient witch, a conflict that shook the very heavens and earth, yet neither side emerged victorious. It was rumored that the Demon Emperor sought out the ancient witch due to the suspicion that Feng Qinjue had been slain by her in the novice village. So that is the reason. Qin Han suddenly realized that it was his actions in this life that had led to the demise of the ancient witch, preventing her from growing stronger and thereby allowing Feng Qinjue to escape his fate. In a sense, he had saved him. He was indeed his savior. If fate should allow them to meet, would it be too much to request a token of gratitude in the form of protection fees? Narrowing his eyes, Qin Han continued to peruse the leaderboard, noting that he currently ranked far beyond the billionth place with a score of 0. It was time to take action. Further delays would only lower his standing. Summoning the nightmare, he swiftly charged forth, arrows flying. As he passed, the various monsters before him fell like wheat before the scythe, none withstanding even a single arrow. The rank examination dungeon consisted of 9 levels, each representing a distinct map. Presently, he was on the first level, populated solely by ordinary monsters, each yielding a single point upon defeat. Clearing this initial map theoretically granted 1,000 points, making it the simplest challenge. As long as one possessed adequate vision to spot the monsters, nearly all participants could achieve a perfect score. The combination of the nightmare's speed and Qin Han's rapid shooting caused the creatures before him to fall like ripe grain. Here, apart from a few special items and equipment, the monsters yielded little in terms of gear. However, the experience gained was plentiful, coupled with the experience from defeating the bull chief. Qin Han found himself reaching level 11 halfway through. The slaughter continued, and his ranks steadily ascended, beyond 1 billion, then 100 million, 10 million, 1 million. Upon reaching the end of the level, his rank astonishingly fell within the top 10,000. His score was firmly set at 1,000. Notably, the top 10,000 all shared the same score of 1,000. This was a distinctive feature of rank points. Those who reached the score first were prioritized. In his past life, many had similar scores that nearly overlapped. Ahead lay a luminous portal. Once entered, it would lead to the second level. After confirming his perfect score of 1,000, Qin Han urged the nightmare forward, charging directly into the second level. Before him sprawled an endless desert, where a stone creature lay upon the ground, resembling a heap of shattered rock. Qin Han raised his hand, releasing an arrow that manifested approximately 700 points of crimson damage. On the ground, the scattered debris that once lay in disarray began to coalesce, gradually taking the form of a towering stone monster. 5 stories high, its body cloaked in a gray hue. Its flattened head bore eyes resembling green beans, fixated intently on Qin Han. With a resounding thud, 2 colossal hands, akin to mighty hammers, came crashing down upon him. Qin Han maneuvered his steed with agility, drawing his bow to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows, each inflicting over 700 points of damage. The Stone Crystal Commander, an elite foe of the 11th rank, boasted a staggering health pool of 6 million. Typically, elite monsters possess health in the realm of a mere 100,000. However, this particular dungeon adversary dynamically enhanced its vitality in accordance with Qin Han's formidable prowess, likely amplifying its strength by approximately 30-fold due to his god-tier class passives. The stone crystal creature exhibited immunity to toxin damage and significantly diminished physical harm. Fortunately, armed with the God Layer Bow, which bypasses defenses, Qin Han found the encounter manageable. The sole vulnerability of the Stone Crystal Commander lay in the course situated at its rear. Only by targeting that specific area could one inflict lethal damage. With swift precision, Qin Han circled around the lumbering stone crystal creature, barely turning half its body before he positioned himself behind it. There, he discerned a luminous, circular crystal radiating an ethereal blue glow. Now is the moment, he declared as he raised his hand, releasing a flurry of arrows with such rapidity that they seemed to leave behind afterimages. With a series of swift shots, each arrow struck the crystal, unleashing terrifying yellow damage figures of around 67,000. The creature's health plummeted rapidly under the onslaught. In its agony, the stone crystal beast attempted to retaliate. However, it was rendered powerless against the nightmarish speed of Qin Han. The combination of the God Layer Bow's defensive disregard, nightmarish velocity, and Qin Han's overwhelming attack power resulted in the creature's demise in under a minute. A cacophony of wails resonated as the monstrous form collapsed, yielding 1,000 gold coins and a core radiating a haunting violet light. You have slain the 11th level elite monster. Stone Crystal Commander. Experience gained, 18,623 points. Points earned, 1,000. This bountiful experience was nearly sufficient to elevate him to the Golden Eagle of level 20. Coupled with the experience gained from the prior stage, it propelled him to another level up. With ample experience accumulated, the choice to ascend was clear. Use the tenfold amplification card to level up. Simultaneously, Qin Han's ranking on the leaderboard surged to the coveted first position. Qin Han, a remarkable score of 2,000 points. Beneath him, the scores of all others barely reach a mere 1,000 points. At this moment, his illustrious name once again shines brightly before the prodigies of various factions across the cosmos. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to elevate his level to 11, rewarded with an increase of 1 point in physique. Congratulations to player Qin Han for achieving the first kill of the elite monster, Crystal Leader, rewarded with an additional point in physique. Congratulations to player Qin Han for being the first to advance to level 12, rewarded with yet another point in physique. In the chat zones of the 2 villages, announcements regarding Qin Han resounded in succession. In village 688, The players grew increasingly exhilarated, yet they felt it was a matter of course. Qin Han's existence has established a monumental example for them, and their spirits have steadily ascended. Even though they had never truly laid eyes on Qin Han's visage, his stature in the hearts of the players of Village 688 continued to soar. An amusing incident occurred when Li Rand and his companions, after receiving equipment from Qin Han, passed by the sheep tomb and fortuitously encountered Lu, whom they decided to escort back to the village. This gesture moved Lu to tears, and he eagerly promised that once his injuries were healed, he would take the three of them to level up. The trio chuckled, dismissing the matter lightly. With their high-level enhancement tokens and the golden gear bestowed by their leader, the inclusion of Lu would only complicate matters. While they were not particularly concerned about their own progress being delayed, they were anxious about jeopardizing their leader's endeavors. Subsequently, having completed their adjustments, the three returned to the wild. Notably, Lu Kuang, who had kept his name concealed, donned the golden outfit provided by Qin Han in the wilderness. His ostentatious appearance led several passing players to mistakenly believe he was Qin Han, prompting them to swarm around him for autographs. Despite Lu Kuang's repeated explanations, they remained steadfast in their belief, reasoning that with such an impressive outfit, he could undoubtedly command respect throughout the novice village, especially with his name hidden. Fearing exposure, Lu Kuang had no choice but to retreat, and once in private, he promptly removed the golden attire, refusing to wear it again. Since Qin Han began his ascent in the novice village 110755, his progress has been unstoppable, now surpassing the previous leader, Li Fei, by a wide margin. The once arrogant individuals have now fallen to the dust, and the village chat zone has lost its former vibrancy. Nevertheless, these individuals, rooted in martial civilization, possess their own pride. Many have begun to train fervently, even choosing to reside in the wilderness. Consequently, on the leaderboard, aside from Qin Han and his three subordinates, the level gap among the remaining players has only widened. In the quest for noble rank, gazing at Qin Han's name atop the leaderboard, many faces suddenly paled. Qin Chaoshi had already progressed to the second stage, and, after a fierce battle, finally vanquished the crystal leader. With my strength and the support of treasured artifacts, I should still reign supreme in this second stage. If this continues, I shall undoubtedly surpass all other prodigies and claim the top position in this noble rank competition. For this battle for rank, I have invested heavily to acquire NPCs and gleaned considerable intelligence. Once the first place is secured, the rewards are abundantly beyond imagination. Yet, it remains uncertain whether Qin Han has entered at this moment. This name, which has appeared most frequently in the global announcements, has always stirred a sense of defiance within him. Even though the opponent possesses a unique class, he yearns to engage in a genuine contest of prowess. Upon passing the first stage, he specifically scrutinized the names in the top 100 rankings. Many were familiar, yet Qin Han's name was conspicuously absent. Qin Han, should you miss this opportunity for competition, you shall undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. After reflecting aloud for a moment, Qin Chaoshi summoned the leaderboard, only to be taken aback at the sight. It was Qin Han. He had astonishingly claimed the first position in points. Despite entering later, he ascended to the top with remarkable speed. Indeed, this divine class lives up to its reputation. The astonishment in Qin Chaoshi's eyes flickered momentarily, replaced by a surge of fighting spirit. Since the beginning, this marks my first confrontation with the celestial geniuses, and Qin Han's arrival has finally instilled a sense of pressure within me. Let us battle and see who can seize the first place first. After stowing away his belongings, Qin Chaoshi continued toward the next stage. Following him, the other celestial talents swiftly dispatched the Crystal Commander, with Jiang Ningxue claiming third place and Selena fourth. Aside from the variable of Qin Han's emergence, their rankings collectively dipped by one, yet the circumstances were not dire. Unfortunately, due to the enhanced dynamics of the monsters, the innate physical prowess that once held an advantage here was rendered ineffective. The only factors of significance were class enhancements, equipment boosts, and combat experience. Even though Feng Qianjue entered early and recklessly charged through the first stage, the relative weakness of the initial monsters allowed him a stroke of luck to rank among the top. However, upon encountering elite monsters, he found himself at a disadvantage. Despite being adorned with the finest equipment from the entire novice village, facing the formidable Crystal Commander left him in disarray. Ultimately, although he managed to defeat it, his speed suffered greatly, causing his rank to plummet to over 130. Damn it, what a disgrace. I am, after all, of the bloodline of the Demon Emperor. If this news spreads, my father would surely be furious. It is all the fault of those foolish lowly demons. Had they lent some support, this prince could have at least secured a holy class for himself. As the holy class powerhouses ahead continued to vanquish the crystal monsters, their points surged to 2,000. And the remaining players gradually gathered their strength. Beginning with Feng Qinjue, the top-tier players engaged in a tug-of-war, systematically defeating the crystal monsters. However, for those of advanced classes, the path was not as fortunate. Those who managed to arrive here were, in their home worlds, extraordinary talents far surpassing their peers, endowed with innate physical attributes that significantly exceeded those of other players. However, due to the dynamic enhancement of the monsters here, their innate strength becomes irrelevant. In the eternal game, within the dynamic dungeons, novice players possess abilities that allow them to stand their ground against elite monsters, comparable to seasoned top-tier professionals who can even slay elite foes of the same level. Conversely, ordinary advanced players must risk their lives to have a slim chance of defeating elite monsters. Thus, from this juncture onward, advanced players begin to meet their demise. Yet, amid the peril, a select few manage to barely vanquish the Crystal Commander. Once this group passes the challenge, another cohort faces the terrifying Crystal Commander, akin to confronting an insurmountable chasm. These individuals are intermediate players who, outside, can leverage their innate talents and superior equipment to seek assistance in defeating elite monsters. Here, however, their innate talents prove futile, and without allies, they confront the Crystal Commander as if staring into an abyss. This battle can no longer be deemed a mere struggle. It resembles a world-class champion facing a first-grade student in an unarmed duel, with the odds of success being a rarity among billions. A staggering 99.9% of intermediate players falter here and choose to surrender, their scores frozen at 1,000 points. Only a handful of fortunate souls, having exhausted their lifetime of luck, narrowly evade countless attacks to ultimately wear down the Crystal Commander. Yet, even so, their journey reaches a definitive end. For the third challenge presents yet another boss, a leader-class boss. Another foe that dynamically scales with the player's levels and strength. This time, it is a golden centaur, poised majestically upon an endless green meadow, brandishing a silver bow and arrow. While its physique is not overwhelmingly large, merely a few times bigger than the average human, it ambles leisurely across the grasslands, appearing harmless. However, when Qin Han beheld it, a hint of scarcely perceptible dread flickered in his gaze. In his previous life, utilizing his top-tier profession, he had remarkably reached this stage. This centaur, swift and adept at ranged attacks, proved exceedingly troublesome. In a one-on-one scenario, it was the most dreaded adversary for players. Years ago, he had exerted every effort, battling tirelessly for a day and night, just to barely defeat this creature. Yet, in doing so, he sustained grave injuries, depleting his last healing potion, and could only exit in solitude. His journey halted at that point. With a mere ranking of 90 million, that battle remains etched in his memory as one of the most profound experiences at that time. His tenure in the game was brief, and his combat experience paled in comparison to those formidable beings. Countless times, under the relentless assault of the centaur, he faced life-threatening crises. But this time, the path that once seemed impassable must be traversed to the very end. With a piercing gaze, Qin Han fixed his attention on the distant centaur, who seemed drawn by the murderous intent in his eyes and turned to meet his stare. In that fleeting moment, both parties instinctively launched their attacks, arrows whizzing past in a deadly dance. This time, Qin Han opted for a direct confrontation, his body resolutely unyielding, his focus sharp, and his movements swift as lightning. In contrast, the centaur, having endured several significant blows, displayed a flicker of fear in its eyes and began to evade. While Qin Han remained unwavering, his assault relentless. The more chaotic the enemy became, the more openings he found, granting him numerous opportunities to strike at vital points. On the vast prairie, yellow flashes of critical damage erupted incessantly as the centaur darted left and right, yet its health continued to plummet rapidly. Before long, the centaur's health bar reached the halfway mark, and with a resounding crash, it collapsed to the ground. Instantly, its form began to mutate, emanating a fierce blaze that engulfed the surrounding grasslands. Gradually, its body expanded, limbs protruding grotesquely until, astonishingly, it manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. Each hand wielded a distinct weapon, a spiked mace, a war hammer, a battle knife, a great sword, a scythe, and a short gun. The original bow and arrows were discarded in this transformation. Now, the centaur, ablaze with fiery brilliance, resembled a lava creature emerging from the inferno, charging fiercely towards Qin Han. Qin Han remained motionless, not even blinking, contemplating the folly of the centaur's second stage. Although its defenses had been bolstered, its transformation from range to melee combat merely constrained its prowess. With such a cumbersome physique, it could only be kited by others. In his previous life, had it not transitioned into a more manageable second form, he feared he would have been unable to defeat it at all. Lifting the god-slaying bow, he unleashed a barrage of arrows at the centaur's robust joints. As the creature closed the distance to approximately 50 meters, a sharp crack echoed as its entire body suddenly lost weight, collapsing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Seizing the opportunity, he redirected the bow, aiming for the centaur's critical head region, and continued to fire relentlessly. Before long, the centaur's health was fully depleted, emitting a final, unwilling cry before crashing to the earth. You have slain the boss-level centaur archer, gaining 123,396 experience points. Simultaneously, Qin Han's score increased by another 1,000, reaching a total of 3,000 points. Maintaining his position at the top, the centaur's demise left behind 10,000 gold coins and a crimson crystal, resembling the blue crystals that had been extracted from the stone crystal. Fire Spirit Crystal, quest item attributes. It is said to be the key to unlocking the gates of unknown realms. Guard it well, for it may yield great rewards. In contrast, the stone crystal had yielded a water spirit crystal. Qin Han gathered the spoils, which included gold coins and the bodies of the horses and men. He continued onward. After the demise of the horses and men, a portal appeared ahead. As Qin Han stepped inside, he arrived at the 4th level. Upon entering, the temperature plummeted abruptly, revealing a world cloaked in white, where heavy snow fell, the accumulation on the ground reaching the height of a nightmare's knees. This was a realm he had not traversed in his previous life, gleaning only fragments from strategies. This 4th level marked the true threshold of life and death. From his observations of the strategies concerning the competition for ranks, he understood that the dungeon consisted of 9 tiers, with the first 4 serving as battles and a means to filter out players of lesser strength. The 1st level acted as a transitional phase, allowing players to acclimatize. The 2nd level featured an elite-level boss, weeding out those below advanced players. The 3rd level showcased a chief-level boss, eliminating all but the top-tier players. Even the finest professional players faced life-or-death struggles in the 3rd level. This level would likely purge nearly all advanced players. The 4th level, however, presented 2 chief-level bosses. Even those top-tier professional players who might have successfully navigated the 3rd level would find themselves drained, nearly incapable of contending with 2 chief-level bosses. Thus, in his previous life, only an exceedingly small number of top-tier players managed to surpass this challenge, while the remainder were of saintly ranks or higher. Many saintly players unskilled in combat would also falter at this juncture. In essence, the players who could triumph at this level might number fewer than a few hundred. Amidst the swirling snow, visibility was hindered, yet Qin Han could faintly discern, several hundred meters to the left, a pine tree laden with a thick blanket of snow. To the right, he spotted an object resembling a small hill, shrouded in snow, obscuring its features. He raised his hand and loosed an arrow, which soon elicited a shriek from within the snow. A gigantic and grotesque clay creature emerged, shaking off the snow that clung to it. Standing upright and emitting a peculiar sound, keek-keek, the clay monster gazed at the diminutive figure before it, slimy drool trickling from its mouth. You have disturbed Grandpa Clay's slumber. It seems you must pay for this intrusion with your life. Although the sin of humanity is not particularly appealing, it will suffice for a light repast. Keek-keek. Qin Han cast a fleeting glance at him, then raised his bow and arrow, shooting another arrow towards the right. Instantly, the pine tree monster awakened, revealing crescent-shaped eyes and a half-moon mouth on its trunk, emitting a peculiar and piercing sound. Keek-keek. You have disturbed the slumber of the grandfather pine tree. It seems you must compensate with your life. Though the essence of humanity was not particularly delectable, it would suffice to serve as a morsel for me. Keek-keek. Listening to the irksome yet similar sounds from both sides, Qin Han scratched his ear and declared, enough with the chatter, I'm pressed for time. You two may come at me together. After a brief interval, Qin Han emerged unscathed, effortlessly vanquishing the 2 leader-class monsters. This time, he directly earned 1,000 points, bringing his total to an impressive 4,000. He maintained his position at the top of the leaderboard, and his level ascended once more, reaching 13. In contrast, the individual in second place had merely amassed 2,000 points, indicating they had yet to slay a single centaur. Good luck, he muttered to himself, as he casually collected the corpses of the 2 leader-class monsters. Additionally, he acquired 2 spirit crystals, an earth spirit crystal and a wood spirit crystal. Thus, he now possessed 4 spirit crystals, representing wood, water, fire, and earth. Should any player familiar with the theory of the 5 elements witness these 4 spirit crystals, they would undoubtedly realize that only the gold spirit crystal remained. They would also surmise that gathering all 5 elemental spirit crystals would yield unexpected benefits. However, in reality, this was a cleverly orchestrated trap within the game. The struggle for titles tested far more than mere strength. A competent lord must embody a fusion of martial prowess, courage, perseverance, luck, compassion, wisdom, and decisiveness. The existence of the 5 element spirit crystals served to test players' decisiveness. The 5th spirit crystal indeed existed, and acquiring it could unlock a hidden map, granting treasures as rewards. Yet, the likelihood of obtaining it was painfully low. Once one succumbed to desire, they would be ensnared in an unending quest, not only delaying the accumulation of points, but potentially jeopardizing their very lives. However, this was merely a concern for ordinary players. Equipped with strategies, he remained unperturbed by such pitfalls. Mounting his nightmare steed, Qin Han pressed onward. After traversing a portal, the scene shifted once more, ushering him into the 5th level. Here lies a platform, enveloped in hues of gray and yellow, measuring 10 meters on each side. Upon raising one's gaze, an expanse of seemingly boundless black water surrounds it, with only a distant island faintly visible to the north. Standing upon this platform, he could subtly sense a gradual movement beneath his feet, seemingly directed towards the island's location. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might conclude that the platform remained stationary, anchored in place. If one were to observe intently, they would discover an image etched along the southern edge of the platform, an illustration of a golden crystal, accompanied by an arrow pointing downward into the water, seemingly beckoning explorers to delve deeper. This trial tests one's patience. Should a player endure a day and night of stillness atop the platform, they would assuredly reach the island safely and progress to the next challenge. However, should curiosity draw a player towards the golden crystal, plunging into the water would lead them into a horrifying nightmare. The black waters before him are toxic, incapable of sustaining even the lightest of feathers. Once submerged, one would endure continuous assaults from the poison, with no hope of resurfacing. Furthermore, the lurking terrors beneath the surface pose an ever-present threat, where a moment's inattention could result in demise. The affluent scion cannot afford to lounge in comfort. The reckless are unworthy of lordship. Taking a deep breath, Qin Han leaped into the water, propelled by the direction indicated by the arrow. There was no splash, no ripple. His body descended as though in weightlessness, plummeting toward the depths. The toxins of the water began to invade his form, triggering the activation of the voodoo pearl, which detected the poison and commenced its absorption. The voodoo pearl underwent a transformation, now deemed the unique treasure. It thrives on voodoo, counteracting all forms of poison in existence. Its attack inflicts a toxic damage of 200 points per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Skill: Weak Water Domain. An area of effect damage that draws all within a kilometer into a realm of weakened water, rendering foes incapable of resistance, with reduced efficacy against elite bosses. Inflicting 500 points of damage per second for 1 minute. Skill: Soul Absorption. A sorcery that siphons the lingering resentment of slain beings, which can be unleashed during attacks. Skill: Deadly Malice. An area of effect damage skill that reduces enemies' health by 500 points per second, with a 35 healing counter for the user, lasting 10 seconds. Skill: Paralyzing Toxin. An attack that inflicts neurotoxic damage, incapacitating the opponent's movements, dealing 320 damage per second for 10 seconds. Passive skill: Toxic Barrier Aura, which, when activated, inflicts continuous toxic damage of 100 points per second on enemies within a 100-meter radius, while reducing their movement speed by 50%. Simultaneously, the water-repelling orb within the backpack activated, enveloping his body in a circular barrier, abruptly halting his descent. In the murky depths, visibility was severely limited, rendering direction undetectable. He refrained from flailing about, focusing solely on his downward plunge. Gradually, he descended deeper, hundreds of meters, then thousands, reaching around 10,000 meters, until he finally made contact with the ground, which was adorned with aquatic vegetation and various luminescent flora. The water quality had notably improved, exuding the essence of a natural water source, allowing him to see clearly for approximately 100 meters. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted past him, and in the blink of an eye, it stood before him, a creature resembling a mermaid, possessing a black tail and adorned with a pair of black tentacles upon its head. As the creature came to a halt, a colossal bubble of water materialized, enveloping both Qin Han and itself within its confines, surprisingly filled with air. The creature revealed a sinister smile. "I presume you are here in search of the golden spirit crystal, are you not?" Upon hearing this, Qin Han replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. Are you aware of the whereabouts of the golden spirit crystal?" The creature responded, "Certainly, I can guide you there. However, I require a reward of 100 gold coins before I will lead you." "Qin Han, how can I be certain that you will guide me after I have paid you? Perhaps you could take me there first, and once I have verified the location, I will compensate you afterward?" The creature appeared to ponder for a moment before responding, "Very well. But you must first present 100 gold coins as evidence of your ability to pay." Qin Han generously produced the money, and upon seeing it, the creature's face lit up with excitement. With money in hand, it said, "You hold on to my tail, and I shall guide you across." Qin Han complied with the instructions given by the other party. In an instant, a torrent surged around the creature, and the two were propelled swiftly into the distance, akin to a rapid descent down a river. Half an hour later, they arrived beside an underwater dwelling. From the outside, the house emanated a warm glow, and on the central table lay a resplendent golden crystal sphere. "Go ahead, it is right there. You may retrieve it. However, before you do, you must first hand me 100 gold coins." Qin Han replied, "That won't do. I will speak further once I have obtained it. Who can ascertain the authenticity of that object?" The creature narrowed its eyes. "You are indeed quite cautious. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Proceed." Everything appeared to unfold smoothly, with the only hindrance being the expenditure of 100 gold coins. Qin Han remained indifferent, stepping into the room with ease. However, the moment his hand made contact with the golden crystal ball, it suddenly shattered, releasing a multitude of vengeful spirits that surged forth. A tempest erupted within the room, sealing all doors and windows in an instant, leaving Qin Han surrounded by countless ghastly visages of the spirits, all converging upon him with insatiable hunger. Outside, the creature's mouth watered at the sight. It had been quite some time since it had feasted on human flesh, and it was determined to indulge this time. Inside the house, Qin Han temporarily suppressed the protective function of the voodoo pearl and instead drew forth the god-slaying bow, unleashing a barrage of arrows at the surrounding spirits. Yet, despite the arrows bypassing defenses, they inflicted no harm upon the ethereal entities. The creature outside chuckled derisively. "Futile. How could physical attacks possibly affect spiritual bodies? You truly are a fool. Do not waste your energy. Surrender and place your life in my hands." Inside, Qin Han maintained his composure, merely seeking to test the current capabilities of the god-slaying bow against the spirits. After all, perfected treasures typically disregard all attributes, obliterating all that exists. However, from his earlier trials, it was evident that the current dark gold tier god-slaying bow posed no threat to the spirits. It appeared that specialized matters necessitated specialized tools. Calmly, he unsealed the voodoo pearl. With a resounding boom, a protective barrier materialized before him, disintegrating all spirits that came into contact with it, while simultaneously absorbing their essence. The system detected two complementary voodoo skills, allowing for fusion and enhancement. "Would you like to confirm?" Upon hearing the words, Qin Han promptly replied, "Confirm upgrade." The skill fusion upgrade commenced, and the voodoo pearl was in the process of updating. Soon, the attributes of the voodoo pearl underwent another transformation. Voodoo pearl, unique treasure. It feeds on voodoo and is the nemesis of all voodoo entities in the world. Its attacks are imbued with a deadly poison that inflicts 200 points of damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Skill, weak water domain. Area damage. Pulls enemies within a radius of 1 kilometer into the realm of weak water, stripping them of their resistance. With a proportional damage reduction for elite bosses and above, inflicting 500 points of damage per second, lasting 1 minute. Skill, soul summoning technique. Upon defeating an elite boss or higher, it allows the absorption of vengeful spirits, which can be released during attacks, while the spirits can actively devour other entities to enhance their own strength. Skill, fatal malice, area damage, reduces enemies' life by 500 points per second, with a 35 life leech counter, lasting 10 seconds. Skill, Paralytic toxin. Attacks inflict neurotoxin, capable of incapacitating foes, dealing 320 points of damage per second, sustained for 10 seconds. Passive skill. Toxic barrier aura. When activated, enemies within a 100-meter diameter will suffer continuous toxin damage of 100 points per second, and their movement speed is reduced by 50% within the barrier. Outside, upon witnessing the adversary wielding entities that countered spirits, the monster stomped in frustration, lamenting the loss of many vengeful souls accumulated over the years. "I shall make you pay in blood," it roared, yet despite its bluster, it directed the remaining vengeful spirits to flee, fearful of being obliterated by the enemy's methods. Inside, Qin Han declared, "Now you wish to escape. It is far too late." Soul Summoning Technique. With a thunderous roar, the souls of the bosses he had vanquished in recent days surged forth: the High Priest, Centaur, Tree Demon, Clay Monster, and the Barbarian Bull Leader, among others. The stronger the monster in life, the more potent the resentment within its soul, resulting in the emergence of formidable spectral entities. These terrifying beings swarmed forth, swiftly devouring the enemy's spirit. The High Priest's vengeful soul directly targeted the monster, clawing its essence from within and with a triumphant roar, devoured it after a few chews, relishing the taste. What a remarkable display of the soul summoning technique. However, upon reflection, Qin Han found solace in the realization that players he had encountered in his previous life, particularly those of lower to mid-tier levels, could scarcely store a single boss soul, with the more fortunate managing just a handful. Yet, the Voodoo Pearl, a treasure of 2 points of heavenly Tao value, could store an almost limitless number of boss souls, and it operated with remarkable efficiency, automatically absorbing the essence of defeated monsters without requiring his attention. If this continued to develop, it would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable trump card at a critical moment. Nodding in satisfaction, Qin Han stowed away all the boss tokens. Casting a glance at the lifeless form of the merfolk creature on the ground, he stood in silent anticipation. Before long, another mermaid swam into view from a distance. Resembling the previous one, yet this one possessed a tail and antennae of a pristine white. The white mermaid bore a gentle countenance, exuding an aura of trustworthiness. Approaching Qin Han, she expressed her concern. "I heard that the little black creature lured someone into the house with malicious intent, so I hurried over. Alas, despite my haste, I still arrived too late. Nevertheless, I am relieved to see that you are unscathed. That truly brings me great joy." Qin Han remained silent. The other party continued. "You may find it hard to believe me, especially after recently enduring a calamity. It is only natural to be wary of trusting others again. However, rest assured, I am indeed a good person. My name is Xiao Bai, and we belong to a race that dwells beneath the black water, guardians of a golden crystal for generations. Xiao He is a traitor among us, having mastered sinister sorcery. Not only does he entice outsiders, but he also covertly slays our kin. If you can eliminate him, our people will be eternally grateful." Qin Han appeared to be swayed by the other party's words. "I desire the golden crystal. Can you provide it for me?" Xiao Bai replied, "I cannot grant you that. The golden crystal is under the stewardship of our Grand Elder. To obtain it, you must first pass the trials established by him." Qin Han, "Then please lead me there." Xiao Bai, "Certainly. Our village lies just ahead. Welcome to my home. I would be delighted to share with you the delicacies I have prepared." Qin Han, "Very well. Let us proceed." Xiao Bai, "I shall lead the way ahead." Upon hearing Qin Han's agreement, a joyful and innocent smile graced Xiao Bai's face, evoking a sense of purity and kindness in anyone who beheld him, marking him as a truly benevolent merman. Following closely behind Xiao Bai, Qin Han silently employed the friendly probe pearl. Ethereal spirit, Xiao Bai's friendliness level, intensely covetous. Your very being seems to possess an enchanting allure, profoundly captivating him. He harbors a desire to transform your form into a delectable paste, to be crafted into a sumptuous dish for his enjoyment. Qin Han, though he had perused the strategies, encountering these phantoms still induced a sense of physiological discomfort. In his previous life, no one had ever successfully traversed this place. Those who accidentally wandered in either exhausted their resources and succumbed to the lethal black waters or fell victim to the traps set by these apparitions. The game's official guide referred to this locale with a name that was strikingly ironic: the Land of Hypocrisy. The background lore revealed that a merfolk tribe once thrived here, only to be invaded by these phantoms, who seized their territory, commandeered their bodies, and corrupted the waters. These phantoms utter not a single word of truth. Regardless of how benevolent they may appear on the surface, their hearts are steeped in a bloodthirsty essence. All who dare to enter shall meet with a dire fate. Qin Han and Xiaobai returned to each other's abode, a world awash in ethereal blue light, where coral flourished and extraordinary treasures lay strewn about. Each dwelling resembling exquisite shells, a sight to behold. Upon entering, they beheld 2 rows of shell-like houses from which emerged the locals. An elderly lady, cradling a basket brimming with vibrant red fruits, approached with a benevolent smile. "Ah, you are the children from afar. We are deeply grateful for your valor in vanquishing the little black creature. As a token of our appreciation, dear children, please indulge in these luscious fruits. They are fragrant, sweet, and utterly delightful." Qin Han waved his hand dismissively, expressing that he was not thirsty. "You have worked hard to gather these fresh fruits. Please keep them for yourself." He harbored a deep-seated distrust of everything around him and dared not partake in anything offered by others. Observing this, an elderly gentleman approached, carrying a freshly prepared dish of fish. "My dear boy, why not sample this fish? It is tender and succulent, bursting with flavor. You have rendered us such a tremendous service. It would weigh heavily on our conscience if we did not express our gratitude." Qin Han waved his hand once more. "No, I am not hungry for the moment. If you wish to repay me, please reveal the whereabouts of the golden spirit crystal." Upon hearing this, all the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, a fleeting expression of annoyance crossing their faces. However, they ultimately suppressed their reactions. The elderly man chuckled amiably. "No rush, no rush. The golden spirit crystal is in the hands of the Grand Elder, who is currently away on business and may not return until tomorrow. Why not come to my home to rest a while? It would allow me to express my gratitude." "No, I shall wait here for the Grand Elder's return." Qin Han gently shook his head, finding a secluded spot before sitting cross-legged. He promptly closed his eyes, observing the unyielding Qin Han. The individuals behind him finally revealed their grotesque and contorted visages. They whispered amongst themselves in hushed tones, "What should we do? This person seems exceedingly cautious. It's all Xiao Hei's fault for being the first to attempt deceit with insufficient skill. Now, not only has he lost his life, but he has also raised the alarm. What shall we do? He neither eats nor drinks, and possesses the strength to easily slay Xiao Hei. Even if we all attack together, it seems we would not prevail. Humph. While his spirit body is formidable, there exists a place where those spirits can be easily dispatched. Are you referring to the Abyssal Cavern? Indeed. You must be mad. That is the very place where that wretched person is imprisoned. If we truly bring him there, do you not fear the plan might backfire? Aside from that individual, I cannot conceive of anyone else capable of dealing with him. Moreover, the entrance is incredibly sturdy. Even if that wretched being cannot defeat him, we can simply seal the door from the outside and starve him. Yet, if we confine him within the Abyssal Cavern, even if he starves to death, we would not benefit from his body. What a pity for such exquisite flesh. At this hour, you are still contemplating a feast? This individual has an unpredictable temperament and is exceedingly troublesome. He must be dealt with swiftly. Very well, we shall entice him for a day. As long as he does not take the bait, we will lead him to the Abyssal Cavern. It seemed they had reached a consensus, one by one dispersing. Time passed gradually, with numerous individuals bringing food to place before Qin Han, while countless pairs of eyes covertly observed him. That evening, a youthful maiden, disguised as a member of the human race, approached Qin Han to engage in conversation, yet he ignored her entirely. At dawn the following day, Qin Han sensed a multitude of people surrounding him. He opened his eyes to find a white-haired elder, accompanied by the familiar faces from the previous day, approaching him. "Child, are you in search of me?" Qin Han, "Indeed, I desire the golden spiritual crystal." The elder hesitated momentarily, for this artifact is a treasured heirloom of my clan, traditionally withheld from outsiders. However, since you have vanquished the menace known as Xiao Hei, liberating us from a great threat, I shall relent. After all, this object holds little value for us now, and since you wish to possess it, I shall bestow it upon you. My gratitude, esteemed elder. Do not mention it. The elder waved his hand dismissively, dispersing the onlookers and guiding Qin Han out of the village. They once again ventured into the boundless waters. After an hour of arduous navigation, they finally arrived at the base of an underwater peak, where a massive iron door, forged from dark brown metal and appearing exceedingly robust, stood before them. The door bore no seams, sealing its contents securely within. The elder produced a key and, with considerable effort, pushed the door open. A profound cavern was revealed, extending endlessly into the darkness. "Child, This is the ancestral ground of my clan. The treasures lie within. Come, I shall lead you down. However, Qin Han, upon hearing this, replied, there is no need. The elder, perplexed, inquired why? Why not? Do you not wish to enter? Before the elder could finish his sentence, he was met with a swift and lethal strike. With a swift motion, the blade moon shadow, sharp and deadly, in conjunction with Qin Han's formidable prowess, triggered a decapitation effect. The elder's head fell to the ground instantly. Yet, in the next moment, a ghastly transparent spirit emerged from his body. The elder's face contorted in fear. Who are you? How could you possibly know our true identities? With a voice as cold as ice, Qin Han declared, who I am is of no concern to you. All you need to know is that your demise is imminent. He had awaited this moment for an extended period. Although the strategy had indicated the location of the golden spirit crystal, the underwater realm was vast and without navigation. He feared that a futile search would lead to his demise. After enduring the charade alongside them, his true intention was to lure them to this very spot. Spirit summoning technique. A resounding boom echoed. The high priest, along with the souls of the tree spirits, clay spirits, and centaur bosses, re-emerged with fervor, rushing towards the elder. Ultimately, the high priest proved superior, devouring the elder with delight. Wait here. Whoever approaches shall be consumed. Guard the entrance diligently. Not a single water bear shall escape. These spirits, devoid of physical forms, retained only instinct, utterly incapable of comprehending human speech. In response, Qin Han summoned a nightmarish entity to convey his instructions once more. Remarkably, the nightmarish creature displayed intelligence. Its eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and it nodded slightly. Subsequently, it forcefully kicked at the spirits with its hooves, muttering an incomprehensible string of words, seemingly delivering a reprimand. Strangely enough, the other spirits complied, obediently sitting in a row at the cave's entrance, appearing exceedingly docile. Meanwhile, the nightmarish entity positioned itself firmly in the middle of the entrance, its head held high, awaiting praise. Qin Han stealthily took the elder's key and, before entering the cave, affectionately patted the nightmare on its head. To his surprise, he thought, you truly are a jack of all trades. Without further ado, once we emerge, I'll treat you to 10 pounds of sweet potatoes. No, make it beef. Upon hearing this, the nightmare beamed with delight, nuzzling Qin Han's shoulder with fervor. I shall return shortly. Qin Han gently patted the head of the nightmare once more before turning to delve deeper into the cavern. The cave was a labyrinth of twists and turns, occasionally descending and then ascending, leading him on a winding path. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a platform adorned with a golden glowing spirit crystal, precisely the golden spirit crystal he had been seeking. This chamber, approximately 500 square feet in size, featured a ceiling embellished with a crystal emanating a soft white radiance. On the stone table below, the golden spirit crystal rested majestically. The interplay of light between the two crystals created a stunning visual harmony. Nearby, on the cold ground, sat a blue-haired maiden, curled up in a ball, utterly still. Qin Han strode towards the room, and perhaps the sound of his footsteps startled the girl. She swiftly turned around, gripping a short dagger adorned with a blue gemstone. Her expression one of wariness as she gazed in his direction. However, upon seeing Qin Han's visage, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. A human? How could a human possibly appear in such a place? No, you must also be a villain in disguise. I shall not be deceived by you, specters. You fear the sunlight emanating from my head. Once it shines upon you, you will surely dissipate into thin air. If you possess the courage, then come in. The girl's words carried a hint of bravado, masking her underlying trepidation. Qin Han remained impassive as he stepped into the room, allowing the radiant light of the sun to illuminate his head. Unwavering. You are unharmed? Are you truly human? The girl exclaimed in astonishment. If you are indeed human, what brings you to this place? What about those phantoms? Did you not encounter them? Qin Han gazed at the girl, and for the sake of safety, he employed a friendly probe towards her. The mermaid princess, Duo, exhibited an astonishing level of friendliness. She perceived him as a human, yet was apprehensive that he might be malevolent, her heart in turmoil. Observing this, Qin Han's expression softened somewhat. They must have seen my prowess and deceived me into this situation, likely hoping for us to engage in mutual destruction, ultimately allowing them to reap the benefits. The girl appeared somewhat skeptical, acknowledging her own limitations and strength. Otherwise, she would not have allowed those spectral beings to invade her homeland, leaving her unable to protect her kin. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she exclaimed in astonishment, Could it be that your methods are also of the spectral variety? The solar essence here specifically counters spectral entities. Any spirit exposed to the solar essence will be subjected to continuous searing until it is reduced to ashes. Qin Han cast a glance at the sun essence adorning the ceiling above, a rare treasure known as solar gold essence. Weapons forged from this material possess the ability to vanquish spiritual beings. It would indeed be a remarkable acquisition. Duo interjected. Yet, if you are aware of their deceit, why did you choose to step inside? The entrance to this abyssal cavern is forged from a millennium of mysterious iron, rendering it not only resilient but also impenetrable to spiritual entities. Now that you have entered, they have surely secured the door behind you. As a mere human, without sustenance, you will soon succumb to starvation. Oh dear, why must you act so recklessly? Qin Han, do you think I am that foolish? I entered merely to retrieve the golden spirit crystal, not to court death. The golden spirit crystal? You desire the golden spirit crystal? Could it be that you are a celestial visitor? Duoduo's face was filled with astonishment. This golden spirit crystal had unexpectedly appeared in our clan's territory, accompanied by a message that declared, whenever a celestial visitor arrives, this object must be surrendered to them. However, shortly after the arrival of the golden spirit crystal, our clan was besieged by the ethereal spirits. They slaughtered our kin, masquerading as our own people, striking from the shadows, leaving us utterly powerless to resist. Had I not ultimately concealed myself here with the golden spirit crystal, I too would have met an untimely end. I earnestly hope that the celestial visitor will arrive and assist in vanquishing the ethereal spirits, restoring our clan's domain. Qin Han nodded gently, of course. However, in addition to the golden spirit crystal, I must also take the yang essence from the top of your head. Upon hearing this, the girl's complexion turned ashen. If you were to take away the yang essence, and should those phantoms not be thoroughly eradicated, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon me. How about this? I could offer you something else in exchange. Qin Han fell into a momentary silence before responding. Let us take a look first. Upon hearing this, the girl dashed to a corner, fiddled for a while, and returned, astonishingly cradling a set of equipment that shimmered with a bluish aura in her hands. Qin Han glanced around, and his eyes immediately brightened at the sight of the Domain Emperor's leather armor, an epic-level set, incomplete. It comprises 5 pieces, a helmet, leather armor, leggings, boots, and gauntlets. Defense, 1500 water element resistance, 6000 health increase, 6000 health regeneration per second, 130 physique requirement, 300 skill, swift aquatic movement. Upon activation, the player can move underwater at 5 times their normal running speed. Duo remarked. It is indeed unfortunate that this set's heart shield originally contained a water-repelling pearl. If one could locate and insert the water-repelling pearl, its effects would likely be significantly enhanced. Upon hearing this, Qin Han's expression turned peculiar. He promptly produced the water-dispelling pearl, and with a decisive click, pressed it against the heart protector mirror. Immediately, the entire set of equipment radiated an intensified brilliance, its surrounding blue glow becoming even more resplendent. At this moment, the attributes of this equipment underwent another transformation. Domain Emperor leather armor, epic set defense, 1800, 3600 underwater, water element resistance, 7000, 15,000 underwater, health increase, 7,000, 15,000 underwater, health regeneration per second, 150, 300 underwater. Constitution requirement, 300 passive, underwater sovereign, allowing movement in any perilous aquatic environment and enabling effortless breathing in all waters. Passive, underwater speed enhancement of 200 skill, divine swift swimming upon activation. Enables movement underwater at 10 times the player's running speed. Passive, underwater water element damage increase of 100 passive, underwater vision range increase of 1 kilometer. Beholding such delightful attributes, Qin Han's face gleamed with joy. This equipment was entirely crafted for underwater combat. Although it lacked a formidable super skill, the passive abilities alone rendered him nearly invincible in the water. To put it bluntly, even for someone of his divine class, donning this epic gear would more than double his combat prowess beneath the waves. With a thought, Qin Han donned the epic set, the ethereal armor, combined with the cerulean luminescence, made him resemble a deity traversing the ocean floor. I didn't expect you to possess the water-dispelling pearl as well. It seems this equipment is quite fated for you. Moreover, you look truly splendid in this ensemble, far more so than when my father wore it. Duo praised enthusiastically, fearing Qin Han might shift his focus to the sun essence. However, she underestimated Qin Han's character. Although the sun essence was rare, There were numerous methods to acquire it, and it wasn't worth his betrayal for that. Besides, with the voodoo pearl in his possession, the absence of sun essence was inconsequential to him. Let us depart. Time is of the essence. After we eliminate the void spirits, I must take my leave, he said, waving his hand as he turned to exit. Having lingered here for a day, others, if swift enough, should have already surpassed the 5th trial and progressed to the 6th. As he traversed the shadowy cavern, upon reaching the entrance of the abyssal cave, he was instantly taken aback. What is happening here? Outside the abyssal cave lay a heap of corpses, and upon closer inspection, they were all merfolk. The spirit forms, led by the high priest, were savoring the moment, seemingly unsatisfied. Only the bull leader drooled, his eyes brimming with envy. Oh, these are all our kin whose bodies were overtaken by the void spirits. Did you eliminate these villains long ago? Duo emerged, her small face filled with astonishment. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. I recall there were 98 of my kin. We are still missing one. Qin Han's expression was tinged with surprise. Observing the scene within the arena, it was evident that he and the Grand Elder had arrived just moments before the phantoms followed closely behind, only to be ensnared by the nightmares. Despite the cunning tactics of these phantoms, which posed a challenge for players lacking the means to counter them, they were hardly formidable in the hands of a level 30 chief beast spirit like the High Priest. This was fortuitous, since they were already vanquished. He need not expend time and effort returning to eliminate them. Furthermore, one had already succumbed to my hand. If you can ascertain that there are only 98 phantoms remaining, consider this task accomplished on my part. Duo nodded, affirming, I remember each of my kin distinctly. There can be no mistake. She expressed her gratitude. Thank you for helping me reclaim my homeland. Henceforth, I shall dedicate my life to safeguarding these waters, ensuring that invaders shall not trespass again. Her voice suddenly grew somber as she approached the lifeless body of an elder, kneeling silently and cradling their face in her hands, lost in contemplation. Beside her, Qin Han remained silent, opting to gather the spirit and nightmares. With a deft push of his toes, he propelled himself upward, slicing through the water like an arrow. Each individual has their own path to traverse. Duo must protect her homeland, while he must persist toward his predetermined goals. In the depths of the abyss, where even a feather could not float, a blue figure soon breached the surface, soaring high into the air. Just as he was about to plunge back into the depths, a magnificent steed appeared beneath him. He mounted the horse, and together, they stood resolutely upon the terrifying waters. Qin Han surveyed his surroundings, pinpointing the location of the small island before swiftly galloping on his nightmare steed. In a short while, the silhouette of both horse and rider gradually faded from view. Meanwhile, as a day had passed, several individuals had ascended to the island via the platform, causing a shift in the leaderboard rankings. The first position reverted to Chen Xiaoshu, with a score of 5,000 points. The second place was occupied by Jiang Ningxue, also with 5,000 points, while Qin Han found himself in third place with 4,000 points. At that moment, Chen Xiaoshu traversed the island with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Upon arriving at the platform, he discerned the presence of lethal toxins in the water, which rendered him unable to float, prompting him to adopt a strategy of patient observation. As a premier elite among the myriad realms, he could deduce the choices of his competitors merely by monitoring the fluctuations in the rankings. During his day of vigil on the platform, he noted that numerous players ahead of him had been eliminated from the leaderboard. It was evident that these individuals had ventured into the water and encountered dire misfortune. Before, Qin Han's pace in overcoming challenges was significantly swifter than his own. He should have reached the platform long before and arrived at the island first. Now, having successfully passed the 5th challenge and arrived at the small island, Qin Han's score remains unchanged, indicating that he too must have plunged into the water. Calmness and wisdom are the fundamental qualities of a strong individual, and one must possess the audacity to leap into the terrifying, unknown waters. Such a temperament, even if it allows one to narrowly escape death this time, will undoubtedly lead to future predicaments. The individual who once held a significant advantage now finds himself ranked beyond 100, which is truly lamentable. One may experience good fortune and reap numerous rewards, yet if one's virtue does not match their position, even the grandest wealth cannot sustain them. Luck is bound to run out, and only those who are astute and courageous can venture further. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Xiaoshi inhaled deeply and proceeded towards the interior of the island. The entire island was densely forested, with no solid ground to be found, save for a winding stone pathway leading deeper into the island. Following the stone path, he advanced steadily until he soon arrived before a stone gate. A young man clad in blue, carrying a long sword on his back and adorned with an embroidered character for void, awaited him eagerly. Upon sighting Qin, the youth approached him immediately, exclaiming, "At last, a newcomer to our sect. Please, follow me." With a subtle shift in his gaze, Qin silently followed the youth to the stone gate. The young man pointed towards the winding path beyond the gate, stating, "Proceed along this route, and after 10 miles, you will reach the mountain gate of our Taishu sect. If you successfully arrive at the mountain gate, your assessment will be complete." Contemplating this, Qin realized that this was the only path on the island. Could it be that the assessment for joining the sect was indeed the 6th challenge? "My good fellow, may I inquire about any precautions I should take?" he asked. At this, the young man's expression shifted slightly, yet he feigned ignorance, shaking his head. "This may pertain to the sect's regulations, and I cannot divulge such information." Sensing the implications in his tone, Qin promptly retrieved 10 gold coins from his storage pouch and offered them. "As a newcomer, I fear I may disrupt the rules. Thus, I kindly ask you to share your insights." The young man, discreetly accepting the gold coins, then led Qin aside and whispered, "This assessment is presided over by Elder Bai of our sect, a person of fiery temperament who cannot tolerate any deceit, yet possesses a kind heart. Once you pass through this gate, all your actions will be scrutinized by Elder Bai through his telescopic lens. Take care." With this counsel, Qin felt a sense of reassurance and smiled gratefully at the youth before stepping towards the stone gate. Meanwhile, at the Taishu sect, 10 miles away, an elder with hair as white as snow had overheard their conversation, his anger causing him to stomp his feet. What a schemer! The decay of this world is solely attributed to individuals like him, who tarnish the spirit of society. The elder furiously marked a significant note in a small notebook. On the road, seemingly oblivious to the swirling dust, Qin pondered the words of the young man, contemplating how to respond. After walking for a while, a sudden downpour ensued, the rain seemingly toxic, causing his vitality to dwindle rapidly. Alarmed, he hurriedly fled, and fortunately, not far ahead, he stumbled upon a dilapidated Taoist temple and swiftly took refuge within. At that moment, the temple housed 5 or 6 individuals, a mix of young and old, all attired in tattered garments akin to beggars. Their emaciated frames clutched battered bowls, each reclining amidst piles of straw, eyes closed in a semblance of meditation. Upon noticing Qin entrance, several of them promptly opened their eyes, a glimmer of understanding passing among them as they extended their bowls and began to plead, "Please, kind sir, have mercy on this old beggar. Spare some food for us. Indeed, kind sir, have compassion on our plight." Qin gaze shifted slightly. These beggars could very well be part of the trial. Was this a test of his benevolence? With that thought, he rummaged through his belongings, producing a collection of fresh fruits, which he tossed into their bowls. Unsatisfied, he then retrieved a handful of gold coins, distributing them generously. At the mountain gate, Elder Bai, observing through a telescope, was once again incensed, his beard bristling in indignation. How hypocritical! This is clearly a performance for my benefit. Yet, he failed to consider that in such a desolate wilderness, who among the beggars would venture to such a place? And to bestow such wealth, did he not understand the concept of discretion in wealth? Moreover, even if they were genuine beggars, such generosity could incite greed and lead to a tragic fallout. Negative review. At that critical juncture in Qin assessment, Qin Han had also arrived at the 6th island of the trial. Congratulations on passing the 5th challenge. You have earned 1,000 points. Glancing at the leaderboard, Qin Han remained silent, swiftly making his way inland. The forthcoming trial was of paramount importance. It transcended a mere evaluation of rank. Gaining the complete endorsement of the examiner would unlock immense opportunities, promising boundless benefits in the future. Steeling himself, he ventured further in, encountering a young man akin to Qin. At last, a newcomer to the sect. "Please, follow me." The young man guided Qin Han to a stone gate, instructing him to traverse a 10-mile journey to reach the mountain gate and complete the assessment. Upon hearing this, Qin Han shook his head and replied, "I apologize, but I am not prepared to join your sect. I have come here solely to undertake the assessment." The young man responded, "Then you have come to the right place. The sect entry assessment is indeed the very examination you seek." "I see. Thank you for the clarification." Qin Han clasped his fists in greeting towards the young man, then, maintaining a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance, proceeded towards the stone gate. However, just as he took a step forward, he was called back by the young man. "Brother," he said, The assessment method is exceedingly challenging. Do you not wish to know the content of the evaluation in advance? Qin Han firmly declined, stating, no. I believe there exists a natural order in this world. Regardless of how challenging the assessment may be, there will undoubtedly be opportunities for individuals to succeed. I appreciate your kind offer, but I shall not impose further. The young man's tone grew somewhat anxious. Are you absolutely certain you do not wish to reconsider? For merely 1 gold coin, I would reveal all the intricate details of the assessment. Such opportunities are fleeting and may never return. Qin Han, with a countenance full of righteousness, waved his hand and strode confidently forward. 10 miles away at the Taishu sect, the same elderly man with white hair was now stroking his beard, a smile illuminating his face. This child is remarkable, possessing noble character and unyielding will. He is indeed a promising talent. I eagerly anticipate his forthcoming endeavors. After continuing on his path for a while, a torrential downpour suddenly descended. Qin Han soon arrived at a dilapidated temple, where he encountered a group of beggars. Kind sir, have mercy upon us. We have not eaten for 3 days. Qin Han cast a glance at the gathering of beggars, then retrieved 2 pounds of beef from his spatial ring, tossing it into the bowls of the destitute. Following this act of generosity, he retreated to a corner of the room, sitting cross-legged in meditation. The beggars devoured the beef ravenously, yet still unsatisfied. They turned to Qin Han, pleading, Sir, we are still a bit hungry. Could you perhaps spare us a little more? Indeed, just a small additional portion would suffice. Since you are a kind-hearted person, why not extend your kindness further? Qin Han's gaze turned icy, greedy, and insatiable. Return and remain quietly in your corner. Do not disturb me. As he spoke, the renowned sword, Moon Shadow, was swiftly unsheathed with a clang, embedding itself into the hard earth beside him. With his eyes closed, he exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. A few beggars, witnessing this, were filled with dread, retreating into the shadows, afraid to move recklessly. Elderby of the Taishu sect nodded repeatedly, feeling a sense of great relief. A kind heart that does not overflow is indeed rare. It can intimidate the beggars at a crucial moment, quelling their unease. This disposition is truly admirable. It seemed that this young lad was of a divine profession indeed. Such character was worthy of such achievement. Quite remarkable. On the other hand, Chen Chao she had given money and food, and after the beggars had their fill, their eyes glimmered with avarice as they encircled him. Good sir, do you have any more money in your pocket? One pleaded. This little sum is hardly enough for us to share, another chimed in. Indeed, good sir, you are so wealthy. Why not spare us a bit more? Look at us. None of us have wives. Why not do a good deed to the end and help us secure some funds to marry and live a good life? Chen Xiaoxi's expression hardened. Had it been any other day, he would have swiftly dealt with such scoundrels with a single sword strike. However, today was a test. And the young man had heard Elderby praised for his integrity and kindness. Would killing them not stir discontent? Yet, refraining from action might also evoke Elderby's ire. Who despised evil? Caught in this dilemma, Chen Xiaoxi appeared conflicted. Just then, the rain outside ceased, and he forcefully pushed through the beggars, fleeing in disarray. After running for a while, he encountered a woodcutter hurrying towards him. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoxi, the woodcutter rushed forward, anxiously exclaiming, Young man, judging by your direction, are you heading to the Taishu sect? I am the woodcutter responsible for delivering firewood there. My wife is about to give birth, and I must hurry home. Could you assist me in delivering this bundle of firewood to the sect? Chen Xiaoxi furrowed his brow. Was this yet another part of the assessment? Delivering firewood seemed a trivial task. Very well, set it down. I shall help you. The woodcutter gratefully left after placing the firewood down. Atop the firewood, an iron axe was awkwardly perched. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Xiaoxi hoisted the firewood onto his back and continued on his way. Before long, he arrived at a wooden bridge. Unbeknownst to him, as he reached the midpoint, the axe slipped from the firewood and fell into the water below. Was this also part of the assessment? Was he expected to retrieve the axe from the water? As he pondered this, the water began to churn, and a golden dragon, radiating with brilliance, emerged from the depths. Its large eyes fixed on Chen Xiaoxi, and it held a resplendent golden axe in its left hand. Young woodcutter, did you drop your axe into the water? Chen Xiaoxi nodded. Yes. Is this the golden axe you seek? The dragon swayed the golden axe in its grasp. Chen Xiaoxi cast a fleeting glance, and his spirit was immediately shaken. This was, astonishingly, an epic great axe. Examining its attributes, although it did not surpass the treasured weapon he possessed, it was still enough to make his mouth water. Should he acquire it, his power would undoubtedly advance to a new level. However, Upon contemplating that this might be a part of the assessment, he realized that a noble title held far greater significance than the axe. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "No. Oh, is this the silver axe?" The dragon flipped its right hand and, to Qin Chaoshi's surprise, revealed another axe, though this one was slightly inferior, a dark gold-grade exquisite axe. He steadied his resolve and firmly stated, "No." The dragon blinked its large eyes. "If neither of those is it, could your axe possibly be this iron axe?" As the dragon spoke, the water below began to churn slightly, and an iron axe rose from the depths. Qin Chaoshi nodded in affirmation, confidently asserting, "This is indeed the axe I lost." Upon hearing this, the dragon placed all three axes together and remarked, "Young woodcutter, your honesty has touched me. As a reward, I shall grant you both the golden and silver axes." Qin Chaoshi's face lit up with excitement. Fortunately, he had refrained from choosing earlier. Indeed, this was a trap, and the dragon was testing his honesty. Had he selected either the golden or silver axe, he would surely have ended up with nothing. Truly, gifting that young man 10 gold coins was worthwhile. "Thank you for your generosity." Qin Chaoshi extended his hands to receive the gifts. But just as his fingers brushed against the golden and silver axes, a tempest suddenly swirled on the river's surface. A beam of golden light enveloped him, and the dragon's form expanded dramatically, its massive maw lunging toward him with ferocity. "Greedy woodcutter, you shall pay the price for your desires." Qin Chaoshi, at the Taisu sect, elder by scoffed, his face a mask of derision. "Fool, is there truly such a thing in this world where one can reap great rewards simply by uttering a few honest words?" 0 stars. Meanwhile, with the rain having ceased outside, Qin Han encountered the woodcutter and similarly accepted a task to avoid any unexpected mishaps. He even secured his axe tightly into the firewood before continuing on his way. On the same bridge, despite Qin Han's axe being firmly bound, as he walked, it felt as though someone had yanked it suddenly, and with a loud plop, it fell into the river. Shortly thereafter, the resplendent dragon made its appearance. "Young woodcutter, have you perhaps dropped an axe into the water?" Qin Han, "Indeed, it is an iron axe. If you come across it, please return it to me." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, the dragon was utterly bewildered, caught between the dilemma of revealing the golden axe hidden in his left hand or concealing it further. An awkward silence enveloped the moment. Yet, in a stroke of ingenuity, the dragon finally declared, "It is widely known that the vision of the dragon clan is flawed. I cannot discern colors, and thus, I am unable to distinguish the types of axes. Over the years, many axes have fallen to the riverbed. Perhaps you could ascertain if the one I hold is yours." Qin Han did not even blink, nor did he cast a glance at the axe's attributes. He casually remarked, "No, let's examine something else. Is this the silver one? Oh, this axe? No. Oh, then is this the axe? Indeed, that is the one. Please hand it over." "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Zhaolong narrowed his eyes, recognizing the honesty of this woodcutter, who did not deceive him despite his inability to discern the colors. "In appreciation of such rare sincerity, I shall gift you all 3 axes." Qin Han fell into a momentary silence before querying, "If you are unable to discern the authenticity of the axe, how can you determine whether my words are true or false?" The dragon, once again at a loss for words, stammered for a considerable time before finally offering an excuse. That is because I wish to test your honesty. In truth, I had already discerned the moment your axe fell. The other 2 axes were merely a reward for you." Qin Han, "No merit, no reward. I only desire my axe. If you return it to me, I shall take my leave." "Zhaolong, are you truly not interested?" Suddenly, Qin Han's gaze turned icy. In broad daylight, amidst the desolate mountains, a monstrous entity appeared, offering you 2 treasures. "Would you accept?" "Bold and audacious creature, I can see at a glance that you harbor ill intentions. Speak. Are you here to ensnare unsuspecting travelers?" Upon witnessing the adversary's surge of righteous spirit, the dragon's figure began to wilt, and it shrank back, seemingly preparing to flee. Attempt to escape? Not a chance. Spirit conjuring technique. With a thunderous roar, the high priest and several formidable bosses made their grand entrance. Upon sighting the dragon, they rushed forward with fervor. Before long, a golden, thumb-sized, 4-legged serpent slithered to rest at Qin Han's feet. Beside it lay 3 axes, while the little serpent recoiled its head, trembling in fear. "Please, do not slay me. I mean no harm. I was merely sent by the sect to test you." Qin Han squinted his eyes, observing the diminutive serpent known as the Serpent of Desire, a rare entity among the realms, thriving solely on the whims of human longing. Whenever a desire ignites within a person, it amplifies the serpent's power. Conversely, if it encounters an individual imbued with righteous spirit, devoid of any avarice. The serpent diminishes in size and strength. In essence, it is a peculiar beast that thrives on malevolence, growing more formidable in the presence of wickedness, yet easily subdued when weak. Even the most formidable beings of the realms find it a worthy adversary when it is at its peak. Judging by its appearance, this serpent is likely still immature, perhaps on the cusp of reaching its full potential, leveraging the vulnerabilities of powerful beings to entice them, potentially proving invaluable at critical moments. However, it is evident that this serpent belongs to the Tai Su sect, and harboring designs against it might adversely affect one's evaluation. With a shift in thought, Qin Han declared, "Enough, you may return now. Take the axe with you." He then departed without a trace of regret. At that moment, within the Tai Su sect, Elder Bai stroked his beard, a sense of profound satisfaction washing over him as he remarked, "How remarkable! It is truly astonishing to witness an individual embodying caution, decisiveness, insight, and integrity all at once. A rare gem indeed. Excellent. Outstanding. He must be awarded the highest accolades." Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoxi found himself in a precarious battle. Utterly unprepared for the tenacity of the diminutive dragon, his initial engagement proved disadvantageous, and as the skirmish progressed, he found himself steadily losing ground, ultimately resorting to feigning an injury to escape in a disheveled manner. Fortunately, after traversing several miles, the dragon did not pursue him further. Just as he was tending to his wounds and cautiously advancing, a carriage suddenly approached. However, as it reached him, one of its wheels astonishingly detached. Subsequently, a young man, donned in the attire of a Tai Su sect disciple, descended from the carriage and, upon spotting Chen Xiaoxi, hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Are you one of the candidates for the sect's assessment?" Chen Xiaoxi scrutinized the young man before responding, "Indeed." The young disciple replied, "Splendid. Since you have made it this far, you are practically one of our sect's disciples. As you can see, the wheel has come off the carriage, which transports vital supplies for the sect. Would you mind watching over it while I go fetch someone to repair it?" Chen Xiaoxi hesitated. "Very well," the young disciple exclaimed. "You are truly commendable. Once you join the sect, I shall look after you." With that, he swiftly departed. Seated on the ground, Chen Xiaoxi felt a stir of unease. Surely, this was not the prelude to yet another calamity? His journey had been fraught with misfortunes thus far. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the surrounding woods, a voice calling out, "Is there a disciple of the Tai Su sect present? I am a senior sister from the inner sect, beset by thieves. Please, come to my aid. Come to my aid." The voice echoed, "Humph, fair maiden. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. Surrender willingly." Chen Xiaoxi's expression soured, torn between the moral dilemma of whether to assist or remain uninvolved. If he chose to help, would he have to forsake his own possessions? Yet, if he refrained, what if her plight were genuine? In the depths of the forest, the mournful cries of a woman began to echo, sending shivers down Chen Xiaoxi's spine. Yet, recalling previous encounters, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and chose to ignore the distress, convincing himself that nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, at the sect, Elder Bai was furious, scolding those disciples who sought help yet failed to investigate the source of the cries, instead choosing to linger by a pile of debris. Truly, they were beyond redemption. On the other side, Qin Han encountered a similar scene. However, he had summoned nightmares to accompany the high priest and other spiritual entities nearby while he dashed towards the source of the sound. Upon arrival, he was taken aback to find the recently released serpent of desire dangling from a branch, theatrically mimicking the cries of distress. "Help me! Help me! Oh dear!" The atmosphere grew awkward as their eyes met. "Did you not leave?" The little serpent awkwardly spread its claws, explaining, "Duty calls. What can I do? Had you not disrupted my form earlier, my prowess would have allowed me to sense your approach and avoid this predicament." After Qin Han returned to gather nightmares and the others, the disciple had brought reinforcements. They quickly repaired the carriage and prepared to head towards the sect. Coincidentally, Qin Han was traveling in the same direction, and they set off together. Soon, they arrived at the mountain gate, which featured a winding staircase, seemingly consisting of 1,000 steps or more. At the mountain gate, a robust elder sat on a litter, flanked by 2 young attendants who were straining under his weight. The burden was so great that one attendant, losing focus, collapsed, nearly toppling the litter. "What is the matter? Have you not eaten?" Lacking such strength will lead others to believe this elder is excessively portly. The stout elder grumbled, casting a glance at Qin Han, and imperiously commanded, "You too. Replace them and carry me up." The nearby disciple whispered to Qin Han, "This is the sect's steward elder, a man of considerable authority. Offending him could lead to dire consequences. These steps are not too high. With a bit of effort, we can manage." The steward elder urged, "Hurry up. Dilly-dallying will delay my audience with the sect master." Disregarding the elder's commands, Qin Han nonchalantly ascended the steps, completely ignoring the situation. Furious, the steward elder stomped his feet in impotent rage, exclaiming, "Who is he? What is his name? I shall ensure he regrets stepping into the sect." Suddenly, Qin Han turned back, a smile gracing his lips. "It has been a while since I last took a life. Perhaps you could be my first." The steward elder trembled with anger, shouting, "You dare? Do you know who I am? I am the steward elder, the sect's benefactor. Do you comprehend? Qin Han, regardless of who you are, I am not a member of your sect, so your affairs hold no significance for me." After much ado, the elder in charge of trivial matters finally uttered, "Oh, since you are not from our sect, then it is of no consequence to me. I cannot exert my influence over you. You may leave now." Qin Han stepped away, but after a moment, the elder was left in a daze. He was not a disciple of our sect. How could he ascend the mountain gate? Quickly stop him. Unfortunately, at that moment, Qin Han had already reached the platform halfway up Taisu's sect. The elder with white hair greeted him, stroking his beard and laughing heartily. "Oh, you are unafraid of power and undeterred by difficulties. Truly a commendable child. I hereby declare that you have passed the assessment." With this declaration, the leaderboard underwent another change, and Qin Han's score surged to an impressive 6,000 points, once again securing the top position. In response to the elder's praise, Qin Han humbly replied, "I merely did what I was supposed to do. There is no need for commendation." The elder nodded again, his eyes shining like light bulbs. Very well, very well. You are neither servile nor arrogant, and remain unperturbed by praise or blame. Truly admirable. Child, to be frank, I am the grand elder of Taisu's sect. Among the myriad sections, I have come to assess the character of newcomers like yourself. To date, you are the most satisfactory child I have encountered. Were it in another circumstance, I would certainly take you as my direct disciple. Alas, today's situation is exceptional. And given your status as an arrival, I can only suppress my inner impulse. If you are not in a hurry to leave, might you engage in conversation with me? It has been a long time since I have met a junior who brings me such joy." The elder gazed at Qin Han, finding him increasingly pleasing to the eye. Qin Han nodded, acknowledging the elder's words with reverence. "I humbly accept your graciousness, esteemed elder." He expressed his delight at being able to resist the overwhelming temptations before him to engage in conversation with this venerable figure. Elder Bai, with a beaming smile, reassured him. "Fear not, my child, for our discourse will surely enrich your journey. You, the new arrivals, likely lack a comprehensive understanding of the myriad realms, whereas I possess a wealth of knowledge on the subject. Ask me anything, and I shall fulfill your curiosity." At that very moment, while Qin Han was engrossed in his enlightening dialogue with Elder Bai, Qinshaoshi had already arrived at the sect. Upon encountering the elder responsible for miscellaneous tasks at the mountain's base, he resolutely declined the offer of assistance, which regrettably did not earn him the warm smile of Elder Bai. When the two finally met, Elder Bai's demeanor was icy, devoid of any inclination to engage in conversation. "You have passed, now leave swiftly, lest you become an eyesore." With a dismissive wave, a portal materialized not far ahead. Confounded, Qinshaoshi pondered where he had wronged Elder Bai. Throughout his journey, he had diligently followed the advice of a youth, making commendable choices. Yet, upon reaching Elder Bai, the atmosphere had entirely shifted, akin to copying answers only to discover he had received the lowest score. In the next moment, as the leaderboard updated, he was struck with disbelief at his own score, 5,300 points. It felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him. He could scarcely comprehend this outcome. After all, the preceding 5 trials had awarded full marks. This meant he had garnered a mere 300 points in this round. Such a reality was utterly unacceptable. He yearned to inquire of Elder Bai what he had done wrong, but as he turned, he was met with a sharp reprimand from the elder. "What a damper you are. Why do you linger? Shall I have to escort you out myself?" With a heavy heart, Qinshaoshi stepped into the portal, his spirits low. As he emerged, the scene before him felt eerily familiar. A similar island, a matching stone pathway. It was almost a replica of the 6th trial. Driven by curiosity, he ventured forth. Time passed, with the sun rising and setting, as shadows danced along the mountainside. The elder and the youth, engrossed in their conversation, remained blissfully unaware of the hours slipping away. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. By this time, Elder Bai's gaze towards Qin Han had transformed from admiration to astonishment. Throughout the day and night, though the elder had predominantly spoken, Qin Han's occasional insights sparked moments of brilliance in the elder's eyes. This young man possesses not only commendable character but also exceptional aptitude, Elder Bai mused. Meanwhile, Qin Han found himself immensely enriched by the exchange. The vastness of the multiverse and its countless mysteries were beyond measure, even in his past life. Having traversed the ultimate battlefield and perused infinite strategies, he realized that his knowledge was but a mere fragment of the whole. Elder Bai's wisdom had truly broadened his horizons. Very well, my dear Han, Elder Bai finally declared, the time has come for you to undertake your assessment. Just before your departure, I have one last gift for you. The old man said. With that, Elder Bai produced a piece of white jade pendant, its shape reminiscent of one half of the Taiji symbol. This young fish is indeed a precious item. When you are able to traverse the realms of the heavens, remember to bring this token to the Taishu sect to seek me out. A tremendous opportunity awaits you then. Qin Han, not one to indulge in unnecessary sentimentality, effortlessly collected the young fish, having lingered here for an entire day solely for this precious item. Rest assured, Elder Bai, I will certainly seek you out, he assured. Elder Bai, feeling a profound sense of relief, replied, Good lad, I have faith in you. Now, go forth and attend to your matters. With a wave of his hand, a portal of transference materialized before the two of them. Qin Han respectfully clasped his fists in salute to Elder Bai, preparing to step inside. However, just as he was about to leave, Elder Bai suddenly felt a twinge of reluctance. Oh, by the way, take this axe with you. It holds no value for me, but perhaps it may prove useful to you in your current endeavors. Qin Han fell into a moment of silence, then silently set down the axe. He turned around, intending to step through the luminous gate, when the old man continued, if you manage to acquire the shadow fish from the hands of another ancient being, your future may well transcend even my wildest imagination. However, the challenges laid out by that ancient one may not align with your nature, given your inherent goodness. You might find it difficult to engage in such deeds. Alas, let us disregard my words. Qin Han, with a face full of sincerity, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Xie, for your guidance. I shall strive to obtain the fish. Elder Bai responded, Oh, foolish child, while you are indeed clever, upright, and resilient, your heart remains too kind. In certain matters, even if you comprehend the course of action, your benevolent nature may hinder your resolve. Regardless of the outcome, you are someone I hold in high esteem. You must come to the Taishu sect to seek me out in the future. Take this axe, for you. It is a treasure at this moment. Seemingly reluctant to part with Qin Han, Elder Bai produced the epic great axe that he had previously used to deceive Qin Han with the Serpent of Desire. Qin Han accepted the gift bestowed by Elder Xie. Shall I take my leave now? He inquired. Oh, wait a moment, Elder Bai said, his expression filled with reluctance. Qin Han was perplexed. Elder, do you have further instructions? Elder Bai hesitated for a moment before responding. Ah, indeed. You should take the serpent with you. This creature is cunning and treacherous. For a kind-hearted child like you, having it by your side could prove advantageous in critical moments. Elder Bai then produced the Desire Serpent and a pale purple crystal, offering both to Qin Han. If you crush this control crystal, you will gain dominion over the serpent, ensuring its unwavering loyalty to you. Should it dare to betray you, it will face utter annihilation. The Desire Serpent blinked its large eyes, an expression of innocence adorning its face. So I am changing masters? I must now associate with this individual? Yet, it couldn't shake the feeling that this person might not be as easily deceived as Elder Bai. Thank you, esteemed Elder, for your generous bestowal. Qin Han solemnly accepted the item, crushed it as instructed, and bid farewell to Elder Bai once more. This time, he truly departed. Elder Bai gazed at the vanishing portal, feeling a sense of loss. What a promising talent. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Qin Han found himself in the 7th challenge. Clutching the jade-like young fish in his hand, finally exhaling in relief. The competition for rank in the 6th and 7th challenges tested the players' ability to respond on the spot and their moral integrity. The overseers of these challenges were the esteemed elders of the 2 super sects that would emerge in the later stages of the game, the Taishu Palace and the Tain sect. Countless years ago, these 2 sects were one, but they eventually parted ways due to ideological differences, taking with them the supreme tokens of their sects, the yin fish and the yang fish. It is said that if these 2 tokens are united, they can unlock the mysterious location known as the Tianao Palace, where one can attain the highest inheritance. To acquire these 2 treasures, Players must achieve a perfect score in both the 6th and 7th challenges. While it sounds straightforward, the reality is as daunting as climbing to the heavens. The two elders possess contrasting temperaments, and without knowledge of the strategy, one is bound to encounter pitfalls. If either elder feels the slightest dissatisfaction, the hope for a perfect score evaporates. Furthermore, there is only one token, even if one miraculously attains a perfect score. They must wait until the other players complete their assessments to ensure that no one else has achieved the same. Throughout this process, a single misstep in conversation could render the chance of obtaining the yin and yang fish futile for a lifetime. The reason he had waited a day and a night was to observe the assessments of the other players. Now, all players had arrived at the 7th challenge, and those at the forefront must have long since entered the 8th challenge. However, the 8th challenge had a peculiar stipulation. It could only commence once the last player had entered. So there was no rush. Let them wait. Glancing up at the path leading to the island, Qin Han strolled leisurely while opening the leaderboard. At this moment, his score had remarkably reached 7,000 points, still firmly holding the first position. Even though he has yet to complete the 7th level, his score has astonishingly surpassed that of the 2nd place by 500 points. The additional 1,000 points are a reward for acquiring the yang fish, which can be earned through 3 scenarios: slaying monsters, obtaining treasures, and completing challenges. Treasures refer to invaluable items like the yin-yang fish, as well as the ultimate treasures hidden within secret levels. In this context, epic-grade equipment does not qualify as a treasure and does not yield points. Speaking of epic equipment, Qin Han swiftly produced the newly acquired epic-grade axe, the Lucky Golden Axe. Epic weapon attack power, 2,000, armor penetration, 1,500, elemental weakening, 2,000, and heavy strike. Against enemies with less than half health, the attack power is doubled. Physical requirement, 500. Active skill, maximum luck. After use, luck increases tenfold for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 day. This axe is quite impressive. Although it lacks overwhelmingly powerful attack skills, the ability to actively increase luck tenfold is remarkably useful. In the realm of the eternal game, the drop rates, or the probabilities of certain lotteries, can often be as low as 1 in 10,000 or even 1 in 100 million. Even with a tenfold enhancement card stack to achieve 100 times luck, the odds remain slim. However, in a small-scale lottery with a probability of a few hundredths, when stacked, success becomes assured. If utilized wisely, this could be a divine skill. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Han ambled along. Suddenly, the serpent of desire, which had been coiled upon his shoulder, emerged, its eyes gleaming. "Master, I sense a peculiar fragrance ahead. It seems to be the sin of desire." Qin Han's gaze subtly shifted as he cast a glance, and in the distance, he could faintly discern the stone door marking the 7th trial. However, the disciple stationed nearby had vanished without a trace. "Master, to the left in the grass, I can see a man and a woman engaged in dubious activities." The serpent of desire's eyes gleamed with a golden light, and before Qin Han, a vivid image materialized. He beheld a young man clad in a black robe, adorned with an embroidered character fray, entangled in unspeakable acts with a similarly attired woman. The serpent of desire's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Master, I have heard that the regulations of the Qin sect prohibit disciples from forming romantic bonds, let alone indulging in such lascivious conduct. If discovered, they would face severe repercussions ranging from the forfeiture of their cultivation and expulsion from the sect to utter annihilation of both body and spirit. I have captured all these scenes. Master, shall we consider extorting them?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Han felt a flicker of interest. According to the strategy, in the 6th trial, Elder Bai favored those who embodied kindness and integrity, while in the 7th trial, Elder He preferred cunning and unscrupulous individuals who would stop at nothing. This threat presented itself on a silver platter, and it would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Moreover, it undoubtedly constituted a part of the assessment. In a flash of insight, Qin Han feigned ignorance and strode towards the stone door. At this moment, on the mountainside of the Qin sect during the 7th trial, Elder He held a shadowy fish in his hand, his face laden with melancholy. The newcomers were nothing short of disappointments, either overly rigid or utterly foolish. Whether they were currently undergoing the assessment or had already completed it, none had met his expectations. He had hoped to witness the talents of the future from across the realms and find a suitable candidate. However, it appeared that such hopes were dimming. Only one individual remained, who, according to the records, possessed the greatest potential among this group. Yet, this lad had yet to arrive. He was either excessively cautious or simply a foolish pig relying solely on luck. It seemed that the treasures in his possession might never be bestowed. As the elder lamented to himself, he caught sight in the reflection before him of a striking young man clad in blue armor approaching the stone door. The young man was indeed handsome, reminiscent of the elder's own youthful charm, though it remained uncertain whether his character would align with expectations. At the stone door, as Qin Han drew near, he observed a young man hastily running towards him, trousers in hand. Vaguely, he could also discern the face of a woman partially concealed amidst the grass. "You must be here for the assessment," the young man declared. "Walk 10 miles forward, and upon reaching the mountain gate, you shall pass." Adopting a haughty demeanor, he lifted his chin, his words seeming to emerge disdainfully from his nostrils. "However, I must inform you that this assessment is exceedingly challenging. If you seek information, you will need to demonstrate some sincerity." "My lord," the serpent of desire whispered from within Qin Han's armor. "Look at how arrogant this fellow is. I cannot tolerate it. Allow me to take action, and I shall ensure he pays dearly." Yet, Qin Han paid no heed to its provocations. With a genial smile, he produced 100 gold coins and offered them to the black-clad disciple. "As a newcomer, I find myself at a loss. I kindly ask for your guidance, senior brother." The disciple glanced at the coins, a flicker of interest crossing his lips, as he casually responded, "On your journey ahead, you may encounter challenges. Tread carefully and contemplate your actions. This will be beneficial for you. Off you go." This advice was hardly more than a hollow reassurance. Nevertheless, Qin Han remained undeterred. He retrieved a small pouch containing 1,000 gold coins and extended it once more. "Senior brother, I fear I may be somewhat dim-witted. I humbly request that you share a bit more information." The disciple clad in black glanced at the sum of money, and his expression softened, even breaking into a smile. "You are quite perceptive, my young friend. I shall not withhold any further information. The one presiding over the sect assessment this time is Elder He, a peculiar individual with a penchant for cunning and deceit. When you undertake your tasks, do not be overly rigid. The more ruthless you are, the more pleased he shall be. Remember, once you pass through this stone gate, you will enter the realm of scrutiny. From that moment on, your fate lies in your own hands. Go forth." Upon hearing this, Qin Han nodded lightly. Subsequently, he astonishingly produced another backpack, which was brimming with 10,000 gold coins. The disciple in black, upon catching sight of the overflowing coins, was instantly stirred with excitement. He reached out, eager to accept the generous offer, but as his hand approached, he abruptly halted. Contemplating within, he realized that while small sums could be interpreted as mere tokens of appreciation, such a substantial amount could not be devoid of ulterior motives. Accepting it might lead to unfavorable consequences. After a moment of reflection, the disciple in black, with a serious expression, inquired, "Surely, this sum comes with strings attached? Pray, what is it that you require of me?" Qin Han laughed heartily and said, "Senior brother, you jest. Merely 10,000 gold coins is of little consequence to me. My intention in offering this sum is simply to foster a kindred spirit with you. It allows me to gain a preliminary understanding of our sect while also securing a reliable ally like you. If you harbor any doubts, take a look at this." As he spoke, Qin Han nonchalantly revealed the amount of gold coins on his person to the disciple clad in black. Upon witnessing this display, the disciple's eyes widened in astonishment. The coins resembled a small mountain. He had never encountered such a wealth in his lifetime. Were it not for the examination taking place, he might have been tempted to seize the opportunity. However, considering this young man's immense fortune, it seemed he had no pressing needs and was merely a fool with an abundance of wealth. The disciple's gaze softened, now viewing Qin Han as if he were a dear kin. "Brother, you truly treat me as one of your own. In that case, I shall not hold back. Feel free to inquire about anything. I am more than willing to share all that I know." Qin Han chuckled, expressing his curiosity. "I indeed have several inquiries to pose to my senior brother. Could you enlighten me about the regulations of our sect? It would be beneficial for me to be prepared in advance. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on the specific demeanor of the Black Elder." Although the black-clad disciple appeared affable on the surface, he remained vigilant internally. However, upon hearing the inquiries posed, which were rather superficial, his apprehension diminished slightly. "Let us converse at leisure. Whatever you wish to know, my senior brother will share with you." 10 miles away, the Black Elder observed this exchange through a mirror, stroking his beard thoughtfully. There is a semblance of cleverness here. He understands the art of using wealth to pave the way. This approach may indeed yield some valuable information in advance, facilitating a smoother journey ahead. Yet, this alone is insufficient. Qin Han, unaware of the disciple's true nature, continues to escalate his offerings, flaunting his financial prowess. One must remember, wealth should not be ostentatiously displayed. The more one offers, the greater the potential to awaken the other's avarice, which is detrimental to oneself. Moreover, to dispense such a considerable sum merely for trivial knowledge, which could be easily gleaned from any individual within the sect, reflects a lack of wisdom. Individuals of his ilk are unlikely to survive long in the treacherous realms of the heavens. Based on this performance, I can only grant a passing mark, no more. After some time, at the stone gate, the black-clad disciple wore a smile. Yet, he spoke only of superficial matters, and as the conversation progressed, he cast his gaze toward Qin Han's hands, subtly indicating a desire for further benefits. Qin Han squinted his eyes and said, "Senior brother, from what you just mentioned, it appears that our sect forbids any dual cultivation between siblings, as it would constitute an improper relationship. Should this be discovered, severe penalties will ensue." The disciple clad in black instinctively replied, "Indeed, our sect's leader has suffered from emotional wounds in the past, which is why this rule was established. No one is permitted to transgress it." Qin Han nodded slightly. "Upon my arrival, I happened to observe two individuals engaged in a clandestine act amidst the nearby thicket, and I managed to capture the moment. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of my senior brother." At this, the disciple clad in black abruptly ceased his smile, his demeanor turning icy as he fixed Qin Han with a decidedly hostile gaze. "You must be mistaken. I have been here all along, and such an occurrence could not possibly have taken place." Qin Han cast a fleeting glance at the expression of the other party, silently positioning himself near the stone door, exuding an air of confidence as he declared, "I possess no extraordinary qualities, save for an exceptional memory. Matters I have heard or witnessed are indelibly etched in my mind. Allow me to recite a tenet for you, senior brother. Within the sect, private correspondence is strictly forbidden. Failure to comply results in the revocation of cultivation and expulsion from the order, or, in more severe cases, harsh penalties leading to utter annihilation of both spirit and form. What do you think of my memory?" The heart of the black-clad disciple grew increasingly cold as realization dawned upon him. This individual had been plotting against him from the very beginning, having witnessed his disgraceful actions, only to approach with feigned conversation and subsequent threats. Such cunning intrigue. Were it in another setting, he might have directly eliminated this person on the spot. However, the individual stood before the stone door, and any rash movement could yield unpredictable consequences. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he stifled the urge to kill and spoke in a low, measured tone, "Speak. What is it that you truly desire?" Qin Han displayed a benevolent smile, still pondering his next move. "How about you decide, senior brother?" The black-clad disciple narrowed his eyes, sensing the other's desire for gain. If that were the case, there was still room for negotiation. All he needed to do was keep this young man in check, and when the opportunity arose, he could eliminate him, thus safeguarding the secret. As he contemplated, the black-clad disciple retrieved his spatial bag and returned all the money Qin Han had previously given him. He then rummaged through his storage pouch, deliberating on what suitable item he might offer. However, at that moment, a single remark from Qin Han nearly choked him. "Your storage pouch is quite impressive, senior brother. I don't have one yet. Why not give me the contents as well?" Upon hearing this, the disciple ground his teeth in frustration, his eyes burning with a murderous glare directed at Qin Han. Ultimately, he let out a resigned sigh, steeling himself, and removed the storage pouch from his waist. Handing it directly to Qin Han, he uttered the most insincere words of his life. "Since you like it, junior brother, consider this storage pouch a gift." He had never imagined that a mere disciple of the Qin sect, once solely the one to manipulate others, would now find himself outwitted by a candidate in an assessment. Qin Han chuckled as he took the bag with a sense of embarrassment. "Oh my, this storage pouch has quite a spacious interior, equivalent to several rooms. It can hold an abundance of items." However, upon inspection, he found only a few trivial containers, the purpose of which remained unclear. After rummaging for a while, he suddenly looked up and asked bluntly, "Senior brother, do you have anything else?" The disciple in black gritted his teeth and replied, "This is all I possess. It constitutes my entire fortune. One should always leave a semblance of goodwill for future encounters. Junior brother, one must not be overly ruthless in their dealings." Qin Han, however, chose to feign ignorance. "Brother, shall we continue our discussion on the topic we were just addressing? There are still many matters I wish to consult you about." The disciple clad in black clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air, his expression shifting tumultuously. In that fleeting moment, he entertained countless thoughts of ending his opponent's life. Yet ultimately, he cast a glance at the stone door, gritted his teeth, and turned to flee into the thicket. Before long, he returned, holding a jade rui that resembled pure white jade. This is a spirit-infused rui, enabling even mortals to wield spells. It is the most precious item I can offer. If my junior brother remains dissatisfied, feel free to report me. After all, I have no other treasures to present. Qin Han tucked the jade pendant into his pocket, casting a scrutinizing glance at the cloaked disciple. Is it truly gone? Do not deceive me. Upon hearing these words, the disciple nearly succumbed to despair, barely restraining himself from resorting to violence. Even the woman who had been concealed within the grass could no longer contain herself, bursting forth in a fit of rage. Killing is merely a matter of a nod. Do not push your luck too far. Within the sect, the elder clad in black observed the unfolding scene, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Was this truly the same fool who had only known how to squander money moments before? His gaze brimmed with admiration as he realized that from the very beginning, he should have recognized the leverage held by the two disciples. Yet, he feigned innocence, drawing closer to them under the guise of seeking information. Once he seized the opportunity, he turned against them without hesitation. This cunning was reminiscent of a seasoned old fox, having navigated the complexities of myriad realms. More alarmingly, this young man, who could extract every last drop from a frog, had the audacity to push others to their limits without remorse. Such tenacity echoed the spirit of our kind. Indeed, he is a promising talent. At the stone gate, the Serpent of Desire whispered quietly, Master, I observe that their emotions are on the brink of collapse. It may prove difficult to extract further benefits. Should we truly drive these two to a dead end, it could yield counterproductive results. Perhaps we should reconsider? Qin Han pondered deeply. The storage bag handed to him by the man contained nothing but various bottles and jars, all labeled as task items. This indicated that acquiring the contents of the other storage bag was indeed part of the assessment. These items would presumably prove useful in the future. Achieving this was merely a passing grade. However, the spirit-infused rui he received afterward was an epic-grade artifact. It was clear that such a testing phase could not yield treasures of a higher tier. Obtaining an epic item was likely the utmost limit. This segment of the evaluation should warrant full marks. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he felt compelled to take additional measures. With an expression of innocence, Qin Han remarked, I trust in your sincerity, yet the human heart is inscrutable. How can one be certain that you harbor no ulterior motives? Moreover, having accepted your benefits, you may harbor a deep resentment towards me. What if you were to secretly cause me trouble? As he spoke, he leaned against the pillar of the stone door, ever ready to flee. Upon hearing this, the woman, biting her teeth in frustration, eventually swore an oath to the heavens. I, Qiu Yu, swear before the esteemed ancestor of the Qin sect that I harbor no hidden agendas and will never trouble you in the future. Should I utter a single falsehood? May heavenly thunder strike me down. Within the armor, the little snake narrowed its eyes and said, Master, this is the highest oath of the Qin sect. Should she violate it, she will surely be plagued by demonic turmoil and will not survive 3 days. Her words are likely sincere. Qin Han nodded subtly, his gaze shifting back to the man in black. And you, senior brother? The man in black, witnessing the vow of his beloved, felt a palpable surge of murderous intent welling up in his eyes, his body trembling with rage. Finally, he clenched his fists tightly and uttered his oath word by word. Once the two had finished their vows, Qin Han's face broke into a radiant smile. Well, we are all from the same sect. There is no need for such formalities. Of course, I trust both of you. He added, Now, you two carry on, and I shall take my leave first. Upon hearing this, the two felt their anger nearly dissipate, yet bound by their solemn oaths, they dared not act. They could only resemble sorrowful lovebirds in distress. The woman said, You may go, but I hope you can keep this secret. Initially, Qin Han had already stepped through the stone door, but upon hearing her words, he immediately turned back, squinting with a smile. That is assured. I may lack many virtues, but my discretion is impeccable. Besides, this secret of yours is something I intend to savor for a lifetime. With that, he bestowed upon them an innocent and radiant smile before departing. Meanwhile, the woman, upon hearing his final words, could no longer contain herself and broke into a fit of sobs, collapsing to the ground in anguish. At the mountain gate, Elder He wore an expression of excitement. A genius indeed. Most would have retreated when pushed to such an extreme, yet this lad audaciously compelled them to swear an oath, eliminating all future troubles. This boy is undoubtedly a natural troublemaker, the kind whose wickedness seeps from the very soles of his feet. My legacy is in sight. The Qin sect has a promising future. On the deserted mountain path, a small snake peered out from the armor, its tiny claws gripping the edge while gazing innocently. Master, why do I feel that your earlier displays of kindness and righteousness were merely a facade? You seem inherently destined to play the villain. However, how did you dare to presume they would ultimately swear their oaths? Qin Han's expression was tranquil, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Are you not aware of the concept of sunk cost? He inquired. The more one invests, the lower their baseline becomes. Having already expended the cost of a storage bag and an epic-grade treasure, making an oath seemed hardly consequential. With that, he promptly produced the epic item, scrutinizing it carefully. His gaze fixed on the attributes of the Jade Rui, feeling an immense sense of delight within. Spirit Rui, epic-grade item. Mana, 100,000 points. Mana recovery, 2 per second. It activates simply by being placed in one's bag. The attribute of mana only becomes available after one has progressed beyond the novice stage. For instance, the lightning spell cast by the High Priest required mana to execute. Even the few skills bestowed by the incomplete Supreme Staff, the Purple Soul Staff, necessitated mana for their invocation, and the recovery of mana is quite cumbersome. It can vanish in an instant. With the prowess of the High Priest, continuous spellcasting was simply unfeasible. Therefore, despite the seemingly straightforward attributes of this item, its worth in the later stages of the game could rival that of 2 epic-grade weapons. After stowing away the Spirit Rui, Qin Han continued onward. Before long, a toxic rain began to fall from the heavens. Not far ahead, a dilapidated temple appeared, strikingly similar to the one in the previous level. However, this time, he chose not to enter hastily. Instead, he opted to conceal himself by the window, observing with caution. Inside the temple, 6 burly men sat cross-legged, each armed with a blade. One, sporting a goatee, squinted his eyes and said, "Brothers, just ahead lies the estate of Lord Wang. Rumor has it there's a treasure in his possession that renders one impervious to knives and guns, and resistant to water and fire. The black market has placed a sky-high bounty on this treasure. Are you interested in taking a shot at it?" The others' eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing this. "Why even ask? Let us do it," they exclaimed. "Very well, let us wish ourselves a prosperous endeavor." After some chatter, the rain outside ceased, and one by one, they grasped their knives and departed with enthusiasm. Observing this, Qin Han trailed them quietly. Soon, they arrived at a residence. Its doors ajar, with the words Wang Mansion inscribed above. The group entered without hesitation, displaying remarkable recklessness. However, upon stepping into the courtyard, they were taken aback by the sight before them. 2 long tables lined with guests, numbering at least 20 to 30, all bearing fierce expressions and armed with various weapons. Unmistakably formidable adversaries. Lord Wang sat directly opposite the entrance. Upon their arrival, to their surprise, Lord Wang seemed unfazed. He rose to address them. "Have you come for my treasure as well? Please, take a seat. You shall soon witness what I possess." The group was momentarily stunned. One subordinate whispered, "What do we do now, big brother?" The goateed man, his expression cautious, replied, "There are too many people here. Let us hold our ground and follow his lead for now." Soon after, several individuals took their seats, perfectly filling the remaining spaces. Outside, upon a tall and lush tree, Qin Han focused his gaze on the happenings within the courtyard, contemplating that this must be the second examination site set by the Black Elder. These individuals appeared to be nefarious treasure seekers, and a significant upheaval was certainly imminent. Yet, the wealthy Wang remained remarkably composed amidst the throng, engaging in light-hearted conversation, which clearly indicated his inner confidence. How should one proceed? The Black Elder, having established this challenge, undoubtedly harbored a true purpose. Wang possesses a treasure impervious to blades and immune to fire and water. Given the Black Elder's disposition, he must be eager for the challengers to seize it. Should I merely observe the ensuing conflict, waiting for them to exhaust each other before claiming the spoils? Qin Han pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled the various bottles and jars within his storage bag. Since they were labeled as task items, they were likely intended to guide him in their subsequent use. He opened the storage bag and examined the contents closely. Each bottle and jar bore meticulous labels, even detailing their applications. Bone transformation powder. Merely 3 drops would suffice to dissolve both person and object into blood. Universal venom, colorless and odorless. It could be mixed into any food, ensuring death within half an hour, with even divine intervention proving futile. Antidote pill, capable of neutralizing all poisons. It should be taken in advance to avoid harm. As he gazed at the poisons, a flicker of determination crossed Qin Han's eyes. With such an abundance of toxins, the Black Elder was undoubtedly encouraging him to take the initiative to strike preemptively. If that were the case, he would fulfill the Elder's wishes. With a swift motion, he leaped from the tree, circled around to the back of the estate, and nimbly entered, skillfully avoiding any onlookers. He arrived at the expansive kitchen, its grand door wide open, revealing a plethora of meticulously arranged dishes on the counter, while a pot simmered with a frothy meat broth. A venerable steward then entered, shooing away the chefs, forbidding them from approaching the kitchen door even by a step. With a creak, he closed the door behind him. As Qin Han witnessed the scene, he swiftly leaped above the kitchen, clinging to the skylight to gaze inside. He observed the steward retrieving a large gourd, which contained a pale liquid, evenly sprinkling it over the dishes. Once all the dishes were doused, the steward sighed in relief, wiped his brow, and opened the kitchen door, stepping outside. Seizing this crucial moment, Qin Han decisively donned his ancient attire, gracefully descended, and stealthily entered the kitchen, as silent as a whisper. At that moment, the steward had only just taken a few steps away from the door. Upon entering the kitchen, Qin Han produced a meticulously selected poison and swiftly poured it into the meat broth and other soups. He then swiftly slipped out of the kitchen, concealing himself behind a lush osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Just then, the steward called the cooks back. Remember, do not speak of anything or ask any questions. Once the dishes are ready, return to the inner courtyard. No matter the commotion outside, you must act as if you know nothing. If not, do not blame me for being severe in my household rules. The cooks nodded obediently, compliant to his commands. The courtyard was filled with a dazzling array of dishes, causing many to swallow hard, yearning to indulge in the sumptuous feast. However, those seasoned travelers remained composed, refraining from touching their chopsticks, their gazes fixed on Master Wang. Noticing this, Master Wang cheerfully picked up his chopsticks, the first to partake. Come, this exquisite wine and cuisine are best enjoyed while hot. Everyone, eat to your heart's content. We shall discuss matters after the meal. As he spoke, he unabashedly helped himself to various dishes, even mixing the wine without a second thought. Gradually, the tension eased, and the guests began to enjoy their meal, the atmosphere transforming into a lively gathering, filled with the clinking of cups and laughter. When they had reached a state of indulgence, Master Wang stood, raising his cup. Esteemed guests, I humbly request a favor. After this meal, I shall bestow upon each of you 10 taels of silver. Henceforth, do not harbor any thoughts of my precious treasures. Upon hearing this, someone scoffed, Master Wang. How shrewd you are. A mere meal and 10 taels, and you think you can dismiss us? Do you believe such fortune exists? Another chimed in, indeed. With so many of us, you ought to part with at least 1,000 taels. Otherwise, this matter shall remain unresolved. 1,000 taels? With so many of you? How could I possibly afford that? Master Wang's expression darkened at their words. You are demanding my life. What good is a life without the means to enjoy it? Such declarations ignited a cacophony of unsheathing blades within the hall. What? The old fool cannot contain himself. I thought you were like a tortoise, capable of enduring anything. One of them declared, let it be known, if the treasures are not surrendered today, not a single soul shall remain in this estate. Master Wang's face grew increasingly grim as he slammed his palm on the table. Then we shall see what you are truly worth. Brothers, why waste words? Let us seize the treasures by force. Once we acquire the treasure, we shall deliberate on how to divide it among ourselves. As the conversation unfolded, several individuals brandished their knives and advanced. However, after merely taking a few steps, their bodies began to sway, and ultimately, with a resounding thud, they collapsed to the ground. Rendered unconscious. You old scoundrel, you have poisoned the food and drink. One exclaimed, even in death, I shall drag you down with me. The remaining individuals, fueled by indignation, rose in unison, seizing their weapons, prepared to fight to the death. Many, after just a few steps, followed the fate of their predecessors, yet some, possessing formidable resistance, succeeded in closing the distance, raising their blades to strike at Wang Yuanwei. However, as their weapons neared within a meter of him, they were abruptly halted by a singular barrier of light, resulting in a cacophonous shatter as their blades broke. Is this truly your prized possession? Wang Yuanwei remarked coldly, surveying the few remaining adversaries. You possess neither the strength nor the wit to seize what belongs to me. How utterly foolish. Were it not for the sheer number of you, I would not have needed to resort to such underhanded tactics. Humph. Eliminating you lot will serve as a deterrent to the rest, and thereafter, I shall see who dares to covet my treasures. Upon his declaration, The remaining individuals succumbed to their wounds one by one. Wang Yuanwei, observing the carnage strewn about him, leisurely retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his hands, turning to retreat indoors. Just then, a voice interrupted, "Do not be hasty, Wang Yuanwei. I too hold a keen interest in your treasure." At this, Wang Yuanwei turned to see a mysterious figure clad in leather armor, their face obscured by a hood, having approached him unannounced, now standing merely a few meters away. Yet, emboldened by the protection of his prized possession, Wang Yuanwei felt no fear. "You? I doubt you possess the capability. I could remain seated here without motion, and you would still be powerless against me. Qin Han, it appears that your treasure is quite formidable. I am even more eager to witness its prowess. However, I must inquire, if one were to succumb to death, would your treasure still afford you protection? What a jest! You cannot breach my defenses. By what right do you presume to slay me?" With a scornful expression, Master Wang was poised to retort, yet suddenly, his body convulsed, and blood began to flow from his mouth. "Poison? Have you poisoned me?" Master Wang's complexion turned ashen, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. The mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Never did I imagine that a man who spent his days hunting wild geese would have his eyes pecked out by them. Who are you truly? Reveal your identity, that I may depart this world with my eyes closed in peace." Upon hearing the words, Qin Han declared without hesitation, "Remember, the one who seeks your demise is Qin Chaoshi." "Qin Chaoshi, splendid, splendid, splendid," Wang Yuanwei repeated thrice, seemingly intent on ingraining the name in his memory, before ultimately succumbing to his fate. Surveying the courtyard strewn with lifeless bodies, Qin Han swiftly searched the corpses and discovered a storage pouch on Wang Yuanwei. Inside, apart from a few tens of thousands of gold coins, lay an assortment of garments and miscellaneous items, among which an exquisite jade plate caught his eye. Blood Fiend Protection Array, an epic-grade artifact. An ancient, esoteric formation passed down through the ages. Once activated, it establishes a Blood Fiend Grand Array within a radius of 1,000 meters, feeding on flesh and blood to continuously absorb energy. The more flesh and blood consumed, the greater the strength of the array and the more formidable the protective capabilities. As long as the array remains intact, the body remains unharmed. Current defense value, 5090. This defense value can nullify all elemental and physical damage. A mere glance at the array plate ignited a gleam of joy in Qin Han's eyes. In his previous life, there was an age-old adage regarding epic-grade artifacts. The more singular their attributes, the greater their efficacy. Indeed, this proved to be true. Such a specific formation, once it amassed sufficient defense value, would be invaluable in critical moments. However, this formation bore a significant drawback. Once the defense value was depleted, it would be nothing more than a paper tiger. Wang Yuanwei's elaborate setup to poison these individuals likely stemmed from ulterior motives, most probably aimed at energizing this artifact. The news of the treasure's existence was likely disseminated by Wang Yuanwei himself. After securing the array plate and gold coins within his storage ring, Qin Han turned to depart. Yet, before leaving, his gaze shifted. This phase of the trial should be complete. However, wary of the Dark Elder potentially laying further traps, he quickly gathered the remains of the 5 individuals encountered in the dilapidated temple and departed in haste. Arriving in a dense forest, he discarded the 5 corpses and retrieved a dissolution powder, reducing them to nothingness. He even disposed of Wang Yuanwei's storage pouch, along with the gold coins, into a flowing river. Having accomplished these tasks, he cautiously returned to the roadway. As he walked along the path, a sudden appearance of a dozen black-robed disciples armed with swords approached him. Upon sighting Qin Han, the leading disciple immediately interrogated, "Halt! What are you doing here?" Qin Han feigned confusion, asking, "Is there an issue with the sect examination?" The leading disciple's eyes glimmered with scrutiny as he inquired, "Have you ever passed by the Wang residence?" Qin Han was taken aback. "What is the Wangfu?" "I am unaware." The leading disciple scoffed. Whether you are genuinely ignorant or feigning ignorance will be determined when we return." "Qin Han, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am merely a candidate for assessment. My sister, Qiuyu, can vouch for me." "Qiuyu?" A disciple whispered. "Brother, Qiuyu, our esteemed senior sister, is an inter-sect disciple of considerable standing. This individual is also a candidate for assessment, suggesting deep connections within the sect. We should tread carefully. Additionally, according to our intelligence, 5 individuals who attended the banquet have vanished, perhaps indicating a link between the perpetrator and those 5. The leading disciple nodded gently upon hearing this. Finally, casting a glance at Qin Han, His tone softened considerably. Since you are a junior disciple undergoing assessment, you are one of us. You may leave. Qin Han, thank you. Senior brother. He hurriedly departed, walking a distance before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. That was close. It appeared that the Black Elder indeed had a backup plan. Just as he left, someone was dispatched to hunt for the murderer, clearly presenting a challenge for him. Fortunately, the danger had passed without incident. On the mountainside, the Black Elder wore a smile, savoring the moment. This is precisely the essence. My master once taught me that when encountering treasures, one must possess the ambition to seize them. In a world as harsh as this, acquiring more treasures can fortify one's foundation, enabling one to venture further in the future. Moreover, this young man displays remarkable cleverness, remaining vigilant even in the face of death, using an alias to mislead. In the end, he even anticipated my contingency plan, cleverly orchestrating a scheme to turn the tables. Those foolish disciples were indeed led by the nose. Excellent. Excellent. I am quite pleased. Meanwhile, Qin Han pressed onward when suddenly a bloodied figure clad in black robes burst forth from the roadside. Upon seeing Qin Han, the figure immediately cried out, "Save me! Save me!" Upon hearing these words, Qin Han quickened his pace. The disciple, his face a mask of despair, summoned the last vestiges of his strength to utter, "I am Zhang Chong, the nephew of the law elder of the Tien sect. I was attacked by my fellow disciple, Ma Ju. If you could help me convey this message, my uncle will surely reward you handsomely." No sooner had he spoken than the disciple succumbed to his injuries, breathing his last. Qin Han, ignoring the sounds around him, pressed onward. Before long, he came across a procession of carriages, with several servants carrying a palanquin, surrounded by banners boldly inscribed with the words "Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall." Qin Han remained oblivious, poised to depart with haste, when suddenly the sedan curtain was drawn aside, revealing a kindly old man with a warm demeanor. The elder gestured for him to approach, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. "Young friend, come here and speak with me." Upon hearing this, Qin Han could only step forward and sincerely say, "Greetings, esteemed elder." The old man replied, "Given the direction you are heading, are you on your way to the Tien sect?" Qin Han, "Indeed, the sect examination." The elder, "At such a young age, being selected by the Tien sect, your future is boundless. Seeing you reminds me of my nephew, Zhang Chong, who entered the sect at an age similar to yours. In the blink of an eye, a decade has passed." Thinking back to those days, the elder began to reminisce, mostly recounting his fondness for his nephew, Zhang Chong. The two walked together, ascending to the Tien sect, reaching the mountainside. Until the moment of parting, Qin Han remained a commendable listener, refraining from mentioning anything about Zhang Chong. Once the law elder had departed, an enigmatic figure clad in black approached. With a peculiar expression, he remarked, "Young man, should you reveal to others that Zhang Chong was slain by his own comrades, it would surely endear them to you, bringing you considerable advantage. With such benefits before you, to abstain would be sheer folly." Qin Han gazed at the elder in perplexity. "Old man, you must be jesting. I have never heard of such a matter, so how could I possibly inform you?" The elder in black chuckled. "Ah, are you still not speaking the truth? Allow me to enlighten you. I am the elder responsible for your assessment, and it was I who orchestrated the incident involving Zhang Chong. One must navigate through life with resilience and determination. If you shy away from advantageous opportunities, what prospects could you possibly have in this lifetime? I must say, this revelation is quite disappointing." Qin Han cast a glance at the leaderboard, noting that no changes had yet occurred in the scores. This indicated that everything before him remained under evaluation, and the forthcoming responses might very well determine his final score in the 7th challenge. With a subtle shift in his gaze, he replied, "Esteemed elder, it is indeed true that one should pursue benefits when they arise. However, to seize every opportunity without discernment is the mark of a fool, just as a fierce beast must discern between traps and prey. A blind assault will only hasten one's demise." The black elder's expression brightened. "Oh, I am eager to hear more." On the mountainside, Qin Han faced the black elder with neither humility nor arrogance, stating, "Who is Zhang Chong? He is the nephew of an elder from the enforcement hall. Given this connection, it is audacious for him to be attacked. This suggests that either he is backed by a more formidable force that fears Zhang Chong, making it perilous to involve oneself, or that the relationship between Zhang Chong and the elder of the enforcement hall is not as harmonious as it appears on the surface. In fact, it is quite possible that the orchestrator of this attack is the elder himself." He continued, "Let us entertain a hypothesis. What if Zhang Chong has uncovered a secret of the elder of the enforcement hall? Fearing exposure, the elder might resort to eliminating his own nephew for self-preservation. Alternatively, consider another scenario where Zhang Chong is not the biological child of his father. Perhaps he was switched at birth. The elder, unable to act openly, could only dispatch someone to eliminate him, with Zhang Chong narrowly escaping by chance. In either case, I find myself in a precarious position, so why should I involve myself in this matter? Upon hearing this, the Black Elder chuckled heartily while secretly astonished. How remarkable it was that the circumstances surrounding Zhang Chong were intricately designed by him, even incorporating the backstory of the child switch. Such a convoluted reason had been deduced by this young man merely from a single statement. It was unclear whether this was a stroke of luck or a sign of extraordinary intellect. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he posed one final question. You, young one, possess a profound mind. In that fleeting moment, you managed to contemplate so much. Yet, have you not considered that if this matter were true, you might be forsaking an opportunity to align yourself with a powerful ally? Our existence is fraught with challenges. Would you not dare to gamble on such a significant event? Qin Han remarked, I dare not say otherwise. A good death pales in comparison to a miserable life. As long as one continues to live, all possibilities remain. Once dead, everything is lost. After uttering these words, he fell silent, awaiting the final assessment. A good death pales in comparison to a miserable life. Only by persevering can all possibilities arise. The Black Elder, upon hearing this, pondered deeply, his expression suddenly tinged with sadness. Had his master possessed such a mindset back then, he might have avoided great calamities. He gazed intently at Qin Han before finally stating, Indeed, you have passed. Upon hearing this, Qin Han swiftly glanced at the scoreboard, and in an instant, his points had remarkably increased by a full 1,000, reaching 8,000. He still held the top position. A sigh of relief washed over him. After toiling for half a day, he had finally succeeded. He bowed to the Black Elder in accordance with the customs of the cultivation world, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed Elder, for your benevolence. The Black Elder waved his hand dismissively. I did not grant you leniency. This is what you rightfully earned. Suddenly, the Elder's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Young man, I ask you, if a tremendous opportunity were to present itself before you, would you seize it? Qin Han's expression shifted with surprise. Is it here? He swiftly inquired. Before him, the Elder clad in black revealed a dark, glistening jade stone, an artifact known as the Celestial Palace Key, a missing piece of the yin-yang fish. This object promises unimaginable benefits throughout your life. With its possession, your future is destined to become extraordinarily bright. However, to acquire it, you must agree to one condition of mine. Qin Han said, Senior, please speak. The Black Elder replied, If I were to bestow this item upon you, you must promise me this. When your strength is sufficient, you shall succeed me as the leader of the Taiyin sect and safeguard our lineage. Qin Han's mind sharpened as he realized the true intent of the Black Elder. The Taiyin sect, as one of the most prestigious sects within the game, wielded power comparable to the 6 paramount forces. To become their leader would instantly bestow upon him a formidable ally. As for safeguarding the sect, he would handle what he could. If faced with an insurmountable foe, retreating to preserve strength was certainly a prudent choice. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Han replied, Respected Elder, I am willing to accept this promise. Upon hearing this, the Black Elder immediately placed the yin fish into Qin Han's hands and burst into hearty laughter. I have long discerned that the greedy serpent you possess is a creature nurtured by that old codger from the previous level. His willingness to part with such a treasure indicates that you must have acquired the yang fish. Now, with my yin fish added to your collection, the fusion of yin and yang will be complete. All that remains is for you to visit the Heavenly Dao Palace, and your future accomplishments will surely resonate throughout the realms. Furthermore, by agreeing to become the leader of the Taiyin sect, I have won this round. If that old fellow were to learn of this, he would surely be infuriated. Qin Han found himself ensnared in the cunning trap laid by the Elder of Darkness, momentarily blinded by the allure of the treasure before him. The Elder, brimming with delight, patted Qin Han on the shoulder and warmly proclaimed, Young Han, as the esteemed Grand Elder of the Taiyin sect, my position is of great significance. When you eventually join our sect, I shall personally take you as my disciple. At that time, even the current sect leader will refer to you as junior brother. I will ensure that you are provided with the finest place for your cultivation. Rest assured, it shall be no less than that of the present leader. With my protection, you shall stride confidently within the sect, and if anyone displeases you, Feel free to confront them directly. None shall dare to utter a word of dissent. Qin Han remarked, "Isn't it a tad premature for you to say such things, senior? I am still in the midst of contending for my title." The elder nodded awkwardly, acknowledging the truth in his words. "Indeed. It is paramount that you focus on securing that position. With your capabilities, striving for first place will prove invaluable in the future." With that, he waved his hand and summoned a portal. "I shall take my leave now," the junior said. Qin Han's gaze was intense. Go on, go on." The black elder's face was filled with joy. "Are you truly leaving? Hurry up. There are important matters to attend to. Do you have anything you wish to convey to the younger generation?" "Nothing more. All that needed to be said has been said, and discussing anything further at this juncture would be premature." "Very well." Qin Han rubbed his hands together and stepped into the portal. Suddenly, the scene transformed, and he found himself in an extraordinarily magnificent and expansive hall. Within the hall, a small river sparkled as it meandered around the central area, and every few seconds, countless fountains erupted from the water. A resplendent arch bridge, seemingly forged from gold, extended towards the center. At this moment, Qin Han stood atop the arch bridge. The Serpent of Greed remarked, "Master, that old man is truly miserly. He may sound generous, yet upon your departure, he offers not even a single strand of hair. How can he aspire to be your mentor? Bah, such shamelessness. Disrespectful to the elderly." Qin Han chose to disregard him, directing his gaze instead towards the central area of the Grand Hall. At this moment, over 300 players stood gathered there, the very individuals vying for nobility. He had previously mentioned that the 8th level was unique, as it no longer operated under the individual dungeon model. Rather, it brought all players together for a fair competition. Successfully navigating this level would clarify the dynamics of the nobility contest. Here, success or failure hinged upon this pivotal moment. In the center of the hall, more than 300 players congregated, and a mere glance from Qin Han revealed many formidable figures he recognized from his past life. Among them were 2 to 3 dozen of the Saint-class professions, nearly all present, alongside over 90 hidden professions, with the remainder being top-tier classes. The arrangement of these players was notably intriguing. Chun Chaos, Jiang Ningxue, and Selena occupied the central positions, each flanked by 3 to 5 accompanying players, who were subordinates of their respective factions. In the realm, strength was closely tied to influence. The more powerful a faction, the stronger the combat capabilities of its members. Their battle awareness and experience were among the finest, resulting in a high probability of producing top-tier or even Saint-class professions among them, showcasing the might of these peak factions. On equal footing with them stood Feng Qianjue, a prince of the demon race, who was accompanied by a Saint-class professional and 9 top-tier professionals. The demon race, with their innate combat physique, awareness, and bloodline, excelled among all races, particularly in physical confrontations. In terms of overall strength, Feng Qianjue's faction could be deemed the most formidable. However, upon entering the game, he had hastily leveled up without gathering sufficient information, and subsequently made a hasty job change, placing him at a disadvantage compared to others. Thus, he instinctively positioned himself outside the core circle, seemingly reluctant to engage with the others. Beyond the 6 peak factions, nearly 270 players hailed from other realms, lacking familiarity with one another, akin to solitary figures like Qin Han. Nevertheless, seizing this opportunity, many opted to cluster together, exchanging experiences. Saints sought out saints, while hidden professions gravitated towards their kind, fostering the emergence of numerous small circles. In the core position, Qin Chaos frequently glanced at the scoreboard. Typically stable in demeanor throughout his life, he now exhibited signs of irritation. As the first to arrive at the 8th level, he found himself unable to seize the advantage of speed. Instead, he could only foolishly wait here for the other players. This was already unfortunate. But due to a miscalculation in the 6th level and a hesitance in the 7th, his score ultimately stagnated at a mere 5,700 points. This placed him in the lower ranks among all players. Should his final score fail to improve, his aspirations for the coveted title would undoubtedly be dashed. What was even more glaring was that the first place, Qin Han, held a staggering lead with 9,000 points, establishing himself as an unparalleled entity. This reality tormented him. A player who had once surpassed Qin Han on multiple occasions. With a hint of impatience, Chen Xiaoxi inquired of those around him, "Are we still waiting for others?" Replying to the young master, "There is still one individual yet to arrive." However, judging by the leaderboard, it appears that Qin Han's score has recently changed, indicating he must have passed the assessment and will be entering shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted within the venue. With many gazes turning towards the entrance archway, there stood a mysterious figure clad in ancient attire, wearing a hood. From the features that were visible, many speculated that this must be a strikingly handsome young man. Qin Han has arrived. For this player, who had amassed the most treasures since the game's inception, garnered the most announcements worldwide, and uniquely achieved a divine-level profession, curiosity glimmered in the eyes of all. As he ascended the archway, Qin Han instinctively straightened his posture and walked towards the center, unwavering in his focus. As he approached, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced through the crowd. Feng Qianjue, Qin Han, have you cheated? We have all passed 7 levels, each worth 1,000 points. Even if you achieved full marks at every level, you could only amass a maximum of 7,000 points. Yet you possess 9,000. This is highly suspicious. This question resonated with the crowd's bewilderment, as everyone was eager to uncover what Qin Han had done to attain such an extraordinary score. At this moment, Qin Han cast a rather unfriendly glance at Feng Qianjue, who appeared somewhat dim-witted. After all, I had indirectly saved your life, and this is how you repay me? What one acquires is a personal secret. Is it appropriate to disclose such matters in a setting like this? These individuals will, at the very least, become the backbone of various factions in the future. To put it bluntly, they embody half of the celestial realms. If secrets were to be revealed, it would only invite targeting and distress. However, facing hundreds of elite figures, remaining silent would also be socially awkward. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Han smiled and said, "Did not the rules of the challenge state that, aside from defeating monsters, acquiring treasures can also increase one's points? I have been fortunate enough to obtain a few treasures. As for what these treasures are, that is a matter of personal privacy, and I am not at liberty to disclose." This statement elicited nods of agreement from many. As each person present carried their own secret equipment to some extent, these items serve as crucial trump cards in critical moments, and no one would be foolish enough to divulge them. Qin Han did not speak, yet they all understood. Feng Qianjue remarked, "Well, even if you possess treasures, why did you achieve full marks in the 6th and 7th trials?" This time, Qin Han swiftly replied, "Who told you I received full marks in those 2 trials? The scores for those challenges are entirely a matter of fate. I refuse to believe that anyone could attain a perfect score in those deceptive tests. The full scores in the 6th and 7th trials pertain to the secrets of the yin-yang fish and the heavenly Dao Palace, and he would not divulge a single detail. Naturally, given the intelligence of these individuals, most would likely be skeptical. However, this statement merely served to smooth over the conversation. If one were to dig deeper, it would be the questioner who would ultimately find themselves embarrassed. Jiang Ningxue even interjected, "You are correct. After passing the trials, I meticulously accounted for the 2 gatekeepers. One favors honesty, while the other prefers cunning. Achieving full marks in those 2 trials is impossible unless one knows the answers in advance. If I am not mistaken, the combined score you earned in those 2 trials should amount to 1,000 points. And the place where you obtained the treasure must be in the poisonous waters of the 5th trial. Am I right?" Upon hearing this, Qin Han smiled knowingly, recognizing that the words were clearly an attempt to placate him. This was an obvious gesture of goodwill. Nevertheless, he understood well that while the pinnacle powers were formidable, they were not immutable. At this moment, the universe was undergoing an unprecedented upheaval not witnessed in billions of years, and cultivating a favorable relationship with him. The sole individual possessing a divine class vocation was indeed a sagacious move. Just as he was about to respond, the surroundings of the grand hall began to transform abruptly. In the blink of an eye, they morphed into a celestial expanse, giving the impression that everyone stood amidst the stars beneath the Milky Way. Simultaneously, a colossal luminous screen emerged to one side, displaying the rules of this challenge. The screen exhibited a grand proclamation in elegant calligraphy: "The way of heaven is constant. All things operate, none can escape the essence of fate." This challenge comprised 2 segments, the first of which was a gamble on luck. Every 5 minutes, an opportunity for point betting would arise, allowing all players to wager a portion of their points. After the deadline, one fortunate individual would be chosen to receive all the staked points. The minimum bet was set at 50 points, with no upper limit. The higher the wager, the greater the chance of becoming the fortunate winner. There would be a total of 5 opportunities for this gamble on luck. As the rules materialized, many players in attendance were captivated. Feng Qianjue exclaimed with delight, "As the son of the Demon Emperor, I am inherently blessed with great fortune. On the day of my birth, dragons and phoenixes heralded my arrival. Since childhood, everything I have pursued has met with success. Even a mere purchase of a shabby sword has turned into an extraordinary treasure." Huh. This gamble on luck is merely a means to bestow points upon me. Initially, Qin Han believed his 9,000 points were considerable, but at that moment, Feng Qianjue grasped the meaning of better late than never, confidently declaring himself the future champion of points. Selena interjected, "What is a mere fragment of fortune compared to the destiny I possess? On the day I was born, the heavens and earth celebrated my arrival, and all things rejoiced. During my time at the Magic Academy, any book I casually picked up was of the caliber of divine tomes. In terms of luck, can you truly rival me? Moreover, this is merely a game. What right do you, a mere pinnacle class, have to speak of fortune?" Upon hearing this, Feng Qianjue felt a twinge of frustration. The stature of a pinnacle class paled in comparison to that of a sacred class. With a hint of envy, he retorted, "Who emerges victorious remains to be seen. Shall we have a contest?" With that, Feng Qianjue boldly wagered a staggering 6,000 points. Selena, observing this, did not rush into a hasty decision. Though her words were swift, her points were substantial, placing her within the top 20. She could afford to bide her time. However, the players ranked lower around them could no longer contain their eagerness. Those who have reached this stage are undoubtedly individuals of exceptional fortune. They have never yielded to luck in games of chance. Moreover, given the current score, the prospect of attaining nobility seems bleak, making it more enticing to take a gamble. The screen swiftly illuminated with numerous players placing their bets, with amounts ranging from 50 to several hundred. Yet, leading the charge was Feng Qianjue. By the time the deadline arrived, 93 players had participated, accumulating an impressive total of 13,000 points. Subsequently, the screen transformed, inscribing the names of all players onto a circular roulette. Those with higher scores occupied larger segments. Feng Qianjue, having wagered 6,000, astonishingly claimed half of the wheel's area, while the remaining players filled the rest. As the pointer of the roulette began to spin, a palpable tension gripped everyone present. The pointer gradually slowed and ultimately halted within Feng Qianjue's territory. Congratulations to player Feng Qianjue for becoming the fortunate winner and acquiring all the points. In the next moment, the leaderboard shifted once more, with Feng Qianjue reigning supreme at the top with 13,000 points, a full 4,000 ahead of Qin Han. In light of this spectacle, all eyes turned towards Feng Qianjue, many expressing surprise. How could this prince of the demon clan, typically known for his simplicity, now exhibit such acumen? Was it sheer luck or a meticulously crafted strategy? This left everyone in a state of perplexity. After all, if Feng Qianjue were truly astute, with his innate talent, he would not merely occupy the status of a top-tier professional. It seemed likely that someone had guided him. Indeed, as speculation circulated, Feng Qianjue arrogantly proclaimed, "See, this prince has already declared my good fortune. I effortlessly ascended to first place." Following this declaration, he patted the shoulder of his wholly ranked subordinate, remarking, "Your suggestion was commendable, far superior to those fools in our village. I shall ensure your talents are duly recognized." "Your Highness's appreciation is an honor," the subordinate replied with measured humility. Upon hearing this, many gazes shifted toward the wholly ranked individual, including Qin Han, whose eyes glimmered with admiration. Initially, Feng Qianjue's points positioned him in the middle tier, making it improbable for him to attain nobility. However, this individual had decisively enabled Feng Qianjue to convert his seemingly useless points into a 50% chance of success. This decisive moment is indeed extraordinary. The second round of betting has commenced once more. With Feng Qianjue as a precedent, the players have thoroughly grasped the rules, leading to an even more fervent participation in this round of wagers. Many have increased their stakes significantly. However, those who already ranked highly refrained from placing their bets. Even Chen Chaoshi, with a relatively low score, managed to hold back. Before long, the results of the second round were unveiled, revealing a hidden class player named Jiang Qi as the fortunate winner, having scored an impressive 23,000 points, surpassing Feng Qianjue to claim the top position. This exhilarating spectacle evidently attracted an increasing number of participants. In the third round, a player known as Dao Feng emerged as the lucky one, achieving 31,000 points to secure the lead. In the fourth round, another player, Qin Yi, triumphed with 39,000 points, once again claiming the first place. Soon after, the first segment approached its final round. At this moment, many had yet to place their bets. As the final moments drew near, numerous hesitant low-scoring players could no longer contain their eagerness, with some betting just a few hundred while others wagered everything. As the deadline for betting approached, the accumulated points astonishingly soared to 50,000. Just before the wheel stopped, a name suddenly flashed on the screen. Qin Han, with a wager of 9,000 points. In light of this, Qin Han once again became the focal point of attention. Many gazes were filled with confusion, curiosity, even pity. Selena exclaimed in astonishment, "Qin Han, have you lost your mind?" In 5 rounds of betting, at most, only 5 high-scoring players can emerge. Other players bet recklessly because they rank low and have no hope of achieving nobility. But you are different. You currently have 9,000 points, which guarantees you 6th place even without any action. By wagering 9,000 points now, you have only a mere 1/6 chance of becoming the lucky winner. Chen Xiaoshi added, "Children of destiny do not court danger. True strength never entrusts their fate to mere luck. Those who achieve greatness must act with careful consideration, strategizing for the long term and for future generations. Your hasty actions have deeply disappointed me." Meanwhile, Jiang Ningxue observed the sudden appearance of the axe in Qin Han's hand. Lost in thought, at this moment, Qin Han held the lucky axe, secretly activating a 10-fold luck boost, and, anticipating the unexpected, he used a 10-fold augmentation card to further enhance his fortune. Hearing the murmurs around him, he chose to remain silent and did not respond. Simultaneously, the massive roulette began to spin rapidly. In the central hall, all eyes were glued to the screen, hearts racing wildly as the pointer continued to whirl. Click, click, click. Finally, the pointer came to a halt, perfectly centered on the area corresponding to Qin Han's name. Congratulations to player Qin Han for becoming the lucky winner and securing all the points. Soon after, the leaderboard witnessed yet another shift, as Qin Han ascended to the pinnacle with an astonishing score of 59,000 points, leaving his competitors far behind. At this moment, the gazes directed towards Qin Han were filled with astonishment, envy, and even trepidation. Chen Xiaoshi furrowed his brow, contemplating, "My reasoning is sound. The child of destiny does not tread perilous paths. Luck and gambling may yield fleeting triumphs, but ultimately, success and failure hinge upon chance. No one can navigate this challenge unscathed. One day, the gambler shall pay dearly for his reckless nature." Beside him, Jiang Ningxue shook her head, asserting that the principles of fate are clear and just. "However, on what grounds do you presume that Qin Han is gambling?" At that moment, Selena, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of fear on her delicate visage. "Your Majesty, do you imply that Qin Han possesses absolute confidence?" Jiang Ningxue replied, "I cannot guarantee it. But consider this. If Qin Han has reached this point, do you truly believe we can fathom matters he cannot? Let us not underestimate the world. He has acquired far more than all of us combined." At this juncture, Qin Han felt a sense of relief wash over him. Even though he was aware that his luck had multiplied 100-fold and that no one could rival him, he remained taut with anxiety. Fortunately, the outcome was already determined. "Greetings, Brother Qin. I am Qin Yi, a direct descendant of the Changhen Tian Qin family. Since you also bear the surname Qin, could it be that you are of my clan as well?" The young man named Qin Yi, currently positioned second on the leaderboard, approached Qin Han, greeting him with the warmth of spring. "Changhen Tian Qin family?" Qin Han's expression subtly shifted. The Long Hintian was a relatively prosperous dimension among the myriad realms, vast in territory and teeming with an endless population, where formidable beings emerged in abundance. The Qin family stood as a paragon among them, recognized as one of the 10 prominent families of the entire Long Hintian. While their strength might not rival that of the peak races, they commanded a significant presence within the multiverse, representing a formidable force. In his previous life, this family was notably represented by the saint-level practitioner Qin Yi and the esteemed ancestor Qin Yong. The Qin family possessed a peculiar trait, an unwavering loyalty to their kin. Regardless of one's origins or background, anyone bearing the surname Qin was treated as family. There was an incident involving a Qin-named player who was bullied by a powerful figure. Even though Qin Yong and Qin Yi had no direct connection to the matter, they boldly approached the bully, resolutely demanding accountability. Ultimately, the bully, left with no choice, was compelled to concede. Thus, the Qin family's reputation for defending their own became legendary. Regrettably, in his previous life, Qin Han was so engrossed in his cultivation that he missed the opportunity to engage with them. Later, when he sought to establish connections, he learned that the Qin family had discovered a map leading to a super ancient tomb. However, during their exploration, the news leaked, attracting the attention of a greedy powerhouse, which resulted in significant losses for the family and the plundering of their gains. Eventually, that avaricious strongman ascended to the status of a supreme deity, with rumors suggesting that his extraordinary achievements stemmed from the immense benefits he gleaned from the ancient tomb. Before the final battle in his previous life, He had heard that Qin Yi was rallying his forces, preparing for retribution. With a flicker of thought, Qin Han smiled and remarked, to speak candidly. Although I share the surname Qin, I am unfamiliar with this long Hintian. It is likely that I have no connection to your family. The surnames of the Chinese people from Blue Star mostly trace back to the ancient 8 great surnames, branching out over time. Ultimately, the extensive compilation of surnames can be traced back to a few foundational lineages. Thus, his Qin surname bore no relation to that of the Qin family in Long Hentian. He could not artificially cultivate a bond merely based on a shared surname. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi's face did not reflect disappointment. Rather, it radiated excitement. The Qin surname, after all, represents a unified lineage. In the past, our esteemed ancestor ventured alone from the myriad realms to establish the Qin family's legacy in Chang'an heaven. Thus, it is quite possible that we have been kin for ages. Qin brother, setting aside all else, we must foster our camaraderie as fellow men. Seeing Qin Yi's exuberance, Qin Han nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall seek you out whenever opportunity permits. Rest assured, when you visit my abode, I shall treat you to the finest wines and delectable delicacies. Qin Yi patted his chest, laughing heartily. As the two engaged in conversation, a melodious and enchanting voice interrupted, Qin Han, we must also endeavor to strengthen our ties. They turned to see a woman of unparalleled grace approaching, her radiant beauty nearly overwhelming in its allure. Upon sighting her, Qin Yi instinctively recoiled, whispering to Qin Han, Brother Qin, this lady is the newly appointed empress of the Daxia dynasty from a prestigious family. In reality, even if our esteemed ancestor were to pay her a visit, it would be unlikely for us to catch her attention. Do take heed. She is not one to be trifled with, lest you fall under her spell. With that, he shrank back once more, offering a respectful gesture towards Jiang Ningxue before hastily retreating. Qin Han curled his lips in skepticism as he observed Qin Yi. He began to doubt the rumors regarding the Qin family's protective nature. Now that they were immersed in the game, both Qin Yi and Jiang Ningxue held the esteemed saint-level professions. They were all on equal footing, so what was there to fear? Yet, upon the arrival of the latter, he found himself behaving like a frightened mouse, which was quite uncharacteristic of him. With a shift in his thoughts, Qin Han faced Jiang Ningxue directly, feigning confusion as he inquired, Who might you be? Jiang Ningxue's rosy lips curled into a slight smile. Hadn't Qin Yi just proclaimed her identity? The newly appointed empress of the great Xia dynasty, Jiang Ningxue. Upon hearing this, Qin Han displayed no trace of emotion on his face. Oh, greetings. Jiang Ningxue revealed a hint of curiosity, observing your reaction, as if you had never heard of the name of our Xia empire. Qin Han, what should my reaction be? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningxue's delicate face suddenly broke into a smile. While others tremble in fear at the mere mention of the name of our great Xia dynasty, you, Qin Han, appear before me.